Volume 12 Chapter 1. ACT-1 Pets will grow with food and affection? Eh? What is this? Perplexity rang out through the dark cave. It was clearly here. Ark looked around with confusion. He checked the features, looked at the map and thought back through his memory. It was impossible he went to the wrong cave. But he couldn't find a passage no matter how hard he looked. There were just rocks blocking the front. What on earth is going on? Ark sat down with a frustrated expression and was locked in his thoughts. Ark was currently located south of the capital city of Schuttenberg Kingdom, Celebrad. There was a reason Ark left his new business in Lancel village and came all the way here to visit the organization with a long history in assassinations, the Dark Brothers. The trials which appeared in front of Ark, he determined that the quest study the Mirage and the resurrection of the Netherworld's World Tree needed the Dark Brothers' help in order to succeed. Of course, gathering forces inside a game wasn't an easy task. But not long ago, Ark had helped suppress a rebellion which increased his intimacy with the Dark Brothers. He also grasped the situation in the Netherworld and came up with a justification to convince the Dark Brothers. If the negotiations proceed as I expect, then it will be possible to succeed. However, there was an unexpected hitch in Ark's plan. He gained entrance to the Dark Brothers' hidden stronghold Salrin's Towers through the secret passage connected to Nabian's hideout and the location to receive assassination requests. That was also the cave where Ark was currently sitting. But it wasn't there. The passage which was clearly there before wasn't visible anymore. It is impossible to move the towers and everybody inside, so why is the entrance blocked? Did something happen in the meantime? Maybe they fled because their home base was found by a professional hunter organization. If so, it was quite frustrating. No, it can't be that. Ark shook his head. The Dark Brothers had been active in the darkness for hundreds of years. If there were serious friction with users or another NPC organization, then Celebrad, which was close by, would be buzzing like a beehive. However, he visited Celebrad before coming here and it was quiet. Then the Dark Brothers didn't suddenly flee somewhere else. They're still here. They just blocked the entrance for some reason. But if they blocked the entrance, then how would the hundreds of people in their organization leave? In other words, there is another passage. A smile formed on Ark's mouth. I don't know why they're hiding the entrance, but I won't back off just from this. That's right. Although the entrance was blocked, their home base was still around here, so the assassins would scout the forest. Of course, they used stealth and avoid to avoid most people's eyes. But it didn't matter if they could hide using stealth. Raiden searched the area using stalking. Sack. When Ark exited the cave and gave the order, Raiden instantly jumped down from his waist. Then it raised its head and searched the area with its tongue. Raiden has used stalking. Within an hour, the footprints of all the life forms passing through the forest were found. As expected, after activating the skill, no more footprints appeared than he expected. Thanks to that, Ark's expression became even more frustrated. That's right, this area is south of Celebrad. Of course there would be a lot of movement of users and NPCs. On the other hand, Raiden's stalking couldn't specify a particular target and could only search for all the traces around. There were dozens and even hundreds of footprints all over the place, so it was impossible to find the assassin's traces. Unbelievable. Sack. Its skill had succeeded, so Raiden waved its tail expecting a compliment. However, Ark had sighed, so Raiden's eyes seemed to convey, "Dad, did I say something wrong?" Ark laughed bitterly and stroked Raiden's head. "No, you did well. It's just troublesome seeing so many footprints." But it did not help. Right? It's still better than having no clues. "I'm sorry, Dad. I'm a useless snake." Raiden was almost in tears at this point while Ark continued stroking its head. If Diedrich or Razak saw this scene, they would complain, but it was a common scene. His 10 fingers would become sore from scratching. Sometimes it would become so sore that the senses in the fingers would dull. Therefore, Raiden's affection for Ark was always at 120%. Now he could guess what Raiden was saying just by looking in its eyes. Of course, whether it was painful or not, everybody needs 10 fingers. Well, I can't just sit here staring at the footprints, so I should look everywhere else. Ark sighed and moved his body. Ark looked at the footprints and suddenly realized something strange. So far, Ark had never questioned the footprints Raiden found. Thus he had never worn a doubtful expression. However, he realized something after seeing hundreds of footprints gathered in one place. Some of the footprints looked slightly different. Wasn't it like looking for objects in a hidden picture? The first time it was hard to see the difference, before after a while it started to become noticeable. Ark was the same. Once he noticed that the footprints were different, the differences were clearly revealed. That's right, there are many different types of shoes in New World. And the physique of the user or NPC wearing the shoes is also different. It is natural for the footprints to look different depending on the physique and shoe type. If that's the case? A scene he saw in a foreign drama flashed through Ark's head. It was the US drama popular in a long time ago, CSI. In that show, the crime scene investigators looked at the killer's physique, personality, habits etc. in order to figure out a lot of information. He remembered a scene where the investigator was smug and said a footprint is like a second fingerprint. Couldn't that also be applied to New World? This isn't CSI, but I should be able to figure out some basic information. Ark surveyed the footprints again thanks to his idea and made some deductions. Let's see, the depth of this footprint is shallow but the form is still intact. It's clearly a cloth shoe, so the profession should be magician or merchant. On the other hand, this footprint is quite deep. They should be wearing clunky shoes with a lot of weight, so it should be a warrior or knight profession. I'm looking for an assassin, so they should be wearing leather shoes. It isn't here. Raiden, please search a little bit more. Sack. Dot. Raiden suddenly became lively at Ark's command and moved around while shaking its tail. And it found even more footprints in the surrounding area. Okay, this is it. For sure. Ark used the conclusions he previously figured out to eliminate the footprints one by one. He was looking for footprints that seemed to be from leather shoes. But leather shoes were worn by a lot of regular NPCs and users. Ark also wore leather shoes. However, Ark was looking for footprints with a narrow stride. Normal NPCs and users would not leave a narrow stride in the mountains. If such a footprint remained, then it was likely. It is because when scouting, they want to make as little sound as possible while using stealth. The Dark Brothers are the only ones who would use stealth in order to scout. Then I'll start the chase. Sack. Ark used amazing forensic techniques. Raiden watched the process and looked at Ark with even more admiring eyes. Then a new information window appeared with lively sound effects. Your pet Raiden has gained a new expertise from its master. The pet's understanding and application of various skills is poor. So it will not raise the skill through repeated uses, unlike a user. In order to raise the skill proficiency of your pet, the master must understand the skill and then pass it on to the pet, stimulating their growth. Ark's understanding of stalking has reached the conditions needed to raise Raiden's stalking to a higher rating. However, the proper training needs sincere affection to accomplish. In order to raise the skill levels of your pets, you need to pay a certain number of affection points. Affection needed to raise Raiden's stalking skill to an intermediate level, 50. Would you like to raise Raiden's stalking to intermediate? What is this? Ark read the information window with shocked eyes. My understanding is necessary to raise my pet's skill levels. In fact, in the meantime, Ark had been having some doubts about the skills of his pets. Each of his pets had two types of skills. For example, the first type is the fixed skill, such as Raiden Transform. This skill was a special skill that was learnt after Ark fulfilled specific requirements. It was finished and it was impossible to have any further types of growth. And the second type was general skills. Raiden's Stalking, Razak's Shield Stroke and Diedrich's Taunt were all skills that could raise its proficiency. In the pet skills information window, they showed up as beginner, which meant they had growth potential. But no matter how hard he looked, the skill proficiency did not increase. It's definitely strange. Those skills are still beginner, but they should have increased to intermediate a long time ago. I can't even see how much the degree of skillfulness is rising. Is some other condition necessary? Ark couldn't understand that part. Now that question had been answered after seeing the information window. His pets didn't have the ability to think for themselves, which was required in order to raise the skills. Without a proper education, naturally they wouldn't learn anything about their skills. Love and patience was required for education. That's why affection was necessary in order to educate his pets. So this is how to use affection. Ark's eyes brightened. Among his stats, knowledge of ancient relics played an important role in identifying information about ancient languages and artifacts. Flexibility helped with evasion and alleviating fall damage. Art of communication persuaded NPCs, while resilience reduced the damage from blunt objects. However, he hadn't been able to figure out the role of affection. He vaguely guessed that it applied to his relationships with his pets. But looking back, wouldn't that already be used by the loyalty stat? Furthermore, his affection stat was high, but Diedrich still had a rebellious quality. In the end, affection did not affect his relationship with his pets. So Ark thought affection just had a symbolic meaning. But affection is like bonus skills points for my summons. Yes, if the pets didn't have enough affection for their master, then there was no reason for them to learn the skills. Raising the skills was meant to help their master. In other words, they raised it in return for their master's affection. Therefore, the information window explained that affection was necessary to raise the skills. There are no useless stats in New World. Stat information window. Character name Arc race human. Alignment good plus 400. Fame 9125, plus 500, level 284. Profession Dark Walker. Title Cat Knight, Caretaker of the Abandoned, Jackson's Hero, Great Adventurer. Health 4460, plus 150, Mana 4450. Spiritual Power 200, Strength 563, plus 28. Agility 723, plus 55, Stamina 843, plus 20. Wisdom 107, plus 10, Intelligence 862. Luck 103, plus 30, Flexibility 115. Art of Communication 46, Affection 167, plus 10. Resilient 320. Special Stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 138. Affection 167, damn, if I had known about the effects of affection, then Rozok's and Diedrich's skills would already be intermediate. It was unfortunate, but luckily he knew it now. Okay, Raiden's stalking. Raiding up. He used 50 points of affection in order to raise Raiden's knowledge of the skill. After seeing its master's serious attitude, Raiden was dedicated to learning. The stalking skill has risen to intermediate. Stalking, intermediate, racial special skill. Raiden has mastered the new application for the skill and will be able to take advantage of the colors. The search range and duration of use has been extended. After following its master's keen sense of observation, Raiden will be able to grasp simple information after observing the target footprint. The search range has been extended to 300 meters. The search time available has increased to 1 hour and 30 minutes. If the rating rises, then the search range and time will be extended. Mana consumption, 50. Additional intermediate effect, Sharp Reasoning. If this skill succeeds, then simple information about the target will be grasped. Sack. After the rating increased, Raiden examined the footprints. Were more intelligent? Eyes. The footprints were dyed in color and were now easy to distinguish. The footprint Arc looked at was black. The information window divided the colors of the footprints. You have searched for information about the target tracks. Classification, Thief. Profession, Alignment, Normal User, Traveling Time, 48 minutes ago. Thief? If I followed those footprints, then I would have gone to the wrong place. Arc had almost followed the footprints of a thief. Perhaps they used stealth to hunt, which is why that type of footprint formed. Naturally, it wasn't the target Arc was looking for. Arc could now grasp the footprints more easily thanks to Raiden and search the forest again. You have searched for information about the target tracks. Classification, Assassin. Profession, Alignment, Chaotic NPC, Traveling Time, 26 minutes ago. This is it. Raiden, track this footprint. Raiden turned around at Arc's command and traveled through the dark forest. In the evening light, the red footprints were clearly visible thanks to Raiden. He followed the footprints and arrived at some rocks. Isn't this quite far away from the caves they were previously using? Anyway, the footprints have disappeared, so there must be a secret passage leading to Salrin's towers. Arc carefully looked over the rocks. Eventually he put his hand in a crevice and was able to grasp a handle-shaped object. I found it. This device clearly opens the door. Chang Kong dash. Suddenly a sharp dagger passed next to his ears and produced sparks on the rocks. Arc flinched, and when he turned around, some branches were shaking. The hazy shape moving looked like a 1900s StarCraft vehicle moving in stealth mode. Then a mocking voice seemed to ring out through the whole forest. Go back. This is not a place where anyone can enter. It was a veiled threat on his life. But Arc just smiled and stepped forward. I'm Arkansas. I came because I have some business. Arc? He heard the awestruck voice before there was a sudden moment of silence. Then the branches above him shook and a masked man dropped down. He looked at Arc for a while before running up and shaking his hand. It really is Arc Nim. How long has it been? It's me. I was number 358, The masked man laughed after Arc stared at him with confusion. Now Arc could recall where he heard the voice of the masked man. It was the Dark Brothers assassin Arc and the rehabilitation members had rescued when he was attacked by rebels. After Arc confirmed it, number 359 stuck his chest out firmly and spoke proudly. Hey, everybody came out and greet him. This is the truth seeker I mentioned, Arknim. After his words, 10 other assassins appeared in the forest. In fact, Ark had been concerned after he found the passage to Salrin's towers was blocked off. However, there seemed to be no need to worry based on the assassin's attitude. After checking Ark's status, the assassins were still friendly to him as shown when they kneeled down. "We didn't know you were coming. Please forgive our rudeness." After his name was revealed, the assassins treated him with a lot of respect. Meanwhile, number 358 manipulated the handle to open the passage and guided Ark in. "Are they?" Ark asked after seeing the assassins close the passage from the outside. Their standard looked higher than the previous assassins. Number 358 took out a torch and then answered. Arknim wouldn't have seen them. They are the members under my direct control." "Direct control? Previously I told you I was called number 358, right? Look at this. I'm now number 206. After being promoted, I was given control over my own unit. It's all thanks to Arknim." 358, no, number 206 pointed to a number written on his forehead. Probably the number stamped on the Dark Brothers was a sign indicated their name and job title. The lower the number meant a higher position. When number 206 fought while Salrin's towers was ran over by rebels, he helped Ark prevent the rebellion and was promoted. Congratulations. No, compared to Arknim there is still a long way to go. Number 206 blushed and scratched his head. The assassin was surprisingly innocent. But it took a while to find you. Why did you close the previous passage? Didn't you get the message? What message? Ark asked with confusion and number 206 tilted his head to the side before replying. We closed the previous passage right after Arknim left. I thought that Leader Nim would definitely contact you, maybe he forgot because he's too busy these days. What the? That Shambhala. Ark became sullen at number 206's words. Of course Ark didn't receive a message from Shambhala. It wasn't that Shambhala was too busy to get in touch, but that he probably did it intentionally. It was impossible to increase his intimacy with an NPC if Ark was there. Perhaps he was anxious Ark would increase his intimacy with Isabel when he had to leave Salrin's towers for a while. That brat, don't you trust you, friend? But honestly Ark had no right to complain. In fact, his purpose in visiting Shambhala and Isabel was to coax the Dark Brothers into a war. After he left here, Ark never bothered to contact Shambhala either. He would be scrutinized too closely as Shambhala accompanied him. Ark had been treated like a human for the first time by Shambhala. By the way, you really are a descendant of the Truth Seeker. We worked for a long time to hide that secret passage. If there were more people like Arknim in the world then we would go out of business. Number 206 murmured as he opened another hidden door in the cave. The security was so much stricter than before that Ark asked in a doubtful voice. Why did you need to close the previous passage? The surrounding area has become too noisy these days. Number 206 sighed and explained. The problem was Alan. Although Alan and Nabian's revolt was suppressed thanks to Ark, Alan firmly grasped the location of Salrin's towers. Furthermore, Alan now held a grudge towards the Dark Brothers. The Dark Brothers couldn't rule out the possibility that Alan had leaked their location to some government. If you look at the history, there have been a few nobles in the Schuttenberg kingdom who have been assassinated by the Dark Brothers. If they know the location of Salrin's towers then it will be a problem. In addition, the war between the three kingdoms has ended so there are a large number of soldiers sweeping the surrounding area for thieves. That's right. Ark nodded and number 206 continued. Recently a lot of foreigners have also traveled in this area. That's the nature of online games. Over time, there were bound to be a lot more high-level users. New World had already been commercialized for 1 year, so most users would have already left the beginner regions like Jackson and were now concentrated in Celebrate. Then if the existing location is closed, how will you receive requests? Ark tilted his head to one side and asked. In New World, NPCs also had to eat to live. In other words, an assassin received assassination requests in order to earn money. But wouldn't shutting down the existing meeting place interfere with the business? Wouldn't they have to scatter hidden directions to another location? Of course, whether an assassin ate or not had nothing to do with Arkansas. So he just asked the question without thinking, but it was a surprisingly serious concern. Number 206 replied in a careful tone which wavered for a moment. The requests aren't accepted anymore. An assassination organization isn't receiving assassination requests? As you already know, the Dark Brothers organization is a descendant of an Eastern race that lost its home and wandered around. Only a few of our ancestors survived by the time they reached this continent. That was when assassination became the Dark Brothers' fate. Yes, I've heard that story before. But now our home isn't lost anymore, it is this continent. Without any place to return to or any moral obligations, we've taken root in this continent. But if we stick to assassinations, after hundreds of years only the foreigners will be left. That's why Isabel, an elder of the Dark Brothers, had been seeking an alternative method for a long time. And the catalyst for this was the appearance of the deliverer Shambhala. Isabel decided to place the fate of the Dark Brothers into Shambhala's hands. Shambhala was looking for a way to end the dark history of the Dark Brothers in order to lead it into the sun. In order to do that, he judged that the bloody nature of the Dark Brothers should be erased. So now the Dark Brothers won't take assassinations anymore? But the elders are stubborn. Number 206 let out a sigh. There's a problem. Yes, that's why Leader Nim decided to stop what he was doing and return to the tower. So Shambhala is in Salrin's towers right now? Ark's forehead wrinkled. Ark had deliberately not contacted Shambhala before he came here. Of course, Shambhala's help was necessary when considering Ark's purpose. But his problem was that Shambhala was extremely picky. In addition, he would clearly be able to see through Ark's proposal. So he had wanted to recruit the innocent Isabel while Shambhala was away. If Isabel was convinced that Shambhala would have no choice but to go along with Arkansas. But now Shambhala had already returned to Salrin's towers. Damn, I know that Shambhala's personality and he probably won't be willing to cooperate. Ark was worried until he noticed something in number 200 in SAXS words. He didn't know everything, but the current state of the Dark Brothers was clearly complicated. The art of diplomacy was to catch your opponent's weakness. There might be a chance for Ark to persuade them. I don't know everything, but it sounds like some problems have occurred. I never thought something bad would happen to the Dark Brothers so soon after I left. I might be able to help you, so could you elaborate on the matter? Ark spoke gently and the voice rattled on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12 Chapter 2. ACT2 Netherworld. Go, go, go. Rattle, rattle. Come on quickly. What do you want? Well, it's not a big deal, so just roughly pick something. The three merchants yawned and muttered when the bell rang. Their gaming life had become quite different since they've met Ark, and thanks to their older brother becoming chaotic, the three little pig siblings were now salesmen at Ark's comprehensive store for a low wage. Although they were semi-compelled to take the job, the three pigs didn't hate it that much. In fact, the three little pig brothers were doing quite well thanks to the game system. This was because merchants raised their skills and levels through various transactions. If they sold a lot of things at once, then their growth would naturally be faster. When their level increased, they could buy items for a cheap price and then sell it for a more expensive price. The three pig brothers began by Buxel purchasing and selling rare goods. Therefore Buxel managed to raise his level faster than other merchants, which led to him buying items for a cheaper price and subsequently raising Sapjil and Olniak's levels. Even if they were incompetent, they were able to become better merchants using this shortcut. But Buxel had accompanied Ark, so the two of them couldn't do that sort of work anymore. After they died, it was common for them to lose money and experience in transactions. Thus they were grateful when Ark approached with the offer of a job. At least we won't lose any experience working here. We also receive a salary. Yes, it's not that bad to be a salesman here until Hyungnim accomplishes his historical feat. We can't work in the meantime, so this shop is good. That was the three little pig brothers' intentions. They had been a little uneasy about Ark's comprehensive store at first, but now it was fully settled. Its revenue was around 1-2 times more than the other stores in Lancel Village. Thanks to that, the three pigs were so busy that they barely had time to eat. However, the three pigs exercised patience and waited for a chance. That Ark is not a merchant. He prepared the store, but he won't always be here. He will end up going somewhere else in the world. We can just waste time during business hours. It will be a win-win situation when that Ark leaves. Therefore they snorted when Rocco was appointed as store manager. Bah, we have to listen to a girl's orders? Ho ho ho, we'll make her cry when Ark disappeared. You're mistaken if you think we're innocent little pigs. The three pig brothers smiled sneakily and thought brutal thoughts. Rocco definitely had experience from her part-time job at the mart. She was proficient at stock and cash counting as well as dealing with customers. However, she was still just a girl and would have insufficient force compared to Arkansas. So the three pig brothers thought up devious schemes while listening to Arkansas. They immediately revealed their true colors when Ark left the store. They were as heinous as planned. They didn't do inventory or cleaning, ate during rush hours and left the customers waiting. Ho ho ho, you see? We can do this too. Hyungnim, I'm a little shaky doing bad things like this. It's okay. Just think about hitting Arkansas. In addition, we should have got a salary for 12 hours of doing nothing, which is 60 gold a month. But we didn't even get our shares. In fact, thinking about it, that wasn't their actual salary. A month in New World was 10 days in reality, so their monthly income in reality would be 180 gold. That was quite high for a part-time job in the game. But that was Ark's trap. Ark previously seized a contract where the three Pig brothers would provide him with 50 gold each month. However, the current balance of the three pigs had reached rock bottom thanks to the failed transactions, so the payments had been put off. Thanks to the salary, Sapjil and Olniak could now pay Ark the support money. Therefore those two only got a monthly salary of 10 gold. With the money for food and boarding deducted, it was actually only 1 gold. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was exploitation. Hook, I've suddenly become sad. Don't cry, don't falter. Anyway, we're going to make Ark drink water. Buxel, Sapjil and Olniak became more inspired and acted even worse. They pretended in front of Roko, but once Roko left they would greet visitors with annoyed expressions. The sales, which had gone up like crazy, suddenly dropped after a few days. How much for this item? I don't know. The three pigs murmured without even looking at their guests. Whenever they replied this way, the visitors would just look around and then leave. However, the reactions of the guests was different this time. I definitely heard that. Maybe they need a decent education? The guests gossiped between them before one person suddenly approached the counter. He was a huge man with wide shoulders and bright eyes. He glanced at Sapjil and Olniak playing cards before suddenly hitting the counter and yelling. Attention! Hook, why did you do that? Why? Aha, that's a good question. The man laughed before grabbing Buxel's collar and lifting him up. I feel like beating up an unfriendly salesman whenever I see one. Ha! What are you? Noisy. Peppapeck, snap, crunch, geok. The effect of various forms of violence endured inside the store. The three pigs lost their spirits as they suddenly became punching bags. Of course, a user didn't feel any pain when hit inside the game. But that didn't mean they felt nothing. There was a jolt of static electricity every time they were hit. It wasn't to the extent that they felt pain, but they still suffered. In addition, a critical hit caused 3-4 times the shock, so it really felt like they were dying. Hook, robbery. G-guards, help us. These people are trying to kill us. The three pigs shouted as they barely managed to open the door. A few guards were patrolling, so some of them turned their heads when they heard the SOS. That's it. You unscrupulous people, you guys are now. These brats are really noisy. However, instead of running away, the group of men just stepped on them harder. What was going on? Why weren't they scared even though the guards were notified? They were even more amazed at the guards' absurd reaction. Ah, Captain. When did you come? Oh, it's you guys? I arrived a short time ago. Why are you beating up those pigs? It's no big deal. Just doing some work. I understand. If you need any help, then just call us. The guards saluted before going away. What was with this absurd situation? They were good salesmen in the village, so why wasn't the guards helping them? In addition, didn't they call for help? Yet the guards just left even after seeing them being beaten up? It wasn't just the guards. The nearby residents also witnessed such atrocities, yet they didn't care. Even the Miao clan elder Hassan waved to the leader of the group before disappearing after a leisurely chat. What on earth is going on? Are we invisible to the residents? The three little pig brothers couldn't understand their current situation. They were being beaten up for no reason, yet no one came to save them. Why was this unfair thing happening to them? The three pigs shed tears while screaming with pain and chagrin. Why are you doing this? Hook, please stop hitting us. We're good pigs. They were almost half crazy by the time they heard the voice of salvation. Oh Mo? This is... Roko had gone to the training camp to receive the ingredients from the Baron clan and had finally returned. The three pig brothers caught the hem of Roko's skirt. Store manager. Save us. We didn't do anything wrong, but those people are trying to kill us. The three pig brothers shouted as they pointed towards the group of men. The three pig brothers always treated Roko badly when Ark wasn't present. But in this situation they had no choice but to ask for her help. Roko had a regretful expression as she wiped off the three pigs' nosebleeds and protested towards the group. Appas, what is this? I told you not to hit their face, so why did you hit their faces? Did you? I'm sorry. I unconsciously did it. How can they engage in business when their faces are like this? Roko smiled as she meticulously polished the faces of the three pigs before getting up. Okay, it's done now. Please continue. What was she saying? Buxel wore a stupid expression as he looked between Roko and the group. Which reminded him, he had seen those guys before. They were the 11 people previously seen in Celebrate with Ark. That's right, it was Justice Man and the rehabilitation members. He finally remembered. Then Buxel saw it. There was a light smile on Roko's face. At the moment, Buxel felt like it was the climax of a terrifying horror movie. Oh my god, it was this. The thing Sid mentioned. He understood the entire situation after seeing Roko's smile. When Ark left Lancel Village, Sid also returned to Sylvana. At that time, Sid and Buxel were familiar with each other and Sid seemed to have guessed his plan. After Ark left, they planned to ignore Roko and make a mess of the store. Then Sid put his hands on Buxel's shoulders and said in a serious voice. Whatever you're thinking now, it is better to stop. You don't know how scary Roko Nim is. Do you think Ark Nim won't see what you're doing? However, Buxel forgot about it as soon as Sid left. After Ark left, it was just Roko and the three pig brothers remaining. Roko was just holding the store until Ark returned. So the three pig brothers judged Roko to be too nice and did their own things. But he should have listened to his senior's words. Then Roko incited all of this. Devil, that woman is the devil. Buxel felt like he saw black wings flapping behind Roko. The devil's girlfriend was also a devil. He realized this simple fact too late. After the three pig brothers were turned into mincemeat, Roko guided Justice Man and the rehabilitation group to the second floor. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members surveyed the store. Yeah, I heard about it, but that Ark really did set up a store. At any rate, when did that Ark manage to prepare this? Isn't there quite a lot of items? By the way, you're managing this store for the moment? Yes, the situation is like this. Roko smiled and put on a mock-concerned expression. But didn't Appa's act too severely just then? The sound of groaning pigs could be heard downstairs. In fact, Roko had suffered quite a lot because of the three pig brothers. She had to work hard to earn gold in order to build that house on the Blue Meadow, but the situation turned bad as soon as Ark left. Thankfully the sales hadn't decreased that much after Ark left. Roko also had experience with this thanks to her part-time job. Often the men working at the convenience store would pick on Roko after the boss left. But that wasn't all. Sometimes they would even start openly talking dirty. Of course, the three brothers didn't take it that far, but they were similar in that they looked down on women. It would be resolved in an instant if I told Ark Appa. But she didn't want to act weak when Ark trusted her with the store manager position. That's when she remembered that the rehabilitation members were coming to Lancel after they left Jackson. She explained it to Justice Man, who thought up this plan. While the three pigs were being beaten up by Justice Man, Roko would appear and indirectly plant fear into them. You don't have to worry. Just do it so that those guys will notice. That's right, if they see signs that you're worried, then they'll start acting up again. Daring to bother Roko and smashing Ark's shop, they must be insane. We'll take care of it. We're professionals at disciplining guys like this. Instead, Roko, you finally did it. Ha? Ho-hoo-hoo, aren't you looking after Ark's livelihood? Justice Man smirked and muttered. If a man trusts his livelihood to you, then it's already over. Have strength, Roko. Now there's only one step left. Appa will cheer for you. It's not like that. By the way, Appa's. Roko got up with a sulky face. She placed several different types of herbal medicines on a tray and placed it on the table. These are the goods in the store. Take a look at the flavor. Roko truly had a friendly personality. Oh, as expected of our cutie. We only have you. Eat a lot. You probably didn't eat properly while in the underground labyrinth of Cairo. You underground labyrinth. The rehabilitation members' hands there were reaching for the food paused at Roko's words. And their faces became gloomy as they looked at each other. That's right, we couldn't eat properly. It was 3 months. Never seeing sunlight, stomach starving while hunting skeletons and slimes for 3 months. Meanwhile when compared to the underground labyrinth, a jail cell is like heaven. At least you get to see the sun. Ugh, let's stop. I'm going to be sick if I think about it anymore. The rehabilitation members muttered as they started sweating. Yes, the rehabilitation members really didn't want to be reminded of the underground labyrinth again. After going down into the underground labyrinth, the sewers smelt like rotting corpses. Their opponents were also skeletons and slimes. Although it was interesting at first thanks to gaining levels and items, after 3 months they felt like they were wandering the labyrinth in a dream. You haven't seen the sunlight in so long that you've gained autism. Your mental state will be at the lowest possible for 1 hour while your mana is continuously decreased. You haven't seen the sunlight in so long that you become depressed. Your motivation is gone and your attack and defense is reduced by 20%. Anyone in those states would have given up out of tiredness. But the rehabilitation members had their own pride. Ark needed it, so they shouted and endured. If the unicorn horn prices hadn't soared, then they would have probably still been in the underground labyrinth suffering from depression. I would rather be in jail than go back to that underground labyrinth. The rehabilitation members all nodded and agreed with Jack Tung's words. That atmosphere was too gloomy, so Rocco changed it to something else. Thanks to that suffering, we're able to make some slime's immortality pill. Indeed. Fortunately, the rehabilitation members looked a little brighter. Didn't Shambhala send a unicorn horn and Sid bought 4 as well? Then we've acquired 5? 6. 6? Arkappa gained 1 more. Rocco hesitated before explaining. Yes, before Ark left Lancel village he gained 1 unicorn horn from Rocco's mount, the unicorn. While speaking with Ark, Rocco summoned the unicorn without thinking. But Ark suddenly looked at the unicorn like it was surrounded by a golden light. He had cut off the horn 6 months ago and now it had grown back. Rocco, that horn. No. Rocco outright refused. The unicorn horn had grown back thanks to Rocco's efforts for half a year. The horn also made the unicorn look a lot nicer. During her spare time, Rocco had read all the information on the unicorn and found it good food and basically took care of it. When Rocco refused, the unicorn snorted at Ark, which made him angry. However, the unicorn didn't know a woman's mentality that well. Rocco, please. Yes? I'll divide the earnings with you 7:3. And it's not for me. The rehabilitation hyungs went through all that trouble yet we only obtained 5. You still won't let? Okay, then 8:2. How about it? I'll also watch any movie you want to watch this weekend in the evening. Really? A movie in the evening? Promise? Eventually, the unicorn was abandoned for a movie and dinner. Now, this white horse, why don't you have a short talk with Hyung? Hying? Hi-hee-hing? Hi-hee-hing, dot. Ark grinned as he grabbed the unicorn's neck and led it somewhere else. After a while, Ark once again cut off the unicorn horn. After exchanging it with the rehabilitation members' funds for 20%, Ark was able to obtain 200 gold. I'm sorry. But Appa and I haven't gone on a date for 3 weeks. A woman in love would often do cruel things with no hesitation. Of course, Rocco couldn't explain everything to the rehabilitation members, so she summarized it quickly. I'll temporarily give it to Appa for 500 gold. We'll decide if it's insufficient later. Well done. Justice Man nodded as he packed the unicorn horn. But what is Ark doing that he left you in charge of the store? Ah, that's right. Ajushi and Appas wouldn't have heard yet. Heard what? In fact, Rocco explained what Ark had told her. Currently the Hermes Alliance had joined up with the Nakujuk to conquer the Netherworld. Ark had gone to the Dark Brothers to ask for help preventing it. Justice Man and the rehabilitation group's foreheads wrinkled at the description. Those Hermes bastards. They went all the way to the Netherworld to pick on Ark? And they also raided the village and enslaved the Baron? Hyung Nim, how can we leave these actions alone? Yes, we can't keep watching while the Hermes Alliance acts like this. And I absolutely don't want to go back underground. Justice Man nodded at the end of their words. Of course. It would be didn't if I didn't know, but I can't do nothing now that I do know. By the way, shouldn't Ark have consulted us first? Then Rocco grinned and replied. That's why Ark Appa spoke to me before leaving. Appa asked me to explain the situation in the Netherworld to you when you arrived. Of course he thought you would help. Oh, is that right? Probably. Hoo-hoo-hoo, Ark hadn't forgotten us. This war, my blood is starting to boil. It's a good opportunity to try out our new professions, dot. Rocco's eyes widened at the end of Justice Man's words. Change profession? Did you change your profession in Jackson? Hoo-hoo-hoo, I did. I finally found the perfect job for us. Justice Man struck his chest and laughed. Then Rocco noticed something different about Justice Man and the rehabilitation members. Appa, attached to your chest, medal? It's a medal? Now you noticed. Justice Man rubbed the shining medal on his chest proudly. Then he explained how he changed professions in Jackson. Until recently, Justice Man and the rehabilitation members had no profession. Of course, they hadn't intended it that way. When they arrived at Jackson, which was the first place they could switch professions, the event quest was triggered and there was no time. Then after the event quest, he received an offer from Lord Jackson which made him reconsider changing professions. He proposed that if they built up their reputations in the evil Silrian, when they came back they would be an autonomous force. Therefore Justice Man and the rehabilitation members headed to Celebrate with hopes of success. But they tangled with the bandit group and got saddled with an unprecedented number level 200 freeloader thieves. That was why Justice Man and his group went to pay Lord Jackson a visit. It had been over 1 year since the Lord Jackson made his proposal to them. Yet they never even stepped past the threshold of the evil Silrian, so they were extremely sorry towards Lord Jackson. So he deliberately went in order to give an explanation. It is an unpleasant thing. The young Lord Jackson spoke in a heavy voice. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members didn't give any excuses and just bowed their heads silently. We're really sorry. You should be sorry. Do you think I'm so narrow-minded that I would blame you for that? In addition, wouldn't Jackson lose some great talents if I blamed you? Ha! What are you? Justice Man was puzzled by the end of the Lord's words. Then the watching Cross interrupted with a smile. Teacher, the Lord already knows the circumstances, so you don't have to explain. The thieves you rehabilitated live in Lancel Village, which is right near Jackson. And Cross mentioned that you helped Ark stop the disturbing plot of Alan and the Asiosu Church. Yet you thought I would be unaware of your deeds? The Lord gave an outrageous laugh. Then he tapped Justice Man's shoulders lightly and spoke again. I am very happy yet regretful as well. I am glad because you brought true justice to the kingdom of Schuttenberg. But it is regretful because I can't keep such wonderful people underneath my command. Sir Cross, bring them to me. When the Lord beckoned, Cross handed something over to him. They were 11 medals with a blue gem inlaid in them. Although you don't realize it yet, your fame and skills have already passed the point of an autonomous force. I went through a long process of appeal with His Majesty for these. You have already obtained the necessary honor and fame, so I wanted a guaranteed position for you. And His Majesty sent me the answer a few days ago. These are the Protector medals. With the Lord put the medal on Justice Man, an information window appeared. Protector medal, special, locked. Item type, first rank medal. User restriction, propensity for unemployment 100, fame 6000 in the Schuttenberg Kingdom. This medal of honor is awarded to a person with special achievements recognized by the king. The person with this medal will obtain the title of Guardian. A Guardian is someone who is the true definition of justice. In the past centuries, it was an honorable title given to the militia who fought to protect the borders in the Dark Century. Although the meaning has faded, people given the title of Guardian still receive respect. Those who own the medal will receive special treatment in the all government offices depending on their level of fame. In addition, if the nobility gathers a militia, then they will give priority command to holders of the medal. Option: holders of the medal with gain in addition 20% when acquiring fame. Justice Man read the information window with a puzzled expression. Then there was a ringing sound and a new information window appeared. You have acquired information to switch professions. If you have not selected a profession when you have acquired a third rank or more medal, you will be given the opportunity to select a new profession depending on the rank of the medal. Justice Man has received a first rank medal, so you can change your occupation to Guardian equals General. Justice Man has no current profession, so there will be no penalty if you change professions. If you change professions, you will have the opportunity to learn a variety of skills associated with Guardian equals General. However, Guardian equals General belongs to a special category of professions which can't be cancelled once they have been selected. Would you like to change your profession? See change profession? The rehabilitation members also murmured after receiving their medals. Just like Justice Man, each of the rehabilitation members had their information updated when they wore the medals. When they read the description of Guardian, it sounded similar to a knight profession. However, it wasn't just a knight wielding a sword. Each of them had a specific type of job depending on their skill set. It was similar to a branch of service in the army. Just receiving the medal didn't make it possible to change to Guardian. The necessary conditions was 100 propensity for employment and 6000 fame. It was a condition that users who normally changed professions between level 15-20 couldn't even imagine. In addition, there was a minimal strength, stamina, and agility value set by the limitations of the professions. Before changing into a guardian, they needed to exceed at least 100 points in each stat. Who on earth would wait to change professions until then? However, it wasn't a problem for Justice Man and the rehabilitation members since they were over level 200. I am convinced that you are suited for these medals, the Lord said with a warm smile. He was advising them to change to the professions available thanks to the medals. Those words convinced Justice Man. Here was a good person who acknowledged them. And he gave a proper reward for that acknowledgement. They had halfway given up on reality and just lived in the game. Justice Man wouldn't refuse the job even if it was ridiculously bad. I'll change my profession. Pay your respects to the new guardian. The soldiers lined up on both sides and cheered at the Lord's command. At the same time, the profession information window floated in front of Justice Man. Guardian equals general. Long ago, there was a famous general who led the militia during the Dark Century. Since you've changed your profession to general using the Medal of Honor, you can't officially influence the kingdom's soldiers. However, the soldiers will have a very favorable impression of you and will offer you a variety of amenities. In addition, you can learn more professional skills to govern an army. After changing to Guardian, there will be an added bonus and you can use a special strategy. Added bonus: health plus 200, mana plus 200, strength plus 50, stamina plus 50, agility plus 20, wisdom plus 20, intelligence plus 20, and luck plus 10. Normally only the warrior profession would receive an added bonus. However, the Guardian's bonus for changing jobs was twice as high. The stat bonus was like increasing his level 16 times. There were also 7 different commander skills added. Since he already had skills like strategy and command, the overlapping effect caused the skill proficiency to increase. The other rehabilitation members also selected according to their fame and skill orientation. Guardian equals assaulter. The assaulter of the militia who fought in the Dark Century, using powerful strength and stamina, the assaulter was able to cut down knights of the Dark Legion. You can use every type of weapons except for the magic types and you can wear plate armor and shields. Sword mastery and defense are the basics of a Guardian equals assaulter. In addition, depending on your level there is a chance to learn a special assault skill or impregnable defense wall. Added bonus: strength plus 60, stamina plus 60, agility plus 15, wisdom plus 15, intelligence plus 5, and luck plus 5. Guardian equals scout. A scout who was in the militia in the Dark Century. Using their exception agility, the scout disturbed the army of darkness. Their main equipment are daggers, bows, and leather armor. The Guardian equals scout has the basic skills of fencing, archery, and stealth. In addition, depending on your level there is a chance to learn special skills related to intuition, concealing and obscuration. Added bonus: strength plus 30, stamina plus 30, agility plus 60, wisdom plus 20, intelligence plus 5, and luck plus 15. Guardian equals engineer. An engineer who helped out the militia in the Dark Century. An all-round handyman who deals with a variety of equipment in order to assist the militia. Their main equipment is a spear, tools, and chain armor. The Guardian equals engineer uses the basic skills of weapon construction of architecture. In addition, depending on the level you can learn a variety of skills involving siege weapons, installing traps, and supplies. Added bonus: strength plus 20, stamina plus 20, agility plus 20, wisdom plus 40, intelligence plus 40, and luck plus 20. Guardian equals strategist. A strategist who was in the militia in the Dark Century. A strategist assists the general in improving the success rate of various strategies. Their main equipment is a long sword, a flag, and fighting spirit. The Guardian equals strategist has the basic skills of sword mastery and evasion. In addition, depending on your level you can learn special skills such as deceit, geography, and scheming. Added bonus: strength plus 10, stamina plus 10, agility plus 10, wisdom plus 50, intelligence plus 50, and luck plus 30. The 10 rehabilitation members finished changing their professions into the respective Guardian type. Every profession had Guardian attached as a title, so the Guardian unit was completed with the general as their commander. We're no longer the rehabilitation group. Guardian has a nice ring to it. We should test out the newly learned skills. The Netherworld War, we'll get to have a proper fight. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members already had their blood boiling at the idea. Then Justice Man suddenly spoke with confusion. But don't we have to wait for Ark before going to the Netherworld? No. Appa left a guide for us. Guide? Hey, Buxel Appa. While Justice Man and Rocco were talking, the 3 pig brothers had finished their mental training downstairs. Buxel immediately jumped up and obeyed when Rocco called. Yes, you called store manager. Do you remember Arkapa's words? These people are the ones you will be guiding to the netherworld. Thanks you in advance. I am called Buxel. Please let me serve you. Buxel dragged his body like it was gravy as he winced. It was the result of the mental training. Anyway, a user had to designate the target when using dimensional movement powder. The rehabilitation members had never been to the netherworld, so they couldn't use the powder. That was why Ark left Buxel in the store. Thanks to Buxel, his younger brothers briefly showed signs of revolt, with the pigs ending up like dogs. Okay, now let's go. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members shouted after the gate was created. Then Rocco ran up to them and said something surprising. You're going? Appa, I have to calculate it before you go. Huh? Calculate what? You already gave us the price for the unicorn horn. We decided that any new ones would be 500 gold. Justice Man asked with a perplexed expression while Rocco became frustrated. Please stop it. I have to collect the money for the tonics and food I gave you before. Why you want money for that? What are you talking about? You ate the goods from the store, so of course you have to pay. But you have all our money. A rehabilitation member muttered in a low voice, causing Rocco to laugh. You thought I didn't know about everyone's emergency funds? Behave yourselves and take it out quickly. The business has become difficult thanks to Sapjil and Olmiak, so I can't afford to feed you for free. You ate 30 days worth of tonics and 11 luxury dishes. 11 cups of herbal tea. The total is 18 gold and 32 silver. I would be happy to receive items as payment. Arkappa won't let me. But he has already gone on the road. If you don't have money, then you can mortgage your armor. Justice Man and the rehabilitation members froze at the end of Rocco's words. For a warrior on the battlefield to mortgage their armor, wasn't that impossible? In the end, the rehabilitation group had to quickly search through their emergency funds to pay for the food before going to the netherworld. Ark really had chosen an amazing store manager. Hey friend. It's been a while. Have you been well? Ark smiled as he entered the parlor. Shambhala had been having a serious conversation with Isabel. His eyes seemed surprised when he first saw Ark before it became somewhat restless. What are you doing here? Yeah, give me a break to recover my breath. Miss Isabel, have you been well? I'm fine, but thank you for your concern. Ark kneeled like a medieval knight before lightly kissing the back of Isabel's hand. It was an awkward movement for a modern man, but Isabel lived in medieval times, so such gestures were natural to her. Shambhala's mouth contorted as he watched through eyes as sharp as a hawk's. I asked you a question. Shambhala nudged him with the hilt of a sword. Ugh. Why wouldn't I come? I swore friendship to the Dark Brothers. Since when have you sworn friendship to the Dark Brothers? Of course, since I helped defeat Nabian. Isn't that right, Miss Isabel? Yes, Arknim is a rare guest. Isabel smiled beautifully and nodded. Ark laughed and threw his arm around Shambhala's shoulder. Don't act so sour. Deliverer Nim? Damn brat. Shambhala declared sharply with a voice mixed with annoyance. However, Ark stayed close to Shambhala and whispered in a low voice. Why are you so nervous? Aren't things going well between you and Isabel Nuna? Did you want to consult with me? Do you want to die? Gosh, you really want to hit me? Okay, I'll knock it off. Who knew you would be having so much difficulties that you would turn to violence? Difficulties? Me? You're the one making my blood pressure high. Ho-hoo-hoo, why are you like this? Ark retreated as Shambhala held up a fist. Then he lowered his head politely to Isabel and began to talk. There actually was a special reason for my visit. Please say it. I wanted to confirm it first. Ark erased his playfulness and spoke seriously. I heard that the Dark Brothers is currently in a difficult situation. Is it true? Isabel and Shambhala flinched at Ark's question. Isabel hesitated as she looked at Shambhala. Then Shambhala gave a little nod and took one step forward. It was a very short scene, but Ark could guess the relationship between the two based on it. Isabel postponed answering a difficult question until she looked at Shambhala. It meant she trusted and relied on Shambhala. And Shambhala took a step forward so he would be in a position to speak for her. Ark's keen eyes could sense the relationship between the two with that one move. So why he couldn't understand the girls surrounding him was unknown. Then Shambhala nodded and answered. It's not to the extent that I would call it a difficulty. It is just a bit noisy. You came back here because it was a bit noisy? It seems like you've been poking around uselessly. Why don't you tell me what you want to say? Ark turned around at Shambhala's annoyed voice. I'll do that. Ark laughed and nodded his head. He had heard about the Dark Brothers problem from number 206 just then. It occurred while Ark had been playing in the Netherworld. During that time, the Dark Brothers went through many changes. It changed because of Shambhala's profession quest. He was to wander the continent and unite the scattered branches of the Dark Brothers. Shambhala's current quest achievement was at 60%. He had rallied more than half of the Dark Brothers' forces. It was the first time they had rallied that many forces since Sauron the Master Assassin during the Dark Century. It seemed like a prelude to achieving Isabel's dream of drawing the Dark Brothers into the light. If Shambhala successfully achieved 100%, then that would undoubtedly be his next goals. This desire made him want to rally the Dark Brothers even quicker. But in the past people had rallied all of the Dark Brothers, but it wasn't possible to achieve Sauron's goal. Then what did he have to do? Isabel was worried until Shambhala gave her some advice. Do you remember the rehabilitation group who helped us the other day? They managed to rehabilitate thieves they subdued in the past. And now those thieves are living as ordinary people. The ordinary thieves were living in a bright world. The rehabilitation members' achievements raised Isabel's hopes. Thus they decided to reform the Dark Brothers using the model derived from the thieves' rehabilitation. The first step was to stop the assassination missions. But Isabel overlooked one thing. The chaotic value of thieves who sometimes robbed and killed merchants was significantly different from those of the Dark Brothers who had assassinated nobility. The thieves only took 1 month to lose their chaotic status, while the Dark Brothers would take a year. Furthermore, the thieves were a group of people with no professions. On the other hand, the Dark Brothers were assassins. They hadn't learned anything other than fighting. What could the Dark Brothers do if they stopped assassinations? The thieves received help from Lancel Village, but that wasn't possible for the Dark Brothers. Thanks to rallying the scattered forces, their numbers had increased even more. After their income disappeared, the finances suffered and was stretched by the extra numbers. Of course, the assassination organization had a long history, so they piled up a small fortune. However, there was no guarantee that the fortune would last. If their assets disappeared completely, then what would Isabel do? Without any money left, wouldn't the Dark Brothers just be unemployed assassins? I understand Chief Nim's intention. Chief Nim is not the only one with that desire. But will motivation be enough? Did you forget that we were forced to choose the assassin life? We are a family. If we starve, then we'll have to make the same choices as our ancestors and start the bloody history again. The elders of each branch started expressing their dissatisfaction. It was to the extent that some elders insisted on returning to the independent assassin lifestyle. Thus Shambhala halted his quest and returned to the tower. If this situation continued, then there was no assurance that the people he rallied would stay. Well, he was mostly worried about Isabel's predicament. Shouldn't it be better since Shambhala has finally arrived? Shambhala played the game quite differently from Arkansas. Ark was the type that would flatter the NPCs if there was any benefit to him. On the other hand, Shambhala was the type to rush silently towards his goal. Thanks to that character, the assassins trusted him, but it didn't help in fixing this complicated situation. I'm sorry, Shambhala and Isabel, but this is a great opportunity for me. It was fortunate he met number 206 at the entrance. Ark had saved number 200 in SAXS live, so his intimacy was at the highest possible. If he hadn't met number 206, then he wouldn't have known the internal details. Because of that, Ark was in the best condition to start negotiations. Ark hesitated before making a suggestion. The Dark Brothers problem, maybe there's a way I can help? Yes? Shambhala sent him a doubtful look. But Ark just feigned ignorance and continued. Let me sum it up. What's the current problem of the Dark Brothers? We can't do any other work. Yes, that's the point. You can't work. Thus you won't make money. In addition, stress will accumulate without anything to do. This is the biggest problem. You need to work to resolve this issue. But if you start the assassinations again, then the Dark Brothers would just get further from the light. So what's your suggestion? In a conversation, he had to make sure person A, B, and C understood the situation. After pointing out the situation, he moved one step closer to his goal. If he just threw the body, then they would cut it down coldly. You just have to create a proper job. What? That's what you wanted to say? You really? Isabel interrupted when Shambhala started frowning. Wait. A proper job? Tell me more. Some people might not like it, but they'll do it at Chief Nim's request. Now, I'll explain it again. I discovered another dimension on my travels. And the residents of this dimension are being threatened by a hostile tribe. They desperately need someone's help. You want us to help them? You're very perceptive. How will that help us? Shambhala cut in coldly. Ark looked at him with pity and shook his finger. TSK, so slow. So you didn't understand? Shall I explain? It is another dimension. In other words, the laws of Middle-earth don't apply. The assassins from the Dark Brothers won't have any problems living there. No, if you help the residents against the hostile tribes, then they would welcome you. The Dark Brothers could set up a new base there. Now there was a slight change in Shambhala's face. But Shambhala closed his eyes and thought for a moment before sighing. If it is enough to threaten the residents, then shouldn't the power of the enemy be quite considerable? They wouldn't need the Dark Brothers' help if that wasn't the case. Even if it would work, our forces would take quite a hit as well. Aren't some sacrifices necessary to accomplish your purpose in Middle-earth? Shambhala was silent before opening his mouth again. Okay, I assume that is your purpose. But our dream is to establish ourselves in the world of light. Hiding in an unknown place would be just like hiding right now. Good, now it was progressing in the desired direction. Ark laughed and nodded his head. That would be true if my purpose ended there. Purpose ended there? If you interfere with the enemy's attack, then I can rejoin the Netherworld with Middle-earth. Thus a new continent would appear in New World. What would happen then? Shambhala just tilted his head with confusion, making Ark shake his head. Slow, you're so slow, Shambhala, can't you use your imagination to guess what will happen? Ark continued. So I'll give some more hints. A new continent that didn't exist until now appeared in New World. Then wouldn't the residents of the Netherworld seem like aristocrats? What kind of behavior would you receive? You don't mean. Now you're starting to understand. Ark nodded and Isabel's burst out with surprise. I see, I understand what Arknim is saying. If the place Arknim called the Netherworld appeared in Middle-earth, it would be a new continent. If a new continent appeared, then there would be two reactions. Hostility or friendliness. Please continue. Ark looked at Isabel like she was awesome and nodded. Thus Isabel continued in an even more excited tone. But the relationship between the three kingdoms isn't that great. After fighting in the Nagaran War for so long, they can't afford something like that. Therefore their reaction will be friendliness. It's difficult to believe, if a new kingdom appeared, then the balance of power in New World would change. Well done. Then here's the last question. What would happen if the Dark Brothers defeated the hostile forces and were firmly allied with the residents by the time the Netherworld appeared in Middle-earth? I'll tell you beforehand. The society of the residents is less developed than ours, so they won't understand the politics of that scale. Then the Dark Brothers would act as the representatives of the Netherworld and meet with the three powers for friendly talks. Isabel replied with a wide grin. Yes, that was the weapon of persuasion that Ark had prepared. Ark had actually sketched the contents while leaving Lancel village. But his persuasion method changed slightly after hearing number 200 in SAXS words. If he hadn't known that and went to the Dark Brothers first, he would have worded it as a cry for help. Although the precondition changed, the results was the same. I'm in a position to ask something from the Dark Brothers. Ark's knowledge in cheap tricks was increasing every day. However, Shambhala made a slightly dissatisfied expression like expected. But Ark might just be telling a story. Shambhala Nim won't believe in your friend? Ah, it really is sad. Ark sighed and made a pitiful expression at Isabel. Thanks to that, Shambhala was made to look like a bad guy and he spoke in an embarrassed voice. We still don't know if there's a place called the Netherworld. We also don't know anything about the hostile forces threatening the residents. Our ancestors also experienced that when they first stepped foot on this continent. Of course. Didn't the Dark Brothers inherit the blood of the ancestors with the courage to explore the unknown world? Ark, you're too noisy. Shambhala raised his voice angrily and spoke to Isabel. Are you willing to give up Selrin's towers where you were born? It won't be a problem if it's for the Dark Brothers' dream. That's what I mean. Can't you make your home anywhere? Ark, I told you to be quiet. Shambhala viciously glared at Ark like he was tempted to kill him. In a battle it might be different, but Shambhala couldn't win against Ark in an argument. You have reached your goal through clever words. Art of communication increases by 20. His art of communication only rose when he successfully persuaded an NPC. Because of the information window, it was clear that Isabel had already made up her mind. We have to shake off our dark history in order to be truly reborn. This is the long-cherished desire of the Dark Brothers. We have to achieve it at any cost for the next generation. Deliver an M, I don't want to miss this opportunity. With the situation like this, there was no way Shambhala could go against Isabel. That was why Ark had concentrated on capturing Isabel. Hovuvu Shambhala. You still have a long way to go. Anyway, Ark's purpose was accomplished, but it wasn't a bad thing for the Dark Brothers. No, it was an opportunity just like he said. In other words, every part was good, so it was a win-win. Then Shambhala narrowed the distance and bluntly told Arkansas. Okay, you got your way. Now tell me something. What do you want? I was waiting for that question. Ark knew that Shambhala would ask such questions. In fact, while coming here Ark only thought he would be lucky to receive help. But the situation changed. Now Ark didn't just get help, he also opened a way for the Dark Brothers to live. Meanwhile Ark would be able to complete the study of the Mirage and the resurrection of the Netherworld's World Tree quests. Well, that's right. Of course I will receive some favors if everything goes well, but... Ark pretended ignorance and talked about compensation. It was impossible for Ark to go to all this trouble for no profit. He clearly had some other purpose. So Shambhala's doubts disappeared after Ark talked about rewards. I see. We should be able to accommodate that much. It is for the fate of the family. Isabel accepted Ark's request. Then she summoned a meeting and began preparations to enter the Netherworld. Meanwhile Ark also checked his equipment and hurried to make preparations to return to the Netherworld. Summon Demon, Diedrich and Razak. Ah, damn, my precious vacation has finished. Diedrich's complaints increased as soon as he was summoned. He hadn't seen Ark for a while, so he became undisciplined again. But Ark just stroked Diedrich's head and spoke in a gentle voice. Don't be annoyed. I'll give you another great holiday when this finishes. Then Diedrich's jaw dropped as he stared with bemusement. Hook, what is going on? Master, did you eat something bad? This brat. Ark became angry but held it in. It was thanks to the affection stat that Ark endured it. He knew how to utilize affection now, so it was important to refrain from any violence to raise it even more. If it was for that goal, Ark could see his pet's rebellion as humorous. Now let's create the circle. Ark created a very large magic circle on top of Sauron's towers with the help of his summons. The scale of the expedition was quite large since the Dark Brothers' fate was tied to the Netherworld. There were 400 of the chief's elite troops. They also gathered 800 of the Dark Brothers' finest assassins. Isabel had wanted to be the commander but conceded thanks to Shambhala's earnest persuasions. Instead, Isabel decided to stay at the tower to provide rear support while the rest of the Dark Brothers prepared to leave for the Netherworld. A long time ago our ancestors stepped on this continent to find a new hope, and now it is our turn to take up the challenge. The place we're going isn't a comfortable land. A lot of pain and sacrifice will follow. But we have to go. For the sake of our future. For the glory of the Dark Brothers. Isabel's sword thrust into the sky while hundreds of other swords following. The war where the Dark Brothers' fate was intertwined with the Netherworld had begun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12 Chapter 3. ACT 3 Show me the money. Have you been well in the meantime? After coming unharmed to the Netherworld, Ark and the Dark Brothers met up with Buxel and the rehabilitation members in Hagel Forest. Although he acted grumpy towards Ark, Shambhala nodded and greeted the rehabilitation members politely. Justice Man smiled and nodded. Oh Shambhala, it's been a while. Isn't this the first time we've seen each other since Sauron's towers? Yes, I'm relieved to see Hyung Nim. Ark stared at Shambhala while muttering. What does that mean? You weren't relieved to see me? When are you done anything to make me trust you? Shambhala declared sharply while looking scornful. Ugh, why was he acting like this? Ark could talk about how dependable he was for 4 days and 3 nights, but there was no time. Jewel and the Nakujuk were still carrying out their plan to take over the Netherworld. They needed to join the Baron as soon as possible to discuss countermeasures. Shambhala, we'll have a serious talk later. Ark led the troops across the Netherworld. That is the meeting place of the Baron? When they arrived at the Gulgi Mountains, they saw the hastily set up tents and the armed Baron. What the? Who are you? Ark had been leading the troops, but he was suddenly blocked by a group of Baron. They saw the chaotic assassins and judged them to be enemies. Even if they weren't chaotic, the Baron was being invaded, so they were naturally wary of strangers. In the meantime, someone rushed out and hurriedly waved. It was Lariat, who had gone with Basutu to the Gulgi Mountains first. They're not enemies. It's people who have come to help the Baron. Came to help us? Yes, this is Ark Nim, who Basutu Nim spoke about. The Baron quickly peeked at Ark after Lariat's explanation. Then Lariat turned to Ark and smiled. I've been waiting since I received your message. Ark had called Lariat before coming to the Netherworld. So Ark already grasped most of the situation. Lariat and Basutu lit the pledge beacon, gathering the Baron clan's scattered warriors, and now the tribe's elders were gathered to discuss further measures. But where are the Baron clan's warriors? Ark surveyed the area and asked, causing Lariat's face to drop. Why are you looking like that? They're all of the Baron clan's warriors. Ha? Ark looked dumbly around the camp. He blinked a few times before smiling awkwardly. Is this a joke? Where are the other warriors? That's it. Lariat sighed while Ark felt like he had been hit by a hammer. In the old days, the warriors of the Baron clan swore to regain their lost home in the north. After scattering, they disciplined themselves to train for that day. They are waiting for the moment when the pledge beacon would be lit up. That was the story Basutu told Ark about the warriors of the Baron clan. Wasn't it a wonderful story? After hearing the story, Arkansas had expected burly and muscular Smurfs. If Gargamel appeared, then strong Smurfs would also show up. Thus Ark had been somewhat relieved. It wasn't a good situation, but they might be able to do it with the help of the Baron clan's warriors. But the reality wasn't as wonderful as the legend. They looked more like refugees than warriors. Have they even eaten anything? Diedrich muttered while sitting on Ark's shoulder. This time Ark 100% agreed with Diedrich's opinion. When he looked at the legendary Baron warriors, a sign naturally came out. The Baron warriors were similar to the native people in a documentary he watched. Rather than having muscles like a warrior, they looked like they had been starving for 1 year. Of course, as a warrior they equipped armor and weapons, but it was so tattered that it was difficult to tell it was armor. They looked more like descendants of beggars than warriors. In addition, there were only around 1,000 of them. What is going on? It's different from what I heard. Ark burst out while Lariat explained with embarrassment. When the Baron had been driven out of the north, the south was truly a bleak land. The warriors weren't able to protect the Baron from being driven out, so they felt a responsibility to help. So they left on a trip to harden and discipline themselves. The legend went up to there. But the warriors forgot one important fact. They were warriors. They didn't know how to do anything except fight. The warriors couldn't repair their own weapons or armor, so they had to abandon it eventually when it was in tatters. Thus they were literally naked and lost in the wilderness. In addition, they didn't know how to raise livestock or grow crops. The warriors also didn't know how to forage ingredients. Even so, the warriors couldn't abandon their pride to return to the clan. Fortunately, the Baron warriors barely managed to find sustenance every day. After 100 years, the barely surviving warriors looked like some African natives. When the pledge beacon was lit, the warriors quickly ran here, and it is the first time they could eat a full meal. They're similar to the refugee soldiers during the Warring States period. How can it be okay if they've just started eating? Ark immediately became gloomy at Lariat's words. These soldiers were the main force fighting against the Hermes and Nakujuk alliance? If he added in the combat difference between the two species, then the result was already determined. No, the most likely scenario was that the Nakujuk would conquer the Netherworld. But an absolute scenario did not exist in New World. The world would vary depending on the player's choices. That was New World. When the Dark Brothers entered the war, then a number of scenarios were likely overturned. And the Baron clan is still here. I might be able to gather the ordinary soldiers to fight against the Nakujuk like I did the Raccoon clan. If the trainers are used well, then that would be considerably powerful as well. Yes, it's still too early to be disappointed. Ark tried to think positively. But the problem isn't with the Baron clan's warriors. Yes, there's a bigger problem? Follow me. The elders of the Baron clan are gathered in that tent. Lariat sighed and headed towards the tent. She looked so depressed that Ark started to feel uneasy. There was an even bigger problem than the disappointing warriors? Ark was about to trail after her with a concerned look when the rehabilitation members suddenly said, You, who is that woman? Yes, what? I told you, she's Lariat Nim. The girl who was with Alan in the past? Well, there are circumstances. Ark scratched his head while the rehabilitation members clamored around him. You rascal, so you've been flirting with women while in the netherworld? Salivating over the enemy? Is that right? What about Rocco at the store? Unforgivable. I will judge you in the name of justice. If you desert your first wife, then you'll receive punishment. What are you talking about? My relationship with Lariat Nim isn't like that.
Ark's answer made the rehabilitation members jump.
No? Yes, I just happened to meet her here by chance. And what's with the first wife? Rocco also isn't like that. Ark complained, but the rehabilitation members were already not listening. The group exchanged suspicious glances and muttered. Nothing between them?
Meeting a maiden in a mysterious dimension gives off a somewhat good feeling.
Hey, your saliva is dripping. That lady is mine. What the? You think I'll let you act freely?
At any rate, the old bachelors squabbled among themselves.
Ark sighed and shook his head. Please don't get any ideas. Lariat Nim has a boyfriend. Sheesh, I guess gold can't enter if there's already a goalkeeper? Is that goalkeeper also a tycoon?
Ark sank the rehabilitation members' hopes with a few words and headed towards the tent filled with elders.
The ambience of the tent was even more depressing than the rehabilitation members.
There were 10 Baron clan elders gathered in the tent, who would open their mouths before sighing and closing it again.
When Ark entered, there wasn't even a glance or a reaction. Basutu frowned at the elders' apathetic expressions and approached Arkansas. Ark, I heard from Lariat Nim. You came with reinforcements? Yes, they're in front of the tents. But why is the atmosphere like this? That is. Basutu explained the situation in a rough voice. Before you arrived, we learned that the letter movement tower had been completed in the valley village. After moving some troops, the Nakujuk currently have 2,000 troops stationed in the south. They've already occupied most of the eastern region. 2,000 already. The number felt like chewing a grain of sand in his mouth. The current power of the Baron clan's warriors numbered 1,000 beggars, 800 dark brothers, Ark and the rehabilitation group. On the other hand, the Nakujuk had 2,000 troops, and that number would just increase thanks to the reception tower. Not only was quality a problem, but they were also inferior in numbers. The only way was to gather all the power of the Baron clan and oppose them. But what is being done here? The Nakujuk has already conquered the east, so they have the materials needed to supply the war. Shouldn't we gather more troops quickly? That. Basutu glanced at the elders. At that time, one of the silent elders tapped the table and opened his mouth. We have no intention of fighting the Nakujuk.
Ark looked bemused and thought he heard wrong for a moment.
What? I said we're not going to fight. And I asked, what does that mean? Ark became incensed and the elder continued talking in a rough tone. Aren't you people foreigners? Why do you want to interfere in this matter between the Nakujuk and Baron? Of course, I roughly know the situation thanks to Basutu. I'm thankful you came from a distant place to help us. But as you saw, this is clearly not a situation where we can fight. The elders nodded in agreement. You said you brought 800 reinforcements? You want to fight against thousands of Nakujuk with 800 people? Besides, you are foreigners. If the situation becomes bad, then you will give up in a moment. We can't entrust the lives of our clan to those kinds of people. Hey, isn't that too severe? Basutu shouted, but the elders just turned their backs. That's enough, we don't want to hear anymore. Didn't you see? The refugees gathered outside the tents are the warriors we believed in. We believed in a fantasy. Their appearance is symbolic of our plight right now. We never had a chance from the moment the Nakujuk came from over the northern mountains to invade us. If we fight, then we'll die. But we might be able to live if we surrender. I'm sorry, but we're taking the possibility where there is a slight chance that we'll live. Basutu, you're an elder of the clan, so don't you think their lives should come above anything else? Sometimes it is brave to accept humiliation, but... Ark was lost for words after the elders spoke. Ark was able to leave the netherworld, so it wasn't his problem. He thought that the Baron clan thought like him. But they only considered Ark as a foreigner. The Baron were similar to most NPCs. They had been looking forward to the warrior's appearance, but once it disappointed them and the situation changed, then they lost all their courage. The Baron clan was afraid of war, and just like the raccoons, they would not risk their lives on a foreigner's word. It's my fault for not thinking ahead. But if the Baron wanted to abandon the war, then it was a serious problem. He would instantly fail to study the Mirage and the resurrection of the Netherworld's World Tree quests. In addition, the Dark Brothers had followed Ark to the Netherworld, so there was no guarantee what would happen to his relationship with them.
It was also a life or death matter for Arkansas. No, he didn't have time to worry so far ahead. Ark was just sighing in frustration when a message window appeared in front of him.
Shambhala has used the trill skill on you. Would you like to accept? He accepted and Shambhala's furious voice shook his eardrums. You bastard, you dragged the Dark Brothers into this without confirming the situation properly? Raising Isabel's expectations.
Anyway, you have to somehow resolve this. If the Dark Brothers' advance into the Netherworld stops here and Isabel becomes disappointed, then I will never let you go.
You'll be watching your back no matter where you go. Damn, this guy is just rattling on and on. Ark felt annoyance rise. Damn, what can I do? The raccoons ate drugs, but there is no way I can use that method. It makes the head strange. That Shambhala will see through it instantly. If that happens, then both the Hermes Guild and Shambhala will want to kill me.
Then Ark felt a sudden flash of light in his head.
Wait, kill? Aha, I see. Okay, I might die either way, so I'll use a plan of desperation. Where everyone will die together. Anyway, he had been cornered. What wouldn't he do? Okay, Shambhala. I'll do something. But you'll have to help me. Ark quickly explained his strategy to Shambhala. I understand. I'll believe in you for the moment. Shambhala answered before Ark suddenly struck the table with his fist. Shut up. Ark used intimidation and shouted in a menacing voice. Intimidation had a 50% success rate of persuading NPCs. However, if Ark failed to persuade the elders, then he would receive a dreadful penalty. It was a plan of desperation. Now the dice has been thrown. I have no choice but to believe in art of communication and intimidation. Intimidation also had the effect of causing stiffness, so everyone in the room froze like a mouse. After a moment, an elder opened his mouth and stuttered. What did you say? I said to shut up. What the? You dare, Dare? How are you entitled to use that word? Ark spoke with an aggressive curl to his lips. Sometimes it is brave to accept humiliation? Ha, even a dog passing by would laugh at you. Okay, you can act like that. Feel free to surrender because of fear while calling yourselves brave for accepting humiliation. But can you speak those words with confidence in front of your children? Basutyu, are you brave enough to tell Bona to accept being a slave? No, I'm not. Basutyu stuttered as he shook his head with embarrassment. Ark turned his piercing eyes and spoke to the other elders. I know what happened in the valley village. The residents were also barren like you. But they fought bravely and sacrificed themselves for the children. I looked at them and saw how great the Baron clan was. I want to help somehow, so I gathered my colleagues and came. But then what? You want to yield? Damn it, don't talk nonsense. Ark had thought of using intimidation to persuade them. But anger really started to well up when he began talking. He brought reinforcements for his own benefit and theirs as well, but now the original support army was so scared it wasn't willing to fight? Who wouldn't think it was absurd? Thanks to his frustration, intimidation became more effective. Its effect showed immediately. Ark's bloody atmosphere overwhelmed the elders, who didn't even dare to speak. I wonder what the children will see if they could see you now. Adults just giving up even though invaders are here to take their rights away, just rolling over obediently like a dog. I hope you still consider submitting to humiliation to be courage when you see your children being treated like dogs. Ark sent the elders a disgusting look before suddenly shouting. I'm sorry, I have a good personality, but I can't stand seeing such dirty actions. Dark Brothers. Yes, Arknim. Dispose of all of them. Everybody's face was shocked by the end of Ark's words. Confusion was seen on the elders, the rehabilitation group, Lariat, and even the Dark Brothers' faces. But Shambhala unexpected smiled and nodded at the command. The Dark Brothers will obey Ark's command. All the assassins in the tent suddenly held a dagger to the neck of the elders after the command. Ark, what are you doing? These people are the elders of the Baron clan. Basutyu looked at Ark with perplexed eyes. But Ark didn't even look at him and just stared at the frozen elders. Why am I doing this? Weren't you prepared to surrender to your enemies? That's funny. Why do you think I would spare you when you're giving up? So you can live to be a slave? Their purpose for invading is to exploit you for labor, of course. But that will apply to young people and children. Old people like you will just be useless. What reason do they have to keep you alive? The elders flinched and thought, we are quite old, as they looked at each other. Ark smiled pleasantly and continued. You're subservient, yet you dare to mention courage. An old person like you would be thrown away like trash. How wonderful.
Well, you're determined, so there's no need to drag it out. You should die now so that your lives can be slightly useful.
For my sake rather than the Baron family. What? Why are you surprised?
As you said, I'm a foreigner, so I have nothing to do with the Baron clan. So there's no reason for me to help the Baron clan.
It's easier to negotiate with the Nakujuk with your heads cut off. Don't worry, I won't kill the rest of the Baron clan since the Nakujuk need them as slaves.
And I'll tell your offspring. I'll tell them they have to live as slaves because of your courage. Oh, your descendants will be talking about your courage for centuries.
How nice. Why are you doing this to us? Do you have a will? I'll pass it on to your family. Get rid of them. I understand.
The assassins raised their swords with surprise at his shout.
Wait a minute. We were too short-sighted. Too short-sighted? What does that mean?
Yes, of course courage is needed to surrender.
It is necessary.
But it also requires courage to fight back.
Yes, that's right. We realized it after hearing your sincere advice. Isn't that right? Ah, that's right, yes. You're sincerely worried and care about us.
The elder's words went through a complete 180-degree change.
If they heard threats while he was using intimidation, then their tails would lower immediately. That's because people like them only thought of themselves.
If the traffic police made a small mistake and the road got blocked off, then people would get out of their cars and start raging at the police. But it was rare for people to run wild because of a blockage in the road. That's because people like that would turn around immediately if the police threatened them.
It was reality. So it was just a joke and we don't intend to surrender.
Actually, we confirmed how determined you were to help us.
That's right, yes. Ha ha ha, it's good to see such determination. Now we know. We'll believe and follow you. The Nakujuk is our enemy. Of course we have to fight against them. Now they were making excuses? Didn't they moan and complain towards Basutu? Anyway, the elders completely waved the white flag so an information window appeared.
Your intimidation skill had a higher level of success, so the proficiency has increased.
Intimidation, advanced, active intimidation isn't use cursing in scaring the opponent.
It is also possible to persuade and threaten in the same conversation.
You've become more skillful at adapting threats to the circumstances and can subdue the opponents using your charisma. Mana consumption, 50. The success rate of persuading NPCs is 60%. There's also a 60% chance of lowering a monster's morale and making them stiffen for 3 seconds. However, if you fail, then hostility will increase by 60%. Advanced intimidation bonus effect, charisma. A dignified aura and experience dwells in your eyes.
As a secondary effect of intimidation, your ability to persuade NPCs in normal conversations will increase by 30%. Also, if you successfully intimidate a monster, then there will be a 5% chance of the monster developing an uncontrollable state.
What is this?
Just like most of his skills, intimidation didn't increase after reaching 299 points. It was easy to reach intermediate level, but some special enlightenment was needed to raise it to advanced.
Using intimidation to force the opponent to submit was necessary to raise its proficiency.
Thanks to the elders, his intimidation increased to advanced and he also gained the side effect of charisma.
It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
At this point, Justice Man and the rehabilitation members realized Ark's intention.
Ark, I know your heart, but please stop this. Yes, they were just testing us. Now they'll actively help. I understand. Ark spoke in a weaker voice. But he didn't forget to say one final thing to the elders. I'll watch a little more. So the meeting proceeded after Ark's sincere persuasion. The assassins surrounded the elders as the meeting of the Baron equals Dark Brothers allied forces began, with Ark presiding over it as the commander.
Of course he made decision using the majority wins system, but it wasn't that different from Ark reigning as a dictator, as the elders listened to all his opinions. I understand the circumstances of both sides, so I'll take command of the soldiers for the moment.
I agree.
Like the elders said, the odds aren't in our favor if we clash with the Nakujuk in our present state. The Nakujuk have occupied the east, so we should give up on that and strengthen our power.
I agree.
Oh, before that I should get some rest.
I agree.
Ark's power in the command tent was comparable to Hitler.
They would all unanimously agree, even if Ark suggested adding dog poo to the dinner menu. This is the effect of intimidation? But I should still be vigilant.
For a smooth connect between the tribes, the elders should stay here until the battle ends. If the elders are at the forefront, then the soldiers will be able to obtain more courage.
Don't worry. They'll risk their lives to protect the elders.
The elders' faces darkened at Ark's words. It meant they were being held as hostages until the battle finished.
Shambhala and the rehabilitation members held their tongues as Ark distributed the tasks. Ark concentrated and sent a message to Shambhala through Trill. Hoo, isn't it wonderful? This is what I call administration.
Really, I'm lost for words. Anyway, the Baron clan's war preparations accelerated under Ark's command.
Hyunwoo looked at the doctor with desperation.
His mother had received her regular checkup 3 days ago. Patients with complex symptoms like his mother were subjected to a comprehensive examination once every 2 months. That's because there was a limit to the doctor diagnosis if they just looked at the patient.
Recovering patients in the ICU would often develop internal problems, so they needed to be checked.
If they did, then they would have to be given stronger medication or, in severe cases, undergo another surgery.
Fortunately, it has been 1 year since she's had any problems.
It happened 2 years and 3 years ago, when her health, which seemed to improve, suddenly deteriorated. Therefore, Hyunwoo could never hide his anxiety whenever he came to receive the test results.
It'll be okay.
These days, mother's complexion has improved a lot.
Obviously, it will be fine. Hyunwoo placed his hands on his chest and prayed desperately. Patient number 809, Park So-mi.
The doctor muttered as he looked through the records on the monitor. It took longer than previous times.
Was there a bad result somewhere? Hyunwoo looked at the monitor nervously. However, he couldn't possibly understand any of the medical jargon.
Doctors would normally use easier terms with patients and caregivers, but there was no need for that on their records. Although things like cancer, dying soon were easily understood by patients.
Hyunwoo SSI. Hyunwoo was interrupted while thinking useless thoughts.
The doctor rotated his chair and faced Hyunwoo.
Huh? Yes.
Hyunwoo answered with a tense face, but the doctor just smiled.
Based on the results, your mother is improving at a very fast rate. Really? Yes, after checking the records for the last 6 months, I'm positive she's entered a recovery period. There are no specific findings on the X-ray, MRI, or blood tests.
It is too early to tell if she can completely recover, but at this rate there is some hope.
Thank you so much.
Hyunwoo grasped the hand of the doctor and bowed. Fireworks lit up his head as he thought about the past few years. 5 years, this was the 6th year. He still remembered the first time he saw his mother lying in the ICU. His mother couldn't even move a single finger by herself. No, she even relied on the doctors to blink her eyes.
Hyunwoo honestly never believed that his mother could recover completely. He was just thankful that she was alive. That was 6 years ago. It was a short period, but it felt so long. How much anxiety had he suffered during that short time? But now the doctor told him there was hope. Hyunwoo normally didn't like doctors, but in a hospital a doctor was like a god. The words of a doctor could beckon the patient and caregivers into either heaven or hell. Hyunwoo now felt like he was in heaven from the doctor's positive words. And the doctor really looked like Buddha or God. It is thanks to the will of the patients and caregivers. The doctors also felt good when announcing excellent results. Thus the doctor spoke in a much lighter tone. It might be time to look at moving her to a hospital outpatient. Outpatient?
Yes, we'll continue to monitor the prognosis, but if the results are maintained for the next checkup in 2 months, then we'll switch her status to outpatient. Fortunately, Park So-mi has been tolerating it well, but sometimes a long hospitalization can be mentally exhausting.
Changing the environment is often helpful in recovering. I'm hoping it's the same for Park So-mi. Your mother is also eager to reduce the hospital costs.
Therefore, the doctor will recommend that she become an outpatient. If his mother continued improving at the next checkup in 2 months, she would be switched to an outpatient status. Hyunwoo's head felt like it was spinning in circles from the good mood.
He could live with his mother once again. How long had he been waiting for this? Hyunwoo flew out of the doctor's office. Mother, did you hear? You might become an outpatient after 2 months. Yes, I heard just now.
His mother laughed and pointed towards the nurse holding a syringe.
If it ends up like that.
Hyunwoo felt his heart rattle and sat down at his mother's words.
Wasn't this like scattering vinegar on noodles? What are you saying? Of course it should be like that. Even the doctor is confident this time. Do you think living in hospital is better than living with me? Don't say such a silly thing. So don't sound so weak again. Then I'll really be angry.
Hyunwoo grumbled like a 3-year-old child. His could fight gangsters in the street or persuade NPCs in New World with flattery, yet Hyunwoo was like a mere child in front of his mother.
No, he wanted to be a child. Okay, I understand.
His mother laughed and nodded his head.
Hyunwoo's chest tightened at the sound of his mother's bright laugh. The happy energy swelling made him feel like he was going to explode.
It really seemed like he was going to die from his heart exploding.
What is it? What? Mother, what else do you want to have? No, what do you need as an outpatient? Ah, yes, clothes. Clothes. Shall I buy a few things for you to wear?
What, already, and there's still a lot of my old clothes at home.
Those things have already gone out of fashion. It's fine. When have I ever paid attention to my clothes? That's why I want to buy them. Hyunwoo thought with sadness welling in his throat.
His mother had been hospitalized and stayed in one room for several years. He had to live in a one-bedroom apartment which didn't allow deposits. Thus he had to sell or give away many second-hand goods. It was when he was clearing his mother's clothes that Hyunwoo suddenly realized. These are my mother's clothes. They were vaguely familiar, yet he wasn't used to seeing them. Hyunwoo then started paying attention to his mother's attire. Mother, because she was a mother, had no interest in what clothes she was wearing or what she ate. But tears fell when he looked at his mother's clothes again. They were clothes she bought at the market, and instead of buying new ones when it got torn, he could see traces of stitch marks. It was the same for his father's clothes. There were many faded clothes with a musty odor that seemed to be over 10 years old. His parents had been wearing those clothes. Their spoiled son would spend 200,000 won or 300,000 won on new jeans or ask for new clothes every season, while his parents had been wearing those types of clothes.
He hadn't known.
Although he had been raised with love, he never truly realized his parents' love until he was 18.
Their spoiled son was moody and didn't want to spend any time with them until they were yanked away when he was 18.
No, he hadn't tried to understand.
I won't make the same mistakes. Hyunwoo had vowed on that day. He learned how to give up and how to stay down. He couldn't learn how to be tough from books or dramas. He had been taught it with force. All of it was for his mother. So what if they couldn't afford designer handbags? Or a new car?
Mother, just focus on your health and don't worry.
When you become an outpatient, then I'll buy you delicious food and fashionable clothes. Understood? Thank you for your words. They're not just words. Okay, I understand. You surprised the nurse.
His mother soothed him like a child when Hyunwoo raised his voice.
I'm fine. It's time for your physical therapy now. Ah, yes. Nurse Nim, thank you. Thank you very much.
Take good care of my mother.
Hyunwoo bowed many times and left the hospital room. You have a really good son. Yes, that is my son. My only son.
His mother looked towards the door of the hospital room with tearful eyes after the nurse's words.
Hyunwoo was still in an ecstatic mood as he left the hospital.
He would do whatever it took for his mother. If his mother felt better, then he would feel better as well.
Ah, Warang Ajushi. The first person who came to his mind was Gwon Warang. Yes, Gwon Warang would be delighted by news of his mother's recovery.
He would always call him after receiving the test results. Hyunwoo didn't want to convey the news over a phone, so he took a bus towards Gwon Warang's house.
Oh, is that true? Congratulations. Damn, finally, Noonim, more polite way of saying older sister. Since it is like this, we need some celebratory gifts. Yes, shouldn't we spend money on an occasion like this? Yeah, the money. Gwon Warang and the rehabilitation members were delighted.
But the sight of the huge men running back and forth was quite funny. Although they wanted to go to the hospital immediately, Gwon Warang suddenly spoke.
But Hyunwoo, where will your mother live when she is an outpatient? Huh? Hyunwoo was startled and looked at Gwon Warang. Come to think of it, that was the most important thing he needed. His mother was coming home. He had been too busy celebrating that he never thought about it.
The place Hyunwoo currently lived in was rented.
It was a box filled with a TV, computer, scattered clothes, and the game unit. In addition, the bathroom was inconveniently outside. How could he bring his sick mother to such a place? If his mother was discharged, then she also needed a bed. Of course, she also needed a proper-sized bathroom that was indoors. And it should be close to a hospital and on the first floor thanks to her wheelchair. That was the minimum conditions. Obviously, he only needed it after 2 months, but he couldn't prepare a new residence in just 1 or 2 days. I have to start checking from now on. It won't be easy finding a home that matches those conditions.
Guan Warang spoke in a worried voice, but one of the rehabilitation members just laughed and came forward.
Hyun Nim, have you forgotten what I specialize in? The person who said this was Yuan Gook.
He was a former real estate conman and his nickname in the rehabilitation group was Bu Dongsan, Real Estate.
You can trust me.
No way, you better not practice a scam on our younger brother.
Just wait a moment. I'll find you an amazing home in an instant. Bu Dongsan still has experience in this. Bu Dongsan started walking around on his phone. Ooh, really? The conditions that I mentioned? Really? Hey, isn't that really good? Where? I understand.
I'll go with some other guys right now, so please wait.
Okay, I'm going now. After approximately 30 minutes, Bu Dongsan hand up the phone. Hyun Nim and I have to go now. Hyun Woo, you come as well. Ha? Right now? It's good timing to find a nice house. So you should come along. Bu Dongsan, Guan Warang, and Hyun Woo visited a house near the hospital. President Kim, it's me. Show me the house you mentioned earlier. It had only been an hour since he mentioned it, yet Hyun Woo was already visiting a house.
He always thought this, but Guan Warang and the rehabilitation members' energy had always been unthinkable. The house President Kim guided them to was a house with a small garden and 3 floors. The main house is the first floor while the second and third floors are rented out. The owners have to be in a foreign country for a few years, so they want to rent out the first floor while they're abroad. It should fit the criteria you mentioned perfectly.
I spoke to the owner while I was waiting. Let's enter and I'll give a more detailed explanation. This house is...
Hyun Woo tilted his head to one side as he followed President Kim inside. The house didn't look that different, but when he went inside, he saw that the structure was strange. Iron rods were installed from the front door to the living room and on the walls next to the living room.
The iron rods didn't ruin the interior, but why would they even install iron rods in the first place?
Hyun Woo had been thinking that when the landlord appeared.
Have you come to see the house?
Yes, this is the young man I described earlier. The landlord suddenly grabbed Hyun Woo's hand at the end of President Kim's words.
I've heard about your situation.
It's hard, but please have strength.
Ha? What are you? I heard that you wanted a house you could live in with your sick mother.
In fact, the circumstances are also similar to us.
My father collapsed a few years ago and he still has limited mobility.
We installed these rods to avoid any inconvenience for him when he lived here.
Now Hyun Woo could see the reasons for the rods.
They were to help the sick father who had difficulties sometimes. It reminded him of the waist-high railings he saw installed in the hospital hallways. It wasn't just the living room. The bathroom was also designed to be easy to use for a patient.
My father is now going to live at a rehabilitation hospital in a foreign country for a while.
It is a quite well-known facility. But I didn't want to leave the house like this, so I've been looking for a tenant who could use it.
Hyun Woo was impressed by the landlord's attention to detail. I still have a long way to go.
He was so busy celebrating that he hadn't considered the thing his mother needed most.
Anyway, Hyun Woo really liked the house.
It might seem inconvenient, but it was the best environment for people with disabilities to live in. Besides, it was also closer to the hospital than the place Hyun Woo was currently living in. Hyun Woo knew how difficult it was to find a house that perfectly matched all his conditions.
When are you going abroad? The weather is still cold, so we'll be going in a month or 2.
It was just in time.
At this point, Hyun Woo knew that the house was perfect for his purpose.
If he missed this chance, then he didn't know when he would find a house like it again.
I'll take it. Then the landlord laughed softly and nodded. I guess your circumstances are similar to ours. I'm thankful that you will move in. He couldn't remember what happened after that.
Thanks to Bu Dongsan, President Kim cut the real estate brokerage fee in Hyun Woo and the landlord went over the contract. He had a satisfied expression, but once he looked back, Hyun Woo felt like screaming.
What have I done?
He liked the house 100%, there were no regrets in that regard.
But the problem was the money for the house. It was 80 million won.
Normally it would be 90 million, but the landlord understood Hyun Woo's circumstances and took 10 million off. It was still a considerable amount of money, but Hyun Woo thought it was possible. Thanks to the deposit from the last auctions, he currently had 45 million won in his bank account.
He had to pay the hospital bills for the last 2 months, so that was 20 million won left for the deposit money. I need 60 million won.
Fortunately, ARK had 5,000 gold, so I can cash that in at any time. I have to somehow save another 1,000 gold in the next 2 months. Hyun Woo thought this and signed the contract. But he was careless and forgot an important fact. Ark's bag clearly had 5,000 gold. But a few days ago, he had invested 3,500 gold into creating a store. Thanks to that, his remaining money was 1,500 gold. His gold had recovered thanks to Sid and the unicorn horn he obtained. In other words, the amount he had to make in 2 months was 4,500 gold, not 1,000 gold. If he didn't earn the money in 2 months, then the 20 million won he used to sign the contract would be taken away.
Perhaps if you have insufficient funds.
Guan Warang had whispered to him while they were returning. And Bu Dongsen, who was holding the steering wheel, chuckled.
Is this a trick to prepare a newlywed house?
This brat, what are you saying, Hyunwoo? Don't misunderstand.
It's not like that. I know. But I'll save up my balance. Guan Warang looked dissatisfied at Hyunwoo's answer, but he didn't say anything else. Of course, the reason Hyunwoo refused Guan Warang's offer wasn't because of Bu Dongsen's joke.
If his mother remarried, then the only possible person was Guan Warang. He hadn't changed his mind about that. However, preparing his mother's remarriage and renting a house was different.
Hadn't he vowed to do everything in his power for his mother? 45 million won in 2 months. Hyunwoo clenched his teeth together tightly. Okay, he would do whatever it took to raise it. Hyunwoo's tenacious spirit knew there was only one way to raise that money.
I didn't just waste that 3,500 gold.
It is investment.
I'll be able to recover a certain amount after 2 months.
And I'll receive a considerable amount of money when I complete Magaro's quest.
Yes, that will possibly sufficient. I have to quickly earn money and save it from the netherworld.
Hyunwoo entered the unit without changing his clothes when he got home.
Money, earn money for my mother.
The game unit vibrated and Hyunwoo was once again in New World.
Ark's eyes when he returned to New World was even more thirsty for money.
Show me the money. Ark's roar echoed through New World.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 12 Chapter 4. ACT4 War is Business. TL notes, some people were asking questions about the house situation from the last chapter. Jyopolife left an informative comment which explained it, so I've copied it below.
If you want more information, then you can also go to this link, http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/johnz.
Jyopolife, the 80 million won deposit is John's.
Korea has a unique housing rental system in which you can deposit 50% to 80% of the home/apt value and live there for 2 years.
After the contract ends, you receive your deposit back. We don't have much time.
Ark had triggered a coup and established a military government. The Nakujuk had thousands of troops while the Baron clan only had 501,000 warriors. However, Ark knew that the letter movement tower had already been completed in the Valley Village. It was make it easier for them to move more troops to the south.
But the letter movement has limitations on its uses.
It needed the letter movement orb was required for the reception tower.
And the Nakujuk shouldn't possess that many of the orbs. Why? Shambhala asked slowly. Ark kindly explained it to Shambhala. There are various reasons, but the main reason is that they only built one reception tower in the village. The Magic Institute previously determined that letter movement used some kind of radio waves.
And it can only move a limited number of people until the necessary energy recharges.
I see what you mean. Shambhala finally started to understand the circumstances.
If they had enough letter movement orbs, then they would have constructed a lot of reception towers for fast transfer of troops.
But there are no signs of that.
In other words, there is no point in them constructing several towers. But the tower they constructed is sufficient for the letter movement orbs they have.
That's right.
To put it simply, it was like constructing something in StarCraft. If there were overflowing materials, then they could construct a lot of barracks. However, there was no point in increasing the barracks when there were only a few materials.
That's why there is no time.
If there is a limit to how many troops they can move at one time, then they'll probably attack when they have the maximum amount. So the Nakujuk will probably attack in 1 week when they have 5,000 troops.
Wait, 5,000 in 1 week? Where did you come up with such a number? Of course I did some maths. Ark laughed at Shambhala's question with a twinkle in his eye.
Basut, you previously checked the rate of construction of the reception tower in the Valley Village.
It took around 1 week in reality. But the reception tower wasn't finished yet.
They just moved the letter movement orb there after 1 week. So looking at tower's degree of completion and the amount of troops they were able to move, I can estimate that they will move 300-400 in 1 day after the tower is completed.
That means we have to be ready for war in 1 week. If they can increase their troops by 300-400 in one day, then they'll have an extra 100-800 in a week. They currently have 2,000 people, so they would end up with 5,000 troops. Does everything make sense now, Shambhala? Ark tried to act cool by pretending to raise invisible glasses. Shambhala turned his face and snorted. Sheesh, what a smart ass. I'm not being a smartass, just showing my brain's incredible reasoning power. Anyway, the uncertain enemy troops now became known. It gave Ark's group 1 week. In the meantime, they had to be prepared to fight 5,000 troops. But Ark no longer needed to involve himself in this. Ark's usual code of conduct was to entrust it to people who can do well. It was stupid to do it alone when someone else might be able to do it better. And didn't Ark now have Justice Man, who was a military expert? Justice Man Ajushi, can you do it? Hoo, I was in a similar situation when confronting anti-government guerrillas in South America. Anti-government guerrillas in South America? The more he heard of it, the most he thought Justice Man's past sounded like an action movie. The fact that he wasn't bluffing was more frightening. It was why people like Lee Myung-ryong were so respectful towards Justice Man. Anyway, Ark delegated all authority regarding military matters to him. In fact, Ark's role as the commander was quite mixed. In New World, dozens of people was classified as a party, hundreds of people as a raid, and thousands of people separated into corps. In a party, everyone had the same authority. However, the configuration becomes complicated for a raid group. The raid commander could appoint a leader from each party. Then the organization became further complicated when it came to the corps. The leader of the troop would appoint 2 deputies who served underneath him. Ark selected Justice Man and Lariat to become the deputies. Justice Man naturally took over all roles regarding military matters. And Lariat was an Innocence Knight, so she could apply various buffs and bonuses to the entire corps. After leading Dark Eden, Ark was already aware of the attack configurations, so he knew how the special effects of the deputies appointed could be applied. And right now, the one with the most powerful special effect was Lariat the Innocence Knight. I'll work hard. Lariat's face became determined after she received the title. Once he chose Justice Man, he left further military matters up to him. The most urgent problem is building defense military facilities and moving military equipment, as well as training the troops we conscripted from the Baron clan to fill up the insufficient numbers. Have you considered a base? Basutu gave me a rough map of the southern region of the Netherworld. Every region in the Netherworld is separated by mountain ranges. The Nakujuk in the Valley Village is currently stationed in the southeast. If they want to advance to the southwest, then they'll inevitably have to pass through here. Justice Man spread out the map and pointed towards one spot. It was a canyon located in the lower section of the Golgi Mountains. I heard from Basutu that there was a long abandoned castle in this area. It is almost in ruins, but it is better than nothing. Hopefully we'll be able to convert it to a stronghold. Once we've repaired Haman Castle, then I'll have to train the troops. Will it be ready in a week? Justice Man considered for a while before asking Ark a question. How long do we need to endure to achieve your goal? It might not be obvious, but his goal wasn't to win the war. The Baron defeating the Nakujuk who came to the south and then marching north to the Nakujuk was, naturally, impossible. In this war, his goal was to stop the Nakujuk conquering the Netherworld and gaining some time. Ark had to hold on until the right time. If we consume 1 week on war preparations, then the remaining time is 1 week. We'll have to hang on for a minimum of 1 week. We'll be able to do that much anyway. Thus they moved to Haman Fortress and began preparations for war. It was also the first time all the Baron tribes in the south gathered together. Thanks to Ark holding the elders hostage, there was no real issues. Thus they gathered 2,000 Baron troops in a matter of days. Combined with the warriors and the Dark Brothers, the combined forces were 3,800. It couldn't compare to the Nakujuk, but they might be able to fight against them with those numbers. But only the 800 Dark Brothers can be used properly. The rest were just extra. There wasn't enough time for proper military training, but he might be able to train their individual skills. Thus the Baron group was given full-fledged military training. Justice Man also divided them into troops based on their specialties. And he left their training to the rehabilitation members with the right skills. The 1,000 Baron warriors were divided into the assault groups. Of course, the ones who took over their training were the Guardian equals Assaulter, which was Bulkun and 2 other people. The members of the Baron clan experienced in cartography and hunting was organized into the scouting unit. Yapsab and 2 other members who changed to Guardian equals Scout took charge of this unit. And the farmers and architects made up the engineer unit, and they were led by Budongsan and 2 others who had changed professions to Guardian equals Engineer.
And finally, a number of old veterans like Basutyu was trained by Jack Dung, who had changed professions to guardian equal strategist.
Ark felt a little worried about Justice Man's decisions. Justice Man Ajushi is an expert, but the other Hyuns have never trained anyone, so will they be able to teach the Baron?
However, Ark's worries disappeared on the first day of the training camp.
The children can't get it straight? If you can't do it well, then you'll have to duck walk for 2 kilometers. Heek! The Baron clan burst out screaming. The rehabilitation members had received personal training in tactics from Justice Man. However, the rehabilitation members weren't strangers to it.
All the rehabilitation members had been called for the mandatory military training in South Korea. During those 2 years, they trained in tactics, discipline, and drills. While it didn't show in their social lives, all of the men in South Korea had military training. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was South Korea's potential. In addition, the rehabilitation members were people with gloomy pasts who used to live in the dark. It was a requirement of those organizations to discipline their subordinates. Thanks to that, the Baron clan experienced a nightmarish training in the netherworld under their dreadful instructors. What am I seeing? You can't die from this level of discipline. Even the Reserve Corps in South Korea can train to this degree. If you fall behind in this simulation training, then brace yourselves.
The slogan of our unit is Defeat Evil.
Each of the rehabilitation members led hundreds of troops, so they burned with competition. They pressed the Baron hard because of that. Oh, I'm going to die from this training. I want to fight with the Nakujuk as soon as possible. The Baron were so tired that they were even saying those kinds of things.
Anyway, the training was effective.
2 days later, or 6 days in game time, the forces had managed to get used to the system and were able to somewhat take advantage of each other's specialties. In particular, the assault troops showed tremendous growth. Although they looked like refugees, they were people who had inherited the Baron's warrior lineage. The rehabilitation members' training developed their potential and strength, and they were now able to match the Nakujuk warriors.
Their forgotten battle skills also manifested quickly.
In addition, the scouting unit and the Dark Brothers went through joint training, while the engineer troops leveled up their skills by repairing Haemon Fortress.
Okay, now I don't have to worry about that.
Ark nodded his head with satisfaction after observing some of the Baron's training. But the next day Ark had to face a problem he never considered.
Arknim, gathering the weapon supplies isn't as easy as I thought.
Lariat sighed as she spoke. While the rehabilitation members were assigned to training, Lariat had been responsible for requisitioning munitions from the southern villages. The Baron clan was a race which centered on farming, raising livestock, or extracting minerals.
So when the elders first started requisitioning, they were able to gather an overflowing amount of food and minerals.
But they could not gather the most important military materials, weapons, and armor.
Of course, even the Baron clan had blacksmiths.
However, they were only experienced with rakes or shovels and had never created a weapon.
Not only was there no weapons, the Baron clan's equipment was like the Bronze Age, while the Nakujuk was the Iron Age. Daing Kong. Hook. The handle broke.
It was normal for the handle of a spear to break during training.
If the handle broke, then the spear or javelin wouldn't be able to be thrown.
There was no need to explain the importance of weapons in a war. It wasn't an exaggeration to say the performance of the weapon affect the combat power in a game.
Unbelievable.
Every time something is fixed, then another problem occurs.
Ark continuously sighed. Weapons production was the most important problem that needed to be solved at the moment.
Even if he started properly training a blacksmith now, it would take a while for them to be able to produce weapons. It took a great deal of time and money to become a skilled blacksmith.
Well, the Baron clan is able to obtain the ores necessary for production. Wait, why had he never thought about that? Leave the problem to me.
Ark immediately used the dimensional movement powder to return to Lancel village.
He visited the Raccoon clan and showed them the ore from the netherworld. This ore. What do you think about it? Ohu, it is a very high purity ore.
Where did you get it from?
The raccoons were craftsmen, so they felt greedier for the ore than money.
As expected, the Raccoon clan showed signs of desire as they were shown the ore. Ark grinned and made a proposal.
In fact, I'm visiting with a request. Would you make weapons for me if I supplied you with this ore? As much as possible.
I really need weapons, so I'll also supply the coal and whetstone.
Please take the ore as payment for the weapons. You'll pay for all of it using the ore? The Raccoon clan thought for a moment before nodding. We accept. Ore is similar to money for us, so it's not a problem. And this is a good ore, so we're quite greedy for it.
That was the method Ark came up with. He took the ores from the Baron clan and commissioned the Raccoon clans to produce weapons. Now the problem of weapons supply will be solved.
In addition,
Ark laughed after the Raccoons entered into the weapons supply agreement.
The munitions were the property of the NPC. Although Ark was the commander, he couldn't just embezzle it. So although Ark saw the munitions pile up in Haman Fortress, he could only swallow his saliva. Then he had a brilliant idea after hearing Lariat's words.
Currently, Ark made all the decisions as the commander. He couldn't take the war materials, but he could use the goods to barter for war preparations. I'm in the middle, so I won't be able to profit if I deal directly with the Raccoons. The Raccoons signed a contract to trade one weapon for one ore in coal.
There was no way for someone in the middle to profit. But who was Ark? Using cheap tricks, wouldn't Ark be able to obtain coffee from a well? There's also a handling fee when trading through an intermediary agent. The method Ark devised involved Ark's comprehensive store in Lancel Village. Using this method, Ark's store received 1,000 ores from the Netherworld. At this stage, the ores still belonged to the NPCs. That was the key.
The store would pass the ores to the Raccoons, who created 10 weapons out of them. The deluxe weapons of the Raccoon family had considerable value to the Baron, who didn't have a method of developing advanced weapons. So during the war, he could barter and increase the value to 1,200 ores. Ark would then hand over the ores again for weapons production. In other words, except for the first time he paid 1,000 ores, he was able to get an extra 200 ores with every transaction afterwards. It was like someone else arranging the table while he picked up the spoon.
This was just his handling charge.
I get 200 ores for every 10 weapons.
It is enough to create one weapon.
Presently, we need approximately 1,000 weapons and armor.
All that work will give me 20,000 ores.
I could make a profit of at least 2,000 gold if I could sell all the weapons and armors.
All Ark had to do was go back and forth between Lancel Village and the Netherworld carrying the ores.
Of course, he had to use the dimensional movement powder every time, but there was still a lot left.
Besides, was the powder necessary once the Netherworld rose to Middle-earth? It would be like swimming on land. War is also money.
Buxel, you will carry the weapons between Lancel Village and the Netherworld. Ark made Buxel, who was a profession merchant, in charge of the trade route. At the end of the deal, Ark would be able to embezzle approximately 2,000 gold.
In addition, the Baron clan's lack of equipment was quickly solved.
At that time, Ark also discovered that the weapons produced by the blacksmiths weren't all the same.
Just like Ark could create an a la carte dish, the blacksmiths created 50-60 deluxe weapons.
Of course, the stats for the deluxe items were significantly better than an equivalent item.
A masterpiece adamantium sword, magic.
Weapon type, one-handed sword.
Attack, 33-38. Durability, 400/400. Weight, 50. User restriction, level 200 and more.
An adamantium sword created using the ore from the Netherworld. The craftsman put his heart and soul into it and created a rarely seen masterpiece. Compared to a regular item, the performance of the deluxe item is at least 10% better. In addition, it will steadily make fine adjustments to the user's hand. Option, probability of destroying armor plus 20%, reaction rate plus 10%. Usually a masterpiece will be more expensive because of the labor put into it, but I will give it to Arknim for the same price.
Jackpot.
Ark purchased the deluxe items and then sold them to the rehabilitation members for a more expensive price. Even the rehabilitation members needed weapons and armor. There was no reason to sell a deluxe item for cheaper than the market price. It's usually 40-50 gold, but I'll give these to Hyun for 30 gold. The rehabilitation members' eyes shone like lanterns at Ark's words.
As expected, we only have you.
Thanks to that, Justice Man and the rehabilitation members were able to purchase deluxe goods. The rehabilitation members received better equipment while Ark's wallet became warmer.
But it's still lacking.
I need 45 million won in 2 months. In fact, Justice Man and the rehabilitation members knew that Ark would get a profit from it.
But they didn't care about something like that. They knew the reason why Ark's personality was a little strange.
Thanks to the lease contract, Justice Man and the rehabilitation members wanted to somehow help Arkansas. They also knew Ark wouldn't accept such one-sided help, so they wanted him to swindle them.
It was a fair price for them.
They bought it with the money they saved.
But Ark's opinion was firm.
It was the one part Ark was sure about. I'll pay 50 gold for these items.
No, it is 30 gold.
Ark thought of the rehabilitation group as brothers, so he didn't want them to lose money. However, he wouldn't hesitate to swindle other users or NPCs.
That was his firm standards for money.
It was why the rehabilitation members knew that ARC wasn't just about money, money, money. After a few days, he ended up securing 1,000 weapons and an information window appeared.
Relevant investment information window.
Thanks to ARC's comprehensive store's brisk trade, the commercial value of Lancel Village has increased.
The reputation of Lancel Village has increased and ARC's contribution has increased by 10.
The maximum number of shares you can own has increased by 1%.
Currently owned shares in Lancel Village, own/upper limit 4/6%.
It was worth the trouble. That was the reason why ARC did the transactions through the store. Trading the materials through ARC's store was a huge process.
In addition, the Raccoon clan who were NPC residents could also learn money.
Thanks to his achievements, the commercial value of the town rose and his upper limit for shares increased as well. ARC nodded with satisfaction before looking at Diedrich and Razak.
Come on, do you think you can just play around? We're going to train as well?
Clack clack?
Clack 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 clack? Diedrich and Razak stepped back with a wince.
Of course.
Aren't you motivated watching the Baron clan become stronger?
We've already gone through a professional course, so why do we have to be compared to those things? We're resting and storing our power so that we can comfortably use it during an important moment in battle.
It is better to hunt than go through basic training. He couldn't say anything. Diedrich's words weren't completely wrong.
In fact, Diedrich and Razak had increased their power several times through high-intensity training. Therefore, their performance rate for the operations was over 90%. Their ability to adapt in a crisis was also considerable. That's why they were able to help ARC deal with monsters 100 levels above them.
So there was no reason for them to receive basic training like the Baron.
But it's a different story if they can raise their skill proficiency. Recently, ARC had discovered through Raiden that using affection could increase the skills of his pets. However, the skill didn't rise if he just invested affection into it. ARC and his pets also had to gain an understanding of the skill in order to raise it. I don't have to increase the understanding of the skills through training.
I can increase their understanding by utilizing the skills while hunting. The Japtum and experience will also be a bonus.
Furthermore, affection might increase if I accept the opinions of my pets.
Okay, let's go hunting.
While the Baron were busy training, ARC dedicated himself to hunting around the area. He forgot himself and a week quickly passed by. While he was hunting, Shambhala and the Dark Brothers had been scouting the Nakujuk and finally returned to the fortress. ARC, they've begun advancing into the western region.
Finally the war had started. Dash. Chai Chang, Sikiok.
The sharp sounds iron and flesh being cut rang out.
An enemy appeared in front of him while swinging his sword.
He blinked once and paid careful attention. Being able to detect the sharp sword would save his life. It was a battlefield.
How long will this battle last?
ARC thought as he knocked down the group of Nakujuk. It was already the 5th day of fighting against the Nakujuk and dozens of battles had been fought. As expected, the Nakujuk had 5,000 troops. On the other hand, the Baron managed to gather a few more troops and increased their numbers to 4,500. The numbers were almost equal, but the combat power between the Nakujuk, who was a warrior tribe, and the civilian Baron clan was completely different. Despite the high-intensity training, there was a limit to how much they could learn in a week. The Baron clan were defeated many times in the early stages and were pushed towards the first defensive wall they built in the canyon.
If it wasn't for Justice Man, then the Baron clan would already be wiped out. ARC looked at Justice Man, who was standing on a hill overlooking the battle.
In fact, Justice Man had already foreseen what would happen in the early stages. Because the early strategy was to preserve the troops rather than maintaining the high ground. But their strategy changed to counterattacking once the Nakujuk marched into the canyon.
Justice Man chose the strategy of backtracking. When the Nakujuk moved from point B to point A, they would backtrack and attack point B. The war of NPCs in New World was also similar to wars in reality. In other words, they had to secure a supply route if the troops wanted to continue marching. If they lost the supply route, then they would run out of food and weapons and armor won't be able to be repaired. In addition, the soldiers would feel anxious and their morale would start to fall. Of course, the Nakujuk had to move back to point B to secure the supply route again. Then Justice Man would build a defensive structure at point A. Thanks to that, the Nakujuk were now only able to advance near the entrance of the canyon. Of course, this strategy had been used since ancient times. The NPCs might not know about it, so Jules Group would see through it immediately. However, knowing about it and stopping it were different issues. Thus the strategy they envisioned was a success. In the ever-changing battlefield, it was difficult to make a RTS succeed, but it was possible using real-time simulation games. Not to mention the field in New World was reminiscent of an actual battlefield. Justice Man and Lariat also had an enormous impact on the battlefield. Without Justice Man's expertise and Lariat's special abilities, it would be impossible to succeed. Of course, the rehabilitation members and the Dark Brothers also helped execute the strategy. I'm going to kill everybody. The weak Baron are acting so arrogantly. The Nakujuk had thought the battle was going to be easy, so they eagerly rushed forward. Although the Baron's line of defense collapsed, Justice Man just waited and said, they've started to lose control after 40 minutes. Their flanks are spread widely thanks to them eagerly rushing forward. Dark Brothers, intercept operation. Lariat cast her glow at Justice Man's command. The Innocence Knight always caused a glow whenever she used a skill. The Dark Brothers had been hiding using stealth. Kwa kwang, kwa kwang, kwa kwang, kwa kwang. There was a huge sound as hundreds of Dark Brothers emerged and used backstab. The Nakujuk had already been missing quite a lot of health thanks to the battle, so they quickly collapsed. Ugh, where did they come from? Fall back. Retreat from their attack range and rearrange the formation. But we've already entered too deeply into enemy territory. If we retreat, then all the troops will be isolated. Send the Draken unit to support them. The shout emerged from the confused group of Nakujuk. And after a while, dozens of Draken rushed across the battlefield. Kerwar Warwa dash. It was the Draken who could fly freely in the sky and had immense attacks. They were so strong that they were able to face 10 of the Baron clan's monsters. They always appeared in a decisive moment to cause a crisis among the Baron. However, this time emergence of the Draken was an opportunity for Justice Man. Tactical units, intercept the Drakens. After the command was issued, hundreds of soldiers on the hills on both sides of the canyon raised their bodies. Don't spread the attacks. Concentrate on one target and attack. Jack Tung used his skill to place clear signs above the Draken's head. It's this one for the moment. It is an all-out attack. Exterminate them. Tung, kwa 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 kwang. Firing sounds were heard from the tactical unit's hands as hundreds of artillery hit the Draken at the same time, causing it to spew blood and collapse. Ark had commissioned cannons from the Raccoon family. The cannon was a perfect weapon for the tactical units. The tactical unit was smart but powerless, so they couldn't face the Nakujuk directly. This wasn't a problem if they attacked from long distance. And cannons were classified as a machine rather than a weapon, so they showed higher performances when used by NPCs. In addition, the tactical units was led by Jack Tung, who was a general equal strategist. One of the skills Jack Tung learned was Feng Shui. When used in battle, Feng Shui increased the effect of terrain by 50%. In other words, the cannon had extra damage and accuracy when fired from a higher position. Feng Shui increased these effects by 50%. Ugh, unbelievable. The Nakujuk could only watch as one Draken fell after another. Just like that, the tactical units instantly handled the Draken and started attacking the Nakujuk. They fired from the top of the hill towards the bottom. Also, the Nakujuk were closely gathered in the canyon, so it was easy to hit them. When shooting the cannon, there was no way it could miss. Jack Tung shouted with excitement on his face. Attack, attack, attack. No signs are required for these guys. Just fire blindly. Tung. The artillery fell from the sky like a shower of rain, causing the Nakujuk's camp to collapse. But this was still only a skirmish. The guard towers 1, 2 and 3 have been completed on top of the hill. That's it. Ark had been waiting for that message to appear. While the battle had been going on, Bu Dongsan had split the engineer unit to construct 3 towers on top of the hill. Of course, they didn't have that much time, so the towers weren't strong or durable. But the Nakujuk had to break through the second line of defense in order to move up the hill and attack the towers. In other words, it meant they couldn't directly attack the towers' guard towers. If anyone had ever played a Warcraft RTS game, then they would know the strength of guard towers. There was a huge bonus applied to the range and attack power of arrows shot by the guard tower. Furthermore, the guards in the tower wouldn't be hurt until the tower collapsed. Thus the guard towers were a necessary resource, but it required a lot of resources and people to create. The guard towers and the tactical units with cannons. The shower of arrows and artillery immediately decreased the health of the Nakujuk. A smirk formed on Justice Man's face. Okay, shall we throw something else at them? Assault units charge. Wah-ah-ah-ah. Qua. They rushed onto the battlefield, which split like the Red Sea. The earth sounded like it was shaking as 1,000 mounted troops charged towards the enemy's camp. This was the concentrated assault of the Baron clan.
They were also riding monsters that the trainers had tamed. In fact, Justice Man had struggled with how to use the monsters in the war. 4 or 5 monsters could only deal with one Nakujuk. And when the battlefield became complicated, the trainer couldn't handle all the monsters alone. To overcome those drawbacks, Justice Man had decided to use them as cavalry troops.
The Hellhound, Volcanesu and Kajel wolves were ridden into battle.
The situation went through a 180-degree change. Thanks to the speed of the rush, the attack damage of the Baron clan and the monsters were greatly improved. It was possible to say that the battle once truly started with this assault.
When the assault units appeared, Ark's eyes brightened and he shouted, "Hoo hoo hoo, it's time Raiden. Transform. Sack sack, sack 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 sack. Pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa."
Raiden finally had a chance to play an active role as he ran with Ark on its back towards the assault troops. There was a deafening noise as the assault troops collided with the Nakujuk and the Nakujuk went flying. However, Ark slowed his speed after a quick peek.
Ark wasn't eager to fight and just followed behind the assault units.
It was a battle involving thousands spread out through the canyon.
While the soldiers were interlocked in fighting, many items also fell.
But it was difficult to move easily in such a hectic battlefield. And even Ark was limited in his ability to grab items and store them. But the situation changed when the assault troops broke through the enemy line. Dozens of Nakujuk collapsed from the charge of the assault troops.
And an empty space opened between the General Baron troops and the enormous speed of the cavalry unit. The person who picked up the items first was the owner. It was the moment Ark was waiting for.
Ark ran after the assault troops and scraped up the items which had fallen to the ground.
Over there, an item just fell. Sack sack, sack 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 sack.
Ark's eyes looked around and Raiden instantly ran to that place when he shouted. Raiden has acquired the Nakujuk spear. Raiden has acquired the Draken's leather. Ha ha, this is a field of items, dot. Ark rode Raiden and chased after the cavalry troops. On again, it was like someone else arranging the table with food while Ark picked up the spoon and ate it. He had to do it even if it was shameful.
If he didn't do this, then how could he raise 45 million won in 2 months? Ark, what are you doing? Is now the time to be playing around?
At that time, Shambhala passed by him and shouted angrily.
Have you forgotten our mission? I know. I'm looking for it so you don't have to tell me. Ark answered in a brusque voice while Shambhala continued into enemy territory.
Yes, Ark was the commander, so he wasn't in the battlefield just to pick up some trivial items.
It was due to a special mission.
Although it is trivial, gathering a lot will still make me some money.
Ark's sharp eyes looked over the battlefield.
At that time, Diedrich contacted him through radio from where he had been searching in the sky.
Beep beep. Chike, chike. You hear me, Master, the goal is found, over. Where? Where Master is now, in that place, 6 o'clock, 50 meters away. 6 o'clock, okay, I found it. Ark searched the camp and discovered the target. Oh ho, the opponent is Jewel? Lucky. Shambhala was start complaining about it being unfair. Ark looked at Jewel throwing magic all over the place. The most annoying presences in the war were Jewel and the Hermes Guild.
Thus Ark and Shambhala were given a special mission to handle the Hermes Guild.
Shambhala and Ark were the only ones who could beat them in a melee situation.
Ark prioritized this special mission as the most important. The reason was because they had money. The Hermes Guild was in a war against NPCs, so they were all chaotic. When they died, they would receive 2x the death penalty and would unconditionally drop one item. In other words, they weren't different from a special monster. In addition, they commanded the Nakujuk, so they were good prey for Arkansas. Now Jewel looks even prettier. What will I get this time, dot? Raiden, to the right. Charge. Pa 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 pa, pa 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 pa. Raiden quickly rushed towards Jewel. Hook, that guy. Jewel screamed as she spotted Ark running towards her. In fact, this was not the first time he met Jewel. He had met Jewel 2 times since the war began. At that time Jewel had rushed frantically towards him. However, the result was a complete defeat for Jewel. Now the pioneer Jewel couldn't match Ark anymore. Jewel was prideful, but she finally admitted it after being defeated by Ark twice. The 2 defeats meant double the penalty and items dropped. Stop him. Don't let him come. Jewel fell back and yelled at the Nakujuk. But Ark wasn't going to miss a source of money. Trying to run away? Not a chance. Ark took out the saw blade and threw it. The saw blade flew through the air and landed in front of Jewel. Undo transformation, Razak shield stroke. The saw blade immediately morphed into Razak at Ark's command. Jewel flinched as Razak immediately struck her with the shield. This was the method Ark developed to hunt the Hermes Guild. Ta-da-ding-dang, there was a continuous ringing sound as Jewel was pushed back towards Arkansas. It was the power of intermediate shield stroke. The proficiency of Razak's shield stroke had risen. Shield stroke, intermediate, passive. Your ability to handle the shield has become more precise and you can now push the enemy more effectively. You can also use shield stroke to strike 3 enemies at the same time. If all 3 attacks successfully hits one target, then they will be pushed back an enormous distance. Interfering with the enemy's attack and attack power plus 30%, the probability of pushing and causing stiffness increases by 12%. Intermediate shield stroke can also strike 3 times. Ark had studied shield stroke during the 1 week dedicated to hunting. When the new technique was learned, he consumed 50 affection in order to raise Razak's shield stroke.
Ugh, this bastard.
Jewel muttered as she stumbled.
However, the stiffness meant that Jewel was unable to move. Shut up and give me items. Demonic opening, Dark Blade. Ark's enormous attack instantly decreased Jewel's health to 30%. The stiffness was released, but Jewel from the strongest Hermes Guild didn't dare to fight and just ran away. What are you doing? Block him. Jewel cried out and the Nakujuk came stampeding towards him. But Ark just smiled and murmured. This is all you have?
Assault troops, push against them.
The Baron assault troops heard Ark shout and pushed against the Nakujuk.
But some of the Nakujuk got past and came to help Jewel. At that time, Diedrich flew down like a thunderbolt and spat towards the Nakujuk.
Your opponent is over here, you communist.
He had also consumed 50 affection points to raise his taunt skill.
The skill proficiency of Diedrich's taunt has increased. Taunt, intermediate, active taunt can now be used more effectively.
The effectiveness of your provocation has increased the range to 20 meters. In addition, the number of people it can be applied to has increased to 5. The angrier you make your opponent, the longer the duration will last and there will be a wider range of effects. It is possible to use within 20 meters.
Mana consumption, 30. Quack, that bat is spiting on us. Haha, it's not just saliva. It is sputum. Sputum? This freaking bat, I'll tear it apart. Hey you morons, where are you going?
Because they were chaotic, they deliberately put away their best items. It wasn't possible for them to have a huge effect on the war wearing good items and the damage would be too large if they died. However, it was still more expensive than the items the Nakujuk would drop and it relieved his stress, so he continued hunting the Hermes Guild.
Jewel's equipment is more expensive than that other guy. Wasn't the armor I got from that warrior only worth 100,000 won? These fellows are like beggars. Ark clicked his tongue and looked around again. Anyway, I've caught more than Shambhala at the moment. Although he was hunting the Hermes Guild, they weren't the only targets.
The chieftains were often hidden in the back or buried in a group of Nakujuk.
Shall I see how many Nakujuk I can kill while hunting their chieftains? Diedrich, use satellite mode. Sheesh, don't call it that name. It is surveillance mode. Diedrich grunted and flew into the sky again.
And soon they found another commander not far from there.
Naturally, a special monster would drop better items than a normal monster. Instead of killing the chickens, Ark wandered around and sliced up the Hermes leaders.
Of course, it was determination for a jackpot, but Ark's achievements also contributed greatly to the military situation.
Oh, Arknim has already defeated another leader. Those guys aren't a big deal. Thanks to Ark, the morale of the Baron clan went up while the Nakujuks decreased.
Meanwhile, Shambhala had finished hunting the Hermes Guild and changed targets to the chieftains as well. The Drakens were completely destroyed and the Hermes members and chieftains were collapsing one after the other.
After approximately 2 hours had passed. Retreat, everybody retreat. The Nakujuk fled after suffering enormous damage.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 12 Chapter 5. ACT-5 Special Attack Corps. Reinforcements? Raiden asked with a frown. Didn't you tell me a few days ago that the Nakujuk would be sufficient? That is. Jewel stuttered an excuse on the other side of the handset.
Well, it was actually an excuse that he heard several times so far. Thanks to Ark, the Rehabilitation Group and the Dark Brothers, the Nakujuk's conquest of the Netherworld had unexpectedly been halted. However, Jewel had refused Raiden's support after they gained consecutive victories in the first few battles. That's because Jewel would receive less shares of the Netherworld if she accepted Raiden's help. But the situation had changed and the battles had become increasingly difficult.
In addition, they didn't have an extra letter movement orb, so they couldn't accept reinforcements from the Nakujuk for the moment. But was that all?
Every time Jewel, Duke and the Hermes Guild participated in the battles, the situation became messy because they were smashed by Ark and Shambhala.
So now you need my help with these issues. We're really sorry.
Jewel replied in a weak voice, making Raiden sigh.
Okay, we can't afford to have our forces currently leave Sylvana. I'll hire a few people from the Mercenary Guild and send them to you.
But it'll take them some time to go through the Red Wilderness.
Can you hold out until then?
It is difficult to advance, but they don't have enough to take us all out.
Then be patient.
Raiden hung up and immediately connected to New World. Then he used the gold reserves to hire mercenaries. He hired approximately 1,000 mercenaries, which would be enough to change the situation in the Netherworld.
This is serious.
At that time, there were eyes watching them leave for the Netherworld. It was the foreign business manager of the Sylvana trading post, Sid. Raiden had secretly hired and gathered the mercenaries, but there was no large transfer of funds in Sylvana that could escape Sid's eyes.
Ark had already guessed that Jewel would ask for help and assign Sid to watch Raiden. And he passed this information straight to Arkansas. Wah-ah-ha. We managed to defeat those guys and retook Karada Canyon. Commander Justice Man, hooray, ... It had been a week since the Nakujuk War started.
In the meantime, they had fought 5 times in the canyon and the momentum seemed to be with the Baron as they drove the Nakujuk back. In addition to Ark and Shambhala, the popularity of Justice Man and the rehabilitation members also increased.
As expected, our decision to entrust this to you was completely correct.
The elders had completely become Ark's followers.
He disapproved of the sudden change in the elders' attitude, but who was he to complain about a good thing? The victory in this battle is huge. Our approximate line of defense has been completed.
Justice Man spoke with a satisfied expression as he looked at the map. Thanks to the victory just now, they could build 10 guard towers on either side of Karada Canyon. The Nakujuk had no choice but to advance through Karada Canyon if they wanted to reach Haemon Fortress.
Of course, this didn't mean that the guard towers was absolute.
If there weren't any soldiers stationed there, then it would just be a normal building. But when the battle spread into the canyon, then it'll show its powerful function and would improve the percentage of victory. In addition, the monitoring range would increase by a huge amount if they used the guard towers. They would be able to watch every move of the Nakujuk in the canyon.
With Haemon Fortress's extension, they won't dare attack it anymore.
In addition, the supplies they gathered in the southeast is already running out. With the guard towers blocking the movements of the Draken, they'll probably won't be able to hold out and will retreat to the valley village. Now we've overcome our inferior power and stabilized the region.
Shambhala also nodded. Ark's party was now completely immersed in the Netherworld War.
There wasn't that many opportunities to experience a massive war like this in the game. It was a matter of life or death for NPCs, but it was just a game for users. They were able to experience a hot battle, so they were enjoying it. In particular, Justice Man and Shambhala's motivation had increased by a considerable amount. It was a 180-degree change from the siege or battles they previously participated in. The siege was just a war. But this war had some justification.
Justice Man was helping the residents, so he considered it a good cause, while Shambhala was looking after his precious girlfriend?
Fulfilling Isabel's wish was his justification. They faced this war with a different type of determination.
Moreover, the opponents were monster-type NPCs.
Unlike the siege where it was just a competition between users, this war would give fame, experience, and items. In addition, the war gave additional experience to users with a title. The experience of Justice Man and Lariat, who were the deputies, the rehabilitation members who were the commanding officers of their units, and even Buxel, who was in charge of supplies, went up dramatically. However, the one who ate up the most experience was obviously Ark, who was the commander. As the commander of the Baron clan, he received a certain amount of experience every time a Nakujuk was killed. Thanks to that, Ark climbed 16 levels in a week and finally reached level 300.
Character name Ark, race human. Alignment good plus 400. Fame 10, 725, plus 500, level 300. Profession Dark Walker.
Title Cat Knight, Caretaker of the Abandoned, Jackson's Hero, Great Adventurer.
Health 4710, plus 150, Mana 4700. Spiritual Power 200, Strength 593, plus 28. Agility 753, plus 55, Stamina 893, plus 20. Wisdom 107, plus 10, Intelligence 912.
Luck 103, plus 30, Flexibility 119.
Art of Communication 66, Affection 31, plus 10. Resilience 358. Special stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 138. Asterisk Equipment Item Effects. Guardian Armor of the Mare People, Water Attribute Resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat Paws, Gloves Attack Speed plus 10%, Agility plus 15, Critical Hit plus 10%. Raccoon's Pith, Helmet Agility plus 10, Wisdom plus 10. Asterisk King Set Effect, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Stamina plus 10, Defense plus 20. Warrior's Transcripts, Shoulder Blade Strength plus 3. Wind Spirit's Boots, Shoes Agility plus 30, Movement Speed plus 30%, Attack Speed plus 10%, Slide available. Galgashi's Fur, Mantle Cold Resistance plus 100%, Agility plus 20, when health is less than 50%, Magic Protection automatically activates. Adelaine's Necklace, Necklace Defense plus 40, Affection plus 10, Blessing of the Sea available. Resurrecting Spirit, Ring Strength plus 5, Mana Recovery plus 5%. Rarukan's Ring, Ring Agility plus 10, Attack Speed plus 10%, Critical Hit plus 8%, Dark Protection available. Amulet of Vitality, Bracelet Health plus 50, Health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, Bracelet Strength, Agility, Stamina plus 10, Fame plus 500, Sword-based Skill Growth plus 5%. Asterisk All abilities will increase by 40% in the dark. Asterisk You have the ability to hide in the darkness, 20 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk Resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk You can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk Shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk Poison resistance has increased by 50%. Asterisk 10% increased attack and defense. His fame also went up considerably as the commander. The average level of the rehabilitation members reached 220 while Lariat also became level 200. They received less experience than Ark but they were lower leveled so their speed was still fast. Leveling up like this isn't good. My experience gain will start slowing down. Ark was unexpectedly complaining. As expected, it was golden money that made Ark happy instead of levels. Currently the percentage of Baron who've received the raccoon's weapons was 80%. 1,000 was necessary but only 800 had been completed and passed through Ark's hands. Thanks to that, Ark managed to receive ores equivalent to 1,600 gold. Of course, he made it into weapons and sold it in his store as cash. The merchandise traded huge. Ark was impressed by how much he gained from trading merchandise. He didn't have to lift a finger in order to gain 1,600 gold. If he could monopolize dealings bigger than this, the profit would be unimaginable. If I can monopolize the Netherworld after it rises, as well as Sylvana and Lancel Village, then hunting for money won't be a problem. Anyway, the people who were always ahead were the ones who grasped an opportunity. Ark was able to envision a more realistic aspiration thanks to his business. Ark had also picked up a significant amount of loot on the battlefield. Buxel had already moved the Japtum to the displays in Ark's comprehensive store. But even if all of it was sold, he was only be able to receive 300-400 gold at the most. The best items were the ones obtained from the Hermes Guild. Even if it wasn't their original items, it was still high-leveled magic items. On auction sites he would be able to receive an average of 30-50 for it. So far he had secured 20 items from the Hermes Guild, which meant 601,000 gold. Kukukuk, being chaotic at that level, stupid guys. After calculating, he earned approximately 3,000 gold in 1 week. That was around 30 million won earned. I've only just signed the lease contract and I've already earned 3,000 gold in a fortnight. It's a lot and there's still slightly less than 2 months left. If I keep this up then the rental amount won't be a problem. Ark really felt like he was flying. But no matter how much he liked it, he couldn't drag the war on forever. The movement of the Hermes Alliance is serious. Ark had received information from Sid that the Hermes Guild had hired mercenaries. But there was no news of a siege beginning at Sylvana. They are clearly bound for the Netherworld. They're sending in reinforcements. Currently the Netherworld War was 6:4, with the Baron being slightly superior. But there was no guarantee that the situation couldn't reverse. If the Nakujuk headquarters managed to produce a letter movement orb in time, then more reinforcements could come at any time. If they were joined by the Hermes mercenaries, then the situation would spiral out of control. The canyon had 10 guard towers, but RTS games have proved there was a limitation when there were too many people. The side with a lot of numbers would win. Although bombs could be used in reality, the rule of numbers was absolute in medieval battles where people fought with swords and shields. What do we do now? Shambhala asked in a worried voice after hearing all of the circumstances. This war couldn't be won anyway. I knew that from the beginning. What? What are you saying? Me? I told you so from the beginning. Even if the Baron win here, it isn't possible to capture the Nakujuk's headquarters. Eventually the war will continue and they won't be able to win. If you knew that, then why did you drag us into the war? Shambhala stood up and glared at Arkansas. This guy, he was so immersed in the war that he forgot the true purpose. Ark looked at Shambhala with pity in his eyes before speaking. It's not finished, now's the time to start the main point. Main point? Do I have to explain it again from the beginning? Shambhala, what is your purpose for coming here? Purpose, occupy a place here, when the netherworld rises. That's it. Ark said with a smile. Did you forget? Our purpose is not to win the netherworld war. Our goal is strictly to elevate the netherworld to Middle-earth. Wait a minute. What will happen to the Baron clan when the netherworld rises to Middle-earth? Lariat's question also wasn't difficult to answer. Shambhala also nodded and added. That's right. The Nakujuk will still attempt to conquer the netherworld even if it rises. Sometimes it was tiring talking to a person who wasn't as clever. He was nice and handsome, so couldn't he solve such problems without Ark telling him? Ark shook his finger and spoke. Think about it. What will be one of the most significant changes if the netherworld rises to Middle-earth? The biggest changes. The biggest change will happen to the netherworld. Like Isabel said, the first change will be the visit from the three kingdoms, and the second change is that users will descend on the netherworld. Well, I guess. Won't users show interest in the netherworld's quests? That was the solution that Ark thought of for the netherworld. A huge number of users will surge to the netherworld with no information. And the first thing they'll see will be the Baron suffering from the Nakujuk's invasion. When ordinary users saw it, they would think that the Baron clan were the good NPCs. On the other hand, the Nakujuk would be labeled as monsters. That is, the user's enemy. He didn't know how Jules Group allied with the Nakujuk, but ordinary users would feel obligated to help the NPCs and defeat the Nakujuk. If the Baron Elders commissioned the users, then the Nakujuk would be annihilated. It was just like a huge defense league had come to the netherworld. So naive users would apply for the militia. If the Hermes Guild sent reinforcements, then their numbers would be nothing compared to the number of Baron. In addition, users couldn't permanently die. So it would be possible to recycle the troops again and again. The Nakujuk wouldn't be able to survive against that. If the users assist the Baron clan, then the Hermes alliance won't be able to move excessively. If the netherworld rose and the Nakujuk still tried to conquer it, wouldn't the user help the NPCs against the monsters? If that happened, the users would publicly forsake the Hermes alliance if they saw them allied with the monsters. That's why I said we don't need to win this war to win. If users appear, then the elders can ask them to subdue the Nakujuk. And they'll do all the work. Shambhala shook his head with a tired look. It was a strategy which manipulated users and NPCs. But this was only one part of Ark's grand plans. The users who came to the netherworld would form a defensive wall in the war. Of course, this required a person to supervise them. And Justice Man, the Rehabilitation members and the Dark Brothers were already firmly established with the Baron clan. Naturally, Ark's companions would be authorized to supervise the users. In other words, no matter how many users came to the netherworld, Ark's party would still have exclusive rights to the Baron's territory. If he was smart, then there were endless ways to obtain a profit. The Baron clan's economy is still in the Bronze Age. But that will change once users start arriving. If the capital of the Dark Brothers is used to establish an economic system beforehand, then I can also benefit from it. Even though they stopped the assassinations, the funding of the Dark Brothers couldn't be ignored. Nabian wanted to rebel in the past before he didn't want to lose his source of profit. If the Baron used that to build an economic system, he would gain huge profits as the netherworld continued to evolve. I'll be able to achieve all the plans in my head if I have the funding of the Dark Brothers. Naturally, a large amount of soybean powder will fall in my direction. When Ark first entered the netherworld, he thought he would be able to profit if he monopolized the quests and dungeons. However, this wasn't such a trivial amount. Ark recalled the various business plans he thought of while exploring the Valley Village. Guided tours of the netherworld on the Skyrays, tamed monster safari, and even created a new currency system for a fee. It wasn't just for users in the netherworld, it could also be applied to trading with the three kingdoms. Ark was going to invest the Dark Brothers' huge capital into all those businesses. In fact, it was also necessary for the Dark Brothers. They would have the power to negotiate with the three kingdoms when the netherworld appeared.
If Ark used the Dark Brothers' capital to initiate some projects, then they would make the capital back and he would profit, and Isabel had already agreed and signed a contract before they entered the Netherworld. Yes, the eligibility to participate in Netherworld businesses. That was the reward for Ark's information he mentioned to Shambhala and Isabel. Bah, you had such ulterior motives. Shambhala now realized that the conditions Ark presented weren't as simple as he thought. However, Ark just ignored him. What are you talking about? I've been thinking of the Dark Brothers. Ark paid no attention to Shambhala's glare and continued. Well. Let's focus. Anyway, the important thing is to maintain the defense line until the Netherworld rises. Although you said it early, but I can't easily imagine it. The Netherworld will really rise to Middle-earth? That is correct. Ark had emphasized the word we. Because Ark needed to complete the quest, but the purpose for reviving the world was for them. Then it would have been better to revive the World Tree instantly. Shambhala spoke in a strange voice. Then why didn't he revive the World Tree as soon as he came to the Netherworld? It was a question with plenty of answers. But there were 3 reasons why Ark hadn't done it. First, if the Dark Brothers hadn't established themselves by the time that the Netherworld rose, then Ark's profits would decrease. Secondly, reviving the World Tree required a number of special conditions. The World Tree is an existence which maintains the balance of the world. It gets its source of power from the Netherworld. There has to be a full moon in the Netherworld when trying to resurrect the World Tree. The increase in power will increase the probability of success. Right. Isn't tomorrow a full moon? Okay, that's why I mentioned that we needed to hold on for 1 week once the war started. That's the reason why I didn't want to push too hard against the Nakujuk. If they felt the crisis, then Jewel might have called in reinforcements from the Hermes Guild earlier. Understood? And one last thing. Ark pointed towards a section of the map rolled out on the table. This is the location of the World Tree. Ark had pointed beyond the northern mountains where the headquarters of the Nakujuk was located. Yggdrasil told me that the World Tree was worshipped by the Mutal. So naturally the Baron built a castle around it. The Baron were driven from that place and now the Nakujuk occupies it. Therefore, I have no choice but to lead the troops there to resurrect the World Tree. But realistically it is impossible. And the Hermes Alliance has already sent the mercenaries, so there is no time. The Nakujuk headquarters, then? There is only one way left. Ark traced the path between Haman Fortress and the World Tree with his fingers. I have to sneak into enemy territory with a small force and revive the World Tree. You're going to organize a special attack corps? That's right, we'll use the Skyrays to fly past the northern mountains. Furthermore, the Nakujuk will be busy thinking about the war in the south. It would be difficult with a large number, but I might be able to infiltrate with a small group. And I'll have to do whatever it takes to break through the enemy lines and revive the World Tree. So this is the final and most important mission. Justice Man nodded with a convinced look. Since the time in New World will triple the rate of reality, a full moon actually appeared every 15 days in reality. If they missed the opportunity tomorrow, then they would have to wait another 15 days. But the Hermes mercenaries would arrive in a few days, so there was only one chance. There's no choice. Shambhala murmured and turned to look at Arkansas. Of course, I'll have to attend? Naturally. The destination is the enemy's stronghold. The odds aren't in my favor if I go with a large force. We can hit and run with a small number of people. Thus I need a small and elite force that can move quickly. And as much as I hate to admit it, you are a strong ally. Then I'll go. Me too, there's no way I'll miss this. The rehabilitation members immediately raised their hands when the strategy was decided. But like he said, it was better to have a small number for this operation. If they wanted to sneak in undetected, then it required a maximum of 10 people. And Ark had already picked the people he wanted to infiltrate within his head. Aside from the reliable Shambhala, the one he needed most was Lariat with her recovery magic. Justice Man was also a reliable person. However, reviving the World Tree meant nothing if the fortress was taken, so Justice Man needed to remain at the fortress. He instead decided to choose the members with the highest levels, which were Bulkun, Diakte, Jaktung, Yapsab, Hejayalese, and Taza. The level was necessary, but they also needed to be able to work together. 10 of the Baron clan warriors also wanted to accompany them, but that would be detrimental to his plan of sneaking in. Therefore, the Baron warriors were given the role of guiding them through the northern mountains. In the end, the ones who would sneak through the enemy's camp to revive the World Tree were 9 people. This is the only chance. Ark began to prepare for the expedition and checked his equipment. The fate of the Netherworld rests on your shoulders.
Justice Man said firmly as he handed the rehabilitation members the slime's immortality pill.
During their spare time in the netherworld, Justice Man had created the slime's immortality pills, but he hadn't decided who should eat them first. But thanks to this situation, the privilege was given to the 6 people in the Special Attack Corps.
Oh, isn't this thing awesome? My abilities have gone up. Volkun's mouth gaped open as he saw the effect of the slime's immortality pill. The remaining 4 people also reacted the same way.
The Special Attack Corps finished the preparations and climbed aboard the Skyrays, with Justice Man saying one final thing. The northern mountains have a lot of drakens that the Nakujuk used to patrol.
It's not going to be an easy path.
So in order to avoid the Nakujuk's attention, you'll go around the canyon to enter the northern mountains.
I understand. Good luck. The Special Attack Corps saluted and flew into the sky. Then Justice Man stepped back and turned around.
The thousands of Baron gathered in the fortress square lifted their arms and cheered.
Wah-ah-ha! Commander Arknim, we wish you the best of luck. Dash. Rohair.
The sharp gust of wind blasted against their skin. The pressure felt like a huge beast was attacking them.
Lower your upper body and lean forward.
It's the end if you get caught in the gust. Ark shouted as the Skyray were pummeled by the wind. They had to avoid the eyes of the Nakujuk, so Ark's group made a detour around the Golgi Mountains after departing from the fortress and finally arrived in the Valley of Fangs in the afternoon. In order to cross the northern mountains, passing through the Valley of Fangs, which connected the northern and southern parts of the mountains, wasn't a popular path. It intricately crossed the northern mountains like a maze. And just like the Abyss of Despair, the Nakujuk's garrison was situated in the middle. It would be unreasonable to break through that garrison on the Skyrays. In addition, they might inform the headquarters even if Ark managed to break through, which would make things more difficult. That's why he had the Baron warriors accompany him in order to guide him.
Fang Valley has a secret passage that the Nakujuk don't know about.
It is a very, very dangerous place, but you'll be able to go undetected by the Nakujuk. The Baron warriors said it was a secret passage located in a deep cave in Fang Valley.
It was situated in the middle of sky-high cliffs, so they wouldn't have been able to enter without the Skyrays. And as soon as they passed through the cave, they would arrive at Age Iron, the current headquarters of the Nakujuk and former castle of the Baron.
Okay, let's do it. Ark directed the Skyrays towards the cave and a message window popped up when he entered.
A lava cave hidden in Fang Valley.
You have found the lava cave hidden inside the maze-like Fang Valley. The Baron clan used this cave to escape when they were driven from the north a long time ago. But after a long time, the cave has taken a different form thanks to the lava flowing through it. And the faint cries of beasts could be heard from along the cave walls. It seems to be a very unsafe passage.
Explorer's Knowledge, Hidden Dungeon Bonus, Skill Points, 10. It's different from the stories?
The Baron warriors looked around puzzled at the maze-like cave complex. The information window stated that the lave had been flowing for 100 years, so the shape of the cave would have changed a lot.
Moreover, even the Baron warriors had never seen the cave.
All they had were loose sheets of maps that their ancestors drew when they escaped from the north a long time ago. Thanks to that, the group spent a large amount of time wandering the cave. In addition, there were sharp fangs of rocks jutting out from all over the cave walls.
It wasn't easy to fly through the cave while avoiding those rocks. But the most irritating thing is this heat.
In fact, Ark was extremely tired from the choking heat. The cave the Baron warriors were guiding them through had lava running like a river on the ground.
The gusts of winds also blew hot air like a hairdryer.
It was to the extent that his skin became hot and sore after being hit by the wind.
Ark wiped off his sweat and the information window once again updated. Due to the extreme heat, your fatigue has risen by 10%.
For every 10% your fatigue rises, all stats, attack speed and movement speed will decrease by 5%, and the amount of satiety when consuming food will decrease by 5%. If your fatigue goes above 50%, then you will lose 10 health every 50 seconds. In addition, if your fatigue reaches 100%, then you will lose all your health and die.
Relaxing away from the extreme heat or eating cold food can lower fatigue. That was the information window that appeared shortly after entering the cave. It was an opposite effect to the cold that Ark experienced when he first entered the netherworld. Fortunately, it was easier to recovery than the cold effect. Fatigue could be lowered simply by resting in a place away from the heat. However, the cave was filled with sharp rocks on all sides. Even lava was flowing on the floor. It wasn't possible to find a place to rest. Thanks to that, Ark's fatigue had already increased to 40%. Damn, if it wasn't for these rocks.
If they were speared by the sharp rocks, then they would be roasted like grilled skewers. No, even without the rocks it would just be like they were roasting in an oven.
Ah, this place is indicated on the map. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to have changed that much. We're almost there now. Have strength.
Ark's companions gasped with exhaustion while the Baron cheered them on.
Damn, it's easy for them to say.
In fact, the Mutal didn't feel heat or cold. The climate in the Netherworld always changed on a whim, so they've adapted to those type of environments. Therefore, the Baron's cheers only seemed like someone was clawing at Ark's thighs.
But the real problem started now.
If I eat patbingsu, shaved ice, then I'll feel better, but there is no place to land.
Ark gasped while looking around.
Then he suddenly saw a dark shape approaching rapidly from inside the cave.
Ark stared at the dark shape blankly before suddenly shouting. D. Draken?
Kurwarwarwa dash.
Ark's shout echoed along with the Draken's roar through the cave.
The warrior leading the party shouted with a perplexed expression.
Hook, W. Wild Draken.
There were 10 Drakens approaching them from the front.
Damn, my breath is already choked up just from flying. Battle formation, Ark, Shambhala, the rehabilitation members, Lariat and the Baron warriors lined up in their formation.
It was one which protected Lariat in the middle with her recovery magic while still allowing them to fight.
Ark took out his sword and asked the Baron warriors. How far is the exit? Not far according to the map. It's in approximately 1 kilometers.
The Draken are settled here, so they probably won't chase us if we manage to get out through the exit.
Okay, Shambhala, let's just rush and penetrate through them. Dark Blade. Okay, Meteor Strike.
Shambhala and Ark rushed forward like an arrow and swung their swords.
Taza and Jacktung attacked the Drakens from the rear with their cannons.
However, they only managed to push back a few Drakens before they were surrounded by the rest.
Damn it, our attack power is weakened.
Ark swore as he turned around to avoid the Draken's counterattack.
Normally those attacks would have penetrated through the Draken.
However, Ark's group had accumulated fatigue thanks to the heat, so they weren't in a condition to exert their full power. It wasn't simply a matter of the stats or damage decreasing. Every breath he took while swinging his sword sounded clogged like a man stuck in a sauna.
That wasn't the only problem. Ugh, I can't aim properly. I can't fight and control the Skyray. Unlike Ark, Shambhala, and the rehabilitation members had no experience with combat on Skyrays.
It was taking everything they had just to calm the Skyrays, who were frightened by the Draken's attacks. It wasn't possible to aim a cannon or bow while the Skyray was running wild. In addition, the wild Drakens had higher levels in damage than Ark's group.
Heek, Aok dash. Eventually, 2 of the Baron fell into the lava thanks to the Draken's attacks. And another Baron warrior was caught by a Draken and died. The Baron warriors had their morale fall after seeing such horrible scenes.
It's impossible to fight against a bunch of Drakens.
We have to get the hell out of here. It can't be helped.
Shambhala and Hyung Nims, please gather the Draken in one place. Ark shouted and took a sword out of his bag.
You understood.
Hick. The rehabilitation members avoided the attacks of the Drakens and flew all over the place. Soon the 10 Draken were lined up. At that moment, Ark dropped his sword from above them and made it explode.
Blade Storm. Quack.
The devastating storm of sword fragments swirled with an intense glare. The Draken was pressed by the huge pressure of the storm and fell. He thought they might fall in the lava, but the Draken soon regained their balance and flew up again. However, it was possible to block the movements of the Drakens for a while thanks to Blade Storm.
Now's the time. Guide, you take the lead. Let's break through to the exit. The Baron warriors and Ark's group traversed the cave at a tremendous pace.
Kurwarwarwa dash.
The Draken's cries of fury quickly came from behind them.
Their eerie cries felt like the Drakens were breathing on the back of his neck. But there was no room to look back. Ark's group leaned forward on the back of the Skyrays like they were riding motorcycles and raced through the cave. Then they clumsily drifted around a corner.
We'll arrive soon. All that's left is the exit in front of us, Hook.
The Baron warriors turned the corner and screamed before suddenly breaking. They stared in front of them with desperate looks and moans.
Ugh, unbelievable. The exit the warrior mentioned existed. But it wasn't an exit anymore. Qua.
Large amounts of lava was flowing down from the ceiling like a waterfall in front of the exit. Even with his 75% flames resistance, Ark would still receive huge amounts of damage from one drop of lava.
Shambhala and the rehabilitation members would only have their bones remaining if the lava fell on them. Son of a bitch. Ark, the Drakens.
He turned his head at Shambhala's warning and saw the Drakens come around the corner.
However, now the Drakens weren't the problem.
If they concentrated their energies, then it might be possible to deal with the Drakens somehow. But if the exit was blocked, then it was meaningless to deal with the Drakens. Soon it will be evening and the moon will rise for 4 hours. I don't have time to turn around and find another way. There wouldn't be enough time to reach Age Iron if they turned back through the cave to Fong Valley. The time limit attached to this operation was until the moon rose. No, before that he would have to get past the Nakojuk's garrison first. Damn it, I should have started the infiltration earlier. Ark avoided the Draken's attacks while grinding his teeth together. The only way to enter Age Iron was through this exit. Is there a way to pass through the lava waterfall? It was impossible no matter how much he thought about it. He would need a steel umbrella with 1000% fire resistance. At that time, an idea popped into Ark's head. Wait, umbrella. Maybe, no, there is an umbrella. Shambhala. Ark immediately approached Shambhala and explained the plan. Timing was crucial for the method Ark devised. And the only person who could match his timing was Shambhala after fighting together in the evil Silrian. Shambhala's eyes lit up when Ark explained and he quickly nodded. It can be done. Do you have confidence? We have no choice. Okay, I'll believe in you. Shambhala grabbed the reins and flew up towards the ceiling. The rest of you maintain a defensive formation in this area and please endure it. Hick, you understood. I really dislike aerial combat. The rehabilitation members and the warriors started flying around and screaming from the dizziness. Fortunately, one of Lariat's skills was balance of spirit. When this skill was used, the person could accurately gauge their position even if they were on a roller coaster. Thanks to that, they could avoid the attacks of the Drakens. So the Drakens and the Baron warriors engaged in battle, with 2 of the warriors being sacrificed. They weren't lacking in strength, but their priority was to protect the rehabilitation members. We do not mind the sacrifice. The entire Baron clan depends on this mission. It was truly praiseworthy. However, Ark felt even more tense every time he heard a scream. After the 5th Baron warrior had died, Shambhala finally called out to him. Ark, I'm ready. There's enough room now. Okay, now wait for my signal. Don't forget, timing is crucial. Don't worry about me and steady yourself. Diedrich, it's your turn. Let a Draken near the lava waterfall. What do I look like in Master's eyes? Diedrich shouted as he avoided the Draken's snapping fangs. You're the only one I can believe in, number 2. Razak and Raiden aren't any help now. Sheesh, I understand. Yeah, these lizard. Try to catch me if you can. Diedrich used taunt and cursed at the Draken. The Draken flew after Diedrich, who fled towards the lava waterfall. After a moment the Draken appeared in front of the waterfall. Now Shambhala. Torpedo sword. Shambhala used torpedo sword while near the ceiling. Then the sharp icicle-like rock dropped with a loud sound. Now, timing. Ark concentrated hard and glared at the falling rock. He had learned how to grasp the timing of moving objects in Taekwondo. Ark calculated the timing in his head and rushed at full speed towards the rock. The moment he collided with the rock, Ark connect parry and counterattack to use riposte. Kakakakaka, dang dong. The rock bounced off him like an arrow. It was the reason Ark rushed forward and used riposte. If he used all his momentum to push the heavy falling rock with riposte, it would shoot off in the opposite direction like an arrow. Of course, the force of the impact wasn't small, but Ark had concentrated and stared at the rock. The goal of the flying rock was the Draken chasing after Diedrich. Snap, qua 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 quang. The rock penetrated the Draken's chest and lodged it in the wall. The Draken was like an insect specimen nailed to the top of the lava waterfall. The lava fell onto the Draken and split in half like it was an umbrella. And the exit was clearly exposed. The Draken started struggling as it took a shower in the lava waterfall. However, the rock was firmly lodged in the wall and wouldn't budge. So, that was Ark's plan. It's a success, now quickly go through the exit. Oh, exit. The rehabilitation group and the Baron warriors turned away from the Drakens and charged in Ark's direction. Ark, Shambhala, and Lariat had already passed through the exit. Meanwhile, the Draken's health was quickly disappearing. Its skin had started to melt from the intense heat. Even the Drakens who lived in the lava cave couldn't withstand the heat of the lava. Hurry! It won't last for much longer. Ah, understood. The rehabilitation members stopped aiming the cannons and arrows at the Drakens and went through the exit. At that moment, the sound of the Draken's skeleton was heard as it floated away in the lava waterfall. The lava waterfall was also starting to block the increasingly narrow exit. Hey, Jayolese had just came in that direction and cursed. Damn it. Hey, Jayolese Hyun.
Damn. It's not possible, I'll have to stay here. Don't worry about me and just go. The Baron warriors and I will return to Haman Fortress. We're sorry, we believe in Commander. The sound of Hey Giles and the warriors' voices became lost thanks to the loud waterfall. But they were already surrounded by a bunch of Drakens. It was impossible for them to exit the lava cave and return to Haman Fortress. It can't be helped. They were too slow. Let's just think like that, Jacktung said after shaking his head and patting Ark's shoulders. There was no way for them to go back and help Hey Giles and the Baron warriors anyway. Ark looked at the lava waterfall for a brief moment before nodding and turning away. This was Ark's infiltration mission where the destiny of the Dark Brothers and the Netherworld was at stake. It wasn't possible to stop and worry about the people who had fallen behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12 Chapter 6. ACT 6 Age Iron. Age Iron. A large city spread in front of you after escaping the lava cave. This is the ancient city in the Netherworld where the Baron used to flourish, Age Iron. The nature and peace-loving Baron clan built the beautiful city around the world tree Usuria. But now it was ruled by the Nakujuk and the old beauty of Age Iron couldn't be found anymore. The whole city is covered rusted steel and grey rocks. The world tree Usuria stands in the heart of the city while letting out a dismal atmosphere. Explorer's Knowledge, Hidden City Discovery Bonus, Skill Points, 20. We finally arrived. Ark looked at the distant city. The lava cave was like a tunnel piercing straight through the northern mountains. After going through the exit with much difficulty, they had managed to immediately move to the opposite side of the northern mountains. Luckily, the Nakujuk hadn't occupied every part of the north. After moving through the northern mountains, they had managed to find Age Iron, which was their destination. As Ark's group started moving north, he noticed something strange. Basutyu had said the northern forests were a lush, beautiful place. But the north was actually more barren than the south. Almost everywhere was a desert covered with coarse sand with occasional dry woods appearing. Is this the influence of the world tree? Ark recalled what Bona had deciphered from the scroll. The scroll stated that the Netherworld was initially an abundant place, regardless of north or south. When the world tree became deprived of its power, the south, which was the furthest away from it, started to become barren. This was the reason why the Nakujuk swarmed to the north and occupied Age Iron. However, the world tree had been deprived of its power for 100 years. In addition, the Nakujuk indiscriminately killed the forests in order to build their garrisons and the north became devastated. On the other hand, the Baron's enthusiasm for nature changed the south into a better environment. Is the situation reversing the reason why the Nakujuk want to conquer to south again? This was a scene which clearly showed the importance of protecting the environment. Even though he now knew all the Nakujuk's reasons, he still resented them. Anyway, Age Iron was a larger city than he thought. It was like a medieval castle with several layers of walls spread out in a circular form, with various buildings in the region between the walls. And the heart of the city was the towering world tree Usuria, which stretched out to touch the sky. Of course, it had changed to a dead twisted tree with shriveled branches. We have to cross the city in order to revive Usuria? The group naturally sighed as they saw the vast number of Nakujuk teeming in Age Iron. Currently they only had 8 people who were Ark, Shambhala, Lariat, Ulkun, Diakde, Jacktung, Taza, and Yapsab. But Ark's purpose was to restore Usuria, so there was no reason to fight every Nakujuk in Age Iron. He had to stay undetected by the enemy until he reached Usuria. It wouldn't be easy if they were users like Jewel, but the opponents were NPCs. It was like an old gaming style popular with users, Jikbo, a method of controlling the game but not fighting against monsters and only going up against bosses, where using the appropriate skills would increase the odds in their favor. That's why I picked a variety of professions. Everybody please eat this for the moment. While taking a break, Ark created many types of cuisine and arranged them like a buffet. They were deluxe dishes generously made with a lot of ingredients. Oh, it is good to travel with you during moments like these. The group were tired from the lava cave and quickly scraped clean the buffet. In the meantime, Ark collected the group's equipment and repaired it. It was truly a service which bled him. But in this situation he had to do everything possible to raise the strength of the party. Lariat's buffs also raised the stats of the group considerably. List of secondary effects. Information window of secondary effects applied. Asterisk food effects. Energy drink Tunton roast sweet and sour past herb salad shrimp tempura. Total stats raised by the food effects: strength plus 45, stamina plus 24, agility plus 30, intelligence plus 5. Asterisk buff effects.
Storm breathing, attack speed plus 10%, duration, 30 minutes.
Warrior's concentration, critical hit chance plus 20%, duration, 30 minutes. Hero spirit, attack power plus 10%, duration, 1 hour. Asterisk special skills effect. Blade maintenance, sword attack plus 3%, duration, 1 hour.
Intermediate laundry, defense plus 7%, duration, 4 hours. If the Innocence Knight becomes the leader, then the party's defense and attack will rise by 7%. Asterisk effects of tonic currently taking. Sipjadi Botang, TL, type of Korean herbal soup, strength plus 1, stamina plus 1, duration, 18th day. Reading the combined effects really was amazing.
Currently ARC's survival cooking dishes could be compared to the effects of the finest cuisine.
But with every good thing, there was always a downside. If there weren't any repeat dishes, it was possible to eat 10 different types of food. It was also subjected to one limitation.
Satiety. If satiety reached 100%, then they couldn't eat any more dishes.
Even if the duration of a dish ran up, if his satiety was full, then he wouldn't be able to eat another type.
Therefore he couldn't cook excessively and his ingredients piled up. This was the main disadvantage of survival cooking.
The effect of the dishes on stats was better. But the increased effects also increased the amount of satiety. Quite a few dishes had their satiety over 30%. Thanks to that, only 3/5 of the finest quality dishes could be eaten at the same time. While the satiety and effects are highly effective, some of the ingredients are quite difficult to obtain. But
Ark looked at the few precious ingredients he had left and clicked his tongue. These dishes are worth at least 2 gold.
In this situation, Ark had no time to worry about the expense of the meal. Anyway, thanks to his cooking, the stats of the Special Attack Corps rose by a large amount.
But was that all?
Using blade maintenance and intermediate laundry also increased his attack and defense. Just like a thief, Ark learned special skills which put his buffs on a level similar to Lariat's.
Shambhala checked the secondary effects window and murmured in an astounded voice. What on earth?
It's the first time I've seen such a jumbled up character like you.
I also wonder about my identity.
Ark replied with a grin.
Once he finished the Corps' maintenance, they descended the hill and approached Age Iron.
They had left the Skyrays while approaching.
If they approached Age Iron on the Skyrays, then it would instantly be a beehive.
From here onwards it was infiltration time. They paid attention and hid when necessary.
The question is how to reach the World Tree undetected. Shambhala looked at Age Iron with a frustrated expression. Age Iron was the headquarters of the Nakujuk.
Just like bacteria proliferating, there were a huge number of Nakujuk. Although they were residents of the city, 70% of them consisted of warriors. The sky was already turning dark and the edges of the full moon could be seen in the sky. While Ark, Shambhala and Yapsab, who changed his profession to Guardian equal Scout, could use stealth, it wasn't something that could be used indefinitely.
The duration time was 20 minutes, so there was no guarantee that he would be able to remain undetected. Hoo, it's time to show our skills.
The rehabilitation members smiled and approached the front.
Yapsab, sneak into Age Iron and determine the most common items. Yapsab used stealth to roam Age Iron and then returned to Taza.
Then he roughly drew on the ground and explained.
It's the keg.
They look like barrels to store wine. They were scattered everywhere.
A keg? Good. Taza nodded and took out several pieces of wood and tools from his bag.
Then he sawed at the wood and hammered away until he created 8 keg barrels.
Now everybody please enter the keg.
Ark put on the wine keg and a message instantly appeared.
The Nakujuk's wine keg has been reproduced using clone. When using household goods to imitate hostile forces, a camouflage effect is applied. Once camouflage is applied, you will not be suspicious to hostile forces. If the opponent shows an interest in you, then the risk will increase.
Risk will increase if you show certain suspicious behaviors in certain situations.
Current risk, 0%. Taza had the counterfeit skill that he used in the past.
After changing to Guardian equals Engineer, he managed to learn the clone skill.
Feng Shui. After Jack Tung said this, an information window appeared again.
The effect of Feng Shui is applied to the party. Feng Shui is the unique skill of the Guardian equals Strategist. Using Feng Shui will increase resistance to all environmental and terrain effects. Attacking an enemy from a high place will increase your damage, while attacking from a lower place will have it. In addition, if you hide your body in the darkness, then the chances of being noticed by an enemy will decrease. Decrease the probability of the enemy suspecting you by 30%. The combination of professions is as good as expected. Ark once again admired the variety of skills in New World. But Ark also didn't fall behind when it came to odd skills.
Now it's my turn. Diedrich, satellite surveillance mode. Okay. Diedrich floated 100 meters into the air at ARC's command and looked around. In front, there is a watchtower on the left and right. One lookout in each tower, this can't be ignored. And there are Nakujuk patrols wandering around the buildings and alleys. Each 150 meters apart, moving in a clockwise position. The information that Diedrich relayed was displayed as red dots on ARC's map. This was a new skill Diedrich learned during the Nakujuks War. Your pet Diedrich has learned a new skill. Satellite surveillance mode, beginner, species characteristics. You can observe the terrain for 50 meters and the enemy's movements within a 100 meter area. When the skill proficiency rises, it is possible to scout even further. The information relayed by your summon will also be displayed on the map. However, once activated, the skill will consume 5 mana every 10 seconds. Information regarding terrain, NPCs and users will be shown on the mini-map. Thus Diedrich was consistently forced to use the satellite surveillance mode. Although Age Iron wasn't a huge city, it still wasn't easy to understand the intricate alleys of the city even with the Keg's limited vision. In addition, there was a high probability of the Nakujuk noticed the Kegs when they were moving around. They needed to understand the terrain and the enemy's movements. That was the main purpose of satellite surveillance mode. Now let's sneak into enemy territory. The 8 Kegs moved towards Age Iron. Do. Stop. A patrol is approaching the corner. ARC whispered in a low voice before entering Age Iron. The Special Attack Corps stopped moving and held their breaths inside the keg. After a few seconds, 10 Nakujuk turned around the corner. They surveyed the area and murmured as they saw the wine barrels. Who placed some wine barrels here? I suddenly became thirsty after seeing the kegs. Risk, 20%. Hick, these bastards. Just go away. ARC prayed the Nakujuk wouldn't look through the hole in the barrel. Luckily one of the Nakujuk slapped his colleague's shoulder and spoke. Hey, do you want to get in trouble for drinking alcohol while on the job? Instead of doing it while on patrol, you can drink when there is a break. Okay. I just wanted to try out the keg. The Nakujuk looked at the barrel before turning away. When the patrol officer backed away, the risk level instantly went back down to 0. Phew, that bastard, if you're just going to go away then why did you make us terrified for nothing? The Special Attack Corps released the breaths they were holding and started moving again. Do, flinch. Do, stand. Do, slam. The infiltration using the kegs was smooth. Age Iron had many buildings that seemed like they belonged in large cities. The topography made it easy to avoid the enemy's eyes. In addition, there were a lot more kegs once they entered the interior, so the risk level hadn't risen. Every time they saw the Nakujuk, they would wait anxiously until the patrol went away. Isn't it exciting? Didn't it feel like they were sneaking around in the action game Metal Gear Solid? Observing the enemy's movements and the terrain using the mini-map and then sneaking around was quite exciting. After sneaking through the enemy lines for approximately 20 minutes, the Special Attack Corps arrived at the first gateway. The barrels huddled together near the checkpoint to the next district. This area has a lot of watchtowers, so it'll be very dangerous. The most annoying thing while sneaking through enemy territory was the watchtowers. NPCs in the watchtower had an incredibly wide surveillance range, and anybody using stealth within that range would have it automatically turned off if the guards looked at them. In fact, as soon as the Special Attacks Corps entered the range of vision, the risk level immediately went up to 50%. The guards would definitely notice them if they tried to sneak past. There were also 10 watchtowers in the vicinity of the checkpoint. But the watchtowers aren't completely dangerous. If you stick close to the wall while moving, then the only risk is another watchtower spotting you. But the watchtower's line of sight won't overlap in the towers at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, or 6 o'clock. We can't move forward like this, so we'll have to handle it, Shambhala said in a low voice. Fortunately, 3 of the watchtowers are at an appropriate distance. The both of us should take the ones at 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock, while the one at 6 o'clock has a low risk, so Yapsab can take care of it. You'll have to take care of it while the guards in the other towers are looking in the opposite direction. Do you have confidence? Who are you talking to? You idiot. They had to defeat the watchtowers in order to infiltrate the city. The only way to disable a watchtower in enemy territory was assassination. Shambhala was more of an expert in this field than Arkansas. Ark laughed and nodded his head. Okay, let's get started. Please maintain trill the whole time. I'll tell you their movements. Thus 3 kegs approached the watchtowers. They stopped whenever a patrol approached and continued this until the 3 kegs arrived at the place where a ladder to the watchtowers was. Meanwhile, Ark surveyed the mini-map and calculated the timing. Because the situation in the watchtowers couldn't be seen from the kegs, they had to solely rely on Diedrich's satellite mode. Shambhala, the lookout, has turned his head to the right. I saw it. By the way, it sure is comfortable with your bat. Why don't you give your bat to me? Shambhala teased as he agilely climbed up while the guard was looking away. I wouldn't give him for anything. Lousy child. Let's stop chatting and prepare yourself. Now. None of them are paying attention. Raiden, poison attack.
Ark jumped out of the keg while using stealth and muttered. Raiden spat out a green liquid onto his sword. At the same time, Ark matched Shambhala's timing and jumped onto the watchtower. Then he used backstab on the guard looking over the checkpoint. You have dealt a critical hit. The Nakujuk has been paralyzed by the poison and won't be able to use his muscles for 5 seconds. The poison guard stiffened and fell to the floor. There was a reason he used the paralysis poison. If the guard screamed for help, then it wouldn't be an assassination anymore. Ark followed up with the continuous use of Dark Blade. The guard's health decreased in an instant. But after a while, the guard's paralyzed mouth loosened enough for him to call for help. However, Ark continued striking critical hits and making the guard paralyzed. Ark was level 300 and thanks to his Dark Attribute bonus, he only needed 15 seconds to deal with the Nakujuk. Ark quickly took care of the guard and turned his head, feeling slightly conceited. However, Shambhala had already taken care of his lookout. Sheesh, that brat. Ark complained with pouted lips. He had grown like crazy in the netherworld. Now even Jewel and Duke couldn't handle him. Thanks to that, Ark's ego inflated and he had thought there was a considerable difference between him and Shambhala. However, the difference didn't seem that much anymore, judging by how fast Shambhala took care of the guard. Although Shambhala is a profession assassin. Nevertheless, it didn't feel that pleasant. Then suddenly there was an exclamation mark on the map as a red dot moved. The red dots represented the Nakujuk and the exclamation mark represented a danger. Ark stared with aghast eyes as a Nakujuk arrived at the bottom of Shambhala's watchtower. Shambhala, right below you at 7 o'clock. At the same time, Shambhala's pupils turned in that direction, then Ark stared with a slack jaw as a dagger suddenly drove through the Nakujuk's mouth. It was Shambhala's dagger-throwing skill. The Saint Assassin was primarily an assassin profession who could use poisons, daggers and swords. The poisons were even more powerful than the ones produced by Raiden. The Nakujuk became stiff and rigid after the dagger hit him. Shambhala then jumped off the tower like a gymnast and drove his sword through the top of the Nakujuk's head. The assassination damage was added to the fall damage and a tremendous amount of damage appeared. The Nakujuk was in a stunned state and couldn't even cry out as it died. What a scary guy. He marveled at the quick workmanship. It was lucky that he was Ark's ally. He would truly be frightening if they were enemies. Let's withdraw quickly. They hid the bodies in the watchtower and quickly camouflaged themselves again. Ark had confirmed that the watchtowers could see each other. If the other lookouts noticed something unusual, then there would be a problem. While Ark and Shambhala took care of the front 2 watchtowers, Yapsab had taken out another lookout and joined them. The rehabilitation members smirked as they spoke to each other. Ho, wasn't it easier than you thought? At first I was a little worried, but it's not that difficult. Don't be careless. If we're discovered before we reach the World Tree, then it's over. But honestly, Ark was also feeling a little relaxed. Just like the rehabilitation members said, it was easier than he thought. After becoming more experienced with moving in the kegs, their speed became even faster. Wait, someone is approaching. Do, flinch, smash. Once again the 8 kegs froze at Ark's voice. After waiting a moment, a 10-year-old Nakujuk boy turned the corner. What the? It was a kid? Ark sighed and relaxed. He naturally thought that kids were less dangerous than soldiers. It was a huge mistake. A child was even more curious than adults. And a child was someone whose actions could never be predicted. As expected, the child suddenly stopped next to the wine barrels and stared. Risk, 50%. The risk level had risen to 50% after the boy showed an interest. What the? What are you looking at? There's nobody here. Just go. Ark stared at the boy and sent strong thoughts to him. But as expected, the child's behavior was impossible to predict. The boy suddenly stabbed his finger through the hole in the barrel. Who the hell would stick a finger in a barrel sitting in the streets? No, there was no time to consider this. It was impossible to imagine that the finger would stab into Ark's eye, making him give a short scream as he fell down. Quack, what the? Hook, gee ghost. The boy also freaked out and fell on his rear. It was at that time the Nakujuk patrolling nearby focused their eyes on the kegs as they heard the scream. Risk, 100%. Camouflage and feng shui has been released from everyone.
Oh my god.
Ark groaned as he looked around with a swollen eye.
Shambhala rose from the wine barrel and glared at Arkansas. Thank you. You stupid brat. Hey, you try to be quiet when you're being stabbed in the eye.
Of course I would scream.
Damn, that child. Ark's bloodshot eyes sent a murderous glare towards the boy.
Then the boy winced and retreated behind the Nakujuk soldiers. Arknim, please stop. Despite being a Nakujuk, he is still a child.
You idiot, you're going to take revenge on a child? Ark, let's act like an adult.
Ark turned his head away at Lariat's, Shambhala's, and the rehabilitation members' words. It didn't matter if they were an adult or child to Arkansas. However, there was no time to worry about the kid.
Damn, let's get out of here at once.
Ark led the Special Attack Corps and ran down an alley. The terrified boy suddenly changed his face and laughed.
Kakik, intruders. You stupid guys, you're all dead now.
Yes, we'll tear those guys apart and eat them. In particular that bastard who frightened me, I'll eat your eyeballs. The young boy continued chattering rudely.
Thanks to him, the Special Attack Corps was forced to flee.
How was this child brought up? He really wanted to see the parents' faces.
No, the parents were chaotic NPCs, so wouldn't they praise him? Ark's useless thoughts stopped after hearing Shambhala's shout.
Ark reflexively turned his head around and paled with fear.
There he is. Have you ever been attacked by an enemy in StarCraft? Have you ever received a rush attack by 200 troops? In a situation where there were only 8 of you?
That was how Ark felt just now.
Intruders. Kill them. How dare they try to break into Age Iron?
An enormous number of Nakujuk were emerging from the surrounding buildings.
They numbered in the hundreds.
It was the first time Ark had experienced being surrounded by so many monsters in New World. The square and narrow streets suddenly became filled with Nakujuk.
Then the many Nakujuk shot swords, spears and arrows towards the Special Attack Corps. Kwa 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 kwang, sikiak, snap, crunch. The Special Attack Corps instantly became 8 tattered rags.
There was no time for them to stop or even block.
Healing touch, goddess protection.
Although Lariat used her recovery magic, it was like water just spilling out of a hole.
Lariat Nim switched to the set of 3 defensive buffs.
Raising the damage would be no help in this situation. Enduring was the most important thing. Lariat activated the defensive buffs at Ark's command and raised their stamina, defense, and evasion. Then she used her recovery magic again as the rate they were losing health had slowed down.
Healing, ache.
Lariat burst out screaming while using her recovery magic.
Her healing and buffs made the enemy's aggro rise.
Thus the Nakujuk concentrated their attacks on Lariat.
Of course, Bulkun and Diakde, who changed their profession to Guardian equals Assaulter, used taunt to get the aggro off her.
But they were still surrounded by hundreds of Nakujuk. The 2 of them were unable to protect Lariat from the whole group.
Lariat Nim will soon be wiped out.
Ark threw the saw blade towards her and shouted.
Undo transformation. Razak shield stroke.
Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack.
Razak fell in front of Lariat and swung his shield.
The group of Nakujuk was pushed back.
XX interception.
Meanwhile, Ark stabbed his sword at an incredible pace around Lariat. Yes, Ark hadn't been idle while Diedrich and Razak were learning new skills.
He learned a new skill thanks to his steady efforts. That name was XX interception.
This was the technique that had managed to defeat Kaljapu, and Ark changed to nature of the technique while attacking the Nakujuk and finally managed to learn the skill.
You have learnt a new skill.
XX interception, beginner, active a special lunge which concentrates the attacks on a specific area. When using XX interception on certain monsters, your repeated attacks will increase the target's fury and change the focus of their anger. This particular area is extremely painful, so their attack speed will also be slowed.
The pain will reduce their movements. When attacking the enemy, there is a 5% chance that the enemy's movements will be slowed by 5%. Also, every time it succeeds, the enemy's anger will rise like you've used taunt and they will attack you. Ugh. What? This unfamiliar pain. Yuf, it seems to be tearing. I didn't go to the toilet this morning.
The Nakujuk screamed when he struck their X spot.
The Nakujuk's bums started swelling when X was hit. The pain the Nakujuk felt every time they tried to move couldn't be described in words.
But that wasn't the effect Ark aimed for. The Nakujuk felt shame and anger after their ex was attacked and they burned with intense hostility towards Arkansas. It was a forced taunt. Thanks to Ark attacking X, Lariat was able to escape from the crisis. This lousy bastard. What's wrong with fighting dirty? Flash. Ark passed through the group of Nakujuk and dealt damage to them. However, the situation was still bleak no matter what skill he used. The top right corner of the mini-map was completely filled with color. The red dots representing the Nakujuk covered the entire map in red. Even if his health managed to endure, they wouldn't be able to defeat all the Nakujuk before the defense buffs ran out. Ark, this way. Then he heard Shambhala's voice from the rear. He saw that Shambhala had defeated his group of Nakujuk and was climbing onto the roof. Being attacked on the roof was better than being surrounded by the Nakujuk on all sides. Ark stepped on the wine barrel on the ground and jumped onto the roof. Then he pulled Lariat and the rehabilitation members up. It would be easier to fight on the roof. The terrain reduced the advantage in numbers. But the situation looked even worse thanks to their wider field of view from high up. It wasn't just the alley the Special Attack Corps were in. Thanks to the emergency call, the whole area was strewn with Nakujuk. We're screwed, it's all finished now. They couldn't run away. If they ran away here then the World Tree wouldn't be revived. But it wasn't possible to advance either. There was only on the outskirts of Age Iron so the number of Nakujuk would multiple as they advanced further. The fate of the Special Attack Corps was about to be decided. Ark, jump! Jack Tung shouted at that moment. When Ark turned around with a stupid look, Jack Tung raised his hand and indicated the next gateway. There. You might survive if you manage to get there. Huh? But? There's no time to explain. It isn't possible to survive for much longer in this state. How the hell would they be able to survive in such a situation? But there was no other way so Ark followed Jack Tung's words for the moment and ran towards the gateway. They jumped from roof to roof while avoided the arrows until the Special Attack Corps arrived at the next gateway. There were no roofs around the gateway so they jumped off and crossed to the gateway on the ground. But the situation became even worse. Hundreds of Nakujuk had flocked in front of the second gateway. 400, 500, 600, 700, the number of Nakujuks had grown exponentially. Jack Tung Young, how the hell? Run! Ha! Jack Tung, Yapsap and Tazza shouted before turning their bodies around. Ark stared at the scene with astonishment. He could guess Jack Tung, Yapsap and Tazza's intentions. They intended to block the advancing enemies using the gateway. However, their professions were strategist, engineer and scout. They wouldn't even last 30 seconds when surrounded by hundreds of Nakujuk. Then Jack Tung smiled and clenched his fist firmly. Slime's time, N01. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 12 Chapter 7. ACT 7 Gateway Breakthrough. TL notes, I had difficulty with the name of Shambhala's technique since there only one character in Korean which could have a lot of meanings. Thus I just used the Korean pronunciation for it. Dash. Jack Tung's body was covered with a yellow slime. Slime's time. Yes, Ark wasn't the only one with Slime's time anymore. Of course, the skill was created with the vision scroll so the effects weren't 100% but the rehabilitation members had also eaten the Slime's immortality pills. It invalidated physical attacks by 100% so it was perfect against the Nakujuks who couldn't use magic. But? Ark looked at Jack Tung with confusion. Jack Tung's intent was perfectly clear. And it was the best way for now. If Jack Tung died then he would just lose some stats and then revive again. He could take that penalty for the larger purpose. But it was the process leading up to death Ark was worried about, not the actual death. I hadn't thought the incomplete Slime's immortality pill would give such a penalty. The Slime's immortality pill that the rehabilitation members ate wasn't the genuine product. Normally it would take 118 hours to create the Slime's immortality pill. Creating 6 would require 708 hours. Instead of the version made using survival cooking, the rehabilitation members were forced to eat the B-grade products created using the vision scroll. And only 70% of the original pill was applied. The problem wasn't the diminished stats. The penalty applied to the B-grade Slime's immortality pills was unimaginable, and it was attached to the skills learnt. You have learned the racial skill Slime's time. Once a day, you can choose between 2 skills. It is possible to cover your body with a coating of slime for 10 minutes. Any physical damage or fall damage will be 100% nullified. However, there is a 100% chance that magic will cause addition damage, with magic resistance decreasing by 100%. B grade product penalty: if you ingest an incomplete immortality pill and become covered with slime, your whole body will become sensitive and the pain felt when attacked will be amplified by 50 times. You can call any type of slimes that exist within a 500-meter radius. B grade product penalty: when ingesting an incomplete product, the slimes called will not be recognized your allies. Instead, they will attack all users. It was a truly ridiculous penalty. When attacked in New World, the most pain they would feel was a mild shock. But this was x50 amplification. I can't use the slime's time skill, Shambhala had complained when he ate the B grade product and saw the results. There was no point in using the skill when the pain was a few times worse than in reality. There would be a large cost if Jack Tung and the others blocked the gateway for 10 minutes. They would have to withstand worse pain than in reality. For Jack Tung Hyung and the other Hyungs to use slime's time. Hyung Nims. Ark swallowed his rising emotions and shouted, "I'll do whatever it takes to make sure the mission is successful." It was a really desperate dash. Kakik, I can't miss such a fun scene. The relationship between Diedrich and the rehabilitation members wasn't that good. Before he was a summon, Diedrich had been bullied in the past. Thus he was fixated on his status after growing a little bit. "I'm an aristocrat of the netherworld." That was the motto he kept repeating to himself, and he had an obsession with being the number 2. Anyway, in the past Ark had officially declared Diedrich was the number 2, so his obsession became even worse. So naturally he treated Razak, Raiden, Lariat and Buxel as his subordinates. "I'm a nobleman of the netherworld and the number 2. I am the leader in Master's absence." He acted like the leader whenever Ark wasn't there. It was a trivial thing, but Ark recognized Diedrich's arrogance. Anyway, while Ark was in the netherworld, his pets had to remain summoned. He could easily pack Raiden and Razak away. However, Ark often left Lariat alone. In addition, he didn't trust Buxel. So Diedrich was the cleverest among the people Ark had left. That was the reason why Diedrich's number 2 position was solidified. And not long ago, a critical incident took place for Diedrich. Ark had been sworn in as the commander of the Dark Brothers = Baron Clan Alliance. Wait, I'm the person immediately following Master? So I'm the actual number 2 among these thousands of allied forces? Finally, I've come a long way. I've been rewarded for all my troubles. The power-crazy bat made a huge mistake. He revealed his true colors as soon as Ark wasn't there. "Ho, Master isn't here, so I'm the commander of this army. I'll tell you in advance, but I'm not as kind as Master." Diedrich flew around Haman Fortress and stared, interfering. At this point some people wanted to tackle him. But their clan elders were completely caught by Ark, so none of the Baron dared to defy Diedrich. And Lariat and Buxel saw his behavior as normal. But Diedrich was hot-headed and crossed the limits. "Hey you guys, what are you doing?" TL note, talking informally, which is considered really rude in Korea. Diedrich talked like this towards the rehabilitation members. The rehabilitation members made a dissatisfied expression and glared at him. "What? What did you say just now? Ugh, these guys, why do their eyes look so murderous?" Diedrich thought for a moment that he had made a mistake. But then he shook his head. No. I can't be scared. During the siege in Nagarin, Master was always the captain. These guys are Master's minions. And I'm just under Master, the number 2. These guys are also below me. If they're disobeying me, then it means they're rebelling. What's this? Where are you staring? Are you acting defiant? You really want to die? Diedrich had finally pressed the switch for a nuclear bomb. And Diedrich was literally flattened into a rice cake by the rehabilitation brothers. He was smashed in just a few minutes, but Diedrich still didn't get it. Ugh. You bastards, wait until I tell Master, you'll die. Ha? Is that so? Hey guys, this bat wants to be hit even more. Ouch, ouch. Stop hitting, no. I forgive you. Forgive us? Ha, his head has gone crazy from the pain, but. Ouch. Hook, it hurts. Stop beating me. Please forgive me. In the end, Diedrich was able to escape from the group assault with his entire body bruised. Hoo, it serves you right. Diedrich had suffered from the horrible experience a week ago, so he felt pleasure as he saw Jack Tung being beat up by the Nakujuk. However, Diedrich's laughter gradually disappeared from his face. Ugh, it's not a joke? Heek, being mangled by the sword, it really feels like it.
Hell, I never thought it would be this bad. Jack Tung, Yapsab, and Tazza groaned. The pain amplified by 50 times was unimaginable. It really felt like they were being stabbed or a mace was smashing their skulls. Their health didn't decrease by 1%, but mentally they were in a critical condition. Heek. Eventually Yapsab was unable to hold out against the pain and kneeled down. No, steady yourself. Ugh, if we don't survive, Ark and the Netherworld will be screwed. I know, dot. Yapsab clenched his teeth and slowed raised his trembling knees. Then he dragged his body over and grabbed the Nakujak's ankles. This fucking bastard. The group of Nakujak hacked at Yapsab's body. Although Yapsab screamed every time, he never let go. Quack. Rehabilitation, the rehabilitation group, show your spirit. We, for justice, can't give up, no. Ooh oh oh oh. Let's show them our willpower. Jack Tung staggered before roaring and making an impassioned speech. Then he stomached the surging pain and muttered. Ku, don't scream. For my allies, don't fall. It's tough to endure, I'd rather sing. Oh, that's good. Ku, okay. Bodies of my comrades, heek, exceed, forward, forward. Jack Tung stared at the Nakujak with bloodshot eyes and started singing a military song. His voice became even louder as he felt more pain. Even the battle-obsessed Nakujaks flinched and retreated a little bit. That guy, I never realized he was like that. Diedrich stuttered as he watched the scene. Diedrich could no longer deride or laugh at the rehabilitation group. It was like an 80s war film that even managed to tug at a bat's heartstrings. Damn. Those guys, why do they look so cool? Yeah, what's going on? Why isn't surveillance mode working properly? At that time, Diedrich heard Ark's voice in his ears. Idiot. Now's not the time for that. Don't you know how brave Jack Tung is by blocking the enemies? Look, I really can't see in front of me because of my tears. Noisy, if we die here then don't you think Jack Tung Hyun's sacrifice will be for nothing? If you don't come right now then I'll kill you. Sheesh, Master really doesn't shed blood or tears. Diedrich rubbed his eyes and wiped away his tears. Then he looked at Jack Tung still singing a military song and saluted. You guys are true soldiers. It was a really nice atmosphere thanks to the music when Diedrich's eardrums trembled from Ark's shout. Yeah, do you really want to die? Why aren't you flying right now? Understood. I understand. Damn, a unit of archers is approaching from 3 o'clock. Diedrich looked at Jack Tung for a moment before flying upwards. Anyway, Ark's group was once again able to receive Diedrich's assistance with the enemies. That's the final gateway. Ark used Dark Dance to avoid the Nakujak and headed towards the gateway. He had no reason to fight against the Nakujak. If they fought then Ark's group wouldn't be able to reach the next checkpoint within 10 minutes and the Nakujak would swarm and surround them. The area between the second and third gateways was packed with buildings and houses. Thus Ark's group had to break through the windows of building in order to get to the other side. Bulkun and Diakde could rush and penetrate through the enemies while Shambhala had footwork comparable to Dark Dance. However, Lariat's evasive skills were no match for the Nakujak. It's not possible. Ark clicked his tongue and then carried Lariat. I'm sorry. But it's the only way for now. Ah, no I'm fine. Lariat Nim please use meditation and concentrate on recovering your mana. Yes. Lariat replied in a weak voice as her face became redder. Damn, one step too late. Bulkun and Diakde complained as they stared at Ark with envious eyes. Honestly, there was nothing to be envious about. It was a game but he could still feel their weight when carrying someone. So naturally it became more difficult to use Dark Dance and the percentage of completion fell. But if they lost their healer then the special attack core would 100% be wiped out. Even though it was a burden, it wasn't possible to drop Lariat. That's it, let's break through the last gateway. Shambhala arrived first at the gateway and shouted while defeating the Nakujak there. Age Iron was a circular city built around the World Tree. If they passed through the final gateway then they would appear in front of the World Tree. There were no visible Nakujak between the gateway and the World Tree. The World Tree was a sacred place so the Baron hadn't built any buildings around it. The World Tree will be there once we go inside. There was a gap in the roots of the World Tree where only a few people could pass. Usuria would no doubt be hidden inside it. Ark ran carrying his ally and jumped into the gap. When Jack Tung blocked the gateway, the size was large enough that 3 people were required to block it. But the entrance of the World Tree was small enough that Bulkun and Diakde would be enough to block it from the Nakujak. These guys went into the World Tree. Seize them, kill the bastards. Bulkun and Diakde turned around and stared at the Nakujuk rushing towards the gateway. Now it's our turn. Ho, if it's for justice then we're not afraid of death. Go Arkansas Slime's time, in 01. Thus Bulkun and Diakde threw their bodies to block the advancing enemy. Thanks to their sacrifice Ark, Shambhala, and Lariat were able to enter the World Tree. Let's hurry up. Ark immediately started running through the interior of the World Tree. Although he didn't show it, Ark was inwardly grateful towards the rehabilitation members. This was a game so they wouldn't really die. It wasn't anything irreversible. But it wasn't an easy task to willingly go to an unpleasant death. In addition, they had to suffer from brutal pain for 10 minutes. You don't deserve those hyungs. I think so too. Ark answered with a laugh. So they ran without looking back. They had to revive the World Tree within the next 10 minutes or the rehabilitation members' sacrifices would be for nothing. They quickly reached the center of the World Tree. This is the World Tree. Lariat looked around with wide eyes. The center of the dead World Tree was rotted with hollow ceilings. The light of the full moon seeped through the hole and illuminated the vines, moss and mysterious glowing chestnut-like fruits. In the center a conspicuous bud was located with moonlight concentrated on it. Lariat Nim, it's fine now. Ha? Lariat looked confused at Ark's words. Then she blushed and quickly got off Arkansas. Lariat had been held in Ark's arms until then. Anyway, thanks to alleviating the baggage? Ark felt much lighter as he walked towards the bud. A similar bud had been inside Yggdrasil. And it also had a nucleus. Perhaps Usuria has a nucleus as well? Ark's face showed perplexity as he lifted the bud. As expected, a recessed pit was carved inside the bud. But the important nucleus wasn't there. What happened? Did the Nakujuk move it somewhere else? If that's the case then the problem was serious. Then the walls started shaking and a wooden sound was heard. Ark moved back and saw that one of the walls was moving. There were successive sounds like the wall was being broken with an axe. The same situation repeated many times before there was suddenly a huge presence. It was a giant covered in wood, similar to the plant golem he saw in the underground world. The black eyes embedded in the wood started at the group. How did humans get here? Are you his colleague? Who are you? Are you Usuria? Usuria? The wooden giant shouted and raised his fist. These guys have come to steal away Usuria. How dare foreigners do something like this? Kwang. He struck his fist and the whole room shook. A red warning message floated in front of Arkansas. The boss monster chieftain of the Nakujuk Wigurima has appeared. Damn, I knew it. I knew it would be like this. Ark swore as he checked the information window. Ark had expected it thanks to his luck. First he had been stabbed in the eye by a child and now he was being blocked by a boss monster. It was also a level 600 Nakujuk chieftain. He didn't know how a wooden monster became a chieftain but the situation was quite troublesome. There's approximately 8 minutes left. Can we defeat the boss monster in that time? He honestly didn't think it was possible. If it was Ark alone. I'm not alone. Ark was with Shambhala, who had conquered the evil Silrian arena with him as Blue Sword. And they also had Lariat to recover and assist. The users gathered were those with 3 hero professions. Although it was impossible to escape from thousands of Nakujuk, 3 against 1 for a boss monster were good enough odds to try it. No, wasn't it 5 against 1 if he included Diedrich and Razak? There was a possibility that they could defeat it. The problem is that the time limit is 8 minutes. Master Danger. Then Diedrich's voice shook his eardrums. Wigurima had approached him while Ark was busy thinking. He was surprisingly nimble for a giant who was 10 meters tall. Ark instantly used Dark Dance and managed to avoid Wigurima's punch. It smacked into the floor and the whole space shook. The attacks are strong but its movements are pretty slow. No matter how powerful it is, we can still beat it. It won't be that difficult to hunt it. That's what Ark was thinking. Susuk, Suk. Why did vines suddenly enter the ground when Wigurima's fist hit? At the same time, a sharp tree trunk emerged from where Ark's foot was. An attack he never would have imagined. Ark rotated his body agilely and managed to avoid the attack. But that was just the beginning. The trunk changed its angle and shot forward like a snake. In addition, every time he moved the branches would stretch out like a net around Arkansas. Then it managed to pierce his side. You have received a critical hit. 700 damage. You have been poisoned by the corrosive venom. You will lose 20 health every 5 seconds.
If it isn't treated within 3 minutes, then the wound will corrode and you will receive 1000 corrosion damage.
Hook, this is. Ark couldn't understand what was happening. And he didn't have time to think about it. Ho, I'll rip you to shreds and make you into compost. Making into compost instead of eating him, after being covered in bark, the monster really had become like a tree. Naturally, Ark didn't want to be made into compost, so he avoided the branches. However, avoiding it aggravated the situation even further. Every time Wigurima punched the floor, sharper tree trunks would emerge. Damn, what the? Shambhala swung his sword and cut one of the tree trunks. But it might have been better to avoid the attacks. When the tree trunk was cut, it looked like it used stem cell division to divide into 10 more trunks. Then Shambhala also received critical hits from the dozens of tree trunks. Ugh, I'm being hit by the trees. Lariat was also the same. The tree trunks would just change its direction by 90 degrees and moved around her shield. Ack! They never missed. Whenever Wigurima attacked, the tree trunks would not disappear until it hit its target. It constantly divided and would only disappear after delivering a critical blow. Damn, what is this? But there has to be a weakness. Ark murmured in a low voice and observed Wigurima's attack pattern. Ark had dealt with numerous bosses so far. Bosses in New World usually had one ingenious technique. If users just jumped in blindly while trusting in their levels and skills, often they would encounter that technique and die. The high or low levels were of secondary importance. It was critical to identify the attack patterns and weaknesses of the boss. That was the key to defeating bosses in New World. All boss monsters have a weakness. Ark, Shambhala, and Lariat carefully observed the boss monster. At first glance it looked perfect, but there was a loophole in Wigurima's technique. Ark avoided the incoming attack by a tree trunk and explained. Shambhala, there is a chance whenever they attack. What? Look, the tree trunks can divide into tens or hundreds, but they only attack one target. Even though I avoided the attack just then, it didn't bother to attack you when you were right next to me. It looks like the entire attack can only focus on one person. And once his arm is rooted to the bottom, he can't move. Then the flashy attacks are just a trick? Shambhala looked at the tree trunks again and nodded. That's right. There were dozens of them, but they only had one goal. Even if Wigurima used both arms, he could only attack 2 people at most. Once he started the attack, he was vulnerable until the target was hit. He couldn't move whenever his fist was against the floor. Hey, he has such a surprising weakness. Now have you come up with a plan? Siu Sayuk. Ark once again avoided the flying tree trunks and shouted. Lariat Nim, please step back as much as possible. You should only use recovery and healing magic from that place. Razak, stay in front of Lariat and defend her. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Razak nodded and went over to Lariat. Diedrich, you take one of the tree trunks. If you dodge as much as possible and Lariat uses recovery magic, then you should be able to hold on. Eek, why? Why do I have to? I don't have time for your jokes. Just do it. Ark shouted while Diedrich turned his head with a discontented expression. Although Razak had high health and defense, his agility was low. On the other hand, Diedrich was agile and could take advantage of 100% of the space by flying. Diedrich would probably last 3 or 4 times longer than Razak. Of course, his defense meant he would lose 50%-60% of his health, but with Taunt Lariat didn't have to worry about being attacked and could focus on healing him. If she was all the way back there, then recovery wouldn't be a problem. Hey, this wooden bastard, bring it on. Ugh, this bat. I'll go first. I want to test out some footwork. Shambhala ran forward like lightning. As expected, Wigurima drove his fist into the ground and shot up the tree trunks as a barrier. The barrier was formed from dozens of tree trunks that all struck Shambhala at the same time. But Shambhala just moved among the tree trunks like a guided missile. Sun, D, Yeol, Siam. Star. Shambhala spoke the short characters. And each character formed a symbol that his body moved along in order to avoid the trunks. Shambhala's characteristic footwork was Blink. But his footwork wasn't perfect. Blink was originally classified as one of the Yeol footwork. Shambhala currently had learned the remaining types of footwork. Needless to say, Ark wasn't the only one who had been growing in New World. While Ark had been playing the game, other users had also been playing and learning new skills. Shambhala was the same. He had received a quest from Isabel to rally the various sects of the Dark Brothers. In fact, this quest was a process where he could learn new Saint Assassin skills.
The Dark Brothers had scattered around, and after hundreds of years, they had developed different techniques. One clan was footwork, another fighting with short swords, the path of assassination. Thus Shambhala learned the skills after visiting each clan and forcing them to surrender. There was a strange fate between Ark and Shambhala. That strange fate also existed with other users. Why? Because this was New World, a game originally created for users. This bastard. Wigurima cursed as Shambhala avoided all the attacks. The tree trunks increased by hundreds every time an attack failed. Meanwhile, Diedrich was also flying in the sky and desperately avoiding the tree trunks. No matter how much the tree trunks increased, they did not attack Ark or Lariat at all. Ark approached from behind and took out a sword before making it explode. There's no time, Blade Storm. Qua 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 qua. The intense swirling fragments gathered around Wigurima. It caused tremendous damage to Wigurima's health. What the? Damage. Bladestorm had blasted the bark off him and Wigurima's health went straight down. But after a brief moment, his health started recovering at an enormous pace. The bark! Ark exclaimed at the quickly growing bark. New bark was growing in the place where the bark had been torn out by the swirling debris. Ugh! In the meantime, Shambhala had stumbled and received a critical hit. Lariat instantly used healing and recovery magic to restore his health and undo the poisoning. But Wigurima's recovery was different from Shambhala's. There was no mana gauge on Wigurima. Didn't that mean he could use the skill indefinitely since he wouldn't run out of mana? Impertinent fellow. Wigurima struck the floor again with a huge fist. His goal was to attack Arkansas. While Ark evaded using Dark Dance, this time Shambhala attacked from behind using Torpedo Sword. But the result was the same. Damn, what the hell is this? Kukuku, you fools, do you know now? This body is invincible. Now you have no choice but to become compost. Come on, die. Die and feed me. Wigurima frantically extended the tree trunks like crazy. An attack which wouldn't stop until it hit the target. A boss whose health wouldn't decrease. In addition, Ark also had a time limit. There was 5 minutes before Bulkun's skill would run out. After 5 minutes, hundreds of Nakujuk would swarm here. Unbelievable. Is there another way? While Shambhala was being attacked, Ark sighed and looked around the room. Bladestorm was Ark's strongest attack skill. He had no choice but to look for another way after Bladestorm didn't do any damage. Just then Ark's wandering eyes noticed the huge hanging fruits. So far, he hadn't really paid attention to it, but why would those things be hanging there? Was it really just a part of the background? Ark used his powers of observation and examined the nuts. The nuts had huge burrs on its surface like a chestnut. And it made a robust ringing sound when he attacked it with his sword. Wait, is there a way to take advantage of this? Ark's clever brain started to think. Okay, trying won't do any harm. Let's give it a shot. Shambhala, please hold on a bit more. This bastard, do you think it's that easy? Hook! Ye ol', son. Shambhala cursed and quickly avoided the tree trunks. As expected from someone who learned Kung Fu, his movements and reaction rate was a lot faster than normal users. Anyway, Ark chose a suitable fruit that lined up with Wigurima and used riposte. The nut with a tremendous weight shook for a little bit and swung. At this point Wigurima had noticed Ark's intention. However, his arms were stuck to the ground so he couldn't move even when his eyeballs rolled around wildly. Ark used riposte continuously while matching the timing with the swing of the nut. Finally, the nut accelerated enough that it slammed into Wigurima's side. Qua 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 quang. Wigurima roared as it hit his stomach and stumbled a few steps before suddenly flopping down onto the ground. Ugh, these cheeky bastards, gag, cough. Wigurima had suffered enormous damage, but the wooden bark was once again regenerating. Sheesh, he didn't receive damage even with this? Ark was staring with astonishment at the scene when he noticed something. When Wigurima coughed, it was only for a little bit, but he saw something in his throat. It was a sphere the size of a watermelon. Ark had seen a similar sphere before. That's it must be Usuria's nucleus. Ark now understood Wigurima's special ability. Wigurima had swallowed the nucleus of the world tree Usuria. The world tree originally had power to adjust nature. Thus those skills become available to Wigurima after he swallowed Usuria's nucleus. Perhaps that was why his body was covered in bark. Thanks to the shock, he had almost vomited it out. Aha, that's why he mentioned stealing Usuria when he first appeared. If that's the case, there is a way to steal Usuria's nucleus. Shambhala, Lariat Nim, the fruit.
Attack him using the fruits. Fighting bosses were enjoyable once a method was found.
If they defeated it, then huge amounts of experience and items were sure to come pouring out.
Ark used riposte on the fruits near Wigurima.
Shambhala used a skill which pushed the fruits, and even Lariat and Razak used shield stroke to shake the fruits.
Wigurima used the tree trunks as a barrier, but he couldn't stop the attacks. Wigurima was hit with all 3 fruits and shook. After getting hit by dozens of fruit, Wigurima sat down and vomited. Cough, coo, oh no.
At the same time, a sphere half emerged from his mouth. Ark threw his body, grabbed Razak, and shouted,
"Now, Razak, transform!" Clack clack? Clack 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 clack. Razak instantly turned into the saw blade.
Then the whip flew across the room and grabbed the sphere.
"I'm sorry, but it's finders keepers." The sphere flew into Ark's hands and an information window appeared. Usuria's heart.
This is the heart of Usuria, the world tree who maintained the balance of Sutandal. Although all the life had drained from the previous body, Usuria placed the last remnants in this heart. If equipped with the necessary conditions, Usuria's heart can be used to revive the world tree. As expected, the sphere was Usuria's heart.
Hook, my Usuria, quack. Wigurima threw back his head and screamed as he lost the sphere.
At the same time, his body was covered in a blue smoke and all the bark fell off. The monster that appeared looked like a relative of the Nakujuk commander Kaljapu who he defeated in the valley village.
His level also dropped from 600 to 350. "Oh, so that's your real body? This guy, give it to me, that's mine." "Don't speak nonsense."
Lariat Nim, the 3 set offensive buffs. Yes, the great warrior's soul, hero spirit, warrior's concentration, storm breathing.
There's no time. Don't worry about defense and just focus your attacks. The boss battle had started 8 minutes ago. Now there were 2 minutes left.
Although his level had dropped, he was still a middle-ranking boss. The 3 people concentrated their attacks without worrying about defense. Thanks to the rotation of Lariat's recovery magic, all of their health was at 100%.
Ark, Shambhala, and Lariat ignored their defense and used their deadly kills to attack Wigurima. Wigurima didn't even dare to counterattack.
He just screamed and hid behind his shield like a turtle.
"Aok, help! Guards, guards!"
"What, guards?
Don't tell me there's another Nakujuk here?"
Ark flinched and looked around. However, there was no reaction.
"What the? Was he just lying?"
Ark snorted and used Dark Blade tirelessly. Suddenly a violent light appeared and an information window popped up.
A new group cooperation has been registered.
Cooperation: when your profession-specific skill aligns by 70% with your allies, there is an opportunity to learn a cooperative attack. The current cooperative rating of Arknim, Lariatnim, and Shambhalanim is 83%. In addition, the profession-specific skills have met the criteria and a new group cooperation has been registered. However, the chances of activating the play are 5%, and if any of the 3 people fail to connect the skills in the time limit, then it will be cancelled. Asterisk: currently available group cooperation.
Wrath of the Gods.
Dark Blade, attribute, darkness, equals torpedo sword, attribute, lightning, equals grand cross, attribute, holy.
Cooperation success, a chance to trigger plus 500% additional damage to each skill. What is this? Ark read the information window with a surprised expression.
While everyone was reading the information window, the light around them started flickering.
"I don't know what this is, but there's no time left, this is a chance." Dark Blade. Ark activated his skill. At that moment it disappeared and a huge black sword appeared on top of Wigurima's head. Shambhala checked the information window and also quickly used torpedo sword. Then Shambhala's dagger also disappeared and a spark was added to the black blade. The skill attributes was being piled on. The cooperation had been progression when Ark belatedly flinched and looked at Lariat. For Lariatnim to handle an unexpected situation like this. Grand Cross.
But Ark's worry was needless. Lariat immediately used Grand Cross like she was familiar with cooperative plays. Then the sparks floating around the huge black blade formed a cross and descended on Wigurima's head.
Quararak, qua 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 quang.
An intense sound rang out through the area.
Each skill dealt an extra x 500% damage. Wigurima's 30% health vanished instantly.
They had defeated Wigurima with 1 minute left.
Your level has risen. Your level has risen. All 3 of them went up 2 levels. Yes, it was a success. Group cooperation. Lariat jumped up and down excitedly. Ark stared at Lariat stupidly and asked,
Lariat Nim, have you tried group cooperation before? Ha! Of course. Most of my hunts had been in groups. When users over level 100 hunted together, occasionally there was a chance to do a group cooperation play. Lariat had always hunted in a party, so she was familiar with it. On the other hand, Ark had also hunted alone, so he never knew such techniques existed.
He had also only grouped up with NPCs and the rehabilitation members, so the group cooperation couldn't be activated.
I'll have to ask Lariat Nim about cooperation later. But this is the first time that a group cooperation dealt so much damage. Normally 5 or more people who trigger the cooperation and they would only deal 200-300% damage at most. And the special effects weren't that flashy either. Lariat marveled at the power of Wrath of the Gods. It was natural since this group cooperation involved all hero professions.
The cooperation between general professions and professions who fought against the Dark Lord in the past couldn't be compared. For the moment, Ark looked around and picked up the item that Wigurima dropped.
Steel Shield of Hatred and Despair, Magic. Armor, Steel Shield.
Defense, 160, plus 30. Durability, 55/100. Weight, 70. User restriction, level 200 or higher with warrior profession.
The Steel Shield of the Nakujuk chieftain Wigurima.
Wigurima was once the top commander of the Nakujuk, and he was recommended to absorb Yuzuria's heart by the other chiefs.
However, its loss caused Wigurima to die with hate and despair. Wigurima's despair and hatred was so strong that it influenced the equipment and created a special option. Option, Strength plus 10, Stamina plus 10, Defense plus 30.
Special option, you can use Desire for survival.
In a crisis, you can use Desire for survival to change your hatred into defense.
Defense will increase by 50% for 20 minutes.
Not available for those without the hatred stat.
Reusable time, 1 hour.
What is this?
Ark frowned as he read the information window.
It was easy once they discovered the method, but they had still defeated a level 600 boss.
But the compensation was only a magic shield?
Just like before, the special option wasn't available unless the person had the hatred stat.
Who would want something like that? Damn it, in this situation even 1 penny is valuable, yet all the boss dropped was an item worth 2 million won at most? In addition, only 2 levels was gained? Was this a joke?
But he did change to a middle-class boss after the sphere was vomited out.
That's right. Wigurima had clearly been a level 600 boss.
But he fell to level 350 after vomiting out the sphere. Because of that, the experience and compensation also lowered.
Sheesh, if I didn't have the time limit, then I would have searched for another way to defeat the boss. Ark sighed and picked up the shield.
He had already covered ownership of items with Lariat. And Shambhala wasn't a person who would make trouble over one item.
Therefore Ark monopolized the item without any problems. Although he was dissatisfied with the loot, the whole thing was over. Now I just have to revive the World Tree to complete Magaro's quest and the lore quest.
Ark tried to calm his pounding heart as he approached the bud in the center. Then he flinched and stopped walking. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 12 Chapter 8. ACT-8 Red Man's Counterattack. That Wigurima serves him right. Overlooking the World Tree Yuzuria.
A big, burly Nakujuk laughed and muttered.
He's been so arrogant since he swallowed the heart of the World Tree. He was a Nakujuk warrior called Karenka. In fact, the original chieftain of the Nakujuk was Karenka. But while he was away, Wigurima swallowed the World Tree's heart and stole his position. Thanks to that, Karenka had been demoted from a chieftain to an escort. However, their past wasn't the reason why Karenka didn't help Wigurima. They're all performing to your will. Karenka spoke towards the man next to him. It was a man with red hair wearing a white mask.
Ark had received the resurrection of the Netherworld's World Tree quest, which was a lore quest. The boss of that kind of quest wouldn't collapse so easily. Yes, originally there were supposed to be Karenka and 10 guards in order to supplement Wigurima's weaknesses. The last trial of the quest would have been fighting all of them. That was the original intention. But the one who stopped this from proceeding and controlled the Nakujuk was the Red Man. The Red Man nodded and replied. Everything will be done according to the prophecy. Kuku, now we can accomplish the Nakujuk's 100-year desire. And the Netherworld will be in our hands. Karenka made a smile of satisfaction as he stared at the Red Man.
But what will you do about Jules Group? Do they have any value anymore? Is it really necessary to keep the promise of giving them the southern region of the netherworld? The Hermes guild that Jewel belongs to holds quite a considerable power in Middle-earth. I can't use the Nakujuk for everything, so they still have some value. I'll leave it just in case.
If my lord says so.
Karanka looked dissatisfied but bowed politely.
Then he looked at Ark and muttered in a tense voice.
But what is that guy doing?
Ark was pacing in front of the bud while holding Usuria. The red man murmured in a voice which held a mixture of a laugh and contempt. He's probably savoring his joy now that he's reached this point. He came all the way here to revive Usuria after all.
What else would he be doing?
It was at that time. While the red man was speaking, Ark suddenly pulled something out of his bag. Then he began to draw a magic circle using the oddly glowing sand. The red man's eyes became distressed as he saw the scene. Oh, that is Magaro's dimensional movement powder. No way, this guy, stop it.
Ha? What are you, Hook?
Karanka had tilted his head to one side with confusion.
But then Ark finished the magic circle and a gate appeared.
Then Ark, Shambhala and Lariat jumped into the gate and it slowly faded away.
This, stupid. He took Usuria away? What nonsense, no way, did he detect my purpose? Such a thing.
The red man was unable to hide his confusion as he murmured before suddenly turning his body violently.
He wants to restore Usuria in the Baron clan's territory. I never thought he would come up with such a cheeky idea after coming all the way here. I have to stop him or else it will disrupt my plan.
Gather the troops.
It isn't that easy to restore Usuria. There is still time. Catch him and recover Usuria's heart.
Yes, I'll gather the troops.
Karanka hurriedly ran away. Kakik, I came up with something good. Ark smirked as he exited from the gate. In fact, Ark had intended to resurrect Usuria right there in Age Iron.
No, he thought that he had to resurrect it there. But he noticed something when checking the information window for Usuria's heart. It stated that the necessary conditions needed to be in place in order to resurrect the World Tree. If Usuria's heart had been attached to the bud, then he would have ignored that information. But he became aware of a different possibility when he saw that Wigurima swallowed Usuria's heart.
In other words, didn't it mean Usuria could be resurrected anywhere outside of Age Iron as long as the necessary conditions were met? Of course it is limited to the netherworld and there has to been the full moon shining, but the place protected by the World Tree received enormous additional effects. Popo was only a seed, yet didn't he still bring huge benefits to Lancel village? If he resurrected Usuria in Age Iron, then the benefits would go to the Nakujuk. Am I crazy? Why should I do something good for the Nakujuk?
There was still time before the full moon rose completely.
Meanwhile, I have to make preparations to resurrect Usuria at Heyman Fortress. Perhaps the necessary conditions in the information window.
Ark could already guess what was required to revive the World Tree. It probably referred to sacred soil. And Ark knew a place with sufficient amounts of soil. Lancel village, the place where Popo was planted and the fields were sprinkled with sacred soil. Now that Lancel village's food shortage problem was solved, it shouldn't be a problem to take some sacred soil. In addition, the effects of the sacred soil had been increased thanks to Ark using miracle nursing on it in the past. The effect was sufficient enough to raise vegetables. If I resurrect Usuria at Heyman Fortress, then there will be a huge benefit. Yes, Ark hadn't been aware of the red man's presence or his plan. He just thought about the way to get more money and came to that conclusion. Ah, Ark Niang. When Ark showed up in the center of Lancel village, Jana, who had been in the midst of dancing, flew towards him. Then she noticed Lariat and pricked her ears. What is this, Niang? There's a different girl this time, Niang? You really are a flirt, Niang. Noisy, I have no time to be playing around. Ark pushed Jana and ran across the square. Niang. He pushed me, Niang? How dare he, Niang? Ark is a bad man, Niang. Jana then raised her eyebrows and shook her tail. Niang, 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 but Jana doesn't hate a bad man, Niang. I'm somehow more attracted, Niang. And a suspicious look started to grow on Jana's fans' faces. Isn't a bad man too mainstream? Shall I try it once? Anyway, Ark paid no attention to things like that. From now on, it was a fight against time. He had to resurrect Usuria while there was still a full moon in the netherworld. It hadn't taken as much time to break through Age Iron as he thought, so there was 2 hours left. He had to move the sacred soil and then make preparations to revive Usuria. Galen Ajushi. Oh, Ark? You have come. Your store. I didn't come to talk about that. Please urgently gather people. People?
What is going on? Galen asked, and Ark explained the situation in the Netherworld as quickly as possible. You mean the Netherworld where Bona and the children are from? I understand. The Baron clan are already valued customers of our village. In addition, you're the owner of the sacred soil. I'll immediately mobilize the villagers to gather the sacred soil from the field. How much do you need? Around 2x as much as the soil used for Popo's flower bed should be enough. Then that's around 3-4 fields. I'll prepare it now. Galen immediately ran and gathered the farmers. Ark had greatly impressed the farmers in the past while moving the sacred soil, so they obeyed without any complaints. After 1 hour had passed, there were 4 large wagons filled with sufficient amounts of sacred soil. Then I'll take this and go. I wish you success. Ark finished the preparations and drew the magic circle. Wait, don't I have to use several kilograms of dimensional movement powder in order to move these wagons? AIE, it doesn't matter. The powder will be useless once the Netherworld rises anyway. Ark made up his mind and used the remaining powder to create a huge gate in a corner of the village. Then he entered the gate and Haman Fortress appeared. Ark, what happened? Justice Man and the rehabilitation members rushed towards him when he arrived at the fortress. The rehabilitation group who fought against the Nakujuk had already returned to the fortress. Among them was Bulkun. They had instantly resurrected in Haman Fortress after dying in Age Iron. What the hell? Didn't you say the Netherworld would rise if you were successful? Did you fail? No, I'll begin now. Ark grinned and explained the circumstances. Then Justice Man also laughed and slapped Ark's shoulder. Ha ha ha, as expected from Arkansas. Who else would think of that in such a situation? Okay, there's nothing more to say. Summon the soldiers. Let's start working straight away. Oh, we get to see the resurrection of the World Tree with our own eyes? Basutu and the elders raised their arms with a thrilled look. The Baron soldiers arrived not long afterwards and started shoveling. They needed to make a proper soil bed in order for Usuria to plant some roots. Ark regularly raised his head to look at the full moon while it was in progress. The huge full moon had descended enough that it looked like it was touching the hillside. There's still 40 minutes left. The current pace is sufficient. Ark started to feel more relaxed. But suddenly a huge black shape was seen in front of the full moon. It looked like a group of birds which gradually grew larger. Ark narrowed his eyes at it before they suddenly widened after a few moments. Draken. Yes, the shape revealed in the moonlight were Draken troops crossing the northern mountains. It wasn't a few like before. There were approximately 500 Drakens approaching. In addition, there were many Nakujuk riding them while holding spears and swords. Drakens? Justice Man burst out in surprise as he lifted his head. There's so many Drakens. Why? If they had these many Drakens, then why hadn't they been used in the war so far? It was incomprehensible to Ark and Justice Man. There was no time to consider the reasons. Commander Nim, the Nakujuk have started to advance in the canyon. What the? Justice Man jumped up and ran to the walls. Just like the guard said, the Nakujuk were advancing into Karada Canyon. The Nakujuk had begun an all-out assault just as the resurrection of Usuria was in sight. Everybody hurry up. If Usuria is restored, then considerable benefits will be applied to us. We have to restore Usuria before those guys arrive. You understood. Hurry. The Baron clan frantically shoveled the dirt at Justice Man's command. Thanks to that, they completed the soil bed before the Draken troops arrived at Haman Fortress. Ark took out Usuria's heart and ran towards the soil bed. And just as he was about to put it into the ground, suddenly a huge black eagle flew over Ark's head. In its wake, lightning struck down in front of Arkansas. An intense shock wave spread around the area. Ark was hit by the shock wave and was blown several meters back before hitting the ground. Thanks to the impact, Usuria's heart tumbled out of his hand. Ugh, what the? Ark wobbled as he raised his body. Then somebody started to walk out of the cloud of dust. The red hair like blood fluttered around as the man wearing the white mask walked forward. Red Man. This was the first time he had seen the Red Man close up. He had red hair while his whole face was covered by a white mask and blood was dripping off his red chain armor. In the center of his armor was an embossed pattern shaped like the Indian god Indra. When the Red Man stepped closer, the chain armor rocked and Indra twitched like it was alive. What the? Why is this guy suddenly here? Ark took one step back from the strange atmosphere. Ark thought that the Red Man held an important clue towards passing Global Exo's entrance examination.
Thus he had tried to figure out his identity several times.
But Ark didn't have the slightest idea even after making contact with him now.
No, he couldn't even understand why the Red Man emerged now. Why on earth would the Red Man appear here?
I will be taking back Yuzuria's heart.
What? Ark asked with a stupid face.
Ha, what's with this guy? He jumped in alone? What a bold bastard.
Ha, I'll smash him before the others come.
Volkun and Diakde suddenly rushed towards him and swung their swords.
But the Red Man disappeared as soon as the swords were lifted.
Take this, eh? Ha? Where did he hook?
Volkun had been looking around with confusion when he suddenly sucked in a breath. What the hell? He didn't know how, but the Red Man suddenly appeared close to Volkun's side.
Volkun freaked out and retreated.
But it was too late as something emerged from the Red Man's palm and a roaring sound like a bomb exploding was heard.
Qua 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 quang. Eek. Volkun's body flew back several meters. The Red Man was already moving towards Diakde before Volkun even hit the ground. Diakde flinched and raised his shield. However, the Red Man just struck Diakde's shield with his palm once again and Diakde flew back several meters.
What the hell just happened?
Ark couldn't understand the situation. Regardless of their levels, Volkun and Diakde were former gangsters.
They had professional fighting skills and their hobby was fighting against others. Although their levels and stats might be lower, their fighting skills was be ranked in the A grade. But those two were defeated with just one touch. Moreover, the Guardian equals Assaulter had the highest defense among the rehabilitation group, yet they still lost 30% health and were stunned from one attack.
That bastard. Everybody, grab him.
The rehabilitation members and the Baron clan flocked towards the Red Man. But at that moment, black shapes fell around the Red Man like bombs.
Thump, 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 thump. It was Karanka and the Nakujuk on the Drakens. Wind blasted through the fortress as hundreds of Drakens landed.
Thanks to the massive amounts of dirt, dust, and gravel flying, everybody's field of vision was limited. There were occasional screams from the Baron as they collided with the Nakujuk.
Hoo, slaughter all of them. Stop them. There will be no future for the Baron clan if Heyman Fortress is taken. Damn, what's happening?
Ark fumbled around in the dust as he searched for Yuzuria's heart.
He didn't know how this happened, but the most urgent problem was to resurrect the World Tree.
It didn't matter if he died here as long as the World Tree was revived. If he failed, then everything would be finished.
There it is.
Ark soon found Yuzuria's heart stuck in the ground.
It was rolling away thanks to being kicked by the many feet.
Treating a World Tree like this, Yggdrasil would have wept if he saw the scene. Anyway, Ark hurriedly ran towards Yuzuria's heart once he noticed it. But the Red Man abruptly ran through the dust cloud towards him. Ark reflexively turned his body and swung his sword.
But just like when he took care of Volkun, the Red Man disappeared and appeared at Ark's side.
He could sense the Red Man's palm about to touch his side. At that moment, Ark got goosebumps as he felt an eerie feeling. It wasn't his head, but his instincts gave him a fearful warning. It is dangerous.
Ark instantly used Dark Dance.
His body quickly moved 10 meters.
To this degree, Hook, oh my god. Naturally he chased Arkansas.
Just as Ark was about to sigh with relief, he felt the Red Man at his back. He had perfectly read Ark's movements and followed.
Ark was surprised and once again used Dark Dance, but it was too late.
Suddenly there was a huge explosion.
Qua 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 quang, jejejejik.
It sounded like something was breaking inside his body. There was a wave of noise as a message window appeared. You have been hit by a chakra wave. You have received the direct impact of chakra wave inside your body.
Defense is ignored and you have received 800 damage.
The shock wave also ruined the balance of mana inside your body and you have lost 1000 mana. Thanks to the severe bruising, your attack speed and movement speed is reduced by 10% for 5 minutes.
Your body is also rigid and you will be unable to move for 3 seconds. See chakra wave?
Ark was interested in martial arts and had seen the world chakra before. It would be too long if he explained everything, but chakra was something that originated in India. In other words, chakra wave was an oriental attack, similar to a ball of energy used in street fighting games.
It wasn't shot from a distance, but instead the palm of the hand was used to blow the shock wave directly into the body?
Well, this part was common sense, and the damage Ark received was dreadful. It was a technique which ignored defense and dealt 800 damage.
He also lost 1000 mana thanks to the attack.
In addition, his attack and movement speed fell and he became rigid. What a ridiculous cheat skill. Ark rolled as he fell and barely managed to maintain his center as he raised his head. He knew this time he couldn't deal with this opponent. In fact, he knew it even before he met the Red Man in person. Ark had seen the Red Man fighting in Popo's memory. He had defeated a whole village of raccoons by himself. Even the World Tree Yggdrasil couldn't deal with the Red Man. It was common sense to think that such power was beyond a user. Therefore he had thought of the Red Man as an NPC, but he is a user. Eyes of the Cat identified that his information window was different from an NPC's. However, there were only question marks next to his name and level. There were two possible reasons for this. He either hid his identity with a specific skill like Shambhala, or his was more than 100 levels above Arkansas. He could guess the level difference between them even without seeing the information window. But I can't give up. I have to fight and defeat him. Ark clenched his teeth and grabbed his sword firmly. However, the Red Man wasn't interested in Arkansas. He had turned his back to Ark and was walking in the opposite direction.
Oh, that reminds me.
Ark stared after the Red Man with stupid eyes. The place Ark had been heading before hit by the chakra wave was towards Yuzuria's heart. Everything would be over if the Red Man got his hands on Yuzuria's heart. Ark struggled to raise his body.
Shang, quack 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 quack. Daggers suddenly flew through the air like a machine gun.
One was thrown towards Yuzuria's heart while the others headed towards the Red Man. The Red Man had been about to pick up Yuzuria's heart when he was hit by the dagger.
Ark, what are you doing? Wake up!
The distinctive form of Shambhala came running through the dust cloud.
Oh, Shambhala, nice timing. Healing touch, goddess protection.
Lariat also ran towards him and used her recovery magic. Therefore Ark's health was recovered and he could move his body.
Ha, that's it. Now let's try this again.
Ark regained his momentum when Shambhala and Lariat appeared.
That's right.
Ark had no confidence that he would win if he fought the Red Man by himself.
If Ark was alone. However, it was different if Shambhala and Lariat were also present.
It was 1 versus 3, no, with his summons it was 1 versus 5.
Diedrich and Razak, protect Lariat. Shambhala, you know what to do? Let's go from both sides. Okay. Let's catch him. Arkansas. I hear you. Dark Blade. Throwing daggers, torpedo sword.
Lariat applied buffs to Ark and Shambhala while they split up. They approached in a circular motion on both sides of the Red Man and fired their skills. Ark confused the Red Man using a combination of Dark Dance and Slide while continuously using his chain skill Dark Strike and Riposte. Shambhala also used Torpedo Sword and Crosswave to attack the Red Man. It was the combination of the two users who conquered the evil Silrian.
Kwa 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 kwan, Geojik, Wararurum.
The people inside the dust cloud were difficult to distinguish, and all that could be seen were lightning, flashes of light and roaring sounds. No, the battle between the Red Man and Ark's group was of a standard where the bystanders couldn't see it even without the dust cloud.
There were rapid movements and explosion of chain skills.
It was as if the scene of hundreds of people fighting was fast-forwarded at AX4 speed.
Amazing. Lariat murmured as she stood to the rear with the summons.
In fact, the most surprised people were Ark and Shambhala.
I had such tremendous skills?
When playing the game, sometimes people would experience a strange awakening. Timing and control were needed in many games such as FPS and RPG games.
It wasn't easy to calculate the timing and take control in ever-changing situations.
But occasionally there were times when people would surprise themselves.
It was like a new type of animation.
Their adrenaline and concentration in this situation raised their judgments and abilities to 120%. That was Ark and Shambhala's state right now.
There were two kinds of people.
People who become weaker in a crisis, or people who exert more power in a crisis. Ark and Shambhala belonged to the latter. If they met an overly strong opponent, then their abilities would rise to a standard that they couldn't imagine.
It's possible to win, the two of us can defeat him.
Ark became convinced of their victory as he saw the Red Man's health go down. In the end, the Red Man's health decreased to 50% and he stumbled before retreating. No matter how high his level or skills, there were still limits to how he could defeat them when Ark, Shambhala, and Lariat had hero professions.
No, that was what Ark thought.
It was your mistake for jumping in rashly by yourself. Ark lifted his sword when the Red Man's eyes suddenly narrowed.
He instantly slammed his fist into the ground and shouted. Impertinent, Shiva's proclamation. Qua 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 qua. It was at that time.
Suddenly a huge stone statue rose from the ground. It was one of the three Hindu gods. It was a stone statue resembling Shiva with 4 arms, 3 eyes, and a snake wrapped around the neck. The 4 arms made of stone moved strangely and the surrounding space became filled with a red light. A red warning message floated in front of Arkansas.
The skill Shiva's proclamation has been activated.
Everything within 300 meters of Shiva's statue is within the sphere of influence of the skill. When the caster is within Shiva's sphere of influence, all stats will increase by 50%. In addition, his speed became amplified and a limit invulnerable effect is given. The caster will also be able to use the deity skills within the sphere of influence. The duration ends when the statue is destroyed or the skill is cancelled.
What's with this absurd effect?
The red man's hand then moved towards his waist.
Then an intense glare which burned his retinas appeared. What had happened?
While they were thinking, blood suddenly spurted from Arkan Shambhala's thighs.
You have been hit with Chakra Blade. You have received 1,200 damage.
The durability of your armor and sword has decreased by 20% and your defense has decreased by 20%. Your movement speed has also been reduced by 20% for 5 minutes.
This is all the hero professions are capable of?
The red man muttered while holding a black sword with a blazing red aura around him.
This is, oh my god, that reminds me.
Ark's face became pale as he fell to one knee. The forgotten memories flashed through his head. He had felt like something was lacking for a while. The atmosphere of the red man he saw in Popo's memories was different from the one he had fought so far. Yes, Ark hadn't called him the red man just because of his red hair. The red man he saw slaughtering the raccoons had been surrounded by a red aura. At that time he thought it was just the special effects of the flashback.
That's not it, he must have activated this skill back then.
He was able to massacre the raccoons thanks to this skill. In other words, this state shows off his capabilities by 100%.
Then so far. Although his previous thoughts had been heated, now it cooled down. Ark, he's coming. Shambhala's voice interrupted his thoughts. Keying, Kwa Kwan.
At the same time, the red man crossed the space at an incredible pace. A dense cloud of dust rose everywhere the red man passed. There was a shock like a bomb exploding in his wake that continuously hit Arkansas. Ark was once again blown back several meters.
Shambhala appeared behind him and stabbed his back with a dagger, but the red man just shook off the damage and attacked Shambhala.
Quiet. Blood spouted from his arms in the form of a letter X. The red man was confident enough that he didn't care if he was hit. He just stopped every movement of their swords and countered right away with a wave attack.
Ark and Shambhala couldn't attack properly and all they could do was evade.
Yet their health still went down to 30%.
Healing touch.
Lariat hurriedly approached and used recovery magic.
How futile.
Then the red man turned his head and instantly arrived in front of Lariat.
Diedrich, Razak, stop him. You understood. Hey bastard, your enemy is me.
Clack clack clack. Clack 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 clack. Diedrich and Razak rushed towards the red man.
However, the red man just moved his sword and an intense shock wave appeared, throwing Diedrich and Razak back.
The red man continuously used his powerful wave attack and Lariat quickly fell into a critical condition. And no, it isn't possible to stop him. It wasn't possible to handle the red man while he was within the sphere of influence of Shiva's proclamation. The information window explained the weakness of Shiva's proclamation. The first weakness is that the skill will be cancelled if the statue breaks, and the second is that there must be a time limit to it. But that guy is almost invincible inside this area. If only the rehabilitation members and the Baron weren't busy fighting the Nakujuk, then they could destroy the statue while we distract him.
Fortunately, Shiva's territory proclamation was a spatial limitation skill.
If he left the area of 300 meters, then the abilities of the red man would return to his original state. In other words, the red man was only invulnerable inside that area.
If Ark, Shambhala, and Lariat managed to leave the sphere of influence, then the red man wouldn't be able to excessively attack them. We can just stay outside the sphere of influence until Shiva's proclamation ran out.
If the skill has this much effect, then the cooldown time should be at least 24 hours.
There was a way to defeat the red man after analyzing his abilities. But there's one problem.
Ark squinted at the sphere rolling around in the dust.
That was the problem.
The red man's purpose was to obtain Yuzuria's heart. And Yuzuria's heart was within the sphere of influence.
Even if Ark's group escaped safely out of the sphere of influence, what would be the point if the red man got his hands on Yuzuria's heart?
I have to secure Yuzuria's heart first before escaping.
Shambhala, attack him from the left and right.
Lariat Nim, please help him.
Heh, what stupid people.
The red man smiled as Ark and Shambhala once again attacked him from the sides. The moment the red man focused on the two of them, Ark gave a command in his head.
Now! Diedrich, get Usuria's heart. Grab Usuria's heart and then flee. You understood.
Diedrich realized his master's intentions and flew towards Usuria's heart.
Ha ha ha, I got it. Master! How is it? Aren't I the best?
Diedrich bragged as he snatched Usuria's heart.
Ark panicked and cursed. You stupid child.
Ark and Shambhala already had low health and they risked their lives to draw the red man's attention.
Diedrich had been successfully thanks to the red man's line of sight being drawn away.
At that time, the red man's eyes turned towards him.
Where is that drivel coming from? Run away, run away. Diedrich, fly upwards. Hook, you understood.
Diedrich belatedly grasped the situation and flapped his wings upwards.
What a bother. Deity skill, Indra's lightning.
4 round spinning discs abruptly rose from the man. Pajijic, flash dash, dot.
Sparks rose from the discs engraved with Indra's shape and a huge lightning bolt headed towards Ark, Shambhala, Lariat and Diedrich.
When Indra became angry he exterminated his enemies with lightning, and these lightning bolts tore through the area.
Diedrich, hook. Ark saw that the lightning was flying up towards Diedrich. A red light continuously flashed as the lightning bolts hit everybody.
You have received 200 damage from Indra's lightning. You have received 200 damage from Indra's lightning. You have received 200 damage from Indra's lightning.
It's still going on.
Ark's head turned white as he seemed to burn. The lightning ate at the group's health at a tremendous rate.
What a strong appetite. It's still eating more health? Ark felt an intense urge to curse but his mouth wouldn't open.
Thanks to his rigid state caused by the lightning, he couldn't even move a finger.
Meanwhile, Lariat and Shambhala died from the lightning attack. And 20%, 15%, 10%. Ark's health also eventually ran out. Ugh, this bastard. Ark collapsed holding his sword.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 12 Chapter 9. ACT 9 Netherworld Rises. Hick, what the? Buxel wasn't in a normal state.
He thought everything had finished when Ark returned from Age Iron. Ho, now all that's left to do is use my secret weapon when the Netherworld rises and I can obtain Magaro's legacy.
All the cruelty I've had to withstand will become worthwhile. Buxel had been happily daydreaming. However, the situation had changed instantly when the Red Man appeared. The resurrection of the World Tree was stopped as the Red Man and the Draken troops invaded the fortress. In addition, the Nakujuk were also storming the canyon in order to invade Haman Fortress.
Justice Man and the rehabilitation members did their best to command the soldiers and stop them, but the Draken troops had already broken in and slaughtered the Baron members that they encountered.
Take this. Buxel watched as a Baron covered in blood died and gnashed his teeth. There weren't only soldiers in the fortress.
General NPCs had been gathered to spread supplies, so there were a number of young children. And Buxel was in charge of the warehouse and supplies, so he had spent time with all of them. He had carried luggage and shed sweat with the residents and also played with the children. Yet now there were young children being slaughtered in front of him. His fury climbed as he saw the scenes unfolding. But there's still Ark will stop them.
Buxel didn't like Arkansas.
Although he sometimes showed a surprising face, he would quickly reveal his true colors. But Buxel recognized Ark's skill. Among the users he had met so far, Ark was the strongest one.
Obviously Ark would somehow solve this problem.
When Buxel looked through the cloud of dust to find Ark, he was engulfed in despair. Ark, Shambhala and Lariat were being hopelessly beaten.
He looks so uncool. Let's see him act smug now. Buxel didn't know why he laughed.
But his face became desperate as strange feelings rose in his heart after seeing fall and fall again.
What the? Why are you doing this? You're not such a character. Doesn't your expression always show confidence in winning? Get up. Where's that handsome act that you used to exploit Lariat? Hurry up and be that person who exploited me. He couldn't understand why he was feeling this way. Ark was hateful.
Really hateful, but Buxel didn't want to see him look like this. At that moment, the Red Man shot off lightning strikes and Ark was burned to death. Buxel's eyes also being pained from the glare of the lightning.
That bastard, dot.
Buxel ground his teeth together as he stared at Ark's collapsed form.
This feeling?
Buxel felt something in his head come loose as he witnessed Ark dying. The quest would fail and he would die from the Nakujuk once Ark died. The whole situation mixed up in Buxel's head and he became paralyzed. Then all that anger became aimed at the red man.
Because of him. Everything is because of him.
Buxel glared at the red man leisurely approaching Usuria's heart. He pulled out a scroll and shouted.
Take this, you son of a bitch. Banish.
When a scroll was activated, a color would appear depending on what type it was. The light would hit the target and trigger the special effect. However, the light just floated in front of Buxel and didn't fly towards the red man.
What the? Why is this happening? Is it broken after such a long time?
No, it shouldn't have. That's right. Everything was so crazy that he forgot to specify a target. Buxel took out the low-level insight and used it on the red man. He needed to confirm the red man's ID before the effects of the banish scroll was cancelled.
Hoo, after I find out your ID, look, what is this? Buxel's smile of satisfaction turned into an expression of bewilderment. The red man's information didn't appear even when he used insight.
Rather, the red man discovered him thanks to the use of the insight scroll. The red man flinched and turned around.
Who are you?
Hick! Buxel screamed and sat on the ground. The red man had lifted his sword as soon as he turned his body around.
It was a desperate moment.
Buxel let out a terrified scream and shouted.
Hell, I don't know. Banish, the one about to hit me is the target. Activate. Activate. Activate.
Buxel shouted with desperation after he was cornered. Once it was triggered, the light was unable to find a target and gradually weakened, but now it entwined with Buxel's body. Just a few seconds afterwards, the red man's sword touched Buxel and the light soared up the sword towards the red man's heart.
Flash. Tat-ung. Ugh, what the? Oh my god.
A red light flashed from the scroll and the red man flew towards the horizon like a baseball in a home run. Buxel stared with bemused eyes at the red man flying away and stuttered.
Oh, it really could be triggered this way?
It was a new method of utilizing the scrolls that had never been considered.
I did it.
Neither Ark, Shambhala nor the rehabilitation group could deal with him, yet I blew that monster away.
As expected, the scrolls really are the strongest.
In New World, only 10 of these rare, banish, scrolls had been found. It was a scroll which blew the target 10 kilometers away.
Yes, Buxel's secret weapon was this scroll.
He had planned to use the Yi Banish scroll on Ark after Magaro's legacy when found and then flee after packing all the items.
However, what have I done?
Buxel burst out as he realized too late.
Ugh, now I don't have a trump card to hit Ark with.
Buxel grabbed his hair and screamed. But after a moment, Buxel acted like someone with schizophrenia and suddenly looked at Usuria's heart.
Wait? It's not like that.
There would be no way to get Magaro's legacy if the red man won, but luckily Usuria's heart is still here. And Ark died from a user, so he won't revive for 24 hours.
If that's the case?
The preparations to revive the World Tree were already finished.
If Buxel managed to resurrect the World Tree, then wouldn't he monopolize Magaro's legacy?
Those were Buxel's thoughts as he ran towards Usuria's heart. Yes, once I occupy this, then my plan.
But there were some things Buxel didn't know. He needed Ark's sacred branch in order to restore the World Tree. And there was something else. Hey pig. Isn't that mine?
Hick, what? Buxel freaked out and fell on his rear as he heard the voice coming from behind him. Surprisingly, the person approaching was Ark, who had died a short time ago.
Yes, Ark had already died once.
But no matter how strong the opponent was, Ark wouldn't die just like that.
The red man's lightning was only focused on Ark, Shambhala, Lariat, and Diedrich.
Meanwhile, Ark had made some preparations and sent Razak escaping to somewhere far away. Thus Ark revived thanks to Razak's pledge of death and waited for a chance to either strike the red man or take Usuria's heart. Then he watched as Buxel blew the red man away.
Now I understand. That was the secret weapon you were hiding?
Ark narrowed his eyes and glared at Buxel. Buxel winced and shouted as Ark approached.
Now's not the time for this.
The World Tree, you need to revive the World Tree.
That's right, the World Tree.
Ark flinched and looked around. The Haman fortress was a place of chaos as the Drakens and Nakujuk ran everywhere. The red man had disappeared, but the fortress was still in a dangerous state.
Now I can only believe in the World Tree. I can reverse the situation if I restore Usuria.
And even if we're defeated here, Usuria will still rise.
There's no other choice.
Buxel, we'll talk about the scrolls later. Ark grabbed Yuzuria's heart and buried it in the soil bed. Then he also drove Yggdrasil's sacred branch into the bed. A pale light emerged from the sacred branch as the soil bed started to shake.
That's it, it is reacting. Now. Pyron.
A sprout grew from the soil. A sprout, no matter how he looked, it was still a sprout. Only 2 buds grew from the sprout. Ark stared at it, but the sprout didn't change.
What the? Why is it different? Ark raised his voice and an information window instantly appeared.
You have planted Yuzuria's heart in the sacred soil. You have met the necessary conditions of full moon, sacred branch and sacred soil. However, Yuzuria's heart is weaker than Yggdrasil thanks to Wigurima absorbing its power. Therefore Yuzuria needs more time to absorb the power of the sacred branch, sacred soil and full moon before it can resurrect.
Time remaining until Yuzuria's resurrection, 2 hours. Once something went wrong, then everything would become worse. A 2-hour time limit when it was an urgent situation? Of course Ark couldn't afford to wait until then.
The moon was already starting to set.
The remaining time until daybreak was 20 minutes at most.
If this failed, then he would have to wait until the next full moon to resurrect Yuzuria. It was impossible for Haemon Fortress to hold out until then.
No way. It's impossible. Does it make sense for a world tree to have its power taken away by a monster? Just a little more power towards the bud. You can do it. Ark continuously used nursing on the soil bed.
It had been effective on the sacred soil in the past.
As expected, nursing didn't disappoint.
Although Yuzuria's power was weakened by Wigurima, after he used nursing the sprout shook and emerged a bit more. The growth of Yuzuria has sped up thanks to the use of nursing.
Time remaining until Yuzuria's resurrection, 1 hour and 55 minutes.
Although it succeeded, it only reduced the time by 5 minutes.
Well, what ugh? Stop them, ugh. Meanwhile, one Baron member after another collapsed.
The soldiers led by the rehabilitation members were being wiped out by the Drakens.
Meanwhile, the ones led by Justice Man were barely holding on.
Beyond the walls near the soil bed, the Nakujuk who advanced through the canyon were also getting close.
Ark, find that bastard Ark.
He heard Jewel and Duke's voice from among the dust cloud.
God damn it, is nursing not going to work? Ark's current health was 1,500 and Lariat was dead, so she couldn't use recovery magic.
The Drakens flew around looking for him at Jewel's command. The resurrection of the World Tree just became more difficult.
Ark couldn't see how it was possible in this state.
Then a few Drakens rushed up behind Arkansas.
Is it going to end here? Tongue.
Ark had lifted his head with a desperate look. The Drakens had been pushed back a few meters and wobbled.
It's Arknim is over there. Everybody help Arknim. Reload, fire.
Ark looked around at the familiar voices.
Ahead, the heavily armed Raccoon clan emerged from the gate holding their cannons. I felt like something was suspicious. Niang. Arkappa.
The group was also followed by Roko riding her unicorn.
Oh, is it a fight? These days I've been so bored playing around the village. Meow, raise your claws.
I don't know what's going on, but let's help our friend the Truth Seeker.
Naya. Our benefactor, help Ark Hyungnim. Hassan and the Meow and the ex-thieves began attacking the Nakujuk.
How did they get to the Netherworld?
Ah, that's right.
Ark saw the gate they came out of and understood the situation. He had used all of the remaining powder to create the dimensional gate. Even after moving the 4 wagons, the gate between Lancel Village and the Netherworld was still connected. The residents must have seen Ark disappearing through the gate in a corner and went through out of curiosity while bringing reinforcements just in case Ark was in danger. This was possible because he had 100% intimacy with the residents of Lancel Village. Even the users who came through the gate became involved with the war.
What is this, Niang?
I'll give all those who fight bravely a kiss on the cheek, Niang.
Oh, really? An opportunity to score a kiss from Jana. Let's show them the power of cosplay enthusiasts. Oh. What the?
Why do these guys have such disgusting eyes? The Nakujuk burst out as they saw the users. Thanks to that, Ark survived the crisis, but it was only for a short time.
In fact, there was a reason Ark hadn't asked the inhabitants of Lancel Village to join in the war.
The NPC soldiers leveled up quite slowly compared to users. The raccoons, Meow and ex-thieves were all around level 150-180. That was much lower than his level 200 pets. The Nakujuk's average level was 280, so it was impossible to make them enter the war. As Ark expected, the residents of Lancel Village were quickly pushed on the defensive. While the raccoons fought from long distance and the Meow had high evasion, the ex-thieves quickly went down.
Ah, damn.
A moan emerged from Ark's mouth. He was thankful, but he didn't want their help. Everything was disappearing right in front of Arkansas. The Baron clan, the Dark Brothers, the residents of Lancel Village, everything he had accomplished was vanishing.
Now it wasn't just a problem of the Netherworld any longer. When pushed like this, Jules' group would discover that Ark's base was Lancel Village. If Jewel and the Nakujuk went through the dimensional gate, then Lancel Village wouldn't be able to stand against them. Unlike users, NPCs only had one life.
Jana, who was always teasing Ark, the funny-looking Hassan, Sarah, who always followed him around, and Galen, who always supported him, he wouldn't be able to see them anymore.
And Lancel Village would return to its previous dilapidated state. It can't be, no, it can't happen.
Ark knew the fear of losing someone better than anybody else. Ark frantically screamed down at the soil bed.
Please, Usuria. You're the world tree needed to maintain the Netherworld's balance. Right now you are needed. Please wake up. Get up and help the Baron clan.
Ark yelled in a cracking voice. Suddenly a light emerged from the sacred branch before the branch disappeared. At the same time, the sprout trembled and a huge world tree suddenly soared into the sky in front of him.
The miracle nursing was successful.
Your heart, which mourned the loss of innocent lives, has moved Usuria. Your heart, which wasn't thinking about yourself, but others, has produced a miracle. At first you only desired the resurrection of the world tree, but your heart changed when you saw the numerous sacrifices.
Cherishing the lives of others is the true mindset of a caretaker.
Even though the effort is the same, your heartfelt commitment has moved Usuria.
You have cherished all lives and even moved the world tree.
Due to your achievement of reaching a true caretaker's mindset, your fame as a caretaker has increased even more.
Asterisk, due to the success of miracle nursing, all stats increased by 2. Asterisk, the affection stat increased by 20. Asterisk, fame increased by 200. Asterisk, alignment to good increased by 50.
The miracle nursing was a success and you have acquired the title Caretaker of the World Tree. Your fame as a caretaker has increased, so you will receive praises from many patients.
Asterisk, as a title bonus all stats will increase by 2. Asterisk, fame will increase by 200.
His sincere prayers had achieved a miracle. The emergence of the world tree suddenly calmed the center of the fortress.
The world tree.
The world tree rose through the cloud of dust and seemed to touch the moon. While everyone was watching, the image of a beautiful woman appeared in front of the world tree. The woman floating in the air smiled gently at Arkansas. The descendant of a great warrior, Arkansas. I have heard your prayers. You prayed for the resurrection of the world tree Usuria and it has been granted. The world tree Usuria has been resurrected at Haman Fortress. The world tree Usuria is the sacred tree which maintains the balance of the lost world equals Sutandal. Usuria, who had lost its power and consciousness for a long time, has received a new power and been resurrected.
Each of the world trees have their own attributes.
Usuria falls under the property of the moon and brings comfort and peacefulness to women.
In addition, it extends the protection to their offspring who cannot fight. As long as Usuria is protecting them, the Baron clan will gain the strength to withstand any adversity.
Asterisk, the durability of Haman Fortress and the surrounding buildings has increased by 50%. Asterisk, the probability of being attacked by monsters around Haman Fortress has decreased by 50%. Asterisk, the defense of Haman Fortress and any villages built around has increased by 50%. Asterisk, when users and NPCs rest within Haman Fortress, their recovery rate will increase by 200%. Asterisk, the fame of Haman Fortress increases by 5,000.
Indeed, the effects of a mature tree were really different from Popo, who was just a seedling. Dot. When the world tree was revived, thick vines immediately grew along the outer walls. They were the same type of vines that protected the outer wall of Cairo. The Nakujuk were forced out beyond the walls. My subordinates, punish these people who have become corrupted. Iron Wall, divine blessing.
When Usuria shouted, light from the full moon headed towards the fortress. Just like a cloud of dust settling down, it sunk into the bodies of the Baron clan.
Usuria has invoked the glory of the full moon. Glory of the full moon is a special technique that uses all of Usuria's mana and can only be used when there is a full moon. It can't be combined with any other defense-related buffs. Asterisk, the health of all allies is recovered by 50%. Asterisk, the defense of all allies will increase by 500% for 30 minutes. Asterisk, the magic resistance of all allies will increase by 300% for 30 minutes. Hook, defense 500%, magic resistance 300%?
It was a really screen-worthy buff. Thanks to Usuria's buff, the military situation immediately changed by 180 degrees.
Now, shall we start this again?
Ark turned his body and grinned. When the dust cloud disappeared, he was able to clearly confirm the battle situation. Most of the Nakujuk had been pushed outside by the vines, but there were still hundreds of the Draken's troops remaining in the fortress.
Meanwhile, Jewel and Duke were surrounded by the Baron clan not far from Ark's location.
You bastard. Jewel and Duke cursed when they saw him.
Even though the Drakens were helping Jewel and Duke, they couldn't do anything against the Baron clan and their allies from Lancel village who had 500% defense and 300% magic resistance.
In addition, the vines had divided their power in half. Ark led the coalition of Baron equals Lancel and literally stepped on them. When Jewel and Duke died, the situation became even more difficult and the Drakens ran away. The Nakujuk who were struggling against the vine wall also ran away.
Wah, we defeated them. Hooray for the commander, hooray for Usuria. The Baron clan cheered when the Nakujuk ran away.
With the situation under control, Usuria looked at them warmly before approaching Arkansas. Ark, thanks to you I have been able to perform the duties entrusted to me.
I cannot deny that you are my benefactor. Now you are a friend of my heart, so please take this token. Usuria handed Ark a brilliantly shining branch from the World Tree. Sacred Branch Level 2, Special.
The essence of Usuria has been added to the Sacred Branch. Thanks to the addition of Usuria, the magic of the Sacred Branch has become even stronger.
An additional bonus will be added according to Usuria's attributes. Continuous effects for the owner.
Asterisk luck plus 30, plus 30. Asterisk the probability of succeeding all skills plus 10%, plus 5%.
Asterisk probability of finding a magic item plus 20%, plus 5%.
Asterisk when resting inside a house, health and mana regeneration plus 30%, plus 10%.
Asterisk addition, defense plus 10%. Asterisk addition, remote communication with Yggdrasil and Usuria is possible. Oh, jackpot.
Ark's mouth opened as he received the Sacred Branch. In fact, his heart had sunk when the Sacred Branch disappeared. He didn't know how much profit he would gain from the Netherworld, but he would receive enormous damage if he lost the Sacred Branch. But it was upgraded and then returned. From the pretty-looking woman to the reward, everything was different from Yggdrasil. Ark received the Sacred Branch and the lore quest was completed.
The lore quest has been completed.
Thanks to the completion of the lore quest, your information window has accumulated 4S. In New World, it is a decoration provided for the player who has achieved a historical and great achievement which has an influence on New World. The player who receives it would become a legend in that area. In addition, the accumulation of a certain number of S would receive a very special reward.
Currently owned, 7.
Then the whole Netherworld started shaking like an earthquake had occurred. A thick crack spread through the sky and it started breaking off like a snake shedding its skin. Through the gaping space in the crack, the bright dawn of the Middle-earth sky could be seen.
Yes, after hundreds of years the Netherworld was finally emerging from the dimensional storm towards Middle-earth.
All Lancel residents returned to the gate.
The Dimension Gate would disappear once the Netherworld rose.
He didn't know what area the Netherworld would rise to, so it would be a huge problem for the residents of Lancel village. The residents and users from Lancel passed through the gate at Ark's command. Then he suddenly heard the voice of the red man in his ear.
Nice move, was it Ark?
It managed to end in a tie this time.
I've accomplished the most important objective. But next time I won't forgive you if you step in front of me. This bastard. Why is he saying such things while hiding? Ark looked around with a frown.
Buxel had sent him flying and now he was rattling on.
And what did he say? Next time he wouldn't forgive him? Was he a second-class villain? Hiding somewhere while communicating with him.
However, Ark soon felt his breath stop. He found the red man riding an eagle in the sky. But it wasn't the red man who caused Ark to become shocked. On the other side of the wide gaping space was a huge object.
Kaia Dash. A colossal skyray? Although only a small part of its form was shown through the dimensional crack, it was unmistakably a skyray.
The skyray was dozens of kilometers larger than the giant white whale gallic that they encountered on the seabed in the past. The long tail grazed against the crack in the sky.
The more surprising thing was the back of the skyray.
It appeared to be carrying a huge castle 3 or 4 times larger than Haman Fortress.
It looked like a legendary castle floating in the sky, an aerial fortress. Hey, check the system quickly. Hurry and collect the materials for Chief Kim. At that time, the New World Planning Department of Global Exos was in chaos. New World had been quiet for a while. Then the system fell into an impossible state last night and began feeding a large amount of power to start a new episode. The main system has completed the data update necessary for episode 3. Episode 3, Emergence of a New Continent. A new continent? What on earth? Ha Myung-woo pulled his hair and shouted. At the same time, Kim Gwante accessed dozens of computer data and turned his head. Boss, I've found it. What? The reports submitted by the researchers in the early stages of making the game detail the conditions needed to trigger Episode 3. The new continent seems to be an area called the Netherworld. The official name is Sutandal. The place of emergence is approximately 250 kilometers in the seas bordering the Schudenberg and Bristania kingdoms. The coordinates are x3489 y5673. Do you think I haven't read the researchers' report? I already know that. Ha Myung-woo yelled in an annoyed voice. I want to know why Episode 3 started with no warning. Just yesterday there were no signs of this. Clearly I came to ask for the reason. Well, the researchers' report stated that the condition for this is the completion of the lore quest associated with the Netherworld's World Tree. That's the problem. It hasn't been released yet, but I've sent materials about each quarterly episode to the TV station. I told them that the next episode would be determined by the actions of users, not NPCs. That was the reason Ha Myung-woo needed the information. It was obvious that the media would focus on that. He could predict questions about the contents of the lore quest and Sutandal Rising. The person who needed to answer those questions was Ha Myung-woo. However, Ha Myung-woo knew no more than other users. Episode 3 had started. It was amazing, but that was all he knew. Damn, why do I always have to appear like a clown on TV? Anything is good. For anything from the information site, bulletin boards, or even false rumors. Ha Myung-woo felt like he was being bullied by the systems of New World. Then Ho Myung-hwan, who had been looking at the information site, shouted. B-boss, I've found it. What do you mean? The reason why the Netherworld is rising, I seem to have found it. Really? Where? Where did you find it? Look at this. I'll show it on the main screen. Ho Myung-hwan manipulated the computer and an image appeared on the 120-inch screen. It was a video that had been posted on the bulletin boards of the official site yesterday. While the managers were looking in the wrong place, a huge number of users had already watched the videos and it had reached 13,000 hits. Is that the Netherworld? The staffs of the planning department were users in New World as well as employees of Global Exos. They had heard rumors of the Netherworld, so they all stopped what they were doing and concentrated on the video. The title of the movie was The Netherworld Expedition of the Wicked Wolf. Just like the title of the movie, the main character was a black wolf. As the video began, the wolf shook its tail and started to gather ingredients in the Netherworld. But after a few moments, the contents developed into fighting dozens of red monsters. Oh no! The movie has elements to please everybody, such as romance and action. They screamed when a dragon-like monster flew off with the carriage containing the trapped beauty and felt admiration when the wolf was able to save her. And they all started sweating and grasped each other's hands as the boss transformed. An epic 2 hours later, the wolf who had overcome a large amount of adversity managed to revive the Netherworld's World Tree. Thus the dimension known as the Netherworld rose to Middle-earth. The last scene was the handsome wolf being surrounded by blue NPCs in Middle-earth while they cheered him. Who is he? That wolf? Ha Myung-woo asked after staring blankly at the screen. But none of the staff in the planning department knew who the character was. Then Ha Myung-woo shouted towards Ho Myung-hwan. Video, look at the video. The ID says Buxel. Buxel? That's the name of the wolf? It can't be. He wrote on his introduction in the bulletin board that he was a dwarf merchant from Schudenberg Kingdom. Then Buxel must be the photographer. Call him now and find out the identity of the wolf. And I don't have to tell you this, but meet him as soon as he is identified. With work of this degree, we'll become closer to accessing the system. No matter what happens, he must be recruited to participate in the project. I understand. Ho Myung-hwan connected to the site and examined Buxel's information. The user had to register with their personal information in order to upload videos on the official site. Supposedly the registration was to prevent abuse of the videos, but really it was to collect the user's information if they needed it. Using his administrator's ID, Ho Myung-hwan was soon able to determine Buxel's phone number. There's no way Ark is the only black wolf in New World. In addition, Ark seems eager to hide himself. There is no way he would allow a video of himself to be uploaded. Ho Myung-hwan gave a wry smile and picked up the phone. The tone repeated several times before he heard a voice. Hello? Oh, excuse me. I'm calling from Global Exos Planning Department. Global Exos Planning Department, Yes, are you Buxel who uploaded a video onto the site yesterday? Yes, what about it? I would like to ask you more about the main character of the movie. The protagonist, are you talking about Arknim? Ark?
Ho Myung-hwan popped out of the chair at Buxel's words.
Did you say Ark just now? To be continued.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 13 Chapter 1. ACT-1 The Whereabouts of the Last Three Marvels. Episode 3, Emergence of a New Continent. In the high seas between Schuttenberg Kingdom and Bristania Kingdom, the lost world equals Sutandal has emerged.
There are numerous legends thriving in Sutandal, so please enjoy a new adventure.
That was the message every user in New World saw a few days ago. Of course, users responded to this news hotly. New monsters, new hunting grounds and new dungeons.
The emergence of Sutandal lit a fire in users who were always thirsty for new things.
But it wasn't just users with warrior professions who were stimulated. It was easy to understand when looking at the history of mankind. The appearance of a whole new civilization could possibly upset the normal economy.
It was similar to the great navigational era in Europe's history where things like tea, spices, and silk came pouring in.
The merchants in New World would not miss such an opportunity.
All anybody could talk about in the merchant city of Jiren was Sutandal.
Let's go to the land of opportunity, Sutandal. We can't be later than the other guilds, hurry up.
Thanks to that, the passenger ferries on the east coast of the continent became crowded with users.
While many warriors and merchants were flocking to Sutandal, Ark had actually left Sutandal and arrived in Jiren. Phew, everybody here is distracted. Ark dusted himself off and looked around.
The NPCs and users in every village he dropped in at would only talk about Sutandal.
So many users flocked to Sutandal that the normally busy Jiren felt empty.
Ark realized how huge it was after arriving on the continent.
Well, it's not a bad thing if people gather in Sutandal. Ark looked warmly at the users heading towards Sutandal. The hunting would decline thanks to the users flocking there. So far Ark had monopolized the dungeons in Sutandal and now he had more competitors.
But I can't monopolize all the prey in Sutandal by myself.
And the situation in Sutandal is now 180 degrees different from the previous month. More people gathering would naturally make it evolve faster.
When that happens, the benefits would outweigh having the dungeons stolen by other users.
Ark recalled what happened in the last few days in Sutandal. Things have worked out better than I thought,
Although Sutandal rising to Middle-earth was a big event, it was an even more tremendous event for the Baron clan. The world they knew for hundreds of years was changing. The Baron tribe elders were filled with fear and confusion of the unknown. Their reactions were natural. Although Asia was a new continent for the Europeans in the exploration era, to the natives they were just scary predators. Even though Ark only received 60 points in history class, he knew at least this much.
So he quickly gathered the elders when Sutandal finished rising. Although Sutandal has finished rising, you can't interact with the continent. What kind of place is the continent?
It is a huge place many times larger than Sutandal. There is the Bristania, Cineas, and Schuttenberg kingdoms, with each kingdom having thousands and thousands of soldiers.
In addition, the soldiers' equipment is so developed that it can't even be compared to yours. Then what will we do if they invade? We've only just managed to prevent the threat of the Nakujuk. The elders murmured with uneasy looks. Ark deliberately put on a serious expression and spoke once again. I definitely can't guarantee that there is no risk. Then isn't this a serious problem? But the Baron clan aren't weak like before. Didn't you manage to defend against the threat of the Nakujuk? I promise.
If everybody unites together, then not even the kings of the strong continent would dare invade.
The
elders still looked worried.
I see what you mean. But we don't know anything about them. We don't know how to communicate and build goodwill with them. There's nothing to worry about. If you don't understand, then you should trust someone who does.
Ark grinned and replied. In fact, the three kingdoms couldn't afford to invade Sutandal. It was 100% that the ambassadors from the continent would be friendly. But there was a reason for him creating an uneasy atmosphere. It was in order to recommend Isabel, who was the head of the Dark Brothers, as the representative for Sutandal.
Oh, that's right. There is such a way.
Yes, we can leave it to the head of the Dark Brothers. The elders were so anxious that they all unanimously agreed to have Isabel represent them. Shortly afterwards, Isabel led all of the Dark Brothers and moved them to Sutandal. They settled at Haman Fortress, which was renamed Eastern Nation. Isabel and the Dark brothers were finally able to break from their stained past and achieve the new home that they so desired. Then the contract with Isabel has been completed. Of course, Ark didn't do this for Isabel's good. Isabel promised to give Ark 2 rewards if everything finished perfectly. He could now receive the rewards since Isabel was appointed the representative of Sutandal. So while Isabel was settled in Haman Fortress, the continent's delegation arrived in Sutandal. Although he would only briefly describe it, there were 2 reasons why the delegation came to visit the Baron clan instead of the Nakujuk. The first was that they were a chaotic race, and the second reason was that the Nakujuk already tried to invade the continent. They boldly attacked the kingdom of Schudenberg. That's right. It was the event where Ark sent 50 Nakujuk from the valley village to celebrate. So the continent judged the Nakujuk as threatening monsters and only sent a delegation towards the Baron clan. Although Isabel was chaotic like the Nakujuk, her beauty made a good impression on the delegates. We want to become friendly with all 3 kingdoms. The Netherworld isn't an evolved civilization like the continent, but it has many resources that can't be found on the continent. It would be beneficial to everybody if we develop a good relationship. If you want to interact with us, then please allow us to send somebody to each kingdom. All future negotiation will go through our ambassador. Yes, of course. So the Eastern nation was able to establish an official branch in each kingdom. Isabel also had a condition for the Schudenberg kingdom. I would like you to build the Schudenberg kingdom branch in Lancel village. The representative from the Schudenberg kingdom showed reluctance. I don't understand. Lancel is a mountain village that doesn't have any adjacent villages and isn't close to the royal road. Why would you install a branch in such a complicated place? I understand your point, but I'm sorry. But Lancel village has already entered an alliance with Sutandal. Ha? How is that possible? I cannot tell you all the details. Anyway, we have formed a connection with Lancel village, which makes our relationship with the Schudenberg kingdom even deeper. As a sign of friendship, we promise to trade more through Lancel village and give more benefits to the Schudenberg kingdom than any other kingdom. If that's the case, there is no reason to refuse. The representative didn't fully understand the situation but accepted her proposal after scratching his head. There was no reason to refuse when they would gain even more benefits. That's it. That's it. This was one of the rewards Isabel promised Arkansas. It wasn't necessary to explain again, but the center of politics and diplomacy was bound to have commercial development. If Lancel village was designated as the communication place between Schudenberg kingdom and Sutandal, a number of users of NPCs would rush there. Lancel village was only a mountain village, but it would emerge as the new trade center. Of course, the real estate would boom and Ark's comprehensive store would enjoy more profit. Now the items from Sutandal will be traded exclusively through Ark's comprehensive store to the Schudenberg kingdom. Of course, Sutandal still had a low cultural level, so there weren't that many products to trade. However, the Eastern nation had already decided its capital city. And Isabel had already used her funds to build a variety of facilities around Haman Fortress. When the construction was completed and Sutandal's development increased, trading would probably become active. If Ark's comprehensive store monopolized the trade in Schudenberg kingdom, then obviously he would get a large profit. This is just the beginning. Ark opened his contract with Isabel. Contractor, Isabel equals Ark. The head of the Dark brothers, Isabel, will negotiate to use Ark's comprehensive store in Lancel village as the trading post between Sutandal and the Schudenberg kingdom. In addition, Ark will also get the rights to establish and operate a trading post in Sutandal. The right to establish a trading post in the Eastern nation. This was the second compensation promised by Isabel. Thanks to the trading post in Sutandal, not only could he trade with the Schudenberg kingdom but Bristania and Cineas as well. Sutandal was still an undeveloped place with few trading posts. If he considered the future, the real estate price would increase tremendously. Maybe it would be impossible to maintain a trading post forever. But while he had it, it made the difference between heaven and earth. If he was a normal merchant, then it would take a huge amount of time and effort in order to obtain the rights. Owning the rights to the trading post is like owning a goose who lays golden eggs. If I regain Silvana later on, then I'll also get a share of the Continental Commerce firm. Silvana, Lancel village and Sutandal was like a triangular linked trading connection. Ark's desire to control the markets of Schudenberg and Nagarin wasn't a dream anymore. I'm out of range of the Hermes Guild while in Sutandal, and it's also possible to recapture Silvana. When one piece of the puzzle fit, then the other pieces would follow. In fact, until recently he had abandoned his plans to recapture Silvana because the Hermes Alliance's forces were more than he expected. But this incident wasn't a small blow to the Hermes Guild. Sid told me they wasted 3,000 gold hiring mercenaries and now they're almost broke. That Raiden wasted his money.
Moreover, the Baron clan aren't friendly with the Hermes Guild, so they'll never set foot in Citandel.
He assumed that Raiden was hitting the ground and weeping by now.
Ark didn't even have to mention all the equipment he took from Jules Group.
Therefore there was quite a bit of discontent among the Hermes Alliance, and Sid saw signs of division within the alliance. Well, their strength won't weaken that much, but if there's internal dissent then I don't have to worry about them for the moment. Anyway, Ark considered all his problems amicably resolved.
While everything was being put into order, the people around Ark also became more determined.
The Nakujuk are still using the Valley Village as a base to threaten the Baron clan.
We'll stay at Haman Fortress until the Netherworld regains its stability.
Justice Man and the rehabilitation members said that they would stay at Haman Fortress.
We're going to train the Baron clan and gain some levels as well. What did the Red Man say? Won't leave him alone the next time we meet. Train until we meet him again.
The rehabilitation members said. Their one-sided fight against the Red Man had a huge impact on them.
It was the same for Arkansas.
Thanks to his time in Citandel, Jewel and Duke weren't a match for him anymore.
Therefore Ark inwardly became cocky.
Meeting the Red Man smashed his ego.
I still have a long way to go. I don't know what he's doing, but no doubt I'll see him again.
I have to raise my skills enough to fight him. Now Ark's goal was the Red Man.
It was necessary to train even more to exceed his goal.
Lariat also decided to stay at Haman Fortress. She was an office worker, so playing the game with Ark made her quite tired. Although she regretted it, she couldn't keep up with Ark's pace.
Well, if I stay with the rehabilitation hyuns, then we'll often be able to meet.
The one person who hadn't decided was Buxel.
The one who settled his problem was surprisingly Arkansas. After the resurrection of the Netherworld's World Tree quest automatically finished, Ark immediately went off to Magaro's laboratory.
With the dimension now stable, the mirage was back to normal.
And Ark found a financial windfall.
He finally got his hands on a large amount of potions and scrolls. He found 200 advanced potions and 150 scrolls. Of course, they were items that he could sell in Ark's comprehensive store. But these advanced items had level restrictions.
The minimum level was 200.
Users around level 100 gathered at Lancel, so the scrolls wouldn't sell even at half price. Therefore Ark left the sales for Buxel at Haman Fortress.
A lot of users flocked to Haman Fortress after Citandel rose.
They were mainly high-level users. Supplies were needed in order to travel New World. He would be able to get an higher price if he sold the advanced potions to higher-leveled players. In the end, Buxel was envious of the items, but he became satisfied with selling them. His handling charge for selling Ark's items was 10% of the gross sales. He had difficulty with Buxel in the past, but Citandel wouldn't have risen without the Yi Banish scroll. Therefore Ark calculated a large commission. He expected a large income, so he could afford to be generous. Hoo-hoo-hoo, I'll soon get thousands of gold in my hand when everything is put in order. Ark managed to get 900 gold from selling his Japtum. There were also the ores he received from supplying weapons to the Baron clan and the 20 items he took from Jules Group. Now Buxel was selling his potions and scrolls. It was equivalent to 6,000 gold. That was equivalent to the amount of money he collected during his first year of playing the game. Now all that's left is to sell them. If everything is popular, then the remaining lease money won't be a problem. Thankfully Ark now felt much lighter. As expected, Magaro's quest led to a lot of money. He gained thousands of gold from this quest alone. And that wasn't all. He still hadn't received full compensation from the Magic Institute. It was why Ark came to Jiren. Okay, now shall I officially collect the full compensation for this troublesome quest? Welcome, Arkansas. I've been waiting for you. Shannon instantly welcomed him when he entered the Magic Institute. Shannon showed Ark into a room and looked at him with anticipation. My morning horoscope predicted that the person I was waiting for would come. So I just got a feeling. Yes, I think I'll be happy with your news, judging by your bright expression. You really are a magician, Dot. Ark smiled and pulled out the books he collected from the laboratory. There were 200 of them. 150 of them were Netherworld-related books that Magaro had borrowed from the Magic Institute when he left, while the other 50 was his research materials. Ark considered them trash since he couldn't sell it, but to Shannon they were treasures. Oh, you did it. You really did it. As expected, Shannon praised his efforts while drooling over the items. Yes, so where did Magaro leave them? Ark explained the circumstances towards Shannon when he asked. Shannon sighed after hearing about Magaro's death. That's right, Magaro was remembered for his single-mindedness. His tragic end came about from such a personality. Based on his research, he was attempting to raise the Netherworld back to Middle-earth, but his attempts failed and he became like that.
Thank you.
No, there is no need for thanks.
Shannon waved his hand and spoke.
The Magic Institute has been stagnant for a long time. But now that the research materials of the Magic Institute's greatest genius has been returned, the Magic Institute might be able to regain its lost glory.
I'm thanking you on behalf of the Magic Institute. The silver arrow and letter movement that the Magic Institute created were actually based off Magaro's drafts.
After the genius disappeared, the technology for the silver arrow and letter movement was left incomplete and the Magic Institute became stagnant.
But now the Magic Institute could use Magaro's research materials.
Shannon explained that they could use the research to fill in their incomplete gaps of knowledge in order to create new potions and scrolls. Ark had an ecstatic look as Shannon continued chattering on. The research materials had a larger effect on the Magic Institute than expected, so he was expecting a larger reward.
Fortunately, Shannon finally stopped the chatter and talked about what he wanted to hear.
Now, it is time to compensate the benefactor of the Magic Institute.
Please receive this. Shannon held out a scroll.
It is a qualification to become a member of the Magic Institute filled out by the Grandmaster himself. The Master has already accepted you as a full member of the Magic Institute once the request was completed. I'll tell you first, but you'll receive very special rights with this. Ark received the scroll and the information window appeared. You have received the Magic Institute member title from the Associated Master.
He has recognized your service to the Magic Institute and granted you membership.
The Magic Institute has an impact on the entire continent. Being a full member of this organization is an honor only a handful of people enjoy. This honor allows you to receive a variety of preferential treatment from the Magic Institute.
When you are a regular member of the Magic Institute, the organization will provide a personal warehouse and laboratory. In addition, goods can be purchased at any branch of the Magic Institute with a 15% discount, and you can hire up to 3 NPC magician mercenaries from the Magic Institute.
Usually it is a paid service, but it may become free depending on the amount of intimacy.
Asterisk as a title bonus, all stats will increase by 5. Asterisk your friendship with the Magic Institute will increase by 200. Asterisk fame increases by 300. A private warehouse and laboratory, and discounts on various magic items. It was an amazing reward for a magician.
However, Ark had no interest in magic. The +5 bonus to all stats was great. The compensation for the title was quite high.
But it wasn't satisfactory compared to all the trouble he went through. Ark wanted a more substantial reward. To be frank, he wanted money.
Is
that everything?
Oh, this reward isn't to your liking?
No, it's not that, but.
Ark showed some anxious gestures while Shannon laughed and nodded.
I know. We've prepared a present to match the hero of the Magic Institute.
A young magician instantly approached when Shannon clapped his hands.
Please guide this friend to the 15th floor.
The young magician had a shocked expression. Then he stared at Ark before saying in a polite tone,
Come along. Ark got up to follow the magician before hesitating and looking back at Shannon.
Oh, I have one more thing I'll like to ask.
What is it?
If it's you, then naturally I'll help.
Can you make 2 summoning ports? Summoning ports?
Shannon tilted his head like he had heard the word for the first time. It's among Magaro's research materials.
Was it Book 13? It was the reason Ark dropped everything and ran to the Magic Institute.
It was more important than his ambitions for Hermes in completing the quest. There was one problem Ark never thought of when Sutandal rose. Ark realized it 24 hours after Sutandal rose and he tried to summon Diedrich and Razak, who died in the fight against the Red Man. The summon command has failed, area restriction. In the current area, summoning/releasing your summons from the Netherworld is restricted. Upon the death of a pet, they will lose 10% of their total stats and it won't be possible to summon them from Middle-earth.
Instead, your mana will not be consumed while your pets are summoned. What is this?
A red warning message appeared stating that he wasn't able to summon his pets. He thought maybe 24 hours hadn't passed yet, but it was the same after a few hours.
Even though it appeared on Middle-earth, isn't it still Sutandal?
Ark thought this and tried to summon them again on the continent. But the same message still occurred.
Now Ark realized that the problem was more serious than he thought. Wait?
The reason I was unable to summon them on Sutandal was because we were in the same dimension.
But now that Sutandal is a part of Middle-earth. Hook! In other words, the Sutandal penalty was also applied to Middle-earth? What the? So in the future I won't be able to summon my pets? Ark's eyes darkened as he belatedly realized this fact. Hadn't he spent 1 year raising his pets? And now they weren't going to be there in the future. It was too terrible to even imagine. And no. It can't be.
From then on, Ark started to wildly look for a solution. And he unexpectedly found a way through Magaro's diary. Magaro's diary stated that he applied the letter movement technology to a portable object after coming to the Netherworld. The summoning port was a similar object to the letter movement tower where the target was registered to a particular location and could be summoned with no restrictions. It was a byproduct of Magaro's research to raise Sutandal. However, the summoning port only worked with contracted summons, so he abandoned it. Phew, fortunately he is still helping me even after he died. He realized once again that it was a game. An unexpected problem would always have a resolution to it. Anyway, if I accomplish this, then Razak and Diedrich can be summoned again? But there were still problems remaining. There were no summoning ports manufactured in Magaro's laboratory. He had the plans, but rare magic ingredients, advanced magic and advanced alchemy was required to create the summoning port. Therefore Ark commissioned the Magic Institute to create it for him.
Ah, here it is. Such a method. As expected, Magaro really is a genius. Shannon made more exclamations as he browsed through the data and materials required for it. How long would you take to create it? Their structure isn't that complicated, so it should only take 1 day. I'll tell the workshop to produce it with top priority. But the necessary ingredients are quite rare, so the price will be expensive. Let's see, it's 700 gold for 1 piece. Ark felt breathless as his jaw dropped. See, can't you give me a small discount? I'm sorry, but it's difficult. As you can see, this requires a lot of rare ingredients. I've deducted the labor costs and this is just the price for the materials. If I added labor costs, then it would be over 800 gold. Ark knew that as he had also seen the blueprints. Eyes of Siraku, modified breath, mana power and so on, all the magic ingredients needed for the summoning port were expensive. In addition, if a normal users asked for it, then they would have had to pay 1,000 gold. He thought he could get a discount since his intimacy was high, but Shannon wouldn't budge. Damn it, the income needed as a side effect of Magaro's quest seems like it is more than the reward. As expected, living wasn't that easy. 2 summoning ports will cost 1,400 gold. That is probably half of the revenue I've obtained from Magaro's laboratory. His anger felt like exploding when he thought about it, but he had no other choice. His pets were worth 700 gold to Arkansas. They were an indispensable existence. But I'm still lucky. If someone else had raised Sutandal, then I would have had to search for a way and then spend 2,000 gold. Fortunately, I got the quest to look for Magaro's laboratory and found the summoning ports there. The value of the items in the laboratory will also cover the costs for the ports. Thoughts like that were more beneficial to his mental health. I understand. I'll calculate it when I come tomorrow. Then we'll start working on it straight away. Shannon smiled and headed towards the workshop. Come, follow me. The young magician sighed as he approached Arkansas. Yes, I know. This is the Magic Institute's reward. In the past, Ark had gone to the 10th floor. There had been items worth hundreds of gold there. But this time it was the 15th floor. What kind of items would there be? Ark imagined the Magic Institute's rewards and eagerly followed. It's really amazing. This is the first time I've seen the 15th floor. Naturally, it is also the first time a foreigner has been here. No, I'm sorry. You're not a foreigner but a regular member of the Institute. Anyway, the 10th floor treasure is amazing, so I can't even fathom how much the treasure on the 15th floor will be worth. The magician spoke in a trembling voice as they appeared in front of the doors. He stared at Ark with an impressed and respectful look. I'd love to see it too, but unfortunately I don't have permission. I'll wait here, so please enter. As you know, there is only one choice. Once you select it, you won't get another chance even if you are a member of the Magic Institute. Did you hear that? Don't eat something selfishly this time. Sack sack, sack 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 sack. Raiden licked his tongue with an apologetic expression. Ark finally entered after giving the firm advice. Indeed. A sound of admiration naturally flowed from Ark's mouth. The number of items on the 15th floor were much lower than the 10th floor. Each type had only 1 item. But even with a glance, he could tell that the Magic Institute had put a lot of value into these items. As expected, it was like torture picking just 1 item. However, Ark had experienced this situation before. Thanks to that, he had already decided in his heart. It must be a sword, a sword. It was the most expensive and frequently traded item. Of course, Ark had the very rare Gweisel sword. Its attack power and performance were top of the line. On the other hand, the defense on his armor was quite low compared to his level. But it didn't matter. If he had to pick among all those items, then a good sword would get him more money. I have to choose carefully. Of course, the value of most items would likely be similar. That's only when selling to NPCs, of course. The price is different when selling to NPCs compared to selling to users. In fact, if Ark sold Gwyzel's sword to a NPC, then he would only receive 600-700 gold. That's because NPCs only think of it as a rare level 180 sword. However, it was different on the auction site. Depending on the buyer, he could receive between 1,000 and 1,500 gold for it. On the other hand, rare defense items would only receive a maximum of 1,000 gold. Although they gave a lot of defense, he didn't see the point of picking an item that would sell for 500 gold less. There's two swords, a one-handed and two-handed sword. This section also caused Ark conflict. It was the 15th floor, so it was guaranteed that both swords would be high quality. They both looked wonderful to his eyes. The one-handed sword didn't have any special decorations but seemed to have great damage. Meanwhile, the two-handed sword had a glossy black surface that looked like the scales of a reptile. In general, warriors used shields, so they preferred a one-handed sword. Naturally, there would be many buyers, so the price would increase. However, currently Ark was immersed in the charms of the two-handed sword. Also, his drastic measure skill was one that could only be used with a two-handed sword. The one-handed sword is good if I only consider selling, but if the two-handed sword is similar to Gwyzel's sword, then it would be better. I'll be able to use it as much as I want and then sell it. And the rare two-handed sword has a higher chance of learning advanced skills than the one-handed sword. In any case, there was guaranteed to be a benefit no matter what he chose. Now, money or utilization. He had to make a choice on which would be more beneficial. After worrying for a while, an item he had forgotten about flashed through his head. Oh, yes. Perhaps this will be useful. Ark took out a small copper coin. It was a 1 copper coin with scratches all over it. Not long ago, a user visiting Ark's comprehensive store didn't have enough money and asked if this could be worth 1 gold. Ark honestly wasn't inclined to agree, but it was the early stages, so he accepted it to secure the customers. However, it was a very interesting item. Lucky coin, special. Sometimes old coins that merchants carry around will become lucky. With making a difficult decision, there is a 65% probability that this coin will predict a good outcome. But that is all it does. The merchant who blindly believed this coin decided everything using it and became bankrupt. A 65% probability was quite vague. Although there was a benefit, there was also a 35% chance of receiving damage. However, Ark was guaranteed a benefit no matter what he chose. Then wasn't a 65% chance to get a better result worth it, thought. If it's heads, then I'll choose the two-handed sword, while it's the one-handed sword for tails. Ark closed his eyes and threw the coin upwards. Then he caught it with the back of his hand and opened his eyes. Tails? The one-handed sword? But Ark quietly frowned. It was a strange thing, but the two-handed sword was definitely more tempting. Ark hesitated repeatedly before finally picking the two-handed sword. Isn't a coin just a coin? I've never believed in such things. The display cases closed with a mechanical sound after he picked his reward. At the same time, the information window about the two-handed sword flashed in front of Arkansas. Promised sword, rare. Weapon type, two-handed sword. Attack, 40-50. Durability, 200/200. Weight, 45. User restriction, level 250, advanced sword mastery skill. An ancient sword inscribed with complex magic symbols. The symbols engraved on the sword can't be decrypted using the current knowledge. However, the aura it gives off indicates that there is still an undisclosed hidden secret. There is also a space to fit something between the sword blade and hilt. It seems related to the sword's secret. Option, strength plus 20, stamina plus 10. Socket, 4. Ark became frustrated at the sight of the information window. Attack was 40-50. It was the same as Gwyzel's sword, which had a level restriction of 180. In addition, agility and reaction rate in Gwyzel's sword was more rare than the common strength and stamina option. And there wasn't even a special option attached to the sword. The only suspicious feature was the 4 sockets. Damn, was the coin's choice correct? The value of a sword was its attack power. But to be on the same standard as a level 180 sword?
It was a level 250 rare sword, but it would be difficult to get a decent price for it. People would pay 2 or 3 times more for a better sword. On the other hand, there would be a lot of curious looks. That's because there have been no socketed weapons seen in New World yet. Weren't socketed weapons common in the old online games? Then the performance should be able to be upgraded. Yes, it is still too early to be disappointed. If you can socket items, then the performance will definitely improve. Do you know? Wouldn't it be an awesome item if I filled the sockets? That is your choice? Yes. When he exited and answered the magician's question, there was a ringing sound and the information window appeared. Study the Mirage quest has been completed. All the quests related to the genius alchemist Megaro have been finished. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. He started the quest at level 120 and finally finished it when he was level 300. The amount of experience for all that time invested was enormous. He reached the limit after going up 10 levels. After completing the quest, Ark exited the Magic Institute to look at his warehouse and laboratory. Character information window. Character name Ark, race human. Alignment good plus 450. Fame 11,425, plus 500, level 314. Profession Dark Walker. Title Cat Knight, Caretaker of the World Tree, Jackson's Hero, Great Adventurer, Magic Institute member. Health 5005, plus 150, Mana 4995. Spiritual Power 200, Strength 602, plus 28. Agility 829, plus 55, Stamina 952, plus 20. Wisdom 118, plus 10, Intelligence 971. Luck 112, plus 60, Flexibility 127. Art of Communication 66, Affection 57, plus 10. Resilience 415. Special Stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 138. Asterisk Equipment Item Effects. Guardian Armor of the Mare People, Water Attribute Resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat Paws, Gloves Attack Speed plus 10%, Agility plus 15, Critical Hit plus 10%. Raccoon's Pith, Helmet Agility plus 10, Wisdom plus 10. Asterisk King Set Effect, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Stamina plus 10, Defense plus 20. Warrior's Transcripts, Shoulder Blade Strength plus 3. Wind Spirit's Boots, Shoes Agility plus 30, Movement Speed plus 30%, Attack Speed plus 10%, Slide available. Galgashi's Fur, Mantle Cold Resistance plus 100%, Agility plus 20, when health is less than 50%, Magic Protection automatically activates. Adelaine's Necklace, Necklace Defense plus 40, Affection plus 10, Blessing of the Sea available. Resurrecting Spirit, Ring Strength plus 5, Mana Recovery plus 5%. Rarukan's Ring, Ring Agility plus 10, Attack Speed plus 10%, Critical Hit plus 8%, Dark Protection available. Amulet of Vitality, Bracelet Health plus 50, Health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, Bracelet Strength, Agility, Stamina plus 10, Fame plus 500, Sword-based Skill Growth plus 5%. Asterisk All abilities will increase by 40% in the dark. Asterisk You have the ability to hide in the darkness, 20 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk Resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk You can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk Shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk Poison resistance has increased by 50%. Asterisk 10% increased attack and defense. Asterisk Skill points, 30. After finishing everything, Ark was now level 314. He had finished a few large quests after the battle against the Nakujuk. Now there's only 2 remaining quests remaining: find new settlers in the Home of the Fire Draconian. Well, Home of the Fire Draconian would be completed when he went to the Bristania Kingdom, and the find new settlers quest was only a matter of time. After Sutandal rose, there were some Baron members who returned while others stayed at Lancel Village. Thanks to Galen's enthusiastic persuasion, the quest completion was at 95%. The remaining 5% would be filled quickly if Ark actually went out looking for residents. Shall I receive the summoning ports and then return to Sutandal? The problem was that he could only receive the summoning ports after paying the required 1,400 gold. But that's not all. I have to visit that place that Razak and Diedrich had been forcefully recalled to. It is somewhat pathetic. All the money I'm investing. Now I have to act like a homeroom teacher and visit the homes of my pets. Ark sighed and walked around. He never thought things would become so difficult after Sutandal rose. But he couldn't move manually across the ocean every time his pets died.
It can't be helped. I can't just leave them alone. Once I have the summoning ports, then I can choose a location. Kakik, eh? What the? It was at that time. Ark suddenly felt like he was being sucked into a vacuum cleaner. After a few minutes, he appeared in a place with lots of gold coins strewn around. Ark sighed with relief and shook his head. It was none other than Ark's spirit world. If he came here, then the culprit was obvious. Yggdrasil and Usuria were sitting nearby. What's going on all of a sudden? Can you come into someone else's spirit world without permission? I'm surprised. I'm sorry. Yggdrasil smiled with a spiteful face. I called a couple of times, but you didn't answer. Called? Didn't you feel it? That reminded him that he felt his bag shake earlier. But he thought it was just his imagination, so he ignored it. But if it was the sacred branch, then it was similar to a phone being set on vibration mode. If they wanted to add such functions, then they should have made a ringtone mode. Yggdrasil, there's no time to talk about such things. Usuria spoke in a curt voice. Although Usuria looked like a young lady, she was actually the same age as Yggdrasil. But wasn't Yggdrasil rejuvenated thanks to the newborn Popo? Yggdrasil nodded before opening his mouth. That's right. Ark, I wanted to thank you once again for helping Usuria. But I've come to the conclusion that you've been tricked by the Red Man. Huh? Tricked? Ark's face became tense as the Red Man was brought into the conversation. The Red Man was a powerful enemy who was unable to be traced. In addition, the huge skyray that disappeared after the dimensional storm was overweight on his mind. Actually, it's only after talking to Usuria that I know all the circumstances. In the past, the Red Man came down to the underground world for the cursed dragon. But his purpose wasn't just to release Nidhogger. His real purpose was to find a sacred branch. A sacred branch? Yes, his purpose was to use it to revive Usuria. But at that time I passed all my power to Popo, so he couldn't find it. Wait a minute. The Red Man's purpose was the resurrection of Usuria? Why? That's what I'm going to explain. Usuria raised her body after Ark made a confused expression. You've heard the circumstances behind why Sutandal sank to the bottom dimension? It's because I was drained of all my power stopping that horrible magic. But that's not all. Usuria looked like she was going through her past memories. It's a stupid thing, but I had forgotten about it until Sutandal rose. The real reason I sealed Sutandal. It was to seal the Dark Lord's strong aerial fortress, the Ruygenberg. If the Ruygenberg had remained on Middle-earth, then the dark forces on it would have destroyed all the species in Middle-earth. The Ruygenberg had enough power to wipe out the torn Middle-earth. The aerial fortress Ruygenberg? Does it look like a giant skyray? Yes, that's the body of the Ruygenberg where the Dark Lord's throne was. When the last magic was activated, the Ruygenberg was targeting Sutandal and I managed to seal it up with Sutandal in the dimensional gap. The Red Man's purpose was not to revive me, but to extract the Ruygenberg. Ruygenberg? Wait? Then the purpose of the Red Man is? I don't know who he is, but his goal must be the resurrection of the Dark Lord. That's the only thing I can think of. And now he will become more active after getting his hands on the Ruygenberg. Ark's head started thinking wildly after hearing Usuria's description. Now he understood the Red Man. The Red Man made a plan that had two purposes, the conquest of Sutandal by the Nakujuk and the retrieval of Ruygenberg. Thanks to Ark planting Usuria at Hayman Fortress, he had blocked his plans for conquering Sutandal. But in the end, the Red Man still achieved his true purpose of recapturing Ruygenberg. That was why the Red Man mentioned that it was half a success. That cheeky bastard. His anger exploded at the idea. On the other hand, he was one step closer towards finding out the Red Man's identity. Even though he wasn't an NPC, Ark still thought the Red Man was a user related to the success or failure of the examination. No, he became even more convinced. He couldn't believe that normal users would have such incredibly high levels and skills and was proceeding with the scenarios in New World by themselves. So wouldn't he be related to the game publishing company? I don't know, but he might be the supervisor of the candidates and is scoring their examinations. I should try not to swear when I meet him again. Ark made a promise to himself. Anyway, if he was the supervisor, then more information was needed. Do you know what he's going to do in the future? I can't tell. And you have more important things than him to think about. Huh? What are you talking about? This is the actual reason why we called you. Yggdrasil spoke in a serious voice. Do you remember what I said in the past? That it's not possible to find the last fragment of Hero Mabon's three marvels in Middle-earth. Yes, I do. It may be in a different dimension. Eh? Wait? Different dimension? Yggdrasil nodded.
Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. I immediately felt the presence of the three marvels after Sutandal rose to Middle-earth.
Where is it?
Ark ran up to Yggdrasil and asked. He hadn't been able to figure other whereabouts of the last three marvels. If he found it, then he would receive enormous power. After the three fragments were collected, then he could receive his second stage profession. Then he might be able to fight against the Red Man.
But Yggdrasil wore a slightly ambiguous expression. I don't know the exact location.
It's exactly 2,600 kilometers from me in Sutandal.
Hyung, are you familiar with Hero Mabon?
Apart from the raccoons, you're not familiar with any beast clans.
Isn't that why you have to grasp the relics left by Hero Mabon? It'll be wonderful if you are able to grasp the location without knowing the people who have it. Sheesh, don't talk like that. Yggdrasil stared at Yuzuria with an unpleasant expression.
Ark listened to their conversation before quickly saying,
Wait a minute. Then wouldn't Yuzuria also know the distance of the three marvels? I know that much.
It is roughly 700 kilometers from my location.
That's it. Ark's eyes brightened and he nodded.
The world trees probably weren't aware of this concept, but he could use triangulation. In other words, 2,600 kilometers away from Yggdrasil. And it was 700 kilometers away from Yuzuria. If he drew a straight line from those two places, then there were only two possible overlapping places. The place where the two straight lines overlapped was in a triangular shape. In other words, using the map he could roughly guess the location of the three marvels. Ark applied this idea to the map and found two locations. However, it was a place that hadn't been displayed on his map, the Big Sea. It was an area on the other side of Sutandal.
You're smarter than you look.
What?
Smarter than he looked? Wasn't it possible to learn this in primary school?
However, there were no primary schools in New World and the world trees wouldn't have been educated. Now that it is certain the Red Man is trying to resurrect the Dark Lord, someone needs to stand up to him. There are numerous heroes on the continent, but only you who has inherited Hero Mabon's legacy knows enough to thwart the plot. Every word they spoke pushed him forward down the path.
Well, good. It should be to this degree. Ark left the spirit world and returned to Jiren.
Now, his purpose has become clear. Anyway, the Red Man isn't just going to appear obediently when I want him to. Before that, I have to settle my summoning problem and find the last three marvels.
Let's go to Sutandal.
He moved forward at a vigorous pace. Suddenly Ark heard a loud ringing sound in his ears.
Why was somebody disturbing him when he had just enthusiastically started moving?
Ark was very annoyed and was tempted to ignore it. But it might be a call from the hospital, so Ark exited the unit and picked up the phone.
Hello. Is this Arknim?
Hyunwoo frowned after he heard the voice on the phone.
The hospital wouldn't know his game ID. So what? Who are you? I'm Ho Myung-hwan and I work in Global Exo's planning department.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Volume 13 Chapter 2. ACT-2 Management's Special Target. What's happening all of a sudden? Hyunwoo looked around with nervous eyes. It was 11 a.m. and the cafe was empty because it was before the lunch hour.
The reason Hyunwoo was at the cafe at this hour was because of the phone call he received a little while ago. The person who called was Ho Myung-hwan from the planning department of Global Exos.
I can't talk to you over the phone. Let's meet up. Where's a convenient place for you?
Ho Myung-hwan called him out without any explanations after confirming that his ID was Arkansas. It had been 1 year since he joined the company's entrance examination and started New World.
Global Exos had never contacted him once.
In fact, he had been feeling quite restless about that point. After all, they were candidates for the entrance examination.
Shouldn't someone from the management level have contacted him at least once?
Nevertheless, there had been no contact. If he interpreted it in a good way, then it meant there wasn't any problems with him. If it was bad, then it meant the company wasn't interested in him.
There could also be a happy medium. That was why Hyunwoo was in his present location. Suddenly meeting this way. The sudden contact might be a good thing or a bad thing. Was it related to a business matter?
At that time, there was an audible jingling sound and someone entered the cafe. It was a young man in his mid-20s with a stocky physique. He looked around restlessly until he saw Hyunwoo sitting near the window and approached.
Are you Ark Nim?
Hyunwoo replied with a serious expression.
Ah yes, I'm Arkansas. Nice to meet you.
I'm Ho Myung-hwan who called you. Ho Myung-hwan handed over a business card like it was a familiar behavior.
I'm sorry. I don't have any business cards. It's okay.
Ark Nim's telephone number is registered on my computer.
Your real name is Kim Hyunwoo, right? But I've read your reports, so the name Ark is more familiar to me. May I call you Ark Nim? Yes, I'm comfortable with that, so it is fine.
Hyunwoo was now just as comfortable being called Ark as well as his real name. Just like most first meetings, it became awkward after the greetings were over.
But you look a little different from my imagined image. Ha! I've seen Ark participating in New World twice.
The first time was in the finals of the Evil Silrian and the second was a video posted on the official site some time ago. Both times you looked like a muscular black wolf. So I involuntarily imagined a muscular user. Although he hadn't gone to the police gym for a while, Hyunwoo had been consistently exercising.
However, Hyunwoo learned Taekwondo and hadn't built up his muscles like a bodybuilder.
Of course, he had a muscular body from the exercising, but it wasn't obvious with his clothes. He also couldn't ignore his lacking diet on the effects of his exercise.
But that wasn't why Ho Myung-hwan said it was different from his imagination.
The Ark in New World that Buxel captured seemed like a lively and eloquent speaker. Compared to Buxel and Lariat, he was able to make the elders of the Baron clan succumb with a few words. However, he seemed to have an introverted nature after meeting in person.
Well, it's not uncommon in online games for the personality of the character to be completely different from reality.
Sometimes a quiet person would completely change when they grabbed the steering wheel.
Online games were similar.
When a reticent person connected to a game for the first time, they might become completely talkative or specialized in PK.
There are also people like that. By the way, why is he vaguely familiar?
Ho Myung-hwan tilted his head to one side as he looked at Hyunwoo's face.
Obviously this was his first meeting with Hyunwoo.
But somehow he was slightly familiar.
Was it the overall silhouette or atmosphere?
He wasn't able to grasp it, so he just asked.
Have we ever met somewhere before? Ha? Met somewhere?
No, you just look somewhat familiar, but...
Well, this is the first time we've met. The only other possible time was when I went to the Global Exos interview. No, it wasn't then. I've seen you somewhere very recently.
Yes, Ho Myung-hwan had seen Hyunwoo. Not as Ark who turned himself into Dark Wolf, but the real Hyunwoo. The incident he was trying to remember was when Hyunwoo's fight scene was captured on a video. Ho Myung-woo thought that he was the same user who defeated Valderas in the event quest and made Ho Myung-hwan search for him. However, the phone quality wasn't that great and the distance too far, so Ho Myung-hwan wasn't able to see Hyunwoo's face. Thanks to that, Ho Myung-hwan couldn't recognize Hyunwoo even when they were sitting across from each other. The only clue that connected the two of them was Hyunwoo's report on the event quest, and that had already been disposed of. Ho Myung-hwan had looked at that video more than a dozen times. So although he couldn't see the face, he felt like Hyunwoo was somewhat familiar.
Something seems to be stopping me from remembering. Where did I see him? I think it was important.
But Ho Myung-hwan did not pursue it further.
Boo-roo-roo. Look, what the?
While Ho Myung-hwan was looking through his memories, he suddenly started shivering and felt cold. He didn't know why, but he felt like he shouldn't pursue it further.
His animal instincts had sent him a warning.
This was dangerous. If he took one more step into the forbidden box, then it would be irreversible.
He was struck by such a fear.
The person who had instilled such fear in Ho Myung-hwan was none other than the captain of the number 1 SWAT team, Lee Myung-ryong. Ho Myung-hwan had been looking for the main character of the video and received a hot baptism from Lee Myung-ryong, who misunderstood the situation. It was a threat to his life that he had received for the first time since he had been born.
How many times had he been plagued by nightmares after that day?
Thanks to that, everything related to the video was now a trauma for Ho Myung-hwan. Therefore Ho Myung-hwan never imagined that Hyunwoo was the main character of the video. No, he had completely forgotten about the video after that day. Nevertheless, the sight of Hyunwoo seemed to trigger the trauma, so he slammed a brake on those thoughts. The mysteries of the human body were truly amazing.
No, the truly amazing thing was the amount of trauma that Lee Myung-ryong implanted.
This was the reason that even violent gangsters would run when they heard the name Lee Myung-ryong.
Ho Myung-hwan shook his head quickly and got rid of his anxiety. I'm sorry. I guess I made a mistake. Are you not feeling well?
Hyunwoo asked in a concerned voice after seeing Ho Myung-hwan suddenly sweating.
Let's see. It doesn't seem like a cold. Ah, don't worry about it. Why do I have chills all of a sudden? Is my body a little weak these days? Do I have to start taking energy pills?
But Ho Myung-hwan didn't know the real reason why he was feeling chills. Because the memories of that day and the video had been completely sealed. It was sad, but under the threat of predators, herbivores had the ability to forget in order to live.
Ho Myung-hwan cleared his throat in order to change the atmosphere. Now what was I saying? You haven't told me anything yet? Ah, is that so?
Ho Myung-hwan scratched his head before looking through his bag. Hyunwoo watched him for a while and hesitated before speaking.
I'm a little curious. Have you contacted any of the other original candidates? Huh? What do you mean?
The entrance examination has started over a year ago.
In the meantime, I've never received one email from Global Exos.
They never said anything even after I've sent in my monthly reports.
Did that happen with everyone? That is.
Ho Myung-hwan looked a bit embarrassed at Hyunwoo's question. But after a moment, he grinned politely and nodded.
Yes, that is the company's policy.
We wanted the candidates to play freely without feeling the burden of being in an exam. I can't tell you all the details since it is confidential, but solving the challenges set by us is the core of the examination. If we contacted the candidates, then they would have no choice but to feel burdened.
It was a lie. It wasn't already strange hiring new employees based on the game results.
In addition, candidates taking the test were paid 1.5 million won every month. It wasn't a large amount per person, but there were 2,000 people. The cost for 1 month would come out at approximately 3 billion won. No matter how high their annual sales, even Global Exos couldn't invest that much money on a simple test. Global Exos initiated such a strange test because their project was more important than hiring new employees. The true purpose of the test was to find what the game developer Park Woo-sung had hidden. To be more precise, it was to find all the keys to the lock on New World, in other words the master code. For now, no one knew what form it existed in. All they knew was that Park Woo-sung sent Global Exos an email stating it was related to the ultimate goal of the game before disappearing. That was why Global Exos was willing to spend all that money on an examination test. They only chose 2,000 people from all the ones that applied. The screening criteria was not based on their education background or previous history. Global Exos just looked at the candidates' online gaming experience. Gamers were more likely to find the master code for New World than businessmen. So even if the person only had a middle school education, as long as they were experienced gamers, then they were invited to take the test. While Hyunwoo was faking his resume, he half-jokingly wrote down that he had 10 years gaming experience, so he was confident with games. But Global Exos were unable to watch over every step of this project. So from the beginning, the planning department had close contact with the candidates classified as the top ranking.
On the other hand, they completely ignored Hyunwoo, who was classified in the eliminated category. He would probably still be in the same situation if it wasn't for Buxel's video. Anyway, Hyunwoo now emerged as a viable candidate thanks to his actions in Sutandal. In such a situation, there was no need to offend him. As a viable candidate, the planning department desperately needed Hyunwoo's friendship and cooperation. Fortunately, Hyunwoo believed him. That's right. Then why have you contacted me today? It is thanks to the mid-test check of the examination. Mid-test check? Yes, 1 year has passed since the examination began, like you said. But the period isn't that important. As the director discussed in the first interview, the company is placing a lot of time and funds into this test. I'm aware of that.
1 year isn't important, it could be 2 years or 3 years depending on the progress. But a year has passed and management has deemed it necessary for a mid-test check.
I still don't understand what you are saying. I'll explain it simply.
We mentioned that acceptance would depend on whether the candidate meets a special condition in the game.
So it's not an exaggeration to say that everybody is in the same boat.
But certain levels and standards is still required to meet the special condition.
It's not like a lottery where the candidate could just meet the special condition. Well, I guess not. Hyunwoo nodded.
It was natural when considering the format of the examination. Like Ho Myung-hwan said, some people might just coast along in the game in order to receive free money. If the examination assessed the understanding and application in the game, it was natural that a few checkpoints had to be cleared to reach the goal.
Of course, Hyunwoo's thinking in Global Exos was slightly different. Global Exos was just guessing at where Park Woo-sung hid the master code.
So their viewpoints were different, but they were still trying to achieve a similar goal.
During this time, the planning department has been going over the candidates' reports.
Depending on their level, quest advancement or gameplay, 50% of the original group will be eliminated. You can think of it as the first test. All the candidates that have passed the first test will receive increased support.
Ho Myung-hwan smiled and spoke.
And Arknim has passed the first test.
Ah, really?
Hyunwoo raised his head and exclaimed. Of course.
Arknim is the one who raised Sutandal and started episode 3. Is that all?
The video taken of you by Buxel has received over 300,000 hits.
Isn't the video also being broadcast as a special story on the game-exclusive TV spot next week?
There is no reason why a candidate who achieved such things would fail the first test.
No, it just makes your application look even better. Huh? That video will be aired on TV?
Of course.
The station has already paid for the copyright-related costs. The broadcast station is even paying money?
Yes, that's what I've heard.
Didn't you know? Oh, no, I knew. I'm just surprised to hear it from someone else.
Hyunwoo said such things, but anger welled up in his heart.
That Buxel bastard.
He had thought it was strange. Buxel had gone through so much trouble and was still deprived of Magaro's legacy. Nevertheless, there had been no complaints even before the 10% sales fee, and it was because he was receiving money from a back door. It was like he had been slapped in the back of his head out of nowhere. After all, Hyunwoo was entitled to a share.
The video was taken using Buxel's magic projector.
It also wasn't secretly taken, but he had filmed with permission.
And wasn't the main character of the movie arc? What a wily young pig, selling the rights to the video without even telling me. He had probably thought Hyunwoo wouldn't find out about it. Hyunwoo started contemplating how to cook the pig.
Then he heard Ho Myung-hwan's voice again.
Arknim's gameplay is very interesting when looking through your previous reports.
There is a lot of appreciation this time for managing to raise Sutandal. Ark has passed the first test and will receive the full support of the company for the second test. Ho Myung-hwan straightened his shoulders and laughed.
Isn't that good? It's good. Really good, hoo-hoo. Well, I was the one who originally recommended Arknim. Ho Myung-hwan SSI?
Yes, in fact your previous evaluation reports weren't that good.
In the past there was talk about eliminating you. But I strongly protested.
I saw something different in Arknim compared to the other candidates. In many ways your performance was still immature, but I was sure you would pass.
So I managed to defer your elimination. I'm just an employee, but I have a little bit of power.
In the end, it all went according to my words. Ho Myung-hwan said with a proud look.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll work hard. Hyunwoo bowed a few times and thanked him.
He was angry at Buxel, but now wasn't the time for such thoughts. There were 2,000 candidates, so the competitive rate of being selected was 200:1. While some people had just graduated from college, others like Alan were able to splurge a lot of money on the game. On the other hand, having spirit wasn't enough to penetrate the 200:1 competitive rate, which was similar to him winning the lottery.
If he had to give up halfway. Hyunwoo's thoughts were then interrupted.
After passing the first test, the mode for the candidates has slightly changed. So far we've just checked the reports, but the number of candidates has decreased so we can supervise more closely.
How?
First, please receive this.
Ho Myung-hwan pulled out an equipment the size of a hard drive. This is a device that can be attached to the game unit.
While the game is loaded, after attaching this, all video feeds from the game will be automatically sent to the company's headquarters. We can monitor Arknim's gameplay without the need for reports. The video will be used for evaluation and publicity material.
Wait a minute. All of my gameplay will be saved?
Yes,
is there a problem? A problem. There was one. It was a big problem. There were many parts of Hyunwoo's gameplay that couldn't be shown.
If they saved all his gameplay, then wouldn't they see his lousy actions such as threatening the 3 Pig brothers and Sid, as well as cheating the NPCs? Of course, Hyunwoo's conscience wasn't affected by his actions, but he couldn't tell what other people would think.
In addition, it might even cause problems for Hyunwoo's businesses. His method of setting up a trading post in Lancel Village, Sutandal, and even Sylvana was close to fraud.
Of course, it was rare for the game developers to interfere directly with the game, but there was Alan's example in the past. Alan aimed for the loophole in the system and managed to avoid the challenge of other guilds. As soon as they were informed, the system was updated and that method blocked off.
Hyunwoo didn't want changes in the rules to affect his businesses.
No, Hyunwoo might get punished even more as a candidate compared to normal users.
It can't happen. All of my struggles. How much trouble had he gone through to set up trading posts in Lancel, Sotandal, and Silvana? In addition, how much money had he invested into it? Even now he was still pouring a huge amount of money and time into it, but it was a long-term plan that would give him the goose that laid golden eggs. Hyunwoo would cry if there were any problems with any of his businesses. Of course, in the viewpoint of a candidate there were no big problems. But what would happen if he joined Global Exos? Cash transactions for game items were legally allowed, but it was different if he was an employee of the company. That's why Hyunwoo hadn't mentioned his various projects and items sold on his reports. While the annual salary of a Global Exos employee can reach 100 million, the first few years it would only be around 50,006,000. With an income of 5-6 million won per month, it's not enough for my living costs and the hospital bills, but... Of course, if Hyunwoo passed, then he could make money separately in the game. But if all his gameplay was viewed by the company, then it would be an issue. Joining Global Exos or the online game. Needless to say, both are important. At first, he thought he would do anything as long as he joined Global Exos, but his thinking had changed a little while in New World. If Hyunwoo summarized his assets from his bank balance, the lease contract and the amount invested in Lancel Village, he had approximately 90 million won. There was also the 5 million won he earned approximately every month for a year. It was hard to believe, but in 1 year he had managed to earn 150 million won from New World. Of course, the support salary from Global Exos was included, but it was still more than the salary of an average Global Exos employee. If Ark completed his trade routes and plan, then his income would jump even more. Still, the reason Hyunwoo wanted to join the company was because he never imagined it thanks to his educational background. In addition, the game was a game. He could receive that kind of income in New World now, but he never knew when that would change. Mother also asked Gwan Waranga Jushi how I was making all that money. She never expressed it, but she wants me to get a decent job and have a stable life. If I get a job at Global Exos, then the monthly salary will steadily rise and might become more than the income one get from the game. Hyunwoo had to pass the company examination somehow for his mother. He had finally passed the first test. 50% of the candidates had been dropped, so the competitive rate was now 10:1. Was it possible to give up his current income when he didn't know if he would pass the test or not? The other problem was that he wouldn't be able to afford the costs of living and hospital bills if he gave up his current income. What's wrong? No. Are you sure I have to wear the equipment? That's the company's policy. But didn't you just say that the company's policy was to allow the candidates to play freely without any pressure? If you're monitoring all my gameplay, then of course it would be a burden. Ugh, that is. Ho Myung-hwan looked embarrassed as he was unable to refute Hyunwoo's logic. I'm just telling you what my superiors have directed me to. Ho Myung-hwan panicked at Hyunwoo's counterattack and was only able to say that he received instructions from his superiors. Hyunwoo thought for a moment before sighing and shaking his head. Then I'll have to give up the entrance examination. Huh? What do you mean? Give up on the test? It's just like I said. I don't want videos to be taken of my gameplay. Thanks to Global Exos policy, I've been playing the game freely. It was because I played freely that I was able to pass the first test. I understand what you're saying. But we have no intention of interfering while monitoring you. It is literally just monitoring. All we will do is watch. But I have a timid personality, so if Global Exos is watching, then I won't be able to play like I do now. Eventually I'll just fail the test. So it is better for me to give up early and play the game more comfortably. The choice Hyunwoo selected was inevitable. Playing the game with the device attached wasn't a problem. However, if they saw Hyunwoo's wicked actions, then it would be impossible for him to receive a good evaluation. It was highly unlikely that he would make it past the second test and would end up failing. And they might apply sanctions or severe consequences to the projects that Hyunwoo currently had in progress. If so, it would be better to just give up and focus on his businesses. Unfortunately, it can't be helped. I absolutely can't give up the businesses. Of course, giving up the test also wasn't a simple matter. If he gave up the exam, then he had to return the game unit. Although putting everything in order with the lease business, he would have no money to afford a game unit. For the moment, I'll just have to use the game room until I save enough money. Hyunwoo sighed at the idea. But Ho Myung-hwan was even more frustrated than Hyunwoo. After an awkward silence, Ho Myung-hwan got up from his seat. Please wait a minute. I need to call someone. Ho Myung-hwan hurriedly exited the cafe, crouched on the stairs and took out his phone. After a few beeps, the voice of the chief of the planning department, Ha Myung-woo, was heard. Is everything resolved? No. That's why I'm calling. Why? What's the matter? That Ark wants to give up on the test. What the? What are you saying? How the hell did he come to that conclusion? He didn't like the fact that we will monitor all of his gameplay, but why is that a problem? Did you explain it properly? We're just going to monitor and not interfere. Did you say something to offend him? No, I explained it properly. Ho Myung-hwan replied while sweating. While Ho Myung-hwan made it sound like they were doing him a favor, monitoring Hyun-woo's game was incredibly important to the planning department. After the planning department watched the video and discussed it, they thought that Hyun-woo was actually the closest to their goal. Thanks to that, it was necessary to recruit Hyun-woo through any means possible. And the planning department was indeed finding prominent users and monitoring them while giving support money. All this painful effort was to find the master code. Thus Ha Myung-woo was willing to commit a significant amount of money to attract Hyun-woo. However, his attitude changed in regards to Hyun-woo. You don't have to bother giving him a lot of money. Just use any excuse to get permission to monitor his game, but. Thus Ho Myung-hwan called Hyun-woo to meet. Perhaps he has already been contacted by another company? Ha Myung-woo asked in an uncomfortable voice after thinking for a moment. The online gaming market had a tremendous capital beyond the public's imagination. And the most important thing in the gaming market was information. Thus various game companies were engaged in a fierce behind-the-scenes battle in order to obtain these information from the users. Global Exos was a corporate giant that controlled 30% of the online gaming industry. Therefore they were the target of many game companies. And recently Global Exos had no ability to control the main system of New World. So other competitors employed professional gamers to sneak into New World in order to obtain information. The so-called spy. Thus the planning department of Global Exos couldn't afford to relax. They couldn't imagine what would happen if the master code for New World landed in the hands of their competitors. In order to prevent that worst-case situation, they needed to have access to the user most likely to find the master code. It would be a serious problem if Hyun-woo was in contact with their competitors. No, there are no signs of that. Then it makes no sense. If no one else is meddling, then why would he give up? Well, let's see. He simply wants to play the game without others watching. Damn, it can't be helped. Let's offer to increase the funding. Offer 1 million more. That is how much we use when recruiting users that aren't a candidate. If it's that much, then there is no reason to quit. Ho Myung-hwan entered the cafe again with a confident expression. I just talked with my team chief right now. But we still need to monitor. Didn't I say I was giving up the test? That would be a problem. How about this instead? We'll increase your current support funding of 1.5 million won to 2.5 million won. This is a privilege that other candidates don't have. But Hyun-woo struggled for a while before shaking his head. 2.5 million won a week was equivalent to his old monthly salary at the convenience store. However, it wasn't possible to exchange it for his ability to make money freely in the game. No, the main problem wouldn't be solved with an increase in the money. I'm sorry. I'm a free spirit. Ho Myung-hwan's confident face darkened at Hyun-woo's answer and he excused himself again. Ho Myung-hwan crouched on the stairs and once again heard Ha Myung-woo's voice on the phone. What the? He still wants to give up? Yes, that's. He is a free spirit. Is this a joke? No, that's what Arknim said. Damn it. That bastard, is he crazy? Are we handcuffing him? We're just monitoring, so what's with this stupid free spirit stuff? What do I do? Will we have to give up at this rate? Don't be stupid. You were confident about persuading him thanks to reading his reports. There must be another reason for him so stubbornly refusing. What else would it be? He is as cunning as a raccoon. He might have already been in contact with the competitors. The other side has probably presented their own terms. He is clearly weighing the conditions. And he became filled with confidence after you appeared. Then. Yes, he doesn't know about the master code, but it is clear that our competitors want something. Even if he's not in contact with our competitors, it might be a problem if he gives up the test and then finds the master code. He heard the sound of Ha Myung-woo grinding his teeth through the phone. Okay, it can't be helped if he is waiting the offers. The competitors don't know that we are looking for the master code. They're probably just going around stabbing blindly. In such a situation, they wouldn't offer more than 3 million won. So we will raise the funding by 1 more million. And 300 points will be added to his test score. If 300 points are added, then he'll be the top candidate. The test scores are posted separately? Are you stupid? Just say it. Threaten to collect the support money provided so far if he still refuses. But there is a clause in the contract. Shut up, just use any method possible. Make him accept. Yes, I understand. Ho Myung-won wiped at his sweat and entered the cafe. If Hyunwoo didn't give permission, then his neck would be on the line. Why is this happening? Hyunwoo was also puzzled by Ho Myung-won's attitude. He seemed to have met some type of condition after the events in Sutandal. But was it just that? It didn't exactly demonstrate any practical skills. So he couldn't understand why they were clinging to him. I don't know why, but 3.5 million won every month in points added to my score. It wasn't something Hyunwoo could easily refuse. However, he still thought maintaining his businesses in New World was better than the support money. Will they offer more money if I hold out? Hyunwoo's thoughts were then interrupted. Ho Myung-won added in a begging voice. This is the maximum amount we can offer. Looking at that expression, it seems they will not offer any more money. So he had no choice but to decline. Hyunwoo shook his head with a sigh and Ho Myung-won made a desperate expression. It's a request. You've already allowed one video. But having all of my gameplay watched. It would be different if I could take the videos and upload it. Huh? Ho Myung-won's eyes widened. Who said you couldn't do that? I can. We just want to gather information about how a candidate triggers a scenario. Do you think we would watch videos of 1,000 candidates for 24 hours every day? We just want information about the candidate's quests and how it affects the quest system. We can't see all the details with the reports, which is why a video is required. There is no need for anything except the main situation. Hyunwoo and Ho Myung-won looked at each other with stupid expressions. They didn't know how, but wasn't the situation somehow resolved? What the? There wouldn't have been any problems if you just said so in the first place. Hyunwoo thought to himself. But he managed to get an extra 2 million won and 300 points from the misunderstanding. Hyunwoo felt like flying, but he didn't show it. If he hadn't misunderstood and refused, then he didn't know what conditions would have been offered. Phew, it can't be helped. There's no longer any reason to refuse. I'll accept as long as I get paid and am allowed to take and send in the videos. Really? Thank you. Thank you. Ho Myung-won got up and shook Hyunwoo's hand. The role of the candidate and supervisor seemed to have changed. Now that things had been cleared up, Ho Myung-won wrote up a simple contract. There are a few conditions instead of the 24-hour monitoring. It isn't required when taking a break in town or meeting other players, but you must shoot the scenes of your quests. And once the video has been filmed, it shouldn't be edited. That wasn't a problem. Apart from the information related to Sutandal and Sylvana's trading post, Hyunwoo saw no need to hide anything else. On the other hand, Global Exos believed that the master code was associated with a quest. Therefore, there was a need to grasp all the candidates' quests. In addition, the condition of no editing was in case Hyunwoo obtained information related to the master code and tried to hide it. So there were no problems because the part that Hyunwoo wanted to hide was different from what Global Exos wanted to see. Hyunwoo suddenly asked as the agreement was being drawn up. You said the videos sent could be used as promotional materials? Yes, sometimes the materials is requested by the TV broadcasters or it is used in advertisements. Oh, if that happens, then you'll be contacted and a separate performance fee will be paid. In this age, the game character could also be used as publicity. It nothing to do with that. If possible, I don't want my real name of game ID disclosed. I hope for my face to be unknown. Do you have some problems? Ho Myung-won asked with a doubtful expression. Like I said, I'd like to play the game freely. If other users know too much, then I won't be able to concentrate on the game. You don't have to worry about that. Such provisions are actually common in promotional materials. I'll contact you in advance if there is ever such a situation. Ho Myung-won was once again very cooperative with Hyunwoo. Then Hyunwoo asked Ho Myung-won in a coy voice. By the way, is the red man a character associated with the test? He had thought about giving up the test just then, but now the situation had changed. Now he had a chance of passing the entrance examination and still getting his golden goose. It was difficult to question the company's staff, so he wanted to get as much information as possible. Huh? Red man? Ho Myung-won repeated in a strange voice. Hyunwoo had met the red man twice on Sutandal. However, he had been too far away in the abyss of despair to see his face clearly, and when the red man attacked Haemon Fortress, it had been so dusty that Buxel wasn't able to film. Thanks to that, the important red man didn't appear in Buxel's video. But Ark obviously thought that Ho Myung-won would know who he was talking about. There have been several hints. If he wasn't related to the test, then it would be impossible to arrange the schemes in the underground world or on Sitandal. Why don't you tell me more? Ho Myung-won listened closely to Hyunwoo's words. Hyunwoo explained his reasons for thinking that the red man was associated with the test. He mentioned his incredible skills and the plot to revive the Dark Lord. Are my thoughts correct about it being one of the test challenges? That I cannot tell you yet. Indeed. My guess is correct. Hyunwoo became even more convinced after Ho Myung-won's words. Why would he act like that if the red man wasn't a part of the test? But that was Ark's mistake. In fact, even Global Exos wasn't sure what they were looking for. Thanks to Hyunwoo mentioning the red man, they might finally have a clue. Although it wasn't clearly told, the red man clearly is associated with the test. That guy is sweating so much after I mentioned it. If we stay in touch, then I might be able to figure out more about the red man. That was Hyunwoo's thoughts. Such a character is really running around New World. Maybe Arknim really will find what we are looking for. This is important information. If we use Arknim, then we might be able to find out more. That was Ho Myung-won's thoughts. Arknim is now one of management's special targets, so we'll be contacting you more often. I told you that I like the way Arknim plays. If you have any concerns, then please get in touch with me. Continue tracking the red man. That was the company's main concern now. Hyunwoo accepted Ho Myung-won's number. You never know, we might end up working in the same company. Hyunwoo and Ho Myung-won shook hands firmly before leaving. An incredulous laugh escaped from Hyunwoo's mouth on his way home. What is with this incredible windfall? 3.5 million won in support money and an opportunity to get information from the employees of the company. Not passing the entrance examination is not just a dream. He didn't feel tired anymore. Hyunwoo entered the unit as soon as he arrived home. Everything Hyunwoo wanted to achieve was in there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13 Chapter 3. ACT3I Serum's Incident Records. We've finally arrived. An excited voice was heard in the darkness. The person laughing was a huge warrior wearing leather armor and holding a bayonet could be seen. Why are you giggling to yourself? Didn't I tell you? Don't relax just yet. If you made even one mistake, then all our efforts will be in vain. Sheesh, you don't have to explain it again. The warrior scowled at the woman standing to the side. It was a woman wearing white chain mail and holding a long spear. They were users called Bread and Redian. But aren't you excited? It's already been 10 days since we came to this dungeon. It's been so long since we've seen sunlight. My skin has become even paler. Redian murmured as she looked at the white skin between her collar. Then Bread glanced at her and smirked. Isn't it a good thing? You look somewhat sexier. Do you want to die? What's wrong with it? It's a good thing. Do you want to fight? Redian raised her spear, causing Bread to quiver and retreat. Stop it, I hate that spear. Then why do you exist on provoking me every time? Don't you have a brain? Haven't you learnt your lesson yet? It's because of the pile-up stress. This dungeon is so uninteresting. There isn't even a common ogre in this thing. The Drakens are so boring. There was only a few of them. It's so boring I'm about to doze off. You're just a barbarian. You're the only one who would think a few Drakens is uninteresting. A boring thing is boring. Why aren't there any strong guys? Stop whining and just look for the inscription. There's not much time left. Fortunately, we've seemed to have reached the last checkpoint. Okay. I understand. Bread grunted and started searching the nearby statues. The place where Bread and Redian was searching was an underground stone room in a complicated maze. The two people had entered the dungeon 10 days ago and it had taken them a lot of time and backtracking to find this place. Their long journey had begun 2 months ago when a document dropped from a high-level boss called Kalropsu. A quest had been triggered when the document was picked up. Aciabel's notes. The travel diary of the legendary adventurer Aciabel. Everything is in code, so advanced text deciphering is required. Difficulty, C. Oh, Aciabel's notes? Bread was in the Adventurers Guild and had heard of Aciabel before.
He was such a legendary adventurer that a statue was built of him in front of the Adventurers Guild.
Brett realized the document wasn't ordinary, so he visited Redian and asked her to decipher it.
Then he learned a surprising fact.
This is huge. You picked up something amazing, Redian explained in an excited voice. You've seen the explanation on Aciabel's statue in front of the Adventurers Guild?
He traveled all over the world and collected items which he donated to the Adventurers Guild before disappearing. But this document states that Aciabel didn't donate everything to the guild. Aciabel chose the best items from his collection and hid it in one place. And he scattered hints to this place everywhere.
The document that Brett found was one of the clues.
In his old age, Aciabel wanted to hide all the treasures he had found. Then he sent out a challenge to new adventurers who had a lot of knowledge and experience.
Then the treasures of the legendary adventurer Aciabel. Clearly it would be the finest items. Redian smiled and spoke. Will you invite me as well? I'll have to think about it. Don't be stupid. You wouldn't be able to find the treasure without my help.
The clues Aciabel scattered are hidden behind puzzles. No matter how strong you are against monsters, it would be impossible for you to solve the puzzles.
You can't even decipher this document. Sheesh, I understand. But it's 7:3. 6:4, I won't accept anything less than that. It will be difficult to find a better magician than me. If they decline, then wouldn't rumors spread all over the place? More contenders for the treasure might appear. Isn't that right? Ugh. You're evil, but okay. As long as you keep it a secret. Got it? Ho ho ho, you might have a stone head, but at least you can understand things like this. Why does it sound like you're taking advantage of me? Calm down. Do you want to turn into a stone statue? What the?
Thus the barbarian and the magician started searching for the treasure. But finding the treasure of the legendary adventurer wasn't that easy.
Aciabel's first clue gave a hint to the location of the next clue, and they were hidden in absurd locations.
Hidden deep in the nest of a herd of wyverns, a Medusa's temple where a person could be turned to stone with just one look, and the lair of the horrifying Richie. They were areas that ordinary users wouldn't even dare go near. Brett and Redian had also died a few times and revived in the magic kingdom of Bristania. Every time they found a clue, the quest difficulty would also increase, and now it was in plus a difficulty. But the two of them became even more motivated as the difficulty increased. It was because the reward would become even bigger the more time and effort was invested into the quest. Just like that, 1.5 months passed. The two of them had finally collected all the clues together and found the dungeon where Aciabel hid the treasure.
Here?
This is the place where Aciabel hid the treasure. Brett muttered as he saw the huge remains. In his later years, Aciabel had become senile and hidden his treasures. But the location was amazing compared to all the troubles they had gone through to reach the place.
What the? There is nothing in the area. There are also no monsters. Is this really the right place? It was recorded in the last clue document that it is somewhere around here. The place where 3 people are facing each other. Ah, there it is. It should be the place where the gaze of the 3 statues is concentrated. I've found it. This is clearly it. Advanced text deciphering. Redian found the ancient characters engraved on the ruins and used the skill.
Then the characters started shining and a message window appeared.
I am the nameless adventurer.
I have hidden the treasures found throughout my lifetime in the secret dungeon underneath the ruins. The person who has courage can visit it in order to get their hands on the treasure.
But know this.
I've used all my knowledge and experience to create this dungeon hiding my treasure.
That's right. This dungeon is a challenge that I'm sending out to adventurers of the next generation. In order to obtain the treasure, strength, stamina, wisdom, and knowledge is required.
I'll say this in advance, but it might not be possible to obtain the treasure in your lifetime.
If you make even one mistake on any of the puzzles, the dungeon will remove all intruders and remain blocked until the next full moon. When it is opened, the location and answer to all the puzzles will be changed. Now, challenger, if you have confidence, then you are welcome to try it. This annoying old man. I've just smelled something bad. Brett and Redian complained when they saw the message.
But no matter how much they complained, Aciabel had already passed away a long time ago. Thus the two of them started searching the dungeon hidden underneath the ruins. Although there were no monsters near the ruins, there were an extraordinary number of high-leveled monsters in the dungeon.
However, the monsters weren't what annoyed them.
The problem was they had to solve a puzzle every time they passed through a checkpoint. It was different from the typical puzzles seen in a dungeon.
Oh my god, this gateway has a 5,000-piece jigsaw puzzle? Look, what's with the dots on the walls? We have to move them to form constellations? Hick, this time we have to use an arithmetic equation to solve it? Although Redian had confidence in her intelligence, she felt like screaming with distress every time she saw a puzzle. But they've come this far, so it wasn't possible to turn back. While Brett hunted all the monsters infesting the place, Redian searched through books and the internet for solutions to the problems. Luckily, she managed to find the necessary knowledge to solve the puzzles at each checkpoint. If it was just Brett, then he wouldn't even know how the puzzle should be solved. Phew, it is really absurd. The puzzles are so difficult, yet if I make a mistake then we'll have to start again from the beginning. In addition, we would have to wait 1 month until the next full moon. Because the cycle of the moon is 1 month, just like in reality. If I fail then the dungeon will be locked. If we came all the way here just to fail then I really will go crazy. Redian's body trembled as she thought about it. So use all your power until the end. Sheesh. It's fine for you. All you have to do is swing your sword ignorantly. Ah, here it is. The inscription for the last checkpoint. Now, let's see. I hope it's a slightly easy puzzle this time. Hick, what it this? What is it? This puzzle is a Kabbalah. Redian muttered with a sick expression. Of course the ignorant Brett couldn't understand what it was. Kabbalah? Is it similar to caramel? You idiot, Kabbalah is the cipher of the ancient alchemists. The characters are complicated. No. Why am I expecting anything from you? Damn, what kind of dungeon did that guy create? To actually decipher a Kabbalah cipher in the game. Redian was about to have a fit of anger when she suddenly remembered something. It is fortunate. I know an older sister attending graduate school who is interested in the Kabbalah. Maybe I can actually solve it quickly this time. Wait a minute. I'll go and check it. Redian wrote the inscription down and firmly instructed Brett. Please be quiet in the meantime. Don't touch anything even if you are bored. If you touch something and get us kicked out then I won't stay silent. Understood. Do you think that I'm an idiot? This situation is too serious for you to act like a fool. Redian declared sharply and cut off the connection. 2 hours passed before she connected again. Wow, I'm really tired. Why? You haven't figured it out? No, I've solved it. When the person I know studying Kabbalah ciphers at the university saw this, she was speechless with admiration. It was the first time she saw something so complex. She asked me where I found something like this. Anyway, you've managed to solve it? Yes, now we will pass the last checkpoint. Quickly open the door. Brett hopped impatiently around like a puppy after Redian's confident reply. It was reasonable. They were finally getting the treasure 2 months after the quest was received. Redian made a determined expression and tensed up. Now, let's start. Redian looked at her notes and raised her hand to the puzzle inscription. Coo. Abruptly, the dungeon started vibrating and the stone statues turned red. What? What's going on? Brett burst out with confusion before a red message window appeared. You have failed the puzzle operation. Everybody in the dungeon will be expelled and access blocked until the next full moon. Hook, fail? Redian. What happened? No, I don't know. I didn't even touch the inscription yet. Redian shouted with distress. The light in the statue's eyes flashed and shot towards the two of them. They instantly felt like they fell into the darkness. After a while, Brett looked around with despair in his eyes as the area around them slowly brightened. Outside. We're outside. We really were banished. 2 months. Our 2 months of effort. Redian murmured weakly as she looked around with a blank expression. The two people felt like they were completely soulless. Calm down. Now everybody drink something and gather over here. A staff will check it out. Somebody's voice? Brett flinched at the voice and turned around. Dozens of people had gathered in the ruins where the dungeon was located and were making a fuss. Brett became even more confused as a blue NPC approached. Why didn't we see you arrive? Are you tourists? Tourists, Brett asked and the NPC smiled and explained. You must have wanted to visit here directly. Ever since Sutandal rose, a lot of foreigners have appeared. That's why we use the sky rays to let the tourists explore Sutandal safely. Would you like to try it out? For a while Bread couldn't understand what the NPC was talking about.
This was Sutandal, the place previously called the Netherworld. It was a perilous dungeon where one wrong touch would be disastrous, so they would have set up countermeasures if it was on the continent. They would have hired mercenaries to prevent the entry of other people. But when the two people had entered the dungeon, Sutandal was still the Netherworld.
Normal people wouldn't find it even when walking around for a couple of days.
Therefore Bread and Redian thought that countermeasures were unnecessary and just entered the dungeon without any worries.
However, in the meantime Sutandal had risen and many tourists had flocked to the ruins. What did you say a while ago? Ah, that?
In fact, one of the tourists found a place that was similar to a dungeon.
So they touched something. All of a sudden this red light appeared and he was pushed out? Ah, don't worry though. Fortunately, that person doesn't appear to have any injuries.
Oh, please don't misunderstand. Although there was an accident this time, I can guarantee that this place is safe for tourists.
Oh. A moan emerged from Bread's mouth at the NPC's explanation. The stupid Bread hadn't understood the situation until now. It was them. After 2 months, they had finally arrived at the last checkpoint. All that effort to solve the puzzles and obtain the treasure was undone by this stupid NPC and the tourists. Kill everybody! Bread shrieked and took out his bayonet. Although Bread had a stone head, he took pride in having the best combat power in Bristania. Hick, what are you doing? What's with that guy? He killed the guide. Hook, we were seen. Is he really going to kill us? Damn, is he crazy? Sutandal still has PK. But there's more than 10 of us. At most there's only one crazy guy.
Bread reached the tourists and immediately swung his weapon. Among the tourists that came to Sutandal, some were around level 150 while others were level 250. It wouldn't be easy for the chaotic player to defeat them.
That's what the tourists thought. However, Hook, what's with this enormous damage? This bastard. What on earth is his level? My sword can't even strike properly. His defense seems extremely high. Magic. Burn him with magic. You understood.
Then several magicians started chanting spells.
Ho, take this. Damn, do you think I'm afraid of you? Do you know what you've done?
How dare you say such things after what you've done?
You want to use fire magic? Let's see whose fire magic is stronger. High-speed incantation. The flaming hell. The rest is omitted, volcano.
After Bread went crazy, Redian also started chanting spells at an incredible pace. At the same time the ground split open and lava gushed out, swallowing the tourists.
It was enormous damage. There were 7 circles of magical flames. Hook, monster. A witch and a monster. The tourists' health was depleted in an instant and they ran away in every direction. However, Bread and Redian didn't stop attacking and wiped them all out in a matter of minutes. Hook, damn. My anger hasn't been released.
Bread panted as he pulled his weapon out of a dead body.
Redian also nodded and replied. Of course not. How dare they touch the nose of the sleeping witch? Your nose hair was touched. Shut up, you stone head. Is this the time to make jokes? Shall I wash your eyes with lava?
No, there's no need for the lava.
Damn.
Redian chewed her lips with a poisonous expression.
Let's think of the future.
We have to destroy the tourist company who lead those fellows here.
No, we won't let them relax for even a minute. That's right, wouldn't there be a guy who made the Netherworld rise? Yes, he's the ringleader of everything. We have to find him and smash him. Wouldn't the tourist business be unrelated to the guy who caused the Netherworld to rise?
Bread scratched his head while Redian shot him a sharp look.
What the? Don't you ever look at anything beyond the obvious? No, I don't. So don't be a fool and just follow me.
Anyway, we were banished and became chaotic because of him.
Anyway, now that we're chaotic,
we'll chase him until the end of hell for our revenge. Ho, I'll teach him clearly who the White Witch of Bristania is. Nobody can stop her when Redian is in this state. Bread looked frustrated as he scratched his head.
Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter. I have to relieve my stress somewhere. And it'll be good if I relieve it with someone strong.
I don't know who it is, but the person who raised the Netherworld should be fairly strong.
Okay, should I go along with Redian's plan for the moment? Swa, Karuk. The cries of the seagulls and crashing of the waves could be heard in a small city.
It was the harbor town Reuben, located on the east coast of Schuttenberg. This place used to be a small unknown harbor, but that had changed in recent times.
The latest topics were focused on Sutandel and the East Sea.
And Reuben was the closet harbor to Sutandel.
Thus numerous users and NPCs headed towards Sutandel naturally flocked towards Reuben, and it started booming. The ferry heading towards Sutandel will soon depart. All travelers who have bought tickets for Sutandel, please wait by the dock. This ferry is the final one for today. The NPC manager of the liner shouted in a ringing voice.
The ferry could carry 200 people at once, and if a traveler was late, then they would have to wait 4 hours for the one departing in the morning.
The users started gathering after hearing the NPC's voice. Meanwhile, the tall and skinny physique of a merchant could be seen. "Damn, that's dirty," the merchant complained as he glared at several users standing near the front.
The merchant was Isuram, who was the captain of the number 1 SWAT team in reality.
And the users Isuram was staring at were the members of his current party.
There were several reasons why Isuram had joined a party with them.
Let's go back in time to when Isuram arrived in Jiren.
Isuram spent some time exploring around Jiren. He wanted to find Sid, who had stabbed him in the back and then ran away. However, Sid had left Jiren as soon as his scam was finished, so Isuram had no choice but to give up.
"Damn, you'll see soon. I'll smash you the next time I see you."
But Isuram still didn't know what kind of place New World was. Isuram had inherited the character from his predecessor and had been stuck in a mountain village until now.
So Jiren was the first city he had been to. It was a merchant's city.
No, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the merchant's battlefield. It was a city full of merchants who wouldn't hesitate to run scams.
The newly started Isuram was just like food to them. Have you ever seen such good items?
The merchant who approached him was one of those con artists.
Of course, Isuram might be ignorant, but he wasn't stupid. He was also a policeman, so he knew various swindling methods. However, this was not reality.
Although some swindling techniques were based off reality, others could only be used in New World. There were many scams using various skills or the game system. Isuram didn't understand skills or the system, so he was completely helpless. Just like that, he lost money, bought something, lost money, sold something, lost money, drank alcohol, lost money.
Thanks to that, Isuram managed to lose most of his predecessor's money in just a fortnight.
Isuram sensed the looming crisis.
If this goes on, then I won't even be able to buy porridge.
Of course, there was a reason why Isuram was hanging around Jiren.
Isuram's purpose for playing the game was to find information about suspects on the police agency's list.
However, Isuram realized that he wouldn't be able to find anything just wandering around Jiren aimlessly.
Reality was reality, while the game system was necessary in the game.
As expected, the basis of the game is martial arts. If he started from level 1, then he would have naturally learned the various skills and system information. But Isuram started at level 150 with insufficient fundamental knowledge and money which he didn't know how to use. So Isuram came to the conclusion that he had to learn the fundamentals of New World in order to survive. Since then, Isuram hunted in the daytime, while in the evening he would go around to taverns or guilds to learn information about skills in the game system.
It was grabbing every opportunity to improve himself. After a month, Isuram was fortunately able to learn the basics. What the? It doesn't seem that good. It's definitely not special.
While hanging around the taverns, he had started his adaptation training.
In fact, Isuram kept going to taverns to drink alcohol under the pretext of investigation. But so far, Isuram couldn't understand the other users' words.
"Oh, the healer selection, if they can't control it, then we'll kick them. Everyone goes together, a power run, and use the maximum health increase skill when there is a mob. If things get too heated behind enemy lines, then we'll use forced expulsion and run away. There's no need to die."
Isuram initially thought it was Chinese or Japanese.
But he made a lot of effort to learn the game terminology that players used, and eventually he started to understand.
And Isuram became a little more confident.
However, he didn't understand that it was still dangerous even when he knew the system.
"Hey, you, I often see you at this tavern. Are you a merchant? I'm starting a business which will get a lot of money. Unfortunately, I lack a bit of capital. How about it? Would you be interested in investing?
I promise that you'll get 30% of the profit after 3 days," a merchant said after approaching him in the tavern.
Of course, Isuram wasn't as easily manipulated like he was in the past. "I don't think so. Aha, please just listen to me. You're a merchant, so don't you also need to live? Or is it that you don't believe me? That's probably it. But look at this.
This is a contract officially signed by the Merchants Guild. When the deal is finished, then all the proceeds will be paid from the Merchants Guild. And even if I make a mistake and become bankrupt, all the money you invested is secured by the Merchants Guild.
Do you believe me now? The merchant persistently showed the contract and Isurum couldn't spot anything suspicious. If the deal is written in the contract, then there should be no problems. If I receive 30% of the profit, then I can make money after a few days. Any profit is valuable to me.
In the end, Isurum signed the contract and handed over 200 gold. After a few days, he heard a sound that was like a lightning bolt striking him. Isurum had invested a capital of 200 gold.
He should have received 260 back.
However, the money he received from the Merchants Guild was only 26 gold. Isurum went to the merchant and questioned him directly.
What is going on? What's going on? What do you mean, ?
The merchant replied carefully.
I've provided the money like the contract said. If you don't believe it, then check again. The contract? What nonsense! Isurum's face hardened and he took out the contract. The contract was clearly the same one as before.
However, 1 zero was missing from the amount that Isurum invested. Isurum had actually invested 200 gold, but the contract stated that he invested 20. Now Isurum realized that he had been cheated again. When making the contract, the merchant had shown it many times. But he had failed to confirm the real income when making the contract. The contract the merchant convinced Isurum with was different from the one he was given. It was a common scam, also known as switching contracts. Isurum became blank as he saw the contract and the merchant smirked.
Think of it as a good experience. Would a merchant ever give away money? You bastard! Am I someone you can pour water on? Isurum finally exploded. He might have laughed it off if he just started the game. 200 gold. However, the previous 200 gold and this one was completely different. When he first inherited it from his predecessor, he didn't know the value of gold. Thus he had casually drunk liquor worth a lot of gold. But after realizing the importance of gold, he had barely scraped together 200 gold. That was the money I earned in 1 month, while staying all up night and getting nosebleeds. Isurum grabbed the merchant's throat and glared. Although he was a merchant in the game, he was still the person who made even gangsters tremble. He experienced more than ordinary people and the merchant paled from the glare. But after a moment, the merchant just laughed and said, Hey, calm down. This is a city. Are you really going to use violence in a place like this? Yes, I really am going to use violence. Isurum already couldn't see anything else. Isurum instantly started beating the merchant up. When a fight occurred in the tavern, the guards immediately gathered. Then the merchant, who was in a critical condition, screamed and asked for help. Ugh, he's crazy. Save me. Hey, what are you doing? You'll be arrested if you don't stop it. Shut up, arrest me after I kill this guy. Isurum stepped on the shoulder of a guard at a tremendous speed. Then he rotated as he fell and stepped on the merchant's face. Cough. The guards could only watch with a dim expression as Isurum kicked the merchant using flashy moves. After a while, the guard stopped being surprised and shoved his spear forward. You're arrested for murder. Damn it. Isurum cursed and flopped down on the ground. Isurum was still a merchant in New World. Although he was undergoing Superman-like training, it was still difficult for him to reach the level of warriors. It was impossible for him to defeat the guards in Jiren. In addition, he didn't want to fight the guards since they were similar to the police. Isurum folded his arms and shouted, My revenge has finished. Go ahead. Thus Isurum was arrested and imprisoned for 15 days. Isurum now felt completely desperate after being scammed so many times. But the turning point for Isurum unexpectedly occurred inside the jail. A newcomer? How long do you have to stay in prison? 15 days. That's pretty bad. It's been 10 days since I arrived, but I have another 20 days. What did you do? Well, let's see. PK. There was a fellow acting conceitedly, so I killed him. Anyway, I became chaotic and just spent the next 2 months killing even more and raising my chaotic value. Well, I made some profit during that time, so I haven't lost any money. I spent most of the time in here sleeping. I was alone for 10 days, so it was quite boring. The user with a huge figure said with a smile. I was captured after being sought after for ages. But I have a few high-leveled friends. I gave most of my stuff to them, so I didn't receive any damage. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Garam.
Isuram's eyes suddenly flashed.
The first thing Isuram did before entering the game was confirming the ID of the suspects. Fortunately, he had a good memory and he memorized the IDs of 100 users. Garam was on the list. To meet a suspect in a place like this. Wasn't it similar to picking up money? But it's not really because of luck. Isn't it a habit?
Someone chased by police in reality was definitely attempt murder in the game and be eventually sent to jail if caught.
Anyway, this is an opportunity.
Isuram's thoughts raced quickly. It wouldn't have been easy to approach if they had met somewhere else. But this place was a prison cell. He was stuck here for the next 15 days. Thus Isuram started to raise his intimacy with Garam. They quickly became friends thanks to the small space. He learnt a lot about Garam by the time his prison sentence finished.
However, he didn't get the information he wanted. As expected, an escaped criminal was unwilling to give any personal information. Asking persistently will be suspicious.
I have to wait for when we become closer and a situation arises where we naturally exchange phone numbers.
Or,
in order to arrest Garam in reality, he had to at least know his telephone number. The best way was to figure out his location from the number and make him confess directly. Of course, there were other ways, but the Special Crimes Countermeasures chief felt like they were too risky.
I can't be hasty. Garam currently belongs to the same organization as the other suspects. If I bring in Garam, then those guys will become even more suspicious.
After Isuram finished his jail sentence, he continued to visit Garam while bringing food.
During one of his visits, Garam suddenly asked Isuram, "But why are you so shabby? Aren't you also covered in blood? What's going on?" "No, I've just been hunting a little bit." "Hunting? Why is a merchant hunting?"
Garam mumbled around the food in his mouth as he raised his head.
"Wait, you said you entered the jail because of a swindle, but you're still buying these foods for me. Then don't tell me you. Bounty hunting. Please don't pay attention to it. I find it enjoyable."
Isuram scratched his head with an awkward expression.
That's right.
Isuram had engaged in hunting monsters and delivering them for money.
As a merchant, Isuram would need a certain amount of skills to catch the monsters. And he deliberately came to the jail covered in blood and dirt.
It was one of his strategies to make Garam notice him.
As expected, Garam was completely impressed. "Oh, so there are also people like this. Please don't sound like that. We're cellmates. Thank you, I will definitely pay you back. If I lose my sense of loyalty, then I'll be nothing but a corpse." Things like that are a little bittersweet. Huh? What? In fact, I'm not very sociable. Apart from you, I don't know anyone in New World. That's why I've been visiting you, but you'll be released in a few days. Later, I'll be a lonely person again. Besides, my luck is so bad that I'll probably be scammed again or piked.
Isuram sighed while looking pitiful.
Then Garam banged his chest and said, "Don't worry about it. Right? I'm a corpse if I lose my loyalty.
I'll shoulder responsibility for you from now on."
Didn't I tell you before? I know quite a lot of colleagues.
Many of these guys are currently in Sutandal, which is a new area, so there will be a lot of profit.
I'm going to join them after leaving jail. You can come with us. I can come? Even though I'm a merchant? It's okay.
We also need a large number of bags so those guys won't say no.
And who would say no to my friend? What do you think, Dot? I'm very thankful.
So Isuram's 20 days of effort paid off.
If they were Garam's colleagues, then they would definitely be wanted criminals. Hopefully things will unravel smoothly. After several days, Garam finally left jail. After eating the tofu Isuram prepared, he followed Garam to look for the suspects.
The place where he arrived at was Ruben's port.
Garam met up with two of his colleagues here, Takosu and Rokan.
They were also wanted criminals on the suspects list.
It's been a while, Garam.
We finished the preparations, so we're just waiting for you.
But who is this with you? A friend of my heart.
I decided let him accompany me from now on.
Can we trust him? What the? Are you doubting a friend of my heart?
Garam completely believed in Isuram, so he became angry at those words.
Takosu and Rokan wore doubtful expressions but eventually nodded. Okay, if you say so. Let's depart. Jepata Hyung is waiting. The other guys have joined, so only you are left. Thus, Isuram managed to join the criminals heading towards Sutandal. Hoo, my work is finally progressing.
Isuram's game is now starting.
Isurum smirked and headed towards the boat. Ah, out of the way, out of the way. I'm first. Garum headed like a bull towards the boat. There was only one plank connecting the ferry and pier, so there was no space to move with 200 people gathered. Everything became a mess after Garum ran for the pier. Although people cursed at him, Garum just stared at them and threatened them. What the? Do you have a complaint about me going on the boat first? If you're dissatisfied, then come out. That guy, he really can't give up his habit. Isurum shook his head. It was going to be really tiring traveling with Garum and his colleagues. He was a guy who lived selfishly and would easily pick fights if dissatisfied. Garum's character was just as brutal as he was in reality, and he was happiest when users were bleeding. Heh, none of them dare. Ha? What that is? Garum glared as he noticed something. While Garum was being careless, somebody had started boarding the ship. That bastard. Hey, you. Didn't you hear me? I said I was first. Garum snorted and grabbed the person's shoulder. The guy lost his balance and fell into the ocean. Ha ha ha, good. What an impertinent brat. Garum chuckled as he started to head up the ship. Do you want to die? Garum flinched and turned his head as he heard the voice. The man who had fallen into the ocean and pulled himself out and was heading towards Garum. Damn. That Garum, he should learn some moderation. It has become troublesome. I should stop it before it becomes bigger. Isurum finally looked at the man with annoyance. But then his eyes became bigger than a pot lid. What the? That guy. Don't tell me. Hick, that's right. Hyun Woo. The one heading towards Garum was Hyun Woo, also known as Arkansas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13 Chapter 4. ACT-4 Mentor and Disciple. Isurum reflexively hit himself. When he peeked stealthily at them, he saw that the person definitely resembled Hyun Woo. That face is definitely Hyun Woo's. Damn, to meet him in a place like this. He never even told Ark that he was playing the game. The reason he was hiding it from Ark was because he didn't want him to know that Isurum was a merchant. What did you say? Then Garum spoke in an intimidating voice. But Ark didn't even blink and just muttered. Are you deaf? What? Garum's face hardened. Do you have a facial muscle disorder? Or maybe a person with disabilities? If I knew beforehand, then I would have conceded. Disabled person? How dare this bastard say that? A stutter? This is serious. Oh, I am sorry. I never knew it was that serious. Isurum marveled at the sarcasm rolling off Ark's tongue. He had this sarcastic side to him? Isurum had thought of Ark as a reticent person. Had Ark's character changed in the game? Anyway, the situation was quite bothersome. In fact, Garum's nature meant that he angered easily. And he had started fights a few times. Isurum had thrown his whole body and managed to prevent the previous ones. Of course, it wasn't because of Garum. Currently Isurum was using Garum to infiltrate and investigate the suspects. If Garum killed someone and became chaotic, then all his efforts would go to waste. It was also the same if Garum died. Luckily Garum called Isurum a friend of his heart, so he always stepped down when Isurum interfered. But it was different if his opponent was Arkansas. If Hyunwoo calls my name, then I'll be unable to infiltrate the group. However, I can't just watch them. Damn, what should I do? Isurum looked at Tokosu and Rokon to try and request help. But the nature of humans was for similar people to flock together. They just watched the scene with interest. So Isurum was on his own. This mannerless brat. Ark had fully incited Garum's rage, making Garum throw a punch at him. Garum was a warrior who used knuckles with blades attached as his weapon. Wasn't the feeling of punching someone more exhilarating? Garum had proudly recited that in his jail cell. Garum was a hooligan familiar with street fighting. Isurum remembered that Garum's criminal record was attempted murder after swinging his fist at people. As expected, that power was also applied to New World. The speed and power of that fist couldn't be underestimated. Bakak dash. Ark's jaw was forced upwards as he was hit by the fist. At that moment a spark sprang into Isurum's eyes. What is he doing? He was hit by a fist like that? What has he learned so far? No matter the situation, Ark was still Isurum's disciple. Naturally he would feel angry after seeing his student being hit. Garam's fist was beyond ordinary, but it wasn't to the extent that Ark couldn't avoid it after training in the gym. He had the capabilities, but he didn't avoid it. All he could think was that Ark had become dull because of fear. But why would Isuram's disciple be afraid of a mere hooligan? It was because Isuram still didn't know New World that well. You hit me? Ark rubbed his bloody mouth and laughed. The first attack had an important meaning in New World. The person who attacked first and killed the opponent would 100% become chaotic. However, the person who was attacked first wouldn't become chaotic if they killed that person. That's why Ark didn't avoid the attack. As expected, Garam's name became gray after he attacked Arkansas. Now it was counted as self-defense if he killed Garam. I hit you, what about it? Garam rushed back and threw a punch again. Ark instantly used some quick footwork and the punch missed. In a blink of an eye, he had managed to get behind Garam. At that moment, Ark used rapid-fire kicks. Low kick, high kick, and spinning kick. Heek, this bastard. Garam wobbled and grabbed Arkansas. But Ark had trained in wrestling against a bronze medal winner of a national tournament. The moment Garam's hand touched his shoulder, he instantly counterattacked by rotating his body and knocking Garam down onto the ground. Right, well done. He is indeed my disciple. He must have been playing around earlier. Isuram had forgotten the circumstances and inwardly clapped. Quack. Okay, now let's do this properly. Properly? That's good. Ark smiled at Garam's words and took out his sword. Isuram suddenly remembered when he saw the gleam of the sword. Ah, now isn't the time for this. Damn. That Hyunwoo, he's stronger than I thought. I'll be in trouble if Garam dies. Without Garam, Roko and Takosu would never bring me to their colleague's meeting place. But it'll be over if I'm found by Hyunwoo. Isuram held his head and frantically worried. Suddenly an image of a thin merchant was reflected off an onlooker's shield. Isuram looked at the shield for a long time before realizing that it was his image. Yes, he had forgotten since there were no mirrors in the game, but Isuram's features were completely different from his real-life image. Of course, there was no way for Ark to recognize him. Stop, Garam. After having the thought, Isuram immediately ran between the two of them. But Ark and Garam were already exchanging fists. The two of them tried to stop attacking when Isuram got between the two of them, but it was already too late. Heek, what is this? Isuram, it's dangerous. Ark and Garam both shouted with confusion at the same time. But what happened afterwards was the truly confusing part. Isuram smoothly parried Garam's fist with one hand while raising one leg to raise Ark's wrist upwards. Even though Ark and Garam had tried to stop their attacks, it was still a merchant intervening between two warriors. In fact, some time of this degree wasn't difficult for Isuram. Although his attack and defense couldn't compare to a warrior's, he was unmatched in terms of technique. Of course, it was a game so 100% of his real-life skills weren't applied. Thanks to the situations he had gone through, Isuram had long ago mastered the evasion skill parry. Unlike other users, he felt the pain and consequently figured out how to parry with the least force while investigating the skill. Hey, are you okay? You're not injured? Garam hurriedly asked Isuram. Yes, I'm fine. What are you doing? Why would a merchant interfere in a fight? Fortunately you were lucky this time, but if the blows landed then your life would be at risk. How could I live with killing a friend of my heart? Garam never even considered that Isuram had managed to evade both of the attacks. That was because a common gangster knowing such a high standard of technique was impossible. I'm sorry, but let's stop this. Hey you, why don't you let it go? That's... Ark gave Isuram a funny look before shrugging his shoulders. However, Garam roughly shook his head. No, this time you can't stop it. That asshole, I'm going to smash him. It is a request. If you cause a disturbance here then you can't meet your colleagues. But that bastard. Are you going to give up or fight? I'm a little busy. Look. Did you hear him? That bastard keeps on insulting me. Garam's shoulders moved up and down as he shouted while Ark yawned. Stop. At that moment, the harbor guards broke through the crowd and came running up. This is the harbor that Lord Reuben manages. If you cause a disturbance then you'll be immediately arrested. Damn it. Garam frowned and spat out curses. Now Takosu and Rokon finally approached them. Garam, let's end it here. I said that Jepata Hyung is waiting. It'll be annoying if you're confined here. Understood. Garam stared at Ark for a moment before heading onto the ship. Ark also nodded and retreated when the guards looked at him.
Thus the situation was cleared up for the moment. The other users also started to board the ship. When all the passengers finished boarding, the ship captain appeared and laughed as he spoke. "Young ones, everybody listen up. My sailors won't get involved in any fights on land. But they'll tie you up and throw you into the sea if anything happens on the boat. Now we're going to depart. Plot the course, dot." The ship's crew responded to their captain's command and hurriedly rushed around. The sails were then opened and the voyage to Sutandal had begun. "Sheesh, I feel dirty. If only the guards had come a little bit later." Garam grunted with dissatisfaction while sitting on the deck. Then Tokoso grinned and muttered, "You didn't have to get so angry. There are many schoolkids like him who don't have manners. If I disregarded a schoolkid, then wouldn't you make fun of me? Ugh, I get mad every time I think about it. It's not the end." Tokosu approached Garam and spoke in a low voice. "We have the same destination as that guy. Do you understand? Even if the guards hadn't appeared, if you killed him then you wouldn't have been able to take the ship. But it's different once we arrive in Sutandal." "What? Then?" "Huhuhu, the harbor is separated from Haman Fortress, which is the heart of Sutandal. And there aren't that many guards at the harbor. If we attack him as soon as the boat arrives, we can kill him before the guards show up. Anyway, Jepatahyang is in the field, so it isn't necessary to enter a city. Besides, if he's killed in Sutandal, then wouldn't that guy even matter when he is resurrected in Reuben?" "Oh, that's quite good." Garam laughed with sparkling eyes. "So in the meantime, let's get down to our cabin and play poker. We'll leave the revenge for later." "Okay, as expected from you." "Hoo-hoo-hoo, let's look forward to it." Garam, Tokosu and Rokan all smiled wickedly before standing up. Indeed, a bad guy in reality was still a bad guy in the game. "Isuram, do you want to play poker?" "No, the inside is slightly uncomfortable for me. I'll prefer to stay on the deck where there is the wind." Isuram made excuses to separate from the group and headed towards the deck. Tokosu looked at his back and asked in a slightly suspicious voice, "That guy, isn't his behavior suspicious? Doesn't that guy know our plans now?" "What are you saying?" "I told you that Isuram is a friend of my heart. There is no reason for you to doubt him." "Well, I suppose we'll know if he's a reliable guy when we arrive. Let's go." Once Isuram confirmed that they entered the cabin, Isuram immediately acted like Tokosu suspected and searched for Arkansas. After looking around for a while, he saw Ark waiting by the rails. Ark naturally glanced to the side when Isuram approached. "HRMM, what should I say?" Isuram worried for a moment before muttering, "That kick before was quite acceptable." "What martial arts have you learnt?" "Taekwondo." "Eh?" What a short reply. It was Hyunwoo's face, so Isuram became angry when Ark spoke such curt words. "Well, he does only know me as Garam's colleague." "Ho-hoo-hoo, yes, so this guy really doesn't recognize me? I suddenly have a funny idea. Yes, this situation makes me want to try it out, but it seems like you've been practicing for a long time. After seeing that posture, did you stop for a while? Then you've started receiving training from a mentor for 1 year. Am I correct?" How? Ark flinched and turned his head around as he nodded. "Well, I'm at a standard where I can tell just by looking at your posture." "Then it wasn't an accident when you interrupted the attack before." "Oh, you noticed it?" Isuram looked startled. Although it was slightly exaggerated, he was still surprised. Isuram used an advanced technique because he knew that Garam wouldn't recognize it or become suspicious. Only people with keen eyes could recognize the technique. He honestly thought that Ark hadn't noticed. Although receiving no damage might be because of a skill, but isn't the movement unrelated to the skill? Haven't you also learned martial arts? His words had instantly become longer. Isuram deliberately shivered before replied. "Well, I didn't learn as much as other people." "Then why did a person like you pick a merchant? Isn't the warrior originally strong?" "I wanted to completely rule over my mind and body in the worst situation. My mentors are Ryu and Ken, Chun-Li, and Zangief." Isuram once again started talking nonsense. Yes, Isuram was putting on his crazy act that normal people would yell at him to retire already. But Ark listened seriously and immediately his gaze brightened when Ryu and Ken were mentioned. Ark loved street fighting games, so he absolutely knew those names. Anyway, Isuram became embarrassed and coughed before speaking. Well anyway, your steps still seem a little weak. The foot which you are using as an axis to turn is more important than the kicking leg. It isn't bad now of course, but your kicks will become more powerful when your legs are more stable.
Didn't your teacher also say this? How did you know?
Hoo, any good teacher would have mentioned it. Isuram answered playfully with a smirk.
If I look at the disciple, then I can determine the teacher's skill. You apparently have a wonderful teacher.
The accuracy and sharpness of your techniques is beyond the usual level.
There aren't that many people in South Korea with this degree of technique. What kind of person is your teacher?
Teacher.
Ark suddenly looked at the horizon with vague eyes.
It had already been 3 months since he had seen Ark in reality. Although there was no time to consider Ark while playing game, occasionally he remembered Arkansas.
Since Hyunwoo couldn't recognize his face, Isuram half-jokingly asked Ark how he felt about his teacher. But that feeling didn't even last 1 minute. My teacher is a cruel man.
His hobby is blindly beating me up, and he won't even raise an eyebrow if his student sheds blood or tears. Ever since I started at the gym, I'm constantly amazed that I'm still alive.
But all that is to forge the student. Isn't that right? That's right. The problem is that he's trying to turn a human into a Superman. Is this how that child normally thinks of me? Isuram inwardly fumed at Ark's answer.
Isuram now wanted to suddenly shout, "Your teacher is here!" and beat him to death. Although his fury was like a big bang inside his head, he was forced to push it down.
Isn't there any good points? Think closely. There should be at least one. There is no way he has no good points. Let's see.
Isuram endured his anger while waiting for Ark's reply, but he was still furious. In the future, I'll call him to the gym and flatten him into a rice cake.
I caught something. Oh, isn't this a big fish?
At that moment, someone shouted from one side.
It took 4 hours to arrive at Sutandal.
After observing the stunning scenery for a while, most players became bored and started fishing. Ark pricked his ears as he heard and waited for the fish to be reeled in before approaching.
Wow, what a great scup. Could you entrust this to me? I'll make sashimi and spicy seafood stew in an instant.
Originally, I would get a small fee for the labor, but you're the first guest, so I'll do it for free.
Really? The user expressed their joy and extended the fish. Fishing was a common skill learned by users.
That's because a groundless rumor spread on the information site that master fishermen had rare accessories. On the other hand, a lot of ingredients were required for cooking, and the dishes produced weren't that much different from the ones sold in the stores. Therefore, there were many users who learned how to fish, but hardly any who knew how to cook the fish. Ark had waited on the deck because he was aiming for this market. Ark took out his knife and showed amazing workmanship as he sliced it into sashimi before boiling the rest. Startups were the most important thing in running a business. Thanks to the use of fresh ingredients and skill, he was able to create amazing sashimi and spicy seafood stew. The survival cooking dish Best Scup Sashimi has been created. Sashimi created from freshly caught scup. It is a relatively simple dish that heavily relies on the abilities of the chef. Thanks to the skills of an experienced chef, the best taste and sensation of the flesh has been produced.
Stamina plus 10, satiety plus 15%. A la carte bonus, stamina plus 3, mana plus 200, satiety plus 10%.
The survival cooking dish Best Scup Spicy Seafood Stew has been created. A dish using the boiled freshly caught scup and various other ingredients. It is a dish that can have an intense fishy smell, but the taste is simple thanks to the experienced chef.
Strength plus 12, satiety plus 20%. A la carte bonus, strength plus 2, health plus 400, satiety plus 15%. Now, please eat. Wow, this is no joke. The user immediately exclaimed after trying Ark's sashimi and seafood stew. Wow, this is unbelievable. Although he dismantled the scup at an amazing speed, the flesh isn't damaged at all. The scup tastes as sweet as caramel. And this spicy seafood stew. Although I saw him put so many ingredients in, they're all perfectly balanced. It's also good for the body. What's with these astounding stat bonuses after eating the dish? I've never seen such a large stat increase from food. The user who caught the scup clamored away like he was the judge of a cooking show. The users watching started panting as they smelled the enticing scent. Hey, could you make it into sashimi if I catch a fresh fish? Of course. Apart from sashimi and spicy seafood stew, I'll make anything such as sweet and sour fish and fresh fish soup. If you need the stat bonus, then you can also carry it around as dried seafood. The spices are also easy to add. Oh, then you can create shark fin soup if we catch a shark? Tuna? Tuna sushi? The questions from the players poured out. In fact, Ark had learned all methods of cooking fish while traveling in the underwater world. There were no dishes made from fish that he couldn't produce. Ark smiled and nodded. All the types of cooking you asked are available. However, I need to use various ingredients and spices while cooking. So ordering the dish will cost 20 silver while any extra condiments will cost 10 silver. Most of the players heading towards Sutandal were level 200 or higher. 10-20 silver was like the price of gum to them. That's not a problem. Fish, let's catch some fresh fish. The users started taking out their fishing rods. Since the users had no cooking skills, there was nowhere they could use the fish they caught. Although it was possible to sell it to a store, they would only get a few silver at best. Plus seafood had a quick expiration date, so there were many times when it became trash ingredients. Now that Ark could cook it instantly, the users started frantically fishing. A fresh fish. I'll pay 30 silver for it. I'll give 50 silver. 2 gold for a Red Sea bream and halibut. The users who hadn't learned fishing frantically ran around the deck buying fish. Thanks to that, the silver value of the fish jumped by 10 times. Ark had timed his business strategy for the evening when the users were hungry. What's all this fuss? Isuram looked at Ark with a perplexed expression. Due to the users constantly fishing on the deck, there was no time for Ark to rest at all. Thus 3 hours passed like that. The users on the boat had finally filled their stomachs. During that time, Ark had created over 200 dishes. He had earned 30 gold just from cooking the fish. Hoo, as I expected. Ark tapped his pocket and smiled happily. In fact, Ark hadn't felt that good until now. It was because he had to waste 1,400 gold buying the summoning port from the Magic Institute in Jiren. That wasn't all. Initially it cost 7 gold for a trip to Sutandal, but now it had increased to 12 gold. The price had gone up a lot thanks to all the users flocking. Therefore Ark only had a few copper coins left. Thus the weight of his pocket had changed. If he fell into the ocean when his purse was heavy, then he wouldn't be that angry. Of course, he would still be mad, but he wanted to avoid attention, so he would have endured it. Anyway, he now had 30 gold in his pocket, so he was in a better mood. I'll give you this fish, so please make sashimi for me. At that moment, Isuram extended a flatfish towards Arkansas. Once Ark made the sashimi, Isuram tried it and instantly exclaimed in his head. Oh, who knew this guy had such a talent? Ha! What the? Isuram suddenly tilted his head while eating the sashimi. After the customers had all disappeared, Ark crouched down and his gaze was riveted on the flatfish sashimi. While he was watching, an audible growling sound was heard from Ark's stomach. Although he had cooked hundreds of pieces of fish, Ark had been unable to eat even one piece. What the? Are you hungry? Nod. Couldn't you also buy a fresh fish to cook? I don't have any money. Isuram's face contorted at Ark's answer. He had just seen 30 gold enter his pocket, so how could Ark say he had no money? Isuram was already angry at Ark, so he shoved the remaining pieces into his mouth. Ark just sighed with an even more pitiful expression. The idea had been petty, so Isuram felt even more sorry after he did it. Did I have to act so petty? That reminds me, isn't this guy playing the game to pay for his mother's hospital bills? Ah, damn. Of course it's not possible for him to part with his money. Isuram clicked his tongue with an uncomfortable expression at the idea that he hadn't behaved like an adult. How much time had passed? The sun had started to set and the horizon was dyed with red. The starving Ark grabbed the ship's rail, looked at the sunset and spoke in a sentimental voice. That's it. What? The answer to the question you previously asked. Teacher's good points. Rather than a good point, it had been 3 months since I've gone to the gym. Teacher called and said there were circumstances. Now I'm just waiting for the day that teacher will return. Isuram's face became serious after hearing Ark's words. He could see the sincerity in the eyes and facial expression. Damn, this guy. Being serious all of a sudden. I feel even sorrier. Isuram roughly scratched his head and turned around. Then he spoke like he just remembered. Oh, I had something to say. The guy you fought a while ago and his friends will ambush you in Sutandal. It will be difficult for you to handle 3 people alone. If you don't want to die, then you should stay on the ship when it is docked. If you're with the sailors, then they won't attack you. Please trust me. I'm not their friend. Isuram went to the railing after he spoke. Then he handed over 1 gold where a user was still fishing. Did you see the person cooking a while ago? Please give 2 fish to him and don't tell him it was from me. Just say it's a gift. Isuram then hid next to the cabins and watched Arkansas. Ark instantly cooked the fish and ate it. In fact, Ark hadn't bought the fish because of a lack of money.
Even if they were inexpensive ingredients procured nearby, it was still wasting ingredients.
In addition, eating inside the game wouldn't fill his belly.
One fish cost 20 silver, so it was better to just eat rice in real life. Anyway, Isurum also became satisfied after seeing Ark eat the food happily. As expected, a mentor has to look after his disciple.
Hovuhu, I really am a good guy. I've also warned Hyunwoo about Garam. Ha! Which reminds me, what was Hyunwoo's ID? How did that happen?
Well, I'll just ask for his ID later, but. Isurum headed towards the cabin with a cool expression.
When he reached the cabin, Garam, Takosu and Rokon were still playing poker. Garam was frowning as he already lost a lot of money. But Isurum wasn't interested in poker and just sat in the corner. How much time had passed?
All passengers, please gather on the deck, we have arrived in Sutandal.
There it is. Let's go. Garam rose and ran to the deck. Wait a minute, that guy might sense we're targeting him if he sees us. We'll hide near the corner and attack once we confirm he got off the boat. Takosu hid his body behind the door of a cabin and looked carefully. Meanwhile, the ferry finally entered Sutandal's port. Okay, all passengers prepare to leave the ship. The captain's loud voice had the crew moving. As soon as the plank connecting the ferry and pier was lowered, the players began entering Sutandal. But Ark hesitated and looked around. Why isn't that guy getting off? Did he notice? Or maybe someone told him beforehand while we were in the cabin. Takosu looked at Isurum with suspicious eyes.
Then Rokon, who had been staring at Ark, shook his head.
He's going down.
See, I told you to trust Isurum.
Garam complained towards Takosu, who coughed and nodded. Okay, I'm sorry I doubted him. No, it's okay since today is the first time you've met me.
Isurum replied, but his thoughts were confused.
Geez, didn't that Hyunwoo listen to what I said before? Why the hell is he descending?
Damn, Hyunwoo won't be able to survive against Garam's group no matter how high his level. Furthermore, in such a situation I can only quietly watch.
Now, let's go.
Then Takosu, Garam and Rokon proceeded as planned. Isurum had no choice but to go with them.
This is impossible.
I'll feel sorry if Hyunwoo gets injured, but I have no choice but to stick with them. The group took out their weapons as they crossed the deck. Then they tried to stab his back as Hyunwoo stepped foot on Sutandal. It was the backstab attack of 4 high-leveled users. Ark quickly flew back and lost 40% of his health.
Ha ha ha. Take that, you bastard. Then let's see you take this.
Garam had approached Ark and was raising his fist when he suddenly stopped.
Takosu and Rokon also looked around with confusion.
100 people had gathered by the dock.
This wasn't the regular group made of passengers.
Armed with armor and sword, the people with blue skin were the Baron clan of the Eastern Nation. They were the inhabitants of Sutandal. The Baron clan of the Eastern Nation were holding a sign saying, "Welcome, Commander,"
and shaking it. In fact, Ark hadn't paid any attention to Garam.
Although normally he would be wary of Garam, Sutandal was Ark's home ground these days. If Ark was attacked, then the residents as well as the guards would notice. And even if they weren't there, Ark was confident that he could deal with Garam alone. The reason that Ark had hesitated and remained on the ship until the end was because of the Baron clan. Ark had called Justice Man before leaving for Sutandal. He conveyed the necessary information to Basutyu beforehand. After hearing the news, the Baron clan wanted to come out and greet him. In order to avoid the attention of the other users, Ark had waited until all the passengers scattered.
But then Ark suddenly collapsed while they were cheering. The Baron clan paused in their trumpeting and their pupils shone.
What's with those guys?
Are they crazy?
How dare they swing their swords at Sutandal's savior?
They must want to die. We don't need to see anything else. Attack them.
The soldiers flocked in front of the collapsed Arkansas.
Hook, what the? Damn, what on earth is going on? What is that guy's identity? A Huck. Ugh.
Garam, Takosu and Rokon were surrounded by soldiers and died in a blink of an eye. The 100 eyes then turned towards Isurum. Isurum flinched and hurriedly raised his hand before shouting.
Wait. I'm not an enemy.
Don't talk nonsense, we saw you attack with the others.
Kill him, he is their accomplice. It's true. If you don't believe me, then ask him.
The soldiers approached Ark after hearing Isurum's words. Ark just sneaked a glance at Isurum and tapped his stomach before laughing pleasantly.
Flatfish. What? Hook, Don't tell me you're still hung up about that? Grudges over food can be frightening. Wait, I'm the one who asked that fisherman. Isurum quickly tried to explain, but the soldiers didn't listen. Although Ark and the soldiers had a high degree of intimacy, NPCs wouldn't randomly attack users. If it was a normal user, they wouldn't attack even if Ark commanded them to. However, Isurum had attacked Ark, so his name was Gray. That alone was justification for the soldiers to attack Isurum. As the target had been Ark, there was no need for the soldiers to discuss the situation. Attack because of the flatfish. I don't know what the commander is taking about, but there's clearly a grudge. He is clearly the enemy. The angry soldiers gathered around Isurum. The captain of the number 1 SWAT team? Representative of the national taekwondo team? None of that mattered. Isurum couldn't do anything to prevent being killed by the 100 soldiers. Oh my god, I've been stepped on by followers of my disciple. However, Isurum was lucky that he died. Although his death was delayed, Garam still trusted Isurum after he died. If Isurum had survived, then he would have been suspected by the others after they resurrected. Anyway, Isurum's infiltration mission was still continuing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13 Chapter 5. ACT 5 Sutandal's Hero. TL, for people who read the previous chapter when I first uploaded it, I've edited it a little bit so that Haman Fortress is actually close to the harbor. Not far away. Ark also finally used a male pronoun for Raiden in this chapter, so from now on I will use male pronouns for Raiden instead of gender neutral. Bah, trying to trick me? Ark muttered as he snorted. Ark hadn't believed Isurum in the slightest. If Isurum really wanted to stop the fight between Ark and Garam, then he should have done it in Reuben. However, Isurum just watched the fight and jumped in when Garam was having difficulty. It was obvious that he was trying to protect Garam. Yet he dares say they're not colleagues? So Ark had doubted Isurum when he approached for the first time. He was clearly trying some scheme, since it was obvious they weren't as strong as Arkansas. Wasn't that why he quietly leaked information as they approached Sutandal? They clearly plotted to keep me on the boat. I don't know why they want me on the boat, but there is clearly a hidden scheme. I don't know what types of methods exist in New World, so I should always be careful. Their goal was to prevent Ark from leaving the boat. Then obviously he had to leave the boat to prevent their scheme. Ark was confident against that group, so he just ignored Isurum's warning. And after he was surprised, Ark immediately checked Isurum's name with Eyes of the Cat. Gray. Isurum had also stabbed Ark in the back. Thus Ark was convinced that his idea was correct. As expected, he is accomplices with Garam. Ark was also angry that Isurum ate the flatfish sashimi by himself. Eventually, distrust and doubts caused a tragic incident. Anyway, he had no time for these trivial matters. There were many people like Garam in New World who wanted to pick fights for no reason. In any case, Ark erased the incident at the harbor from his memory. There's no need to pay attention to such things in the game. Anyway, this place really has changed. Ark exclaimed as he looked around the harbor in Haman Fortress. Sutandal had rapidly changed in just 4 days. When Ark left for Jiren, there were only 10 wooden buildings around the harbor, while the foundation around the castle was still being constructed. But Haman was the heart of Sutandal. Thanks to the ongoing flow of users, construction of hotels and inns were in full swing. Of course, there were still areas that needed attention, but it was only a matter of time. After the construction was completed and the system updated, Haman would be transformed into a great city. A large bulletin board at the entrance of the fortress caught his eye. Welcome to Haman Fortress. This is a small guide for first-time visitors. The inhabitants of Sutandal, the Baron clan, suffered under the threat of the wicked Nakujuk for a long time. Not too long ago, the Nakujuk invaded and slaughtered thousands of Baron, causing a tragic incident. Fortunately, a great leader led the Baron clan and constructed Haman Fortress to oppose the Nakujuk. Hooray, our great leader! Hoo-hoo-hoo, great leader. My face feels a little hot. The great leader written on the board was Arkansas. Ark had learned many things from watching Alan. Alan turned into a celebrity in Schudenberg after his appearance on TV. But Ark decided that it wasn't a good thing. In this world, there were many people who would feel envious of someone who did well. Becoming a celebrity was no different from becoming an enemy. If Alan wasn't so famous, then he wouldn't have been ruined so much. Ark had no intention of going down Alan's route. Therefore, he thoroughly hid his name and appearance. That was also why the welcoming committee hadn't placed Ark's name on the sign. It will become more troublesome if I'm a celebrity. Ark praised his foresight as he passed by the people reading the bulletin. Sadly, the threat of the Nakujuk still hasn't disappeared.
Therefore Isabel, the representative of Sutandal, is asking for the help of courageous adventurers. Adventurers who fight for justice against the Nakujuk will receive a token whenever they kill one. When they provide proof of the Nakujuk's red hair, compensation will be provided. Asterisk compensation for hunting 10 Nakujuk, copper metal. Without this metal, you won't be able to trade at Heyman Fortress. Asterisk compensation for hunting 50 Nakujuk, silver metal, 10% discount on all shop trades. Asterisk compensation for hunting 100 Nakujuk, gold metal, 20% discount on all shop trades. Asterisk compensation for hunting a Nakujuk chieftain, gold ticket. You will acquire a magic item through a lottery.
Anyway, it's now truly begun.
Ark was also the person who came up with this.
Although the war was won, the Nakujuk could still send troops through letter movement as they still occupied the valley village. With the Baron clan's power growing, the Nakujuk were engaged in a last desperate struggle. It wasn't enough for him to be worried, but he couldn't just leave it alone. If their numbers grew, then they could threaten Heyman Fortress. Thus the only method Ark could think of to reduce the Nakujuk's numbers was to use the players. Sutandal's current situation meant that they couldn't afford a lot of rewards. Although the Eastern nation had a lot of funds, a lot of it is focused on construction. So they didn't have the ability to give a decent compensation all participants. However, they couldn't delay the development of Sutandal. Apart from warriors, merchants also came here. Therefore Ark designed the metal system. When players first come to Sutandal, they couldn't use the stores run by the Baron clan.
They had to at least receive a copper medal to use the stores. And the discount would increase with the silver and gold medals. Thanks to that, users who came to Sutandal had no choice but to defeat the Nakujuk. The average level of users who came to Sutandal was level 200. On the other hand, the Nakujuk was between level 250-280. Therefore there were many notices on the bulletin boards of users looking for parties.
I'm recruiting people to hunt the Nakujuk. Are there any magicians here?
But the profession that suffered the most was the merchants. For merchants seeking to trade in Sutandal, being prohibited from using the stores was like being struck by lightning on a clear day. Moreover, they had to receive a discount in order to truly receive a profit from the stores. In other words, merchants needed at least a gold medal, but the Nakujuk was a fair distance away from the fortress and not many parties wanted to take merchants.
Buying Nakujuk's red hair, 20 silver for 1.
Buying a set of 100 Nakujuk's red hair for 190 gold.
The merchants crouched near the bulletin board and bought the tokens.
Thanks to that, there were quite a few warriors who stayed around Heyman Fortress for the part-time job of hunting tokens. But if looked at closely, it wasn't that different from deceiving people with petty tricks.
The Nakujuk are the Heyman's war enemy, so the discount would automatically be applied as the NPC sign of appreciation for people who killed a lot of them. The medal system was only to give the appearance of compensation. It was a petty trick to avoid having to spend money on users. That was Ark's speciality. However, Ark's medal system was hiding an even more extravagant scheme. Once everyone possesses a medal, it will become insignificant, but at the moment not that many users have them. The Nakujuk aren't easy to hunt for level 200 users, and the token won't drop that often, so there were many users who couldn't use the stores. However, the users needed consumables to hunt the Nakujuk. Of course, the merchants who came from the continent sold consumables, but there was a constant shortage of supplies for warriors. This is a chance to sell the consumables obtained from Magaro's laboratory.
Thanks to the Sutandal stores being sealed off, Ark managed to obtain and sell his goods for a large price.
Abuse of power. How wicked. Ark was indeed good at being wicked. Well, it can't be helped even if the actions are dirty. There are 20 days left until I need to pay the balance for the house. I have to organize everything and make some money. And volunteer troops are necessary for Heyman Fortress anyway.
I'm not going to allow such annoying things to prick my conscience.
Ark finished firming his mental state. Anyway, the bulletin board also posted new developments and events. This week's events. Asterisk find the hidden Eastern Nation clan. Find the Eastern Nation clan members hiding using stealth in Heyman Fortress. This is a challenge for the foreigners visiting Sutandal.
The Eastern Nation members are hiding somewhere between points AF and Heyman Fortress. After finding and collecting some documents from the clan members, you will receive a fixed prize. Foreigners with skills such as sensing, tracking, and sixth sense are encouraged to participate. Facilities Guide. Asterisk 1-day farm experience. Experience harvesting various Sutandal plants or visiting the cattle. It can be a great opportunity to pick up leather extraction or butchering from the kind farm owner, currently in business. Basutu's Information Center. It is possible to hear the history and information about Sutandal from the wise man Basutu, whose family has kept records for a long time. It can be a hint for finding new adventures in Sutandal, currently in business. Monster Safari. Learn the tendencies and weak points of various monsters as you travel around Sutandal. An ideal chance to learn what you might face. Currently under construction. Opening soon. Sutandal sightseeing. Have you arrived in Sutandal only to find a gloomy black map? You can sightsee around Sutandal using the Skyrays, making it a convenient and safe method of traveling and uncovering your map. Business is closed for a while due to various circumstances. Not only Lancel Village, but Sutandal also seem to become more and more like an amusement park. Well, it's good that there are lots of ways to enjoy themselves. Ark laughed and entered Haman Fortress. When Ark appeared in the shopping district, the various Baron clan members recognized him and greeted him. He was grateful, but it was a little stressful as the user's attention would focus on him. On the other hand, he was satisfied by the thought that Sutandal had completely become his hometown. Anyway, Ark hadn't returned to Sutandal to view the development. The most important thing was finding the last 3 marvels and reclaiming his summons. The last piece of the 3 marvels is almost in my grasp. The problem is finding where Razak and Diedrich lived. Before returning to Haman Fortress, Ark had tried contacting Usuria. The World Tree should know about the distribution of each species in Sutandal. But Usuria shook her head. Of course, my roots used to stretch across all of Sutandal. The World Tree can obtain a lot of information through those roots. However, you didn't allow a lot of room for my roots to stretch when you planted me in here. Anyway, the World Tree wasn't useful in matters like these. He was more likely to find information from Basutu, who has recorded the history of Sutandal. That's why Ark contacted Justice Man before departing. Is it here? Ark looked at the wooden building situation to one side of Haman Fortress. This was the information center that Basutu had created after Sutandal rose. Welcome. This is Basutu's information center. Ark Hyung. Bona's eyes widened when he saw who came in through the door. After Sutandal had risen, some of the Baron who had been living in Lancel Village returned. Bona also returned as well to help Basutu. Therefore, his Find the Settlers quest unfortunately stopped at 98%. What? When did you arrive? Just now. Where's your grandpa? Grandpa went to another elder's house to collect the materials you required. He hadn't been able to recover the data from the Valley Village yet. You came faster than expected. You're looking after the business alone? I also know quite a lot. I'll show it to Ark Hyung for free. Bona pushed out his chest and spoke firmly. Ooh, really? Then please guide me further. What new information is there these days? Ark playfully asked an embarrassed Bona, who scratched his head. Hyung still knows more than me. You know everything. Ah, that's right. Hyung, did you know about this? What? Something important happened not that long ago. Bona looked around and lowered his voice. I heard it from Lariat Nuna. Ah, Lariat Nim is here as well? I thought that Lariat Nim was accompanying the rehabilitation group as they surveyed the area. What's going on? The soldiers who fought the Nakujuk had changed their name to the Autonomous Soldiers. And the Autonomous Group was led by Justice Man, the Rehabilitation Group, and Lariat. Their dream of an autonomous police force that couldn't be achieved in Lancel was finally fulfilled in Sutandal. But Bona was showing a discontented expression as he talked. You should let me tell you. Okay. Continue. There was an incident where a group of tourists who visited the eastern ruins in Sutandal was exterminated. The guides and tourists didn't have enough strength and died. What? It's not just that. Several days after that incident, a magician and a warrior attacked our sightseeing office. They came inside Haman Fortress? Yes, isn't that absurd? There were 20 staff working there and 6 people lost their lives. Soldiers were immediately dispatched, but they're still not caught. They've probably already escaped to the continent. Bona added that it was the reason Justice Man, the rehabilitation members, and Lariat hadn't come to greet him. The commanders of the autonomous force were the only ones strong enough, so they went out to chase directly. The Nakujuk and Baron didn't have any NPCs that could use magic. If a magician managed to get into the city, how many NPCs would be massacred? But how would they have escaped to the continent? The autonomous members are defending the harbor. Shouldn't the criminals be unable to use the ferry? Recently there are rumors of smugglers. At that moment Basutu had entered and answered. Then Bona shouted with a sulky face.
Grandpa, Ark Young is my customer. Sorry. How have you been doing, Ark?
I'm sorry it wasn't possible for me to go and greet you.
I was looking for the materials you requested. I thought about sending Bona, but then the store would have been empty. No, it's fine. I never asked for it. And I'm glad that the residents are grateful, but it is a little hard. There is no need for it next time. Well, you are hiding your own achievements.
As expected, you have the qualities of a true warrior.
Basutyu once again firmly misunderstood. By the way, what did you say about smugglers?
Ark asked with curiosity while Basutyu sighed as he sat down in a chair.
Yes, that's what I said. Registered criminals aren't allowed ride the ferry, would have to sneak into Sutandal. But there's even more.
A while ago there was an incident when a boat was attacked by a group of pirates entirely consisting of those criminals. So there is a place in Sutandal where criminals are gathering. The authorities have been investigating the coast but still haven't found anything. I also believe that they have contact with the Nakujuk. The situation turned out to be surprisingly serious after listening. But when he thought about it, it was entirely possible. Although Haemon Fortress treated the Nakujuk as monsters, they were also residents of Sutandal. There was the precedent of the Hermes Guild interacting with them. Obviously chaotic players would be eager to come to Sutandal. There were users in the game who owned merchant boats, and at least one of them would be eager to bring chaotic players to Sutandal for money. Since there were high levels of maritime trade, a lot of chaotic users also take up piracy.
The Hermes Alliance might even be protesting using these actions. Hermes had already made an alliance with the Nakujuk.
If there were outlaws living in Nakujuk territory, then Hermes were certainly among them.
The Hermes Guild definitely hadn't given up on Sutandal yet. The three kingdoms openly formed goodwill with the Baron clan, yet schemes could still be arranged secretly.
This is why Justice Man, the rehabilitation members, and Larietnim are searching for the culprits. Sutandal still has a long way to go before it becomes stable. The path to true peace was distant and steep. Although that information is true, there's still no need to worry that much. Basutyu coughed and changed the subject after seeing Ark's serious expression.
Here is what you were looking for. Did you find it? Not exactly, but I can guess the area.
Basutyu opened the map and pointed towards one spot.
You said that your summons are a vampire and undead?
In my opinion, the vampire lives here. He is located in the northwest of Sutandal.
This is a place that no one has ever been to.
But an elder had an ancient document and I noticed a strange passage.
Strange passage?
Yes, a long time ago. I think it was before the Dark Century. One traveler explored the northwest territory of Sutandal and discovered a land enveloped in darkness. And a race that relied on drinking human blood lived there. They are hostile to outsiders and will capture them for their blood.
The traveler would be drained of their blood until they died of old age. The traveler died? Then how was it recorded?
They placed the message in a bottle and sent it into the sea before dying.
An ancient record keeper found the document. The location on that document points to this area. Blood-sucking species. The vampire. Ark checked the map again and tilted his head to one side. Wait. Isn't this?
Ark noticed something strange and opened his own map.
There's no doubt.
This is the area pointed out by Yggdrasil in Usuria that contains the fragment of the three marvels.
What the? Then the last beast clan is the vampire?
But vampires are able to change into people.
Maybe they live together with the beast clan keeping the final piece? Or did the beast clan bury the fragments somewhere in the territory of the vampire?
Ark was confused, but it wasn't bad news. This means I can find Diedrich and the fragment of the three marvels at the same time.
Do you know how to get there?
Although he had been living in Sutandal for a while, he still hadn't explored a lot of it. He had only explored the east and south around Haemon Fortress and the area around Age Iron in the north.
That wasn't even 1/5 of the entire area of Sutandal.
Therefore most of his map was still black. Since Sutandal was surrounded by mountain ranges, it wasn't possible to wander around blindly. That was why the Sutandal sightseeing business received a lot of profit.
Actually, that's the problem. Basutyu took out an old map.
It was a map of Sutandal, but the line summarizing the land seemed like it was graffiti drawn by a 13-year-old. Of course, the terrain was still recognizable on such a map.
Now, look here.
This is the northern mountain ranges, and this is the western mountain ranges. Thanks to these mountain ranges, Sutandal is clearly able to be divided into north, south, east and west. Thanks to the high mountain ranges, the airflow, weather and ecosystem in each region is different.
But the place you want to get to is surrounded by the mountain ranges. Basutyu shook his head. This area is also filled with steep cliffs and there are many storms thanks to the different air currents striking against each other. Thus it also won't be possible to use the skyrays to fly over a land route. Even the Nakujuk can't use the Drakens to approach this area. Then there is no way to get there? It would have been impossible in the past. You're saying it is possible now? Basutyu worried for a moment about Ark's question before replying. You know that Sutandal had been caught in the dimensional storm until now. Because of the storm, it wasn't even possible to approach this area from the outside. In fact, until now we thought of that place as the end of the world. But then Sutandal rose. It is now an island. As expected, it's the sea. Ark instantly knew the answer. Yes, the place where Ark had to go touched the coast. If he couldn't cross over the mountains, then he could enter by the sea. Honestly, I would like to stop you. Like I said, there is no information about this place. Only that the dreadful vampires who suck human blood live there. I have no choice but to go. He had no choice, even if the destination was a dragon's lair. Is that so? Then do you have any information about the territory of the undead? Yes, that place is quite well known. Didn't I previously tell you that the undead had a significant effect on Sutandal? Because of the dimensional gap, the undead were freely able to travel in and out of the underground. In fact, the underground had been gradually widening because of the dimensional storms. But the rate of erosion had decreased ever since Sutandal rose. Basutyu explained while pointing to another spot on the map. It was located on the north end of the East Moon Mountains. The conversation got sidetracked for a moment. Anyway, this is the place where the undead will appear. City of the Dead. It is the territory of the undead. This was originally underground but it returned to normal after Sutandal rose. But it is the territory of the undead, so there is still danger. Thank you. You've really helped me a lot. Ark began to rise from his seat when Basutyu began speaking again. Wait a minute. I have something to give to you. Ha? A gift. In fact, I was going to give it when all the autonomous members were gathered. But you dislike the idea of an uproar, so I'll give it to you quietly. They're also busy investigating the sightseeing office attack case. I'll speak as the clan's representative. Basutyu took out a small box from his pocket and spoke in a serious voice. The Baron clan has really learned a lot after meeting you. We would have had everything taken away from us if it wasn't for you. So the elders started consulting each other after Sutandal rose. It was about how we should repay you. As expected, this was the only option. Didn't I say this before? Our clan savior was Rarukan. Thus we made Rarukan's ring in order to return the favor. Just like Rarukan, you are also our savior. Therefore we made Ark's ring to return the favor. Although we don't have the ancient knowledge used to create Rarukan's ring anymore, the elders melted down all the magic ore to create this. The box was opened and a ring with 5 colored jewels appeared. Ark's ring, unique, impossible to be traded after being acquired. Item type, ring. User restriction, level 200 and higher. A ring specially designed by the inhabitants of the Netherworld, the Baron clan, for their savior Arknim. This ring was created from smelted magic ore that had been passed down to the elders from a long time ago. Unfortunately, the ancient knowledge of the Baron clan has disappeared, so the full power of the magic ores couldn't be properly used. However, the magic of the 5 jewels has the power to amplify the body's physical abilities. The inside of the ring is carved with the words homage to Ark, savior of our clan. Option: strength +5, agility +5, stamina +5, wisdom +5, intelligence +5. Special option: you can use the skill sudden increase in power. When this skill is used, your strength, agility, stamina, wisdom and intelligence will increase by 40 for 30 minutes. But after the effects have passed, you will fall into a weakened state for 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Heek, a unique item. Ark's eyes widened. It was a ring which raised all his stats except for luck. The additional ability made it one of the best items. Although it couldn't be traded or sold in shops once acquired, having an item with his name carved on it in a game was quite nice. Oh, I didn't receive any compensation from the Baron clan for defeating the Nakujuk after Sutandal rose, so my heart had been quite uncomfortable. Now he had been compensated by the Baron after a period of time had passed. Although he also received the compensation from the mermaids and the meow like that. I see that Ark Hyun likes the ring. Bona smiled and spoke after Ark failed to hide his joy. He remembered how Ark had previously dropped Rarukan's ring, which he had been so excited to obtain.
However, this was not the only reward. The representative Isabel would also like to meet you. Oh, there's still something else? Ark eagerly looked for Isabel. Then Isabel spoke after Ark found her. Welcome, Ark Nim. I arrived in Sutandal as soon as Deliverer Nim contacted me, but regretfully Ark Nim had already left. Isabel had become the representative of Sutandal because of Ark, but he had already left for Jiren by the time she arrived. I'm sorry, but the current Eastern nation is investing all its funds into development, so I can't give you a reward. But you will always be appreciated and remembered as the clan's savior. In addition, we will help Arknim whenever you require it. This is not the promise of the representative of Sutandal, but as the head of the Eastern nation. Isabel's words caused an information window to appear. You have received the title Sutandal's hero from the representative Isabel. You have overcome many difficulties and completed all the main quests related to Sutandal. You have fulfilled the Baron clan's long-cherished goal of escaping from the threat of the Nakujuk and forming the new Eastern nation. Sutandal has also returned to Middle-earth after hundreds of years. It is difficult to believe one person has accomplished such great achievements. It takes a true hero that criminals can't even imagine to achieve such great feats. Your heroic deeds will be recorded in the history of Sutandal for a long time. Sutandal's hero is one of the hidden hero titles. You don't dwell on fame. You would rather find a way to be useful to others than achieve further fame. The pursuit of truth is one of the traits of hidden heroes. This trait will give you an opportunity to learn special skills in exchange for lore fame. Asterisk as a title bonus, all stats increase by 2. Asterisk degree of intimacy with all members of the Eastern nation will rise to the maximum amount. Asterisk fame increases by 50. Asterisk thanks to the effective pursuit of truth, hidden NPCs who inherit and convey lore will teach you secret techniques in exchange for fame. The fame consumed will depend on the type of technique. What the, it's not an item. Ark looked at the information window with a slightly disappointed expression. He resolved the desire of the Eastern nation, which stretched over hundreds of years and only received a title. But he already received the trade agreement contract and the Eastern nation was struggling economically, so he should be satisfied with this much. By the way, what is the pursuit of truth? He hadn't received that many bonuses from the title this time. Instead, the title had granted him the special quality, pursuit of truth. If I encounter hidden NPCs, then I can exchange fame for secret techniques? How is that different from skills? Fame is no use for a dark walker, but how will I find hidden NPCs? Well, I'll probably meet such a person someday anyway. I can learn about the special trait after meeting the NPC. Ark talked with Isabel a little more after that. According to Isabel, Shambhala had once again resumed his quest to collect the scattered Dark Brothers all over the continent. Now that there was the Eastern nation, gathering them would become much easier. If I'm too slow, then won't Shambhala change to his second profession first? Ark felt a little burdened after hearing Isabel's words. He was about to finish the conversation when Ark remembered something. Wouldn't there be a suitable place here? A suitable place? For this guy to take a break. Ark pointed towards Raiden. Raiden was a summon. Unlike Diedrich and Razak, Raiden was always wrapped around his waist, but Raiden needed a place in Sutandal to revive and just in case he died. Therefore 3 summoning ports were necessary. Since Diedrich and Razak had already died, Ark needed to go visit them directly, but he needed to find a suitable place for the location of the summoning port. It would be a problem if something happened to Raiden after being recalled, so he needed a safe place. And wasn't the Eastern nation the safest place in Sutandal? Isabel smiled at Ark's explanation and nodded. Then how about my room? Isabel's room? Yes, only I can use it so other people won't notice. Besides, it's good if I can sometimes meet such a cute pet. How about it? You don't want to? Sack sack? Sack 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 sack. Raiden eagerly nodded as Isabel stroked his head. Normally pretty girls hated snakes. Therefore Isabel earned Ark's approval. The safest place in Sutandal was in Isabel's room in the Eastern nation, as it was always protected by hundreds of people. But was that all? Shambhala was Isabel's bodyguard, so he would therefore become Raiden's. Well, it was better for Shambhala not to know that. Ark entered Isabel's room and left the summoning port in a suitable place. Once it was connected using magic, the jewel at the top started shining and a message window appeared. Please select the target to be registered. Raiden. Sack sack sack, sack 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 sack. Ark's summon Raiden has been registered to the summoning port. If the registered pet summons is cancelled, it will be recalled to this location. It is similar to when the summoned pet dies and the pet can't be summoned for 24 hours. When dying in this state, the penalty isn't applied to the summons. But if the summoning port is destroyed and the pet dies, it will lose 10% of its stats. Except for choosing the location of my pet's recall, it isn't that different from before. However, this costs 700 gold. Who knew that such a large amount of money would be wasted on his summons? Now I have to look for my other summons directly. Anyway, now Ark's summon Raiden had become Isabel's pet. Shall I put the rest in order before departing? Ark exited to the town and went to the shopping area. The route to the shopping center? He passed by 10 shops. But Satandal was still suffering from a shortage of materials, so half of them weren't open. In addition, metals were needed for the store, so the shopping area was mainly empty. By the way, there was one area which had a lot of people coming and going, selling best quality potions and scrolls that are difficult to get from the continent. There's no need to hesitate. It's inexpensive. Please hurry. They're running out quickly. The person who opened a street stall in the corner and shouting was Buxel. Hey Buxel. Yes, welcome. Ha? Ark Nim. Buxel ran over with a joyful look. When did you come back? Just now. How much have you sold? Ho, I thought you would ask. The business is doing amazing. All the special potions have been sold and now the recovery potions and scrolls are left. The current sales is 3,320 gold. That's a lot more than I thought. Don't you know? It's thanks to my abilities. I went around Satandal to check how much the volume of each produce and raised the price little by little. Supply and demand, that is the basics of a sales pitch. After selling about 70% of the products, I would then raise the price. Oh, he's quite good? Ark looked at Buxel with new eyes. In fact, Ark had calculated that he would receive approximately 2,500 gold for the items obtained in Megara's laboratory. Thanks to the uniqueness of Satandal's metal system, which restricted store transactions, he had made up to 3,000 gold. But thanks to Buxel's marketing strategy, he had exceeded that by 10%. That means I can get the sales execution fee of 332 gold, right? Buxel clasped both hands together as his eyes sparkled. Of course, 10% was definitely 332 gold. However, no, 132 gold. Ha? What did you say? Video copyright fee, . Buxel winced at Ark's cold tone. Don't you know I called the broadcasting station and learned everything? You received 2 million won for the rights to the video? Buxel started sweating as the words continued. Yes, Ark had called the broadcasting station as soon as he got home after Homeyoungwon had told him about it. Of course, it wasn't that easy to receive the information from the station. So Ark contacted the station through Homeyoungwon and learned the price. It was 2 million won. Therefore 2 million won was removed from the 332 gold. Buxel quivered on his feet and spoke carefully. But I'm the one who shot the video. Deducting the 2 million won is... What? A cry of distress escaped from Buxel as Ark approached him. I'm not shameless enough to seize the 2 million won. No, to be honest, I have no interest in the copyright. If you consulted me, then I wouldn't have asked for it. That was impossible. If he consulted Ark, then Ark would have negotiated with the broadcasting station to receive even more. Then he would use that as an excuse to take some of the money. But there was no reason to reveal the truth to Buxel now that Ark had caught him. How could you? You didn't even speak a single word to me. Did you think I wouldn't learn about it later? I really believed you. I thought you were a friend. But you betrayed your friend for 2 million won. Do you understand my feelings? Ark's impassioned speech caused Buxel to become embarrassed. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. Arknim thought of me like that. Shut up, I can't just forgive you. Do you know how big the wound in my heart is? This is why I distrust humans. 2 million won? Honestly, I feel like you should just take the 332 gold and never see me again. And no. It's because I did a lot of home shopping and I needed money. Please forgive me. Hook, I absolutely won't do it again. I won't do it without Ark's permission in the future. Please believe me. The future? Ark abruptly changed and murmured quietly. Then will you film my videos from now on? Hook, I'll do anything. Whatever you want. Video. Video? Buxel finally realized something strange. But Ark pretended ignorance and continued talking. Okay, then I'll forgive you this time.
Wait a minute. Filming videos? Due to various circumstances, I need to film videos from now on. You're willing to do that work from now on? Thank you very much. I'll hire you. I look forward to you being my exclusive cameraman. I said, wait a minute. What the hell are you talking about? Don't worry. I'm not that inconsiderate, so I'll give you a monthly salary of 50 gold. How about it? Isn't it good? In fact, this was Ark's purpose. The method of the entrance examination had changed, so he needed to take videos continuously from now on. However, it was too difficult for Ark to hold the camera and fight at the same time. That's why he approached Buxel. Buxel understood that Ark wanted to keep his identity secret and took care of it. He also functioned as a bag space, so it was killing two birds with one stone. He was actually worried the most about bag space. He had become used to Buxel accompanying him, so the smaller bags felt awful. He received 2 million won for the video rights. If I can get free videos in a merchant's bag space, 500,000 won a month is no big deal. The problem was Buxel. A merchant was an occupation which can earn quite a lot of money. He had been accompanying Ark until now because of his goal, but now that reason was gone. As expected, Buxel's rocking body made his refusal clear. But I have my own plans. Really? Then it's not possible. You're giving up? Well, I can't force someone if they dislike it. Buxel sighed with relief at Ark's answer. At that moment, Ark murmured like he was thinking out loud. However, there was that thing I heard about. The game character's publicity rights. Publicity rights? I'll give an example. What would happen if someone sold the rights to a video without asking the protagonist and he complained? Could it be broadcast anymore? The broadcasting station might even make the person who sold the video pay a penalty fee. What at that? Apparently the penalty sum is 10 times what the broadcasting station paid for the rights. 10 times 2 million won, isn't that 20 million won? Wah! It's no joke. Do you have that type of money? Oh, where did you say you used the money again? Why are you shaking? It was just an example. Are you crying? Why are you crying? I was just mentioning it. Do you really think I would go that far? Speaking of the videos. I'll do it. No, please let me do it. Really? Yeah, as expected from Buxel. Okay, I won't be able to stop you since you're so willing. Let's give you an unscheduled deposit. We'll do a contract of 50 gold for 6 months. Now, all 50 gold to 132 gold, and it is 182 gold in total. Ark kindly extended the 182 gold. Ark deducted 200 gold from 332 gold because of the broadcasting fee and added 50 gold, making it 182 gold. That was Ark's calculation method. I can't escape. It's not 6 months. I can't escape this man for my entire life. That's what Buxel was feeling after taking the 182 gold from Arkansas. Now, shall we leave on another adventure? Ark headed towards the coast with Buxel reluctantly trailing behind him. He needed to go to the land of the vampires and the city of the dead. He selected the first destination as the land of the vampires, where the final fragment of the 3 marvels could be found. The problem was that he could only enter through the sea route. However, there weren't any commercial boats or ferries to that location. Do I have to pay for a chartered merchant boat? But it wasn't that easy to charter a merchant boat. Even a small vessel that only 2 people could ride required 200 to 300 gold. There wasn't that much time left to obtain the rent money, so he couldn't spend that much on chartering. Unbelievable. However, it's not possible to bite the mermaid's scale and walk under the ocean. It had been such a long time since he obtained it that Ark had forgotten about the item. Oh my god, why didn't I think about it until now? Raiden, flute of the mere people. Sack sack sack, sack 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 sack. Raiden spat out a small flute. If he was by the ocean, it was possible to call the dolphins using flute of the mere people. After he received it, he never went to the ocean, so he had forgotten about it. If he remembered, then he wouldn't have needed to pay the money for the ferry going between the continent and Sutandal. Fortunately, I made a profit from the fish on the boat. Anyway, I have to put the special items separately so I don't forget about it again. Ark moved to a deserted beach and blew the flute. The quiet sea rippled and a herd of dolphins appeared. Ark got on the back of the dolphins and shouted in a powerful voice. Now, let's go. The goal is the land of the vampires.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13 Chapter 6.
ACT 6 Vampire Castle. Ugh, my waist is so sore.
Ark moaned as he got off the dolphin.
Using the dolphins was good because they don't cost any money.
But it was different from riding a comfortable sailing boat, with the spine being constantly bent over. In addition, he had to ride them for quite a distance. Yuzuria said that the fragment of the three marvels was 700 kilometers away from her in a straight line. However, Ark had to travel around the coast, so it was more like 1,000 kilometers. Of course, the distance was different from reality, but it still took him 5 hours to get to his destination.
Phew, I'm glad we arrived before my waist broke.
Ark looked around with tense eyes.
He had left in the evening and it took 5 hours, so it was now midday.
But the land around him was enveloped in a thick darkness. An information window had appeared when he arrived near the coast. You have entered the Dark Earth area.
Explorer's Knowledge, Hidden Area Discovery Bonus, Skill Points, 20.
You have been affected by a mysterious magic dark blood created by an unknown source. All players within Dark Blood's sphere of influence will have stats and range of vision reduced by 30%.
However, this penalty doesn't apply to players with a dark attribute.
On the other hand, players with a light attribute would have their skills blocked by dark blood and continuously receive damage from the darkness.
The area was veiled in a lifelike black fog.
Not even the moonlight could shine through the thick darkness.
It was truly the land of the vampires. By the way, it was under his nose the whole time. Who would have thought that the final piece of the three marvels was hidden in the area that Diedrich lived in? It's worked out well. If I find Diedrich, then it shouldn't be that difficult to find the final piece. First I have to find Diedrich and receive information about the terrain. But he couldn't be reassured about finding Diedrich.
If this was the land of the vampires, then there would be other vampire apart from Diedrich. There was no guarantee that those other vampires would be friendly to Arkansas.
In normal fantasy worlds, vampires possessed powerful magic and great intelligence.
Fortunately, he had the dark attribute, so dark blood hadn't affected him, but he couldn't be careless.
Oh Arknim, isn't this atmosphere unusual? My stats have decreased. What on earth is this area? Buxel asked Ark in an uneasy voice after landing. Oh, didn't I tell you? This is the land of the vampires. Huh? The vampires? Ive suddenly remembered that I'm really busy, so I have to go. Do you want to die? Hook, it's really scary. I've always been scared of the vampire Dracula.
Well, Buxel's fear was understandable, but he wouldn't be the one at risk. No matter how scary they were, a vampire was still a monster. He would just hunt it like normal if it appeared.
Stop talking nonsense and follow me. Ark used Eyes of the Cat and entered the forest next to the shore.
The map cleared up and confirmed that the forest located in the east was enormous. And the bushes in the forest were really dense.
Apart from the black mist, what else is special about the land of the vampires? But Ark started feeling really uncomfortable after entering the forest. What the? This feeling? Ark once again checked the area with tense expression. However, he couldn't see anything different apart from trees and grass. It was quiet. No, it was too quiet.
Yes, that was the source of his uncomfortable feeling.
The forest was dense, but he couldn't feel any signs of life from it. No matter where he went, he couldn't see any signs of monsters, small animals, or even birds. It was so silent that even the sound of Buxel swallowing his saliva could be clearly audible. Weird, something is weird. Heek. Arknim, over there, something is over there. What? Where? Ark tensed and turned around after pulling his sword out. However, there was nothing at the place Buxel indicated. There is nothing. But something clearly touched the back of my neck. Calm down. You surprised me for no reason.
Ark once again started looking around the forest.
Thanks to Buxel's commotion, Ark also started to feel more anxious. It really felt like something was following them through the forest. It was the same feeling that occurred when walking home alone at night.
Occasionally Buxel would shriek and collapse onto the ground.
He later learned that Buxel was weak to ghosts and demons. Buxel seemed to consider vampires as another form of demon. Although Buxel is overreacting, there might be something here. Therefore Ark used Raiden's stalking to check if there were any traces. However, he couldn't find anything. I don't know, so I should just use stalking continuously. Anyway, if he removed the uneasy feeling, then traveling through the forest was okay.
There weren't any monsters or animals around, but the thick forest had abundant fruits and herbs. Ark had disposed of all the Japtum in his bag, so he started gathering any ingredients he ran across in the forest.
How much time had passed? Sack, sack, sack? Sack, 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 sack.
Raiden, who had been using stalking, flicked his tongue and pointed towards one spot.
Some footprints were going between the bushes. You have searched for information about the target tracks.
Classification, warrior profession, alignment, normal NPC, traveling time, 38 minutes ago.
A normal NPC? What the? There are also normal residents here?
Ark looked somewhat bewildered. This was the land of the vampires.
Yet there were normal NPCs within this area? Didn't that mean that the NPCs lived harmoniously with the vampires? If there are NPCs, then it's not that bad. If there are NPCs, then there must be a village. I can find information about the vampires from there.
Raiden, track the footprints.
Sack, 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 sack.
Ark ordered Raiden and followed the footprints through the forest. They ran through the thick forest for approximately 30 minutes. The small village appeared in front of him.
What the? This is the village?
There were 100 residents living in the village. Ark and Buxel sighed with relief and looked around the village. But the atmosphere here was also somewhat strange. Both the men and women were burly and oversized. Their faces were also as hard as rocks that it was almost frightening.
Aren't they all wearing leather clothes? There are no beasts around, so why are they wearing leather clothes? And what's with their expressions? They look like soulless people. Anyway, meeting the NPCs was difficult.
For example, Ark had entered the village and spoken to a villager near the entrance.
Excuse me.
Hook, you.
The villager looked like he had seen a ghost and ran into the village. It was also the same afterwards. No matter how hard he tried to ask for information, the people would run away with a fearful expression. Why are they all like that? Do they think I will eat them like a wild boar? Ah, Ark Nim.
This village is strange for some reason.
Buxel spoke with a trembling voice. It really is strange. The women are all like the Hulk. Ah, I just remembered. What? These people have clearly been bitten by vampires. It's just like in a movie.
A person bitten by a vampire will turn into a strange monster.
That's right, clearly that's the reason.
There's no other reason for people to live close to vampires.
Oh, I see that they've all hidden their necks. Maybe hiding a bite mark? They also have anemia. Perhaps they bite according to the right blood type? I have Rh blood type. Surely there won't be any vampires with Rh blood type? Ah, he really was playing around.
Ark didn't know why he was so afraid. But when taking into account that it was the land of the vampires, such talk couldn't be discounted.
After thinking about it, I'm also feeling a little bit jittery. You're the ones who came from the out of town.
Then he suddenly heard someone's voice from behind him. Ark and Buxel turned around with an aggressive stance, but the voice just laughed.
Ha ha, I seem to have surprised you. I'm sorry. Who are you? I'm Albert. I live in this town.
The person who introduced himself as Albert was a 20-year-old man. His face also looked tough, so it was a serious problem in the genes of the residents.
Albert smiled and still looked scary. Please don't be offended by the attitude of the villagers. They're just scared since this is the first time they've seen outsiders. You look different from us. Then you are? Well, it depends on the people you talk to. Albert shrugged and replied. Ark still wasn't satisfied, but it was fortunately that he found someone willing to talk.
By the way, I heard that vampires live here.
That's correct. Is it a problem? Ark became even more lost at Albert's words. What's with this reaction? Isn't it a vampire? Don't vampires suck a person's blood? But how can he look so casual talking about vampires? What on earth is going on? Perhaps? Then are you possibly a vampire? Heek. Buxel freaked out and retreated at Ark's words. But Albert just laughed and shook his head. That's impossible.
Vampires are the aristocrats. It's impossible for them to live in a village like this.
If you've asked such a question, then I guess there are no vampires outside. Then you live alongside the vampires?
Of course.
Albert nodded and replied. Well, this is your first time here, so I'll explain it to you.
The fact that vampires are our saviors. All the residents of this place are protected by the Lord.
Lord? The vampire lord.
Albert turned his eyes towards the forest and continued talking. You probably don't know this, but a big incident occurred in this region a long time ago. The sky and earth were abruptly divided and fire covered the world. It was probably when Sutandal was separated from Middle-earth and engulfed in the Dimension Storm. At that time, many people died without knowing why. Then a vampire lord led his clan here. And he used powerful magic to set wards around this area. We're alive thanks to those wards. In addition, the lord drove out all the monsters that inhabited this area. Thanks to that, the forest became abundant and we don't have to worry about our lives. Well, we've lived without fear for a long time, so they become a bit cowardly. Albert smiled and pointed to the village. When Ark turned to look, the villagers who had been peeking through their windows instantly hid. Anyway, Albert's explanation was startling. According to him, the vampire that appeared here wasn't the one that he knew about. It wasn't a vampire who indiscriminately sucked blood, but one who lived in harmony with common NPCs. And thanks to the powerful enchantments placed by the vampire lord, the residents were unaware that Sutandal had risen.
Oh. That happened outside?
But it has nothing to do with us.
This is a paradise with no threat from monsters and abundant resources. We are satisfied with our lives here.
The surrounding forest was definitely rich in fruits.
And according to Albert, there are many wild beasts deep in the forest. Ha! There really are many surprising things about the area.
I never thought there would be people living near a vampire.
Anyway, it wasn't bad news for Arkansas. If a gentle vampire was living here, then wouldn't he have no problems finding Diedrich and the Three Marvels? By the way, why have foreigners like you come here?
You've clearly misunderstood the vampires, so what reason did you have for coming here? It was like Albert had scratched an itchy place.
I actually came to find something. I might be able to help. I'm looking for... No, I'm actually looking for two people.
One is a vampire called Diedrich.
He is an aristocrat. Ah, Diedrich. I know him.
He is a vampire living nearby.
Really?
Yes, I can guide you to his residence.
Please guide me. I'll do that. And the other person?
They are a beast clan.
Have you ever seen any beast clans in the area?
Albert started frowning at Ark's question. After a moment of thinking, he shook his head.
I'm sorry. I have no memory of seeing any beast clans. Excuse me, but can I ask why you're searching for a beast clan?
That's a little.
I'm sorry.
The Three Marvels was also a treasure to NPCs.
How could he excessively give out information about it?
Ark refused and Albert just waved his hand casually.
No, it's okay. I just have a curious nature. Anyway, I'll guide you to Diedrich.
Oh, before that, perhaps you've heard rumors and came to kill a vampire.
Absolutely not. Diedrich will be very joyful after meeting me again.
Ah, it was just a joke. If you came to kill vampires, then you would have never gotten through the wards.
Now, follow me.
When your business ends, please come talk to me about the outside world.
Albert laughed with a pleasant voice and started walking.
Indeed, a vampire had the dark attribute, so a priest with the light attribute was needed to fight it directly. However, the dark blood ward sealed off all light skills and would constantly damage them.
In other words, the vampire's natural enemy couldn't enter here.
How powerful is the vampire lord to erect such wards? But Albert, who lived here, had never seen the vampire lord. Vampires who lived here had their own hierarchy. The vampire lord lived in a castle in the center of the area and never leaves the castle, with only high-ranking vampires allowed to visit.
Of course, Diedrich lived around the outskirts of the area. Arknim, isn't there something strange?
Buxel whispered in his ear while they crossed the forest.
Ark sent him an irritated glance. What? You know. A vampire and humans living peacefully. Obviously that person is being controlled by a vampire. I told you to calm down. Look at that guy's throat. Do you see a bite mark? Ark pointed towards Albert's neck as he spoke.
Of course Ark had considered it. But there were no marks on his neck after checking.
Ark also wasn't afraid of vampires like Buxel was. Wasn't Ark's summon also a vampire?
After thinking about Diedrich, he highly doubted that the vampires in New World were that scary. The vampires sucked blood, of course, but who knew if they even had a skill to control people? And even if such a skill existed, he doubted that the vampire could use it excessively. I'll just kill it if it turns out badly. This is Diedrich's castle. After walking for 30 minutes, Albert indicated a towering castle in the woods and spoke.
That is Diedrich's castle? Ark and Buxel's mouths dropped. The castle was located on an enormous cliff.
It looked like an old castle that would appear on the tourist brochures of France and the UK. It was dark and looked gloomy, but that was natural for a vampire's castle. Anyway, Ark instantly became angry as he saw the castle. What the? That brat Diedrich. He was that rich? But after thinking about it, it was natural. After all, Diedrich was an aristocrat. Moreover, he inherited all of Dunthill's property after evolving. Despite his behavior, Diedrich was still an aristocrat. Son of a bitch. So it's like that. My pet possessed such an extravagant castle? What's wrong? Albert asked after seeing Ark's expression. Ah, it's nothing. Then please follow carefully. The place we're climbing is steep. There were stone spiral steps carved into the cliff that the castle was located on. After climbing up the stone steps, soldiers guarding the gate could be seen. It was natural to have guards with a castle this size. But that just offended Ark even more. What is this? He even has guards? Yeah, Diedrich really has grown. Please wait a minute. Albert talked to the guards for a while before returning. The guards checked with the Lord after I said your names. They told me you can go in. The guards will guide you. So I'll be leaving. Follow me. The guards approached Ark's group after Albert left. Ark and Buxel felt their eyes widen as they entered the castle. It was extraordinary from the outside, but it looked even more amazing inside. It really looked like a medieval nobleman's castle, with the walls decorated with various works of art and dozens of soldiers and servants wandering around. Some of the servants were even dressed like typical maids. Of course, the women's faces looked like the ones in the village, so it was a bit disturbing. Anyway, a dark feeling began to rise up inside of him. Damn, his master is going through all this suffering while he gets to live in luxury every time he dies? Indeed, no wonder why he wanted to go home so much. He'll see soon. After registering him to the port, I'll make him constantly work. Ark walked up the stairs. The staircase went up to the 10th floor. Ark soon arrived in front of a door with images of bats clumsily carved into it. Come on in. The thick doors opened and the room Diedrich lived in finally appeared. Although he knew that his summon lived here, the luxurious room made Ark hesitate for a bit. On the opposite side, a shadow sitting in a large chair with his back to Ark could be seen. Lord, we have brought them here. Lord? Then Diedrich is sitting down there? That guy? He heard my name and didn't even bother to turn around? His master has arrived yet his attitude is still like that? Isn't this like a stray dog entering the house and taking advantage? He must have become bold after being away from me for a few days. Okay, I'll see how smug he'll feel after I punish him. Hey, you! You! Ark shouted before wincing and shutting his mouth. The chair had slowly turned around and revealed the lord of the castle. It was a youth with neat hair. He stared at Ark and curled his lips. Sharp fangs were slowly revealed. Anyway, he knew it was a vampire, so Ark wasn't that startled. The problem was that it wasn't Diedrich. I gladly welcome you to my castle, foreigner. Eh? Who? I am the Earl of the Vampire Clan, Caracal. You can call me Earl. Caracal's fangs were proudly revealed as he laughed. Earl Caracal? Then Diedrich? Diedrich? I remember hearing that name somewhere, but I can't recall where. Eh? But I thought this was Diedrich's residence. Caracal suddenly burst out laughing. Ha, the intelligence of humans who are lower animals still hasn't changed over hundreds of years. They're still stupid. You're so easily tricked after becoming a little anxious. What? You still don't understand? You weren't led to my castle by mistake. Oh hoo, it was lucky. I'm really lucky that I was surveying the area and spotted you. I've been watching since you stepped foot into my territory. With my eyes. It was at that time. Something floated up from behind Buxel. To his surprise, it was an eyeball. When the eyeball appeared from his neck, Buxel screamed and flopped down onto the ground. Meanwhile, the eyeball flew towards Caracal. Caracal grasped the eyeball and shoved it into his left eye before laughing. What a noisy pig. Well, he'll be quiet soon. What the? Eyeball? Then the uncomfortable feeling in the forest. Ark was finally able to determine the source of his uncomfortable feeling in the forest. The eyeball flew in the air, so it was impossible to Raiden to detect it with stalking. Then it was hidden at the back of Buxel's neck by his hair. So of course he never knew about it. Then the vampire has been watching me since I arrived on the coast and lured me here? Why? Caracal instantly laughed when Ark retreated a few steps. Heh, this slow human has finally grasped the situation.
What on earth are you after? Why would you? Ah, you really are very stupid. The first human I met after hundreds of years is such a fool.
I hope I don't become stupid after sucking his blood.
Suck my blood? You're so slow. Can't you tell by the atmosphere? Is this a joke? Why else would I lure someone annoying like you here? Caracal sent Ark an irritated glance.
But Ark still couldn't understand the situation.
Of course he knew.
It was natural that a vampire sucked blood.
However, what about the people he met in the village? And Albert? The castle's guards and employees? Vampires living with humans. You idiot, isn't it impossible for humans to live with vampires?
Caracal suddenly waved his cloak and a black storm appeared.
Then, someone grabbed Ark's wrist from behind.
He flinched and looked back at the guards.
No, it was something that looked like a guard.
The guard's body abruptly started splitting.
Oh!
The mouth was torn from left and right and a snout appeared. Sharp fangs emerged from the mouth and there was the smell of a beast. At the same time, the skin tore apart and changed into an eerie red monster.
Look, this is?
Ark reflexively attacked the guard with his sword. Then the guard who turned into a monster did a flip backwards and avoided his attack.
In the dark, its eyes burned red.
Ark quickly used Eyes of the Cat and confirmed that they were called Bloody. Soon the other guards also tore off their skin like leather and transformed.
Oh my god, are the guards and employees of the castle also bloody?
Finally he realized how he had walked into the vampire's fangs.
Caracal said there were no humans here.
In other words, Ark was a delicious meal that had appeared after hundreds of years. Caracal had been afraid that Ark might flee which watching him and send Albert to lure him in. He was even stupid enough to listen to the vampire's speech.
I never thought that I would be outsmarted by a monster. Yes, that's why he believed Albert's words. Vampires were also monsters. He never thought that monsters in the game would use cheap tricks. However, there was something Ark hadn't considered. Diedrich was somebody who sometimes helped him with his cheap tricks. It would be okay if there was only the Bloody.
Ark looked at the Bloody who were approaching in the darkness. The appearance of monsters the color of blood in the dark was just like a horror movie. But if the visual effects were removed, it wasn't a situation that would make Ark afraid. The average level of the Bloody was 350. On the other hand, Ark's level was 314. Dark blood applied a penalty to other players but it was a bonus to Arkansas. With the 40% bonus applied, Ark was level 439. Even with a lot of Bloody around, it was somewhat possible to run away from them. However, Ark felt despair after checking Caracal's level. Oh my god, level 500. Povuvu, shall I appreciate the power of a foreigner who I finally met after a long time? Caracal smirked and laughed. Arg, I knew it. I told you it would be like this. Shut up, would you like to become the first blood donation? Dark Blade. Ark grabbed Buxel's collar and randomly fired off a dark blade. If Caracal helps then I'm screwed. Fortunately that guy seems to consider the battle as entertainment. I have to push those guys back and somehow escape. Then the Bloody avoided his dark blade and swiped a claw at Arkansas. Ark felt a dull shock in his side and quickly retreated. Then the remaining two monsters ran up to him. Ark had been thinking about waiting for a chance to escape but there were no such opportunities once the fight started. What the? These guys. Are they really level 300? The Bloody were more powerful than he imagined. The attacks from the claws and fangs steadily decreased his health while they were really agile. There were only 3 of them but Ark couldn't 100% guarantee that he could win. His stats had increased thanks to dark blood. But the ward was created by vampires so it would also apply to vampires and the Bloody. I calculate incorrectly. After all the bonuses are applied, its like me level is still 314. Dark Protection, sudden increase in power. Ark activated the special skills of his rings. His defense and magic resistance increased by 20%. With his stats increased to the maximum, Ark blindly rampaged using Dark Blade and Dark Dance. Fresh, very fresh. Caracal laughed and clapped at the sight. After firing all those skills, he was barely able to defeat one Bloody. While focusing on one, the other 2 had managed to get behind him. He received quite a lot of damage from the backstab attacks but it was within Ark's calculations. The entrance was now wide open thanks to them being behind him. Now! Buxel, run! Ark grabbed Buxel's collar who screamed and started running. However, at the moment something appeared in front of the door. Surprisingly, Caracal had managed to get all the way there. Ho ho ho, after hundreds of years the humans had developed a bit of slyness.
Caracal laughed and muttered. I'm glad you're not the brainless guy I thought you were.
Your skills are also not bad. The blood of a strong fellow will taste even nicer.
I'll finally be able to soothe my hunger for human blood after a long time. I can't stand the thirst anymore. Unfortunately, this is the end of your tricks. Caracal instantly disappeared.
Ark winced and turned his body before he suddenly felt a tremendous shock.
You have been attacked by Caracal. 500 damage.
Hick, what is this?
He had become dizzy from the blow.
Even with his various defense buffs, he still received 500 damage.
That meant the hit would have normally dealt 800 damage.
As expected, a level 500 monster wasn't ordinary. Maybe it's because Caracal's stats also rose thanks to dark blood. Of course, a ward created by a vampire would profit vampires the most.
In a one-on-one fight, there was no way Ark could face him.
With the bloody there as well, the odds weren't in his favor.
Damn, I can't become a vampire's meal. Dark Blade. Dark Strike.
Riposte. Ark fired the skills towards Caracal, who just laughed.
Nice move. But your destiny was decided the moment you stepped foot in my territory.
The two bloody ran up and flanked Ark on the right and left in Caracal's command. Ark rapidly turned and used riposte on them. Then he took one step back and felt a stinging sensation on his neck.
Ark panicked and saw Caracal rubbing at his mouth. It's been hundreds of years since I've tasted human blood. It's as good as expected.
At the same time, a red warning message appeared in front of Arkansas. Caracal has used bloodsucking.
The effects of bloodsucking will vary depending on the vampire. Caracal's bloodsucking has a restraint property. When restraint is encountered, your attack and defense will decrease by 10%.
In addition, 3 random skills will be sealed for 10 minutes.
Hick, what at this? Ark's face turned pale at the information window.
In such a tough situation, his attack and defense was reduced and his skills Dark Dance and Dark Blade were sealed as well?
Wasn't this the sound of Ark dying? I'm going to squeeze every last drop of blood from you.
While Ark was wobbling, Caracal bared his fangs and ran up again.
It's the end if he bites me again. Raiden, sword. Blade storm. Sack.
Ark received a sword from Raiden and made it explode.
Ugh, this bastard. Where did he go? Catch him.
At that moment, Ark had used sprint to run through the door and down the stairs. Then he heard a voice screaming from behind him.
It was Buxel, who he had forgotten about. Hayek, Arknim. When he flinched and looked back, he saw Caracal inserted his fangs into Buxel's neck. Grandmother who passed away. Buxel's plump body instantly became drained like a mummy and he collapsed. Hoo, that's one fellow handled. Bloody, catch the remaining fellow. Oh.
The bloody started tearing off their skin at Caracal's command. While all the guards and employees were turning into the bloody, Ark ran down the stairs.
There were 50 of them. Ark had truly been invited into the Devil's Castle. Oh my god. Ark moaned desperately.
Then a large window in the middle of the stairs suddenly caught his eye.
Okay, I have to rely on a plan of desperation now. Ark used sprint to run towards the window.
The bloody closest to him swung its claw. At that moment, Ark used advanced intimidation to make it freeze and stepped on its body before jumping. It was like a scene in a Hong Kong movie as he threw his body through the window. As soon as he tried to jump through the window,
Tong dash.
Ark was hit by an opposing power and was thrown back. I won't let you commit suicide. Caracal had used his cloak to block off Ark's escape path, then ran towards him. Ark raised his body and swung his sword. However, a bloody threw its body and was stabbed by the sword instead. Meanwhile, Caracal had approached Ark and bit his neck. His health was already low, so he fell into a critical condition. His health rapidly lowered as more blood was sucked out. At the moment, he felt his eyesight becoming dark.
Just like Buxel, Ark turned into a mummy and collapsed. Damn. Dying in a place like this. Do I have to ride the dolphins here again?
But the situation was far more serious than Ark thought.
Dash chain of blood has been activated by the vampire's bloodsucking.
The user's soul has been captured by Caracal's bloodsucking. Users whose soul has been captured by the vampire will have their resurrection place forcibly changed. In addition, all your abilities are sealed. The chain of blood will last until Caracal dies or you escape from his sphere of influence. Asterisk your resurrection point has been forcibly changed by chain of blood. Asterisk all equipment has been switched off by chain of blood. Asterisk all stats reduced by 80% by chain of blood. Asterisk all special qualities and skills have been switched off by chain of blood. Asterisk the use of a bag has been forbidden by chain of blood.
What is this?
This time the blood drained from Ark's face in reality as he lost consciousness in the game. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13 Chapter 7.
ACT 7 Forced Slave Pens. How much time had passed?
Ark suddenly raised his head and scanned the area.
What the? Where is this? What happened?
It was a dark space filled with a strange smell.
Why was he in a place like this?
Ark looked around with a puzzled expression before he touched something. His gaze lowered until he saw the collapsed form of Buxel.
Hey, Buxel. Are you okay? Wake up. Ark Nim?
Buxel opened his eyes after Ark shook him. Then he stared at Ark foolishly before suddenly flinching.
Heek, the vampire. A vampire was drinking my blood.
Ha? Where is this place?
I just woke up and I don't know either. Grrrrrr.
Then he heard a horrifying sound behind him. He jumped with surprise and turned around to see deep red pupils in the darkness.
It wasn't just one.
In the front, from the side, dozens of pairs of eyes with a menacing light approached them.
Hick, I didn't see anything. Nothing was seen. I will faint. Please let me faint.
Buxel shouted as the unidentified monsters surrounded them and grabbed Buxel's hair.
But the situation wouldn't improve even if he fainted. Damn, I don't know what is going on, but for the moment.
Ha! Ark quickly pulled out his sword. No, it was more like he tried to take it out. But his sword wasn't around his waist.
It wasn't only his sword.
All his armor and accessories were gone, with only rags left.
What on earth is going on? Why is my equipment gone?
A red message window appeared when he tried to open his bag. The use of a bag has been prohibited by chain of blood.
Chain of blood? Ah, that message I saw a while ago.
Ark recalled what happened before he lost consciousness.
That's right.
Caracal had sucked his blood and Ark fell victim to the cursed chain of blood after dying. After checking his status information window, Ark confirmed that he couldn't escape from the castle with chain of blood still active. In addition, his stats had been restricted by 80% and his skills, bags and equipment were all prohibited. A moan naturally emerged from Ark's mouth as he remembered.
Oh my god.
This absurd skill. Then there was that sound again and the red eyes came closer.
With his equipment, skills and stats reduced, Ark tensed up and retreated.
If he was attacked by a monster in this state, then he would be torn apart.
What on earth are these guys? Kara. Stop. Everyone is in the same situation.
It happened when Ark and Buxel were surrounded by the red eyes. He suddenly heard a voice from behind him.
The intimidating red eyes winced and withdrew.
Then something hopped between his eyes.
I understand. It's the first time that humans came here. There was no intention to hurt you. No reason to harm you. Nor any motivation. They just gathered because it was unusual.
Ark's eyes gradually started to adjust to the darkness. His vision gradually brightened so Ark surveyed the area.
Ark had awakened in an underground stone room.
And dozens of monsters swarmed in this place.
Monsters that looked like earthworms, monsters that looked like bulls, etc.
It was like a museum of monsters with all different types gathered. The only common thing in common was that all their complexions were pale. It was a monster the size of a flea called a flip that had spoken. If he went by appearance, it looked like the weakest, but all the monsters seemed to listen to it.
Fortunately, the atmosphere didn't seem hostile.
No, he couldn't see the flea's impression, but it seemed to be friendly.
Where is this place? And you are? It is Earl Caracal's dungeon.
The flip spoke slowly.
And we are the monsters seized by Caracal. Just like you guys. Well, it's quite puzzling in many ways. You'll get used to it. You were seized? Is that why monsters aren't seen in Caracal's territory? That's right. But Earl Caracal is different.
The vampire has been capturing monsters for a long time in order to increase his magic.
He uses it to make his subordinates. You might have seen them. Monsters the color of blood.
The vampire changed them using his magic and called them bloody. According to Flip, the bloody were originally monsters who had been changed by the vampire's magic. So Albert thought that the vampire lord killed all the monsters, but he was actually using them. The Flip had a strange expression on its face as it continued.
The monsters confined here is because they failed to become bloody. Because not all monsters can change into bloody. Well, I don't know whether it is fortunate or unfortunate. Why wouldn't it be fortunate? If only it was that good. We have two types of work here. Two types? Ark asked with a dubious expression.
Then there was a metallic clinking sound and a couple of bloody entered.
Hey, it is time to work.
When the bloody swung its whip and shouted, the monsters flinched and exited. The Flip murmured in a low voice as they exited.
Just go outside for the time being.
I'll tell you beforehand.
Now that you've come here, it is better not to think about resisting. You can't escape this place even if you die. You're moving too slowly, quickly. Hick, I'm going. Please don't hit me.
Tears flowed down Buxel's face as he was hit by the whip. When they went outside, a large underground area appeared. Start quickly, all those that don't fill their quota will be punished. The bloody shouted as it indicated a pile of shovels and pickaxes.
What do I have to do with these? This brat, are you going to just stand there?
When Ark hesitated, the bloody instantly swung its whip at him.
Ark had a sudden realization.
He thought that Buxel had exaggerated when he screamed after being struck by the whip.
This was a game, so any type of pain would only be felt as static electricity.
But the pain he felt now couldn't even be compared to that shock.
Ugh. What is this pain? No, that bastard.
When Ark glared at it, the bloody cursed and swung its whip recklessly. The pain felt like his flesh was actually being struck.
Please wait.
At the time, the Flip came running and begged while on the ground.
This guy is new.
I'll teach him so just this once.
Is it Flip? The bloody looked between Ark and the Flip before turning away.
Okay, I'll let it go just this once. Make sure you teach him properly.
Thank you. Hey, you. You should also say thank you.
The Flip cringed and pushed Ark's head down into a bow. At that moment, Ark felt tears gather.
He was level 314 yet he had to cringe before a monster? What the hell was this situation? However, there was no other way at the moment.
In fact, he felt like tackling the bloody but his body wouldn't move. It was reasonable because his stats had been reduced by 80%. In addition, he couldn't fight without his equipment or skills.
Hey. This human seems obedient. Take him and make him work. Heek. No, Arknim. Hike.
Buxel panicked and shook his head, but an earthworm-like monster just wound around Buxel and dragged him to a place with other monsters gathered. Meanwhile, Ark accompanied the Flip to a workshop.
Then it indicated Ark's ankle and spoke. You really have a sharp temper. It is better to kill that temper. It's not possible for you to escape anymore. I know it is difficult, but
with those shackles, you won't be able to endure it if the bloody whips you.
Shackles?
Ark looked dubiously at his ankles. Although he hadn't been paying attention to it, his ankles had shackles tied around it. There were no chains connecting them, so he had disregarded it.
But Ark's face distorted when he examined the information window closely. Shackles of pain. Shackles made by a vampire to hold his slaves.
These shackles have been created by the vampire's magic to increase all pain dealt to the body by 10 times. The shackles will automatically loosen if the vampire dies or you escape from its sphere of influence.
Oh my god.
There really are various measures. He had been caught by chain of blood and now he even had these shackles on him.
Ark instantly felt very gloomy. What would he do next? What do I need to do?
I need to escape from Caracal in order to release the chain of blood. I'm in no state to deal with Caracal and his bloody at the moment. No, there is no guarantee I can deal with them even with all the monsters here.
Besides, this place is underground. There is only one small passage to go above ground. No matter how hard he thought, there was no clue to solve the situation.
Ark shook his head forcefully.
I can't give up yet. Yes, this is still a game. If they trap users in this place, then there should be a way to escape. There must be a way to clear the doorway. Even if my pride is injured, I have to pretend to follow their orders so I can collect information. But acting rebellious wouldn't help him. Wouldn't collecting information be easier if he wasn't struck all the time? I understand. I'll be careful from now on. Please teach me a lot. You finally understood me. So what do we have to do here? For the moment, just dig in this area with the shovel. Ark obeyed Flip and started digging at the ground with a shovel. After 30 minutes had passed, he had dug up a lot of pebbles and sweat was trickling down his back. Hook, hook, hook. Why the hell are we shoveling? Aren't only pebbles coming out? Why are they making us do this? Were the monsters captured just to dig at the ground? Is that right? He was Sutandal's hero, but now he had been captured by a vampire and forced to shovel at the ground. Ark vented his anger by swinging his shovel even more powerfully. All of a sudden the Flip picked up a small pebble from among the earth and sand. It's what we are looking for. The stone that Flip picked up emitted a pale light when he examined it. Moon rock, hearthstone. A hearthstone that has absorbed the magic of the moon for a long time. It isn't uncommon in New World to find mysterious stones that can absorb the magic around it. The nature of the stone will change depending on where it is buried. A stone buried in a volcano will take on fire properties. Stones buried on a snowy mountain will take on the property of ice. Stones that take on attributes are called hearthstones. The moon rock is also one of the hearthstones. The moon rock, which has absorbed the property of the moon, has the ability to strengthen a character's magic attribute. It is also effective in regaining mana when used as a magic ingredient. In addition, it will give mysterious powers to items with sockets. Directly used, mana plus 10 when used directly, the moon rock will disappear after being used. Used in socket, armor only mana recovery plus 2%. What is this? Hearthstone. Ark's eyes widened as he looked at the stone. He had received a socket item a while ago. He never imagined that something could be inserted into the socket this way. I can put this stone in the promised sword. But Ark made a disappointed expression after looking at the moon rock closely. The effect when added to a socket was mana recovery plus 2%. The promised sword had 4 sockets, so the effect would be 8% at most. Of course, it was better than nothing, but couldn't he find better hearthstones if he made an effort to look? Well, his bag was banned, so he couldn't collect it anyway. Surely not all the hearthstones would be trivial like this? The Flip saw Ark looking at the hearthstone and continued talking. Earl Caracal. This is his purpose for us after we failed to become bloody. It is in order to mine these stones. I don't understand too well. The castle basement. These moon rocks have a different power compared to ordinary pebbles. Caracal knows a method to increase his magic using these moon rocks. Is that how vampires can become stronger? You really don't know anything. Well, I have been bored without anyone to talk to here. I'll explain it. But don't stop moving your hands because the bloody will see it. The Flip continued digging and murmured like he was complaining. Earl Caracal. No, all the vampires that live here. They're always waiting for the chance to attack each other's territory. So they have to raise their magic. In order to lead more bloody. Doesn't the Vampire Lord rule here? That is correct. The Vampire Lord does control this area. Yet he's just watching members of the clan fight each other? The vampire's scary point is, Flip had become quite bored without someone to converse with. It couldn't stop talking once it opened its mouth. In fact, the vampire was a species with enormous strength and magic, but they had a lot of weaknesses. If they saw a cross or smelt garlic, then they would become confused. In addition, the skin is sensitive, so it would be burned if sunlight hit it. That wasn't all. In the real world that would be it, but this was a game. Although it was impossible here, a priest with light magic could easily take care of vampires. The Vampire Lord is someone who has lived over 1,000 years. He is the highest ranked aristocrat. Those weaknesses are all eventually conquered by growth spurts in vampires. He will only use his powers if the vampires are in danger of extinction. That's the reason he erected wards to protect the vampire clan. Thanks to the Lord, the vampires increased their numbers after the disappearance of their natural enemies. That's the reason why the Lord overlooked all the fighting. Although the Dark Earth was wide, it wasn't infinite. Since the vampires were near invincible inside the Dark Earth, population control was a problem. Moreover, the life expectancy of the vampires was hundreds of years, so they wouldn't die of old age. When the Dark Earth was first created, all the vampires lived in the Lord's castle. But thanks to the numbers increasing excessively, now only the highest-ranked aristocrats are allowed to live there. Everyone else was expelled. Even vampires would eventually age and die. But the Lord is different. He is immortal. And the Immortal's Castle is a place where magic dominates. It is a place where other vampires could also become immortal if they were selected. That's why all the vampires driven out were eager to return. In order to return to the castle, they had to defeat other aristocrat vampires and take away their territory to increase their status. The vampires who increased their power to the highest rank would be allowed entry to the Lord's castle. Then that vampire's territory would be distributed to new vampires and the war would begin again. What the? Then the Lord created a war of fratricide as a solution to the population problem? It was absurd, but a fitting solution for a vampire to come up with. Fighting between vampires. It's more complicated than you think. What do you mean? Fighting between vampires was entirely different from a human's war. The vampires who fought in the Dark Earth had several absolute rules they had to follow. It wasn't that easy for vampires expelled from the castle to capture territory. In order to control their territory, the vampires had to imbue their own power into the soil. In other words, owning the soil would make that land theirs. That's why the ones that led the Bloody were more likely to win. It is because the Bloody can fight in the Dark Earth. There are also no restrictions on the Bloody. In order to attack other castles or prevent being attacked, a vampire needed to increase the number of Bloody. But no matter how many Bloody they lead, it's no use if the vampire itself is weak. Why? Can't overwhelming amounts of Bloody kill the ones on the other side and then the vampire? I told you. The vampires are under the protection of the Lord. He doesn't care if vampires kill each other. It is only when other species kills a vampire. They would incur the wrath of the Lord. The Lord was in existence who once terrified the world. It was to the extent that even the Dark Lord couldn't recklessly anger him. Even a dragon would die if it incurred the wrath of the Lord. What the? Then even if I manage to escape this place and gain power, I can't kill Caracal? Thanks to the Dark Earth, there was no guarantee that he could defeat Caracal in a one-on-one fight. But how strong would the Lord be compared to a high-ranking aristocrat? He would truly die if he ever encountered such a monster. The problem at the moment isn't defeating Caracal. The vampires just use the Bloody to create a route. It is the only method to enter enemy territory to ask for a duel. Vampires can't refuse when they receive a dueling challenge from another vampire. That's why the Bloody are no use to a weak vampire. Only strong vampires like Caracal would mobilize the Bloody. Among the expelled vampires, Caracal was quite strong. He had crushed many of the surrounding areas and gained considerable intelligence and status. Of course, other vampires would obtain those things if they defeated Caracal, but there was none with the power in this area. That's because Caracal used all his power to concentrate on defense. Life as a vampire truly isn't easy. It was a species that had trouble living with family or other people. Earl Caracal has extremely strong magic. It is thanks to these heartstones. These heartstones only appear here. Is it really such a great item? This stone? Ark once again looked at the description of the moon rock. It was a stone that had gained the property of the moon and increased magic, but it was just a normal stone to Arkansas. Although there was a mana recovery effect, it was only 10 mana at most. His skills used between 50 and 500 mana. He wouldn't even be able to sell it for a few silver in the stores. It was better to buy recovery potions even if they were more expensive. The socket item was also the same. He wouldn't even be able to sell it for a few silver in the stores. Well, I don't know if the information is useful, but it is lucky that I encountered an NPC willing to give information. At least the information is more reliable than Albert. Ark needed to learn all the necessary information. By the way, have you ever seen a beast clan in the Dark Earth? Beast clan? I haven't seen anything like that. But I've seen humans. Ark became puzzled at Flip's answer. Humans? You might have seen them. There are humans living near the coast. I don't know why Caracal is leaving them alone. But Caracal said that no humans existed in Dark Earth. Therefore Ark thought that the villagers were also camouflaged Bloody. But they were people? Neither Caracal nor Flip had a reason to lie to him. If that's the case, who was wrong? Ark made a confused face. Then the Flip turned its head and spoke. By the way, I have to explain why I've been kind to you since I've first seen you. Ha! I wanted to tell you. Because I'm truly thankful. Thankful? What do you mean? That is the end of today's work. Everybody gather here. At that time, a group of Bloody entered the underground square. The monsters started trembling at the sight of the red eyes. Heh, you lowly things. Don't worry, they've already been selected. That plump fellow and the conceited one. Follow me, the Earl has summoned you. The monsters sighed with relief as the Bloody pointed towards Ark and Buxel. While Ark was unsure of the situation, the Bloody pulled Ark and Buxel somewhere. Buxel shrieked and collapsed like a pig that was being led to a slaughterhouse. Unlike Buxel, he had no reason to resist just to earn the whip, so Ark just followed silently. Then Ark started to suspect the situation when they arrived in Caracal's room. Ho, you've come. I was waiting. Caracal smacked his lips together with a joyful expression while a napkin was hanging around his neck. Oh my god. This bastard. I'll eat thankfully. Caracal ran up to Buxel and immediately attacked with his fangs. Suck. Buxel's already haggard face shrank even further as his blood was sucked out. Buxel became a mummy in an instant and Caracal rushed towards Arkansas. The dirty feeling of having all his blood sucked out. His body became colder and he felt dizzy. The appearance of his dead grandmother suddenly flickering in front of him. After he almost died, Caracal retreated and wiped his mouth. Although it is regretful, overeating isn't good. But fresh human blood is so delicious. Once I've tasted it, I can't go back to tasting other blood. I'll just have these guys as my meals for a while. That's it, take them away. Damn, I'll kill you. Absolutely, no matter what it takes, I'll kill you. However, Ark and Buxel didn't even have the energy to lift a finger after being turned into mummies. The Bloody had to drag them like a piece of cloth. This is the second task Flip was talking about. Ark now understood the situation. Caracal hadn't captured the monsters simply for a labor force. They were also food for him. Flip was kind to Ark for that reason. Probably the monsters had been chosen at random so far. Now that the fresh blood of a human was added to the menu, he would never consider feeding on monsters. Thus Flip was grateful for Ark and Buxel taking on Caracal's meal duty. Oh my god, being forced to work and now I'm used as a lunchbox. He was feeling the same as when he tried to suicide by jumping out the window. But his resurrection point had changed because of Chain of Blood. Committing suicide wouldn't do anything but cut his stats. The only consolation was that he didn't lose any stats when Caracal sucked his blood. When they arrived at the underground dungeon, all the other monsters were already sleeping. Is there really no way to escape? Ark sighed before he suddenly heard Flip's voice in the darkness. It's better to give up early. I've lived here for 20 years. I'm still alive thanks to the magic of the vampires. I've also never seen any monsters succeed in escaping. Don't make it more difficult for yourself. The next day will be the same, so you should sleep early. Then the Flip lay down and started snoring. The voice of Buxel continuously sobbing could be heard beside him. Hook, it's over. The game is now over. Hook, now what? This is all because of Arknim. Why didn't you just let me return when I wanted to? Damn, is there really no way? Ark had no energy to retort, so he just sighed and leaned against the wall. It was at that time. Something moved around his waist and pushed out from his rags. Sack. Raiden! Ark exclaimed before blocking his mouth. He checked that all the monsters were still sleeping before whispering. Raiden, how are you here? Raiden thought about Ark's question but licking his tongue and twisting his body to make gestures. Ark started at him before quickly opening the character information window. Character information window. Chain of Blood has sealed all special traits. Character name Ark, race human. Alignment good plus 450. Fame 11,425, level 314. Profession Dark Walker. Title Cat Knight, Caretaker of the World Tree, Jackson's hero, Great Adventurer, Magic Institute member, Sutandal's hero. Health 5,005, Mana 4,995. Spiritual Power 200, Strength 604, minus 80%. Agility 764, minus 80%. Stamina 954, minus 80%. Wisdom 120, minus 80%. Intelligence 973, minus 80%. Luck 114, minus 80%. Flexibility 127, minus 80%. Art of Communication 66, minus 80%. Affection 57, minus 80%. Resilience 415, minus 80%. Special Stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 138, minus 80%. Asterisk Equipment Item Effects. Chain of Blood has cancelled all equipment. Asterisk character special traits. Chain of Blood has sealed all special traits. Asterisk available skills. Chain of Blood has sealed all skills. Asterisk skill points, 30. There were no changes in Ark's basic stats except for the 80% restriction. In other words, Ark thought that he had died, but he only lost consciousness thanks to Chain of Blood. Therefore Raiden wasn't forcibly recalled. Since then, the clever Raiden had hidden himself before sneaking out after the monsters fell asleep. Well done, Raiden. Raiden was like a ray of light after Ark thought that everything was lost. Chain of Blood restricted his equipment, skills, and use of his bags. But Raiden had already been summoned. The restrictions applied to Ark didn't work on Raiden. Raiden, please pull out the items one by one from your stomach. There might be something helpful. Sack sack, sack sack, sack sack. Raiden opened his mouth wide and pulled out the items one by one. He had placed quest items and treasures inside Raiden. If he placed it in his main bags, then there was a chance that it could drop. Oh, this is it. If I use this, then I can solve this situation. The item Ark grasped was the Sacred Branch. I can communicate with Yggdrasil or Usuria when I use the Sacred Branch. Ark was going to call Usuria to ask for help from Justice Man or Isabel. Of course, the flip mentioned that the Lord would be furious if Caracal was killed by other species, but he would worry about it then. Since he couldn't escape from here, he had no time to worry about the game scenario that would ensue. But when he placed the Sacred Branch on his forehead, all he heard was static before a message window appeared. Your current location has no reception. The communication features of the Sacred Branch is blocked by dark blood. Ark was lost for words. What was with the old-fashioned cell phone message? As expected, Usuria and Yggdrasil were no help in important situations. The next item Ark picked up was the Promise Sword he received from the Magic Institute. I had no intention of using this for the moment, so I had placed it in Raiden. It might become useful. Then Ark's dreadful fate started. Ark's daily routine was laboring in the morning before Caracal sucked his blood in the evening. He was also tired and in bad shape after returning to the dungeon. However, Ark waited until the monsters were asleep before using the sword to scratch away at the wall. It was like Papillion who escaped from jail using a spoon. But he had to give up after a couple of days. The rock wall of the jail was stronger than he thought. In addition, his stats were cut by 80%, so it was hard for him to effectively use the sword. Ark also didn't have the patience to wait dozens of years to escape like Papillion. Ark started to become more anxious as his last possibility faded away. Unbelievable. What is an alternative method? Surely there must be a way to escape. Bump! Ark had been sighing while shoveling. Then his shovel suddenly hit a blunt object. Unidentified monster bone. The bones of a pitiful monster who died a long time ago from the labor. How dreadful, dot. In the distant future, it might be Ark's bones that were found. Ark sighed and started to throw the bone away when he suddenly stopped. Wait? Bones? Maybe. Ark considered something for a while before his eyes suddenly gleamed. Yes, that's it. Obviously a lot of other bones will be buried. I might be able to escape if I collect them. No, I can escape. Oh, now there's a possibility. Ark avoided the eyes of the bloody and quickly slipped the bone to Raiden. Then he approached Buxel and whispered quietly. Buxel, please dig a bit deeper from now on. If you discover any bones, then you should bring it to me without the bloody knowing. Hopefully it will help us escape. Ha? How? I'll explain later. Please just collect the bones. Since then, Ark and Buxel started frantically shoveling. The monster bones were buried quite deeply. Thanks to that, Ark and Buxel had to dig 2 or 3 times deeper than the other monsters. Then it had almost been 1 week, or 2 days in reality. You have learnt a new skill. Excavation, beginner, passive. Your handling of a pickaxe and shovel has become more proficient. Thanks to excavation, it has become easier to dig up the ground and the probability of finding items has increased. In some cases, amazing treasures can be found buried in New World. If you ever feel suspicious of an area, then you should dig it up. Shovel and pickaxe speed plus 20%, item excavation probability plus 10%. Oh, what at this? Despite his skills being blocked, he could still learn new skills. The skill made excavating the monster bones even easier. The items he found started pouring out from the ground. Of course, most of it was pieces of metal, wood, or other miscellaneous items. But because he shoveled the whole day, sometimes he would find jewels like emeralds or amethyst. The jewels are cracked, so they'll only be worth a few silver, but it is still something.
I also have to collect as much moon rocks as possible.
The quota of moon rocks assigned to each prisoner a day was 10.
When he first started digging, he was barely able to reach that amount. Now, thanks to his excavation skill, he could dig up 20 in one day.
After Ark filled his quota, he would pack everything else into Raiden.
It was a gloomy situation, but he still had to make money. He could feel this way because hope was visible.
Okay, I have to keep this momentum going.
Ark became even more motivated and started digging even harder.
Ha! That guy, he's not playing around. How can he have such energy when the Earl sucks his blood every evening? Hey, newbie. You should take a break. We'll be in trouble if you collapse.
It was to the extent that the bloody were worried about him.
Ark just wiped his sweat and smiled brightly.
Please don't worry, my body is very durable.
I will work hard for the Earl. By the way, the human really isn't talented. He works so hard but can barely fill his quota.
The bloody clicked their tongues and muttered.
They never imagined that Ark was using Raiden to stash the items.
After his many blisters turned into hard calluses, his excavation skill finally rose to intermediate.
His hands holding the shovel became even faster like a motor. The odds of finding bones, trash and moon rocks also rose to 20%.
Thanks to that, Ark once again became more motivated and dug into the ground as hard as possible. Then there was a ringing sound and a message window appeared. Your skilled workmanship has dug up a rare product.
Excavation skill proficiency plus 10. Vampire stone, rare hearthstone.
For hundreds of years, this hearthstone has absorbed the magic of a vampire. The hearthstones that have managed to absorb the magic of a vampire can be counted on one hand. Of course, the hearthstone can be used as a deluxe magic ingredient, or it can give the attributes of a vampire when inserted in a socket. Used in socket, weapon only, you can absorb 5% of the enemy's damage and have it converted to health.
Oh, what is this? Ark's eyes widened by 1 centimeter as he confirmed the item information.
In other words, it was a rare hearthstone that had absorbed Caracol's magic for hundreds of years. As expected, the performance of a rare hearthstone couldn't be compared to a normal moon rock. It was an effect which absorbed 5% of the enemy's damage. In other words, if he received 100 damage, then he could recover 5 health. It might not seem that great, but monsters level 300 could deal between 6,000,080,000 damage with one attack. Based on the percentage, he could recover 300-400 health. It was as effective as drinking an intermediate recovery potion. Gulp, if I managed to find 4 of these hearthstones and socket them, 20% life absorption, it would make it possible to hunt monsters of a similar level infinitely. Although he frantically dug around, another vampire stone never appeared. It was actually a miracle that he managed to find a rare hearthstone when his excavation skill was only intermediate level. He had been digging 20 hours a day for a week. Although he never rested during that time, the probability of finding it was still really low. It was almost impossible that a few rare hearthstones would appear in the same place. Anyway, he finally managed to collect enough bones after a week. Raiden, I want you to sneak around secretly and find any type of string. Something like wire would be best. Sack. Raiden nodded and headed towards a mouse hole in a corner of the jail. He soon returned carrying a strand of something resembling thread. Now's the troublesome part. Ark confirmed that the monsters were sleeping and pulled out all the bones. He stayed all up night making the escape tool that he took 1 week to prepare. As expected, I never get tired of it no matter how much I eat. That's it, I'll stop here. Caracol murmured after finishing his meal. Once again Ark and Buxel had collapsed. It was evening and they had been called to become Caracol's dinner again. Ugh, I still haven't got used to the feeling. Although it was only 1 day for NPCs, 1 day was 8 hours in reality. Since it was 8 days in reality including today, his blood had been sucked 24 times. He hoped that he would become familiar with it, but he would get goosebumps every time the fans entered his neck. And since they were chosen on a daily basis, Ark and Buxel soon became as skinny as sticks. They'd become increasingly smaller. Should I let them grow for a few days? The two of them looked so pitiful that even Caracol was talking like that. Damn bastard, today will be the last time. I'll escape no matter what. Ark and Buxel were dragged out to the hallway by the bloody. As soon as they left the room, Ark wobbled and pushed off the hands. I can walk by myself. Is that okay? Buxel also smiled weakly and nodded his head. Yes, ha. I've already adapted to it. Then go ahead. The bloody hesitated before grinning and replying. They judged that the two of them couldn't run away.
They couldn't even walk properly, so how could they escape from the bloody? The bloody surrounded them as they walked down the hallway. Just as they walked past a large window, Ark grabbed Buxel and jumped onto the railing. The bloody turned around and flinched. "Hey, what are you doing? This fool, is he trying to jump off and commit suicide?" "They've been caught by the Earl's magic, so suicide is useless." "Suicide? No, we're escaping." "What? Now Raiden, hang glider!" Ark shouted powerfully. Raiden poked his mouth out and spat out an item. Just like a genie appearing from a magic lamp, it was a black object over 10 meters long. Yes, this was what Ark had prepared to escape. A hang glider. Ark had collected the durable bones over previous week and tied them together to produce a hang glider. Ark had the idea after seeing an item inside Raiden. Grimwing's wing, special. The wings of a bat made huge through mutation. The purpose is unclear, but it is obviously a rare item. It might become useful later on. It was Grimwing's wing that he obtained in the Argus Mountains. So far, the purpose of the item had been unclear. The wing was folded, but once stretched out, it was an incredible size. The length from left to right reached 10 meters. Ark had looked at the shape and remembered a hang glider. One of the reasons Ark couldn't escape was the location of the castle. Caracol's castle was located on cliffs dozens of meters high. On the other hand, his special quality slime's time had been sealed, so he couldn't use it to invalidate the fall damage. If he jumped through the window, then he would 100% die. But it is possible to fly in the air. He might be able to escape from the castle and Caracol's sphere of influence. However, there was one problem with this plan. It was whether the hang glider could handle 2 people. However, Ark and Buxel had their blood sucked 24 times by Caracol. Their status had changed to mummies after having their blood sucked just now. Buxel, maintain the center well. Yes, I'll do whatever it takes to escape from this place. Okay, let's go. Ark and Buxel ran and jumped off the railing. When the hang glider suddenly fell, it wobbled for a while, but they managed to figure out the balance. Those guys. Run, we can't lose them. The bloody cried out in large voices as they finally grasped the situation. But Ark had jumped off the 10th story and Caracol's territory was too large for the bloody to chase him. Arknim, we did it. Buxel became tearful at the thought of escaping from the demonic Caracol. But they suddenly heard a rough voice from behind them. "You impertinent bastards, you think you can get away from me? Hick, Arknim." Buxel turned around and his face turned pale. Caracol had heard the news and chased after them through the window. Caracol was a vampire, so he could turn himself into a bat. That abnormal bastard. There was a tight knot in Ark's stomach. Although it could fly through the sky, the hang glider wasn't powerful. On the other hand, Caracol could directly chase them with his wings, so of course he was faster than the hang glider. Caracol caught up with Ark after 5 minutes and attacked the hang glider with his sharp claws. Hick! It tore the wings. Damn, I know. Don't shake your body. Hee, what silly people, ... The wings became tattered every time Caracol flew over them. Therefore the hang glider's speed gradually slowed down. Buxel was unable to balance himself and the hang glider started shaking. At this rate, we'll fall before we escape the sphere of influence. Everything is finished if I die. The bloody now know about Raiden, so there will be no second chances. Ark bit his lip before speaking. Buxel, I'll definitely come and rescue you. Huh? What are you? I'm sorry. Isn't it better if I live and rescue you? Hick. Arknim, wait a moment. Buxel, I won't forget your courageous sacrifice. Ark turned around and aimed a powerful kick at Buxel. Hi-ya-ya. Pig missile launch. Arknim. Hook, what the? Cough. Buxel was thrown at the exact moment Caracol came to attack and they collided. Caracol, who encountered the pig missile, fell from the sky like a plane without wings and crashed. Buxel's scream and Caracol's cold, furious voice could be heard. Arknim, you. Why you? Are you even human? I have no reason to listen to words from you. Ark shamelessly answered as he flew across the sky. The sweet taste of freedom after experiencing hell for 8 days. It really was sweet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13, Chapter 8. ACT 8. The Boy Diedrich. You've escaped from Caracol's sphere of influence. Chain of blood has been lifted. Shackles of pain has been released. That's it. Success.
It had been 10 minutes since he had escaped after shooting the pig missile at Caracal. After he crossed a small river in the forest changed, the message window appeared and the shackles fell off. I've escaped Caracal's territory. The bloody are too far to reach me and a vampire can't leave its territory, so I don't have to worry about Caracal chasing me.
Ark found a suitable place and landed. This might be useful again, magic restoration.
He used advanced magic restoration to fix the hanged lighter. Ark felt touched as he looked at it. It was the first time he had used a skill in 8 days.
But he didn't have time to enjoy himself.
He might have escaped Caracal's territory, but he was in the territory of another vampire.
He couldn't guarantee what would happen.
I better use stealth to look for a suitable hiding place and do maintenance on myself. Ark gave the hanged lighter to Raiden and used stealth. Then a red warning message floated in front of Arkansas. Hostile forces are watching, so you can't use stealth.
Hook, what the? I haven't even worn my equipment properly. It wasn't possible to change equipment when in a battle state.
Fortunately, swords and shields were the exception, so he took out his sword.
But he was lacking in defense. Yet he couldn't run away carelessly. He might attract even more enemies.
Damn, it better not be another vampire's bloody. I'll commit suicide if a vampire captures me again. In the worst-case scenario, Ark would commit suicide, so he observed the surroundings. However, it kept on being quiet, so he felt uneasy.
Hoo, it's a meal.
A voice was audible in the gloomy forest. I've never seen this guy around here before.
He's a little dirty, but he should be a fine meal after we wash him. Oh my god, there are 3 of them.
Ark swallowed his saliva. There were few monsters in the dark earth, with the vampires being the majority. In other words, he was either meeting the subordinates of a vampire lord or monsters with equal power.
Either way, Ark couldn't fight against them with no defense. Damn it. I'm such an unlucky guy.
I just managed to escape from one vampire castle. Should I kill myself before it is too late?
Ark was seriously contemplating suicide.
Then something like an arrow flew from the forest. Ark had been lost in thought and reflexively swung his sword. If it was the bloody, such a clumsy counterattack would be easily evaded. Although he was tense, his sword dealt a direct hit.
Ugh!
Something hit the ground as it was struck by his sword.
Ag, he hit our colleague. Shit, he is strong. A 3-plan, pincer movement to the left and right.
Ark stared with astonishment at his opponents. The one that had fallen to the ground was a bat struggling to flap its wings.
All of them were incredibly weak bats.
Who are these guys?
And did they just say plan A3? This bastard. A strong enemy.
He's clearly an expert in sword mastery considering how quickly he took care of us.
Although you look like a human. Ugh, what are you? Help me.
Ark pressed his foot against the stomach of a bat and watched in surprise as it struggled and flapped its wings. Then he removed his leg and held the bat by the head.
What are you doing? Do you want to die?
I was careless just now, but I'll fight you properly.
Fight properly?
Ark lowered his face to the bat and growled, making it retreat a little bit. Then it muttered in a terrified and tearful voice.
You'll regret this.
Regret?
I won't regret it. You really are going to regret it. Our Lord is close by. Really? Our Lord is unbelievably strong. Earl Caracal in the next town can't even touch our Lord.
The playfulness disappeared from Ark's face at the bat's words. The bats were so weak that he had become careless.
If this area was right next to Caracal, then wouldn't the Lord be as powerful as him?
And the bats were subordinates of that vampire.
I forgot, it's not just the bats I have to deal with. Ark hurriedly withdrew.
Thanks to the bats, he had been unable to use stealth and he hadn't even had a chance to wear his equipment, so he couldn't face a vampire.
The momentum immediately went to the bats as Ark retreated. You finally grasped the situation. But it's too late. We've already mentally contacted our Lord to tell him that there is an intruder. He'll arrive soon.
You're finished when our Lord arrives.
It was at that time.
A nearby bush shook and a voice rang out.
Rower, how dare somebody invade my territory? Lord, over here. The bats flapped their wings and shouted. Damn it.
The voice had been heard from the forest right in front of him. If the vampire could turn himself into a bat like Caracal, then it was too late to run away.
It can't be helped.
The only method in this state is suicide. Ark ground his teeth together and lifted his sword. Then the voice rang through the forest again.
I'll count to 3. If you want to live, then run away before then. What is this? Ark's determined face suddenly changed. He got 3 seconds to run away? Did that sound like a vampire? That wasn't the only strange part. The opponent shaking the forest had appeared just then. But he wasn't showing himself. What on earth is this? Wait. Which reminds me, this voice. It is familiar. The bats also shouted Plan A3 earlier. Perhaps. The voice in the forest hesitated before shouting. 2 1/4. You should run away quickly. I don't often spare people. 2 again, you still haven't escaped? There are really no more chances. 2 1/2. Indeed, I've seen through this. Ark slung his sword over his shoulders and walked into the forest. After walking through the bushes, he saw the quivering form of a boy shouting through a megaphone. Hoo, this is really your last chance, 2 3/4. Sheesh. The boy retreated with surprise at Ark's voice. Then he stared dumbly at Ark's face. Lord, this guy. It's him. The bats couldn't grasp the strange atmosphere between Ark and the boy. The boy acted like he didn't hear anything and turned around with a pleasant smile. Then he walked away stiffly like a wound-up toy doll. Lord? Where are you going? What about this guy? Stop moving. Ark smiled and spoke, making the boy instantly stiffen. The boy paused awkwardly before turning around and speaking. That is. It's been a while? The vampire boy speaking was Diedrich. The bats looked confused at Diedrich's reaction. Lord, do you know this human? Well. This is the person who summons me. Heek. This person is the Ark you were talking about? They freaked out and looked at the Ark. Hoo, those cheeky bats, they now understand the situation. Ark folded his arms and stared at the bats. He never imagined that he would encounter Diedrich this way. After meeting Diedrich, he was now certain about the pecking order. Ark was Diedrich's master while the bats were his subordinates. In other words, he was the master of the bats' master. He expected that the bats would shed tears and beg for forgiveness after hearing about Ark's reputation from Diedrich. This is the human that summons our Lord. They've finally realized? Now beg me for forgiveness. But I have no intention of forgiving you. Ark was seriously contemplating how to cook the bats. This guy is the unscrupulous and cheapskate human? I heard that he was really wicked. But didn't our Lord use his charisma to educate the human? Our Lord is too wonderful. The human became strong after learning from our Lord. Ark's expression became vacant after hearing the bat's words. Diedrich belatedly noticed the situation as Ark muttered. Oh, this is the first time I heard those words? Is that what Diedrich told you? No. Ark stepped towards Diedrich, who retreated with a fearful look. As expected, the ignorant were courageous. One of the bats had punched Ark's head and shouted. What, this brat? How dare a subordinate call him Diedrich? Subordinate? I'm Diedrich's subordinate? He really is an ungrateful bastard. Didn't his status rise because of our Lord? Our Lord is gentle, so he might forgive you, but we won't permit it. If you call our Lord by that name excessively. The last thread of Ark's patience broke inside him. Excessively? Ark laughed with an odd expression and approached. What did you say? When did I call his name excessively? What the? This brat, what's with that look? The bats flinched and sent a begging look towards Diedrich. Lord. Oh. Yes, our Lord, what did you call him? How can a human like you call the name Diedrich excessively? Ark continued laughing and approached, making Diedrich turn pale and terrified. Then Ark raised his fist underneath Diedrich's nose, causing Diedrich to squeal and secretly speaking in Ark's ear. Master. Please let it go just this once. Afterwards, Master can hit me as much as you want until your anger is released. But please endure it in front of those guys. It's a request. I won't say unnecessary drivel even when diving down a dragon's mouth. Hook, I swear. I'll do whatever you want in the future. Ark instantly stopped his movements. Ark had grasped the situation thanks to Diedrich's desperate voice. Although he was mistreated by Ark, Diedrich was still a vampire aristocrat. It had its own standards and behavior. It must be really important to have Diedrich begging so earnestly. Which reminds me, doesn't this guy have a surprisingly strong ego? If it is cracked here, then he might become even worse. It is better than having to keep on disciplining him. Diedrich's help is also necessary, so wouldn't it be better to have him owe me a favor now?
This will be a convenient method to control Diedrich in the future.
Ark sighed loudly and took one step back. Okay. I'll be careful from now on. Diedrich Nim.
Diedrich sighed with relief after Ark's words. Fortunately for them, the bats were able to live even after they kicked Ark again.
This brat? Why did you cause such a strange atmosphere? We're the seniors. You should use honorifics with us in the future. Stop. You morons. Diedrich ran over and stopped the bats after seeing Ark's expression.
In fact, his face didn't seem that angry.
Sorry.
These guys are still immature.
No, it's fine. It can't be helped. I am Diedrich Nim's subordinate. We talk about the details later. There is plenty of time.
Ark grinned and replied while an angry vein bulged on his forehead.
Anyway, the situation was somehow resolved and Ark headed towards Diedrich's castle? It wasn't a long way, as Diedrich's castle was only 10 meters away.
No, in fact Diedrich's castle was only 10 meters. Diedrich's castle looked like a beggar's hut built underneath a bridge, with wood planks being tied together with gaps for wind. However, straw mats divided the hut into two areas, with one room used by the Bat siblings, with the other one was split into Diedrich's office, bedroom, living room and kitchen.
Our lord has integrity.
Yes, he's too scrupulous to snatch the territory of other vampires.
The bats said proudly. Thanks to that, Ark's plan of disciplining Diedrich disappeared. Ark had been thinking about what to do while walking towards Diedrich's house. It felt like the time when a teacher visited him and saw that he was so poor his socks had holes in them. How could he stay angry? Anyway, Diedrich's followers were still young bats. They fell asleep as soon as they arrived at the castle. Diedrich moved to the adjoining room and immediately changed his attitude, prostrating himself on the floor in front of Arkansas. Master. Thank you. You can hit me as much as you want later. I'll work really hard and will complete your objective even if I have to die. Ark looked at Diedrich and sighed before asking. Didn't you inherit Dunfil's assets? That. Diedrich started to sob and confessed his hidden circumstances.
Among all the vampires, Dunfil wasn't exactly the coolest one. He had no talent in making bloody and he also had no idea how to increase his magic. Luckily for Dunfil, no other vampires coveted his territory, so he somehow managed to survive. But then Earl Caracal increased his power and defeated the surrounding vampires. He had lived on the other side, but now Caracal's territory was right next to him after all the territory was taken. Therefore the cowardly Dunfil fled to this piece of land and offered Caracal the rest of his territory. This was the reason Dunfil was able to survive the strong vampires. But then he had his property taken away by Diedrich not long afterwards. Dunfil was such a weak vampire that he even lost to Diedrich, so of course I wouldn't know how strong Caracal is. By the way, didn't Dunfil act ridiculously arrogant when he first appeared? Is pretending a natural characteristic of the vampires? Were the bats subordinates of Dunfil? No, they are my cousins who lived in a cave west of here. Diedrich blushed and scratched his head. The best way for bats to succeed is to become the subordinate of a vampire lord. It was extremely difficult for bats to become subordinates of a vampire in Dark Earth. The battle capacity was a lot lower than the bloody, so they were mainly used as messengers by the vampires. It's to the extent that my parents hosted a feast after I became Dunfil's subordinate. Diedrich became nostalgic as he recalled his memories. But soon after Diedrich became a subordinate, he was bullied by the other bats and expelled by Dunfil. Diedrich's parents were so shocked that they died from the impact, while Diedrich was driven out by his clan for dishonoring them and forced to live in the cave. That was the reason why Diedrich burnt with hatred for Dunfil. Afterwards I wandered for a long time. Diedrich looked 10 years old, but he muttered in a delinquent-type tone. Anyway, Diedrich wandered until he accidentally became Ark's summon. He was then able to slay Dunfil and suddenly became a vampire aristocrat. He was still a lord even if his territory was like a beggar's. Not too long ago, he wandered around and discovered that his uncle had died and his cousins were orphans. It was an impressive tale of a bat's hardships. Lord Nim. I'll defend the territory. While they were talking, one of the bats kicked the blanket and talked in his sleep. Diedrich covered him up again and came back with a strange expression. These guys think that I'm the best. I want to succeed for them. I finally know why Diedrich cares about his status so much. Until now I just thought of him as a summon with no manners, but he unexpectedly has some depth.
It is better than some people.
He remembered his uncle who had suddenly appeared after Ark hadn't seen him for a long time. His uncle had always showed up to beg for money from his father before leaving.
But his uncle never showed his face when Ark's father died and his mother was hospitalized.
In New World, only the basic character was programmed and their actual behavior was determined on its own using artificial intelligence.
Thus all Diedrich's actions were chosen by him. In that case, wasn't an NPC like Diedrich more human than his uncle? These bats were the reason why Diedrich was eager to go home? Ark rethought the situation after hearing Diedrich's circumstances. Okay, I'll protect your honor while we are here. Really? Now you have to work even more eagerly when I summon you. Thank you, Master. Master is also a human. What? Ah, nothing. Diedrich quickly closed his mouth and shook his head.
Before those actions would seem hateful, but now they weren't for some reason.
But Master, how will you summon me now that Sutandal has risen? Don't worry, I've found a method.
Ark explained the summoning port to Diedrich, who nodded.
Then are we leaving immediately? No, I still have some things to finish. What is it? I have to rescue Buxel, but that's a secondary problem. The most important thing is finding information about the three marvels.
Of course he had to help Buxel. He also had to return the favor to Caracal. Although actually killing Caracal was a problem, his pride was too strong to allow him to just leave. He had to at least destroy all of Caracal's bloody.
However, he had no confidence in his abilities.
But it might be possible if I get my hands on the final fragment and change to my second profession.
But is a fragment of the three marvels here? Diedrich's eyes widened. But I've never heard of any beast clans here. I can guess a place. Let me summon you and we'll go together. Ark laughed as he got up from his seat. He registered Diedrich to the summoning port and summoned him. Apart from the high-ranking vampires in the Immortals' castle, vampires couldn't leave their estates. Diedrich was the same. However, Diedrich was a vampire and a summon. He could go anywhere in the world with Arkansas. They are the Beast Clan? Yes, if my guess is correct. Ark nodded and looked at the village.
This village was the first place Ark visited in Dark Earth. While Ark had been trapped in the castle, he had gained various information about Dark Earth from the flip. After several clues were combined, he was convinced that the Beast Clan lived here.
How are these people the Beast Clan? No matter how hard I look, they are humans. This is the territory of the powerful vampire Caracal I spoke about.
I heard that he possesses the ability to disguise his subordinates as humans.
I'm aware of that. I've already met Caracal. You've met Caracal? Why didn't you say anything? Yes, there's still a debt I have to repay. I also have to take back the baggage. Wait. What are you saying? Surely Master isn't. Diedrich panicked and shook his head as soon as Caracal was brought up. I don't want to know what you're talking about. Caracal rules this region. If I oppose him just a little bit, then my territory will disappear. Frankly, it's dangerous enough just having my territory close to Caracal. If they are Caracal's subordinates. That's why I'm going to confirm it now. Wait a minute. Diedrich pulled Ark's collar with surprise. However, Ark just dragged Diedrich into the village. Once again, the residents sitting near the entrance of the village became frightened like he saw a ghost and ran off. Ark used Sprint to block the villagers' path and laughed. I just want to talk for a moment. Why are you doing this? I don't know anything. I don't want to care. I haven't said anything yet. You don't know what? Why don't you want to care? That. As expected, the residents here aren't Caracal's subordinates.
Ark was now convinced he was right by the villagers' reaction. If these people were bloody transformed into humans, then they would have aggressively lured him like Albert. However, the villagers had reacted like Ark was trouble from the first time they saw him. Even if my idea is wrong, the village is near the coast. It is possible for me to run away. Therefore Ark had targeted the time when villagers would be scarce and entered.
But this is the important part. I just have one thing I would like to ask. What is it? Have you ever seen anything like this?
Ark took out the 2 fragments of the 3 marbles from his bag. The villager's eyes popped out like a missile.
That. Where did you get that? Perhaps you are the truth seeker.
The villager turned pale and stumbled at Ark's answer. Then he suddenly looked around and spoke quickly.
This place is dangerous. Come this way.
The villager pulled Ark into a nearby house. An old man inside the house flinched and stood up as Ark entered. But the villager quickly approached and whispered in his ear, causing the old man's eyes to widen and scan Arkansas. He hesitated and looked outside through the window gap before sighing with relief and sitting down.
Fortunately, it's not here today. What do you mean? The eye. Earl Caracal's eye.
When you entered the village the first time, you smelt like you were a colleague of Caracal.
So we thought you were a person that Caracal sent. We only knew about the misunderstanding after Albert appeared. I never imagined that you would still be alive.
Ha, so that was what happened.
Ark now understood the reaction of the villagers.
The old man looked apologetically at Ark before he spoke in a begging tone.
Can you show the fragments of the three marvels again? Ark nodded and pulled it out again.
The old man's eyes brimmed with tears as he stared at the three marvels before muttering,
"Oh. It's real. This is unmistakably the three marvels.
I can clearly see that this is the star and dark pieces.
Yes, this is clearly the three marvels.
And you are the beast clan who possesses the final piece." The old man sighed and his shoulders slumped.
How did you know?
The reason Ark was convinced they were the beast clan was easy.
Caracal said that there were no humans living in Dark Earth.
However, Flip said that it had seen humans.
Their claims conflicted with each other, so which one was telling the truth?
Ark struggled with it before eventually reaching the conclusion that both were true.
In other words, there was only one explanation.
The vampire was an existence that was closer to humans than to monsters. Just in their outward appearances, a vampire was closer to humans than orcs. When looking at the Meow, Mermaids or Raccoon clan, it was impossible to consider them human. In the view of vampires, beasts were non-human. On the other hand, monsters would 100% see the beast clan as human.
They were a species that monsters consider human, yet vampires didn't consider human. It could only be a beast clan.
The old man nodded with a bittersweet look at Ark's description.
Yes, we are the beast clan like you guessed. But why do you look like humans?
That was the only part Ark was worried about. Although the villagers looked tough, they looked nothing like a beast. He thought it was similar to Caracal's ability to transform his subordinates.
There was no other reason for the villagers to be alive while in Caracal's territory.
Thus Ark had secured a route of escape.
Perhaps the beast clan are the subordinates of Caracal? That? No. Subordinates? Absolutely not.
Although our bodies might be seized by Caracal, we have never sold our souls. While Ark was conversing with Ark, the villager who had been watching the outside through the window shouted angrily.
Then this is your natural form?
No, we are the Wolf clan who have inherited the blood of Fenrir, the first wolf.
Wolf clan?
Yes, among all the wolf clans, we are the Wolrang family who has inherited the lineage of a noble warrior. The old man breathed in deeply before speaking.
I am the elder of the Wolrang clan. The Wolrang were trapped in Dark Earth 100 years ago.
The elder started his lecture on the history of the Wolrang family. Although the Meow also had a warrior lineage, they were closer to thieves. On the other hand, the Wolf clan was a pure warrior lineage, so the only profession available was warrior. And the Wolrang were the strongest among the Wolf clan. During the Dark Century hundreds of years ago, the Wolrang fought at the front lines with hero Mabon against the Dark Forces.
It was truly an honorable battle.
A large number of our kin died, but there was no regret.
That time was probably the golden age of the Wolrang family. I would have rather been born then.
The elder muttered with sad eyes as he seemed to look in the past. And it happened near the end of the Dark Century. The 7 heroes fought against the Dark Lord while the Wolrang were given another mission. It was to head to Sutandal with allies in order to stop the aerial attack of the Ruygenberg. The Wolrang accepted this dangerous mission and waged a bloody battle against the Ruygenberg. Thanks to warrior sacrifices, Sutandal was relatively unharmed despite the Ruygenberg's invasion. Then the 7 heroes defeated the Dark Lord and he unleashed his ultimate destruction magic, trapping Sutandal in the dimensional storm. Therefore the Wolrang family became trapped on Sutandal. The place where they battled the Ruygenberg was the area where the mountains converged that Basutyu pointed out. It was on the soaring cliffs where there was only the storm present.
The lives of our isolated ancestors then became very miserable. The earth in that area had died.
They had to risk their lives for a blade of grass or a sip of water. The Wolrang who had fought fiercely on the front lines fell victim to hunger and cold. The Wolrang who had survived numerous battles started dying one by one.
Look, I know how that feels. Dying yet never getting any sympathy in return.
Diedrich muttered with tearful eyes as he sat on Ark's shoulders.
However, the elder of the Wolrang was different from the bat with no manners. No, we hadn't expected anything in return for fighting the darkness. We just wanted to fight and die honorably like a warrior. I think that was the most painful thing for our ancestors. There was no honor. It was only an empty death. Anyway, the Wolrang wandered the mountains for 100 years. Our ancestors eventually found the land filled with darkness. This place was already dominated by vampires, but our ancestors had no choice. No, I think they were hoping to fight against the vampires in order to die. But that didn't happen. The place they arrived at was Dunfil's territory, who proposed peace. Dunfil? Ah, that's right. Didn't this area originally belong to Dunfil? It was all connected? After the Wolrang family appeared, Dunfil was so cowardly that he proposed peace straight away. However, things changed a few years ago. Dunfil handed his territory to Caracal and ran away. Caracal wasn't weak like Dunfil. Caracal tried to make us his subordinates. But even if the Wolrang had lost our former glory, we would rather die than become subordinates of a vampire. Therefore Caracal and the Wolrang waged a war against each other. After battling fiercely for a decade and many sacrifices, the Wolrang had finally managed to kill most of the bloody and reached Caracal's castle. We were one step away from deciding Caracal's fate. Then, the elder bit his lip and muttered. One of the eve of the decisive battle, someone in the clan betrayed us. Albert. He stole our clan's treasure and offered it to Caracal. He stepped on all the honor that our ancestors had built up. Wait a minute. The clan's treasure? Don't tell me. Ark asked with surprise, and the elder instantly nodded. Yes, it is the fragment of the 3 marvels that you were looking for. Ark became confused by the elder's answer. He thought that the Beast clan would give him the 3 marvels after he found them. So he had considered a way to rescue Buxel after gaining that power. But now the 3 marvels was in Caracal's possession? Didn't that mean he had to defeat Caracal before he could obtain the 3 marvels? Hasn't this problem just become more complicated? Hero Mabon left the treasure to us before he went to fight the Dark Lord. He believed in us. To have Hero Mabon's legacy taken away by a mere vampire. It was our greatest shame. Truthseeker, you're welcome to laugh at us. Although our ancestors have given us sharp fangs and claws, our minds have dulled. We deserve it for losing the clan's treasure. The elder spoke in a self-mocking voice. The Wolrang's courage also disappeared after losing their treasure. They lost their power to fight and were trapped here, with Caracal often coming to suck their blood. Although their features had changed, their blood they inherited from warriors who fought against the Dark Lord still strengthened Caracal. Every day was humiliating for the Wolrang clan. At that time, Ark noticed something strange. Then your appearance changed after losing the 3 marvels? Ark had thought the reason the Wolrang changed was because Caracal cursed them. If they lost their strength after losing the 3 marvels, then how could they fight alongside Hero Mabon? However, the answer was surprisingly simple. The source of our power is the moon. Therefore we are even more powerful in the evening under the moonlight. We are weaker during the day as the moon isn't visible, but it still exists. Thus the Wolrang clan could maintain its form. But thanks to the strength of the darkness here, the Wolrang had difficulty maintaining our features. The Wolrang were similar to werewolves. However, there were a few differences, as they could maintain the appearance of a wolf during the day and night. But the Wolrang weren't able to maintain the wolf features because the power of the moon was blocked. So the Wolrang used the power of the 3 marvels. Our clan holds the moon piece. The treasure contains the power of the moon. So we were able to receive the protection of the moon here. But we lost that power after Caracal received the moon piece. The moon piece. Ark's spirit felt refreshed. My last question has been answered. He had been wondering why Caracal trapped the Wolrang here and not in his castle. Even if the Wolrang had the shape of humans, they could still be trapped in the dungeon to be used as labor. The reason the Wolrang weren't trapped in the underground jail was because there was a possibility of them regaining their power. Yes, it was the dungeon where Ark had been forced to labor. Caracal had obviously hidden the moon piece somewhere in that dungeon. The reason why the moon rocks were created was because they absorbed power from the moon piece. All my questions are answered. It was the feeling of a complicated knot finally being undone. Caracal was the key to all his problems. He had no choice but to defeat Caracal to find the final fragment. Although he could use stealth to enter the dungeon, he didn't know where the moon piece was hidden. What would happen if his stealth turned off while he was in the dungeon? There is no way I can defeat the Bloody and Caracal all by myself. But, as you know, I need the moon piece.
But it is impossible for me by myself. I need the help of the Wolrang, who are the guardians of the three marvels. Of course we'd be interested in helping.
It doesn't matter even if the entire clan is wiped out.
The elder then sighed and shook his head.
But we have no power.
We've lost our fangs and claws, and we also lost our courage.
It will be different if you have the power of the moon. Raiden! Sack sack sack, sack 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 sack.
Raiden flicked his tongue and spat out a stone.
It was a moon rock he sneaked out of the dungeon.
The elder cried out with distress and grasped the moon rock after he saw it.
This is. No way. Su. Silvery fur started sprouting from the hand holding the moon rock.
After that was the long nails and sharp fangs inside a snout. The elder growled in a pleased voice after transforming into a silver wolf.
Oh, this power. My combative spirit is burning in my heart. This is it, the Wolrang family. I have enough moon rocks to distribute to all the villagers. Now, would you like to help me?
Of course.
No, please let us help. Recovering the moon piece will allow us to repay the humiliation.
In addition, you are the truth seeker. You are the descendant of the great hero Mabon, so we would like nothing more than to fight beside you. Please lead us against Caracal and the clan's traitor Albert.
At the same time, there were two dings and a quest window popped up. Wolrang's revenge.
You have found the descendants of the Wolrang in the Dark Earth. However, the vampire Caracal has taken away their treasure and subjected the Wolrang to humiliation every day. Help the Wolrang family get revenge on Caracal and the clan's traitor Albert.
Difficulty, B+. I understand. But I need time to prepare. Please wait 2-3 days.
This can't be discovered by Caracal or Albert. So you'll have to secretly prepare the other villagers.
Ah, and of course you shouldn't shapeshift. The wolf instantly turned back into an old man after Ark took the moon rock away. Then Diedrich suddenly exclaimed. Wait, you're really thinking about fighting Caracal? Haven't you been listening? No, absolutely not. Master doesn't know how strong Caracal is. And even if Master manages to kill Caracal, I already know that.
If he killed a vampire, then he would incite the wrath of the strongest vampire.
Ark and the Wolrang would all be wiped out in an instant.
Even if he won the fight against Caracal, there was a 100% chance that he would die after the battle.
However, Ark grabbed Diedrich's shoulder firmly and grinned.
There's no need to worry.
The one who will defeat Caracal is you. Ah, it was like that. I also. What? Didn't you hear me?
The Wolrang will make it possible for you to fight against Caracal. You will have the best role of defeating the leader. After all, it doesn't matter if vampires kill each other.
Don't talk nonsense.
There is no way I could win against Caracal.
Diedrich panicked and turned pale while shaking like crazy. Didn't you say you would willingly plunge into a dragon's mouth if I ordered you to? But. You are also a vampire. Don't you want to show something nice to your cousins? But I won't be able to win.
Don't worry, I'll make sure that you win. Ark replied with a wicked grin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 13 Chapter 9.
ACT-9 Showdown, Vampire vs. Vampire? Are you ready? Yes, we are.
The elder of the Wolrang clan nodded at Ark's question.
In the dark forest before Caracal's castle, 100 silver werewolves had gathered.
They had necklaces with a moon rock emitting a pale light around their neck which Ark had provided.
The time limit in this area is 30 minutes. We know.
Although the moon rock had the power to change them, the power of the moon piece was like a battery that was being drained by the Wolrang. Therefore there was a time limit on it. Ark had tested this before leaving. As a result, he determined that the Wolrang could only maintain their form for 30 minutes.
30 minutes isn't that much time. But wiping out all the enemies isn't our purpose.
I just need to reach Caracal within 30 minutes.
It won't be an easy battle. We've prepared ourselves. And we are ready to die. But?
The elder wiped the snot flowing from his nose and quickly asked.
Is that really going to work? Yes, trust me.
Ark smiled and explained the plan.
Apart from the elder and 10 elite people selected, the remaining troops will disperse to important areas of the castle. However, you don't need to be too unreasonable. Like I told you, defeating all the enemies isn't our goal. If it seems dangerous, then you can leave. But if the strategy fails, then won't it be too dangerous for you? Will the escape route blocked? I won't consider retreating even if the strategy fails. Yes, you really are a descendant of Hero Mabon. Fighting spirit was ignited in the eyes of the Wolrang after Ark's answer. If the commander showed a resolution not to give up even in the face of death, naturally the morale of the soldiers would also increase. There's no time left, so let's go. Understood. Wolrang warriors, prepare to enter the battlefield. Grind you fangs. Sharpen your claws. Oa! The Wolrang raised their voices in unison. Raiden, let's go. Sack sack sack. Pa 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 pa, dot. Raiden raised a cloud of dust as he ran towards the castle at Ark's command. The 100 Wolrang followed with their silver mane fluttering behind them. The guards cried out in confusion as the Wolrang approached up the steep slope. Hook, those guys are. Are they the bloody from another territory that is invading? No, they are the Wolrang from the village near the coast. But shouldn't their abilities be sealed? How did they transform themselves? Hurry up! Tell the Earl. Everybody else stop them. A guard cast off his human skin and changed into a bloody before shouting orders. It's too late, Dark Blade. Qua 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 quang. Raiden accelerated forward and crashed into the bloody. At the same time, Ark jumped over the bloody into the castle grounds and turned around to use Dark Blade. In an attack of this scale, a slowed reaction from a surprise attack could make a difference. The backstab dealt tremendous damage and the bloody fell down. Ark kicked the bloody's face as it tried to get up before using XX Interceptor. The bloody shrieked and cowered from the pain that it was feeling for the first time. Ugh, he. Qua, quang. A bloody brandished a spear and ran up to Arkansas. But the Wolrang surged forward several meters and attacked the bloody. The Meow's style of attack was to avoid the enemy's attack with their quick movements, then counterattacking in a vital spot. However, the Wolrang's style was much simpler. They pushed forward with their strength and strong bodies before biting off the bloody's flesh with their fangs. The bloody tried to counterattack with spears, but the steel was no match against the Wolrang's defense. Their strength and health was also one of the best among their profession. The bloody were torn like rags under the attack of the Wolrang family. Awah! A howl emerged from the mouths of the Wolrang. In the past, the Wolrang had defeated the bloody and drove Caracal into a corner. There is no time for howling. Ark ignored the Wolrang family who were caught in the atmosphere and continued his plan. It's an invasion. When they entered the castle, the guards and employees immediately transformed into bloody. It was enough to cause fear, but Ark just ignored the scene. He had to reach Caracal on the 10th floor before the time limit of 30 minutes was over. There was no time to look at unnecessary things. First unit, take care of the first floor. 10 of the Wolrang family spread out at Ark's command. The Wolrang dashed over 10 meters and splattered flesh and blood everywhere. They've had their power and honor taken away for a long time, so they attacked vengefully. But the advancing Ark and Wolrang family didn't even turn their heads. That's it, second unit, take care of the second floor. Once again, 10 of the Wolrang split off and jumped around the area. Ark commanded 10 Wolrang to split off on each floor and just ran up the stairs without stopping. The number of bloody doubled when he reached the 5th floor. It was to the extent that the unit made up of 10 attackers couldn't keep up. Although they were steadily going up, they lost 10 Wolrang on each floor, so the Wolrang's power gradually weakened. While going up the stairs and breaking through the bloody, the Wolrang at the rear became a burden. Those who separated from their unit were torn to pieces. But there's no time to worry about them. If they stopped for just a moment, then they would be surrounded by bloody. Quang. Nevertheless, weren't they still the Wolrang family? Even when surrounded by the enemy, there was no Wolrang who asked for help. Instead, they persisted and attacked the bloody even with their dying breaths. Thanks to that, Ark managed to penetrate the steadily increasing bloody and reached the 10th floor. But after passing the 9th floor, there was only 10 Wolrang left. On the other hand, close to 50 bloody swarmed in the hallway. Those guys, they've reached here. Block them. Make sure they don't enter Earl Caracal's room. Yeah, you beep bastards. Ark used his advanced intimidation skill. The gathered bloody winced and stiffened. The goal is right before our eyes. Everyone have courage. He also used advanced nursing to restore the energy of the tired Wolrang. Oh, now's the time. Show them the latent power of the Wolrang family. Don't fear death and just break through the enemy. If we can't move, then just die with the bloody. That is an honorable death. Ark and the Wolrang swung their swords and penetrated the bloody. Blades came flying from everywhere. The Wolrang leading the charge became bloody in an instant.
Then the Wolrang spread his arms and grabbed 4 or 5 bloody before jumping through a window.
We aren't the vampire's food. For the Wolrang. Truthseeker, watch carefully, this is the Wolrang ahahnut.
The situation became messy as other Wolrang followed suit to jump out the window. It was really a scene that couldn't be seen without tears. Thanks to the suicide bombing of the Wolrang, the number of bloody had instantly been reduced in half.
Repost. Meanwhile, Ark took out the surrounding bloody. He then just sprinted and dived like an arrow through the door.
Ark rolled his body before standing up and looking around the room.
Pala pala pala.
In a dark room lit by several candles, Caracal was just playing a pipe organ without any concern.
Thanks to Ark and the Wolrang opening the door, even the bloody looked at the scene with bemusement. He truly is a vampire.
A curse naturally emerged.
Caracal. Caracal stopped playing after Ark shouted angrily.
He slowly got up and turned around before laughing while showing his fangs.
Hoo, the guy making all the commotion is the food who escaped a while ago. Why have you returned without any fear? Aren't these the dogs I trapped? Bah, and these pitiful creatures dared to show themselves after I spared their lives? As expected for wild dogs. If it wasn't for Albert, then I would have killed you all. Caracal looked around with relaxed eyes and walked forward. Do you think you will be able to kill me? Let's see. I won't know until I try.
How impertinent, kill them all.
As if it was too troublesome for Caracal, he refused and turned around.
The bloody who had been startled for a while once again raised their weapons.
Caracal, are you running away? What? Caracal frowned and turned around. Summon demon, Diedrich. Oh, dark dash.
Diedrich closed his eyes tightly and rushed towards Caracal. There was a sound like firewood cracking as Caracal stepped backwards.
Ugh, what this guy? Earl Caracal. According to the laws of the vampires, I challenge you to a duel. What? Who are you, Dot?
I'm the one who inherited from Dunphil, Diedrich.
Diedrich cried out. The die was cast. Stop.
Caracal's voice rang through the room. All the bloody that were attacking the Wolrang in the castle stopped moving.
Caracal lowered his hand and stared at Diedrich.
Anger turned his eyes a deep red.
Dunphil. The one who was scared of me and ran away.
His descendant would only be a low-level vampire at most.
You dare challenge me to a duel? Ah, no. That. Diedrich trembled as he closed his eyes before shouting. Why yes. Do you know what it means? The consciousness of the Lord supervises all vampire duels in Dark Earth.
Even if you are recalled when defeated, you will still die afterwards.
It means eternal annihilation. I know, damn it. I know that. Ha ha ha. You know? Yet you still dared challenge me? Caracal suddenly shouted. So you think you can win against me?
At the same time, all the windows in the room shook and broke. A large storm rolled around the room as Caracal approached Diedrich.
Okay, I have no interest in your small land, but I'll kill you. It was at that time.
A bloody red circle around 10 meters in diameter was abruptly drawn around Caracal and Diedrich. At the same time, an information window appeared in front of Arkansas. A vampire duel had begun. The magic of the vampire lord who rules the Dark Earth has activated. When the vampire duel has begun, no battles are permitted within 100 meters.
In addition, no other vampires are allowed to enter. All physical and magic attacks from outside will be blocked by the magic circle. When the duel ends, all of the loser's possessions are automatically given to the winner. When defeated, your territory and castle will be taken away and your soul destroyed. That's it, my plan has succeeded. Ark clenched his fist as he read the information window. If Diedrich, who had a territory, challenged Caracal, then he couldn't refuse.
That was why Ark broke through enemy lines to reach here.
When receiving a duel application in Dark Earth, a vampire couldn't refuse. And once the duel started, none of the vampire's subordinates could fight. Although Ark and the Wolrang were slightly different, they could still be considered as Diedrich's subordinates.
So there was no reason to fight a pointless battle.
Summoning your pet to challenge me. You might use cheap tricks, but I'll make you regret it.
I'll kill him and then make you suffer.
We'll see. Will it really be as easy as you expect? Ark picked his nose and murmured. You can only say that now. Caracal muttered in a low voice. He instantaneously disappeared and showed up behind Diedrich. Hick, what the? Diedrich freaked out and flew into the sky. But Caracal changed his arms into wings, caught up and kicked Diedrich. Diedrich quickly lost 30% of his health. Cuckoo, I thought there was something when you applied for a duel. This is indeed a joke. Somebody with these capabilities has become an aristocrat. Human, you believed this guy could attack me? Diedrich wasn't even visible in Caracal's eyes as he spoke to Arkansas. It was natural since Diedrich wasn't a match for Caracal. Currently Diedrich's capabilities was around level 220-230. After Ark had frantically fed him dishes for 2 days to prepare for the duel, his level only rose to this degree. However, Caracal was level 500. It was more than 2 times the difference. But the difference was even wider than that. The Dark Earth was a place created for vampires. Of course, the added bonuses for vampires were terrific. Ark hadn't fully realized that part when making his plan. Compared to Caracal, Diedrich wasn't a pure-blood vampire. Although he had evolved from a bat into a vampire, his quality was still weak, so the stat bonus received was low. Therefore 30% of his health disappeared at once. 3 or 4 shots will destroy him. With other monsters, Diedrich could evade the attacks by flying, but that was difficult with vampires. If he fought directly, then Diedrich would be smashed in 1 minute. It is embarrassing to call Diedrich a vampire. But he isn't subjected to the same weaknesses as his vampire opponent. It is his strength. Diedrich, use your escaping skills and hold on. Wah, save me. Even without Ark's words, Diedrich was already running away. Diedrich, who had gone through Ark's hellish training, was an expert at evasion. Thanks to that, Caracal was unable to catch him. Cuckoo. This is your strategy? Running away? But this is a duel. It's not possible to run away after the duel begins. It is also impossible for you to run away. What the? Run away? Me? Caracal asked with an astounded expression. Now's the time. Wolrang, get ready to support my preparations. Take out the support tools. While the duel was ongoing, the Wolrang surrounded the duel circle and simultaneously took something out. Caracal, who had been watching, suddenly shrieked and cowered. Heek, what that? This creepy feeling is. Heh, you were born in Dark Earth, so you wouldn't know what this is. But your vampire instincts will still remember the shape. It is a cross. See cross? Caracal muttered in a confused voice. Yes, this was one of the support tools Ark had gathered by riding the dolphin back to Haman Fortress. Taza used his cloning skill while Lariat had blessed it. Caracal was born in Dark Earth, so he had never seen a cross, but he instinctively feared it and kept a wary eye on the Wolrang. What's with that guy? What is he acting like this? Diedrich tilted his head to one side after seeing Caracal tremble and retreat. Since he had evolved from a bat, Diedrich's vampire alignment was still low, so he wasn't affected by the crosses. However, Caracal had fallen into a state of panic and closed his eyes tightly. Ugh, you cowardly brat, this is a vampire's sacred duel. Cowardly? What? Aren't we just supporting? Ark shook the cross and laughed. Now, shall we start cheering actively? Play, Diedrich. Play, Diedrich. Win, Diedrich. Ark and the Wolrang opened their mouths and cheered. Then the room began to fill with a strange odor. The smell finally reached Caracal's nose, making him shriek. Eek, what the? What is this awful smell? My nose. No, even my brain is paralyzed. This was the second support tool used by Ark. He attacked using garlic. Garlic was like rat poison to vampires. Therefore Ark had selected an elite group of Wolrang and fed them garlic soup. That's the reason why the Elder had a runny nose before leaving. Of course there was a terrible garlic smell every time they talked, so it was like a biochemical weapon. It was a double attack of crosses and garlic smell. Every time they cheered, Caracal received mental damage and staggered. He wasn't even paying attention to the duel anymore as he closed his eyes and blocked his nose while rolling on the floor screaming. I don't know what's happening, but this is a chance. A strong person is weak while a weak person is strong. Diedrich truly acted like a human. Diedrich rushed towards Caracal. Hook, stop. What? Ack. When Diedrich ran up, Caracal immediately lifted his head and swung his nails. Although his 5 senses were paralyzed by the cross and garlic attack, it still wasn't difficult for Caracal to counterattack against Diedrich. Diedrich received a critical hit and 50% of his health disappeared. His remaining life instantly went down to 20%. Diedrich flapped his wings like a hummingbird and escaped in a hurry. You idiot!
I told you that you won't win if you go near him. B. But how will I win if I don't attack?
Diedrich shouted angrily. Didn't I tell you? All you have to do is run away.
Let's prepare for the third stage.
The Woolrang heard Ark's order and took out mirrors.
Raiden, vision, scroll.
Sack sack, sack 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 sack.
Ark tore the scroll that Raiden spat out and shouted.
Activate scroll, Saint's brilliance. It was at that time.
An intense flash of light emerged from the scroll.
It was Lariat's skill, Saint's brilliance.
Another name was light emission. Although Saint's brilliance had no effect on normal monsters, it did lethal damage to the undead or those with dark attributes. It was even more effective against the vampires where sunlight was like rat poison to them. It would be best if Lariat performed the magic directly. However, the place was Dark Earth. Thanks to Dark Blood, all skills of a light nature were blocked and the user would continuously receive damage. So Ark decided to use the E-Vision scroll that the Eastern nation sold. Over the last 2 days, Ark bought many Vision scrolls and had Lariat fill it with her magic. But there was one problem. The vampire duel blocked all physical and magical interference. Saint's brilliance was regarded as a magical attack, so of course it would be blocked by the wards. However, Ark was a genius at using cheap and unexpected tricks.
Third stage illumination support. Glitter, 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 glitter dash.
He reflected Saint's brilliance off the mirrors that the Woolrang were holding and concentrated it on Caracal. Yes, he couldn't use magic attacks, but it was just reflected light once it bounced off the mirrors.
Therefore the circle wouldn't see it as magic and block it. In addition, holy light was sufficient against vampires without anything else added to it. Hot. It is hot. Hot.
The rays of light spun like a spiderweb inside the dueling circle. When Caracal was hit by the light, black smoke emerged from his body.
What? What is this? It burns when it hits my flesh. Caracal couldn't open his eyes, so he didn't know why his body was burning. What is it?
This is called the holy light.
What? Holy light? How?
Quack. Caracal changed into a bat and wildly flew around the duel circle. However, the Woolrang changed the angle of the mirror and pursued him. Thanks to the duel circle, Caracal couldn't avoid it no matter how great his evasive skills. It was like Caracal was trapped in a 10-meter cylinder of light and his health quickly decreased.
Caracal tried to turn into the size of a mouse, but the Woolrang just aimed the mirror at the ground. Ha. Isn't this exciting? Diedrich, do you understand? You just have to run away no matter what. Never get close to him.
Ark shouted as he continued to activate the scrolls.
You understood. This cowardly bastard. Cowardly? What? What did I do? Did I shoot an arrow or use magic? Ark smirked and retorted impudently. Ugh, this is a sacred duel. Quack, hot. Using a trick like this. Be bloody, kill those bastards. Caracal stomped his feet and frantically shouted.
However, all battles were banned in this area until the duel was over. All the bloody could do was stop the light with their bodies. However, the Woolrang just used their extraordinary jumping power and continued to reflect the light.
But this light. Your summon will also be hit by the reflected light. He will never avoid all of it. His health is also low. Even just a small graze. Caracal moved closer to Diedrich while he was talking and the light hit him. Diedrich cowered and screamed. Aok, this light is. Sparkly. I master, it is too dazzling. What? How did this guy?
Caracal flinched and Ark replied with a smirk.
I'm sorry, but Diedrich is a fake vampire.
Hook, a fake?
Don't tell me. I'm not joking. You still don't understand? You misunderstood, and Diedrich isn't actually Dunfil's descendant. He was originally a bat. Of course, Diedrich weakened when hit by the light. But all it did was make him feel slightly ill and decreased his stats by 20%. It wasn't the type of damage that Caracal received as a pure-blood vampire. When Caracal was hit by the light, his stats were reduced by 50% and he received 30 damage every second. Thanks to Caracal being burned by the light, his health had lost 80% of his health. Ugh. At this rate, I can't lose to a bat. Vampire Tempest. Like the majority of high-level monsters, Caracal was hiding a trump card. Caracal spun his body like a spin top and a violent storm appeared inside the circle. His cloak also split into many blades and approached one by one. "Oh, that guy. Concentrate the light," Ark cried in a desperate voice as the Woolrang obeyed. However, the bloody desperately blocked half the attack. If Diedrich was hit by the storm of blades, then their chance of defeating Caracal would disappear. Diedrich's current health was 20% after his rash actions. Caracal's special move would kill him instantly. Master, please help." Diedrich pressed against the boundary of the wards and looked at Ark with worry. Then Ark's thoughts started to turn over in his head. Line up all the crosses in front of the mirror. It is a plan of desperation. Saints' brilliance! Ark tore open 5 vision scrolls at once and shouted. At that moment, a brilliant light flooded the room. The only place the light didn't strike was the circle boundary. However, the light that reflected off the mirrors penetrated the dual circle. No, it wasn't just light. The light was shaped like a huge cross. Qua 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 quang. A huge explosion occurred in Caracal's body. At the same time, Caracal's Vampire Tempest skill was released. A clear cross pattern was burnt on the body with black smoke emerging from it. Was that all? Caracal received continuous damage from the light and rolled around on the ground. Now Diedrich. Use your vampire skill hammering. Oh, take this. Diedrich crashed into Caracal's head like a big hammer. It was the trump card skill that 2M10 tries to suck from Bulkun, hammering. It was a skill that took too much time in an actual battle, but it dealt 400% damage. When hit by hammering, there was a strange sound. The remaining 3% of his health disappeared and Caracal collapsed. You unbelievable. I was killed by a bat. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. When Caracal collapsed, message windows continuously appeared in front of Arkansas. He had gained 7 levels. Since his summon had killed the enemy, he still received the experience. So the amount of experience Diedrich gained was also applied to Arkansas. Wah! Caracal is defeated. The Woolrang cheered when Caracal died. The level 22230 Diedrich had defeated a level 500 vampire. Well, all Diedrich did was deal the final blow. But wasn't the results important? Really? I really won? Diedrich made a perplexed expression before gripping his fist and shouting. Did you see? I really won. Master, I am the champion. Wasn't this like a parody? Well, it doesn't really matter. Soon I can find the last 3 marvels and change to my second profession. How long had he waited for this moment? While the enchantment in the center of the room slowly faded, an intense blast of wind entered through the window. Ark reflexively closed his eyes to stop the dust from entering. Hook, what on earth? A strange existence floated in the space where the dual circle was. He wore a robe with complicated designs on it with the hood covering its face. A dark aura appeared around the cloak while the huge black wings fluttered. The blood vanished from the Woolrang's face when he appeared. The vampire referee. Vampire referee. He is under the direct control of the Lord and supervises all the duels between vampires. As expected from a high-ranking vampire aristocrat, the referee exuded a tremendous aura. He was level 900. However, Ark had heard that they weren't involved in anything outside the castle. Except when a vampire was killed by other species. Don't tell me he thinks the duel wasn't fair? Ark looked at the referee with a tense expression. However, the referee wasn't interested in Ark and spoke to Diedrich. Diedrich. Ha? Yes. The normally mannerless Diedrich had prostrated himself on the ground. You have defeated the vampire Caracal through a vampire duel. The referee looked at Ark and the Woolrang and a small smile appeared on his face. You seem to have used a shortcut. I judge that there were no actions which violated the Lord's rules. According to the Great Vampire Lord's laws, all of Earl Caracal's assets will henceforth be yours. Diedrich, I bestow the glory of victory on you in the name of the Lord. When the referee raised his hand, blue flames engulfed Caracal and something black appeared. The black heart flew towards Diedrich, who absorbed it. At the same time, an information window appeared in front of Arkansas. Your summon Diedrich has defeated the higher-ranking vampire Caracal. Thanks to the absorption of Caracal's heart and blood, Diedrich can now evolve. Please choose one familiar to be the main. The familiar created by the fusion evolution will have the main familiar stats with the auxiliary familiar stats after consideration. Evolution? Oh, what kind of luck is this? Ark's mouth dropped absent-mindedly as he stared at the information window.
Of course, he knew that Diedrich would inherit all of Caracal's possessions if he defeated him. However, Ark never imagined that it would make him evolve.
Ha!
Then the referee shook his head and looked at Arkansas.
You are the master who summons Diedrich?
Yes, that's right.
Was there a problem?
Ark quickly closed his mouth and answered.
The referee murmured like he was thinking out loud.
Until now there had been only one person who made a vampire his summon, Hero Mabon.
Oh, is it like that? His descendant has appeared?
It wasn't a voice filled with hostility. No, somehow it was filled with longing.
You know Hero Mabon?
Ark asked, but the referee did not answer. He just started outside with vague eyes before suddenly asking a question. As the descendant of Hero Mabon, you can choose the evolution. You already know this, but even among the vampire clan, Caracal was someone born with rare power and talent. He is already dead, but if you choose him during evolution, then you'll receive a powerful summon that Diedrich can't even be compared to.
What personality will you choose to evolve? Diedrich looked at Ark with a slightly worried expression. Thanks to his previous behavior, Diedrich was worried about the evolution.
But Ark wasn't worried.
Stats? Future skills?
Of course it was important.
However, Ark's thoughts about his summons weren't as simple as that.
He was even more certain after spending several days without his summons.
If Diedrich's personality disappeared, then it would be better not to evolve him.
Diedrich. Ark answered without any hesitation, and the corner of the referee's lips turned up. It was an expression where he was unsure if the referee was smiling or frowning.
When there was silence for a while, Ark once again opened his mouth.
Then abruptly the body of the referee turned into hundreds of bats and flew out the window.
My duty here is over. Choose as you will. Ark sighed and relaxed. It was fortunate that the referee hadn't seen any problems with the duel.
Then he proceeded with the evolution, and Diedrich was wrapped in a red light. Just like when he turned from a bat into a vampire, the dark energy was the only visible change.
The evolution has been successfully carried out. Diedrich has been promoted after absorbing Caracal's strength.
The great lord who rules the vampire clan has given him the name Rackard. Rackard has acquired the necessary knowledge to become a higher-ranking vampire. In addition, he had gained the rights to all assets and territory left by Caracal.
Rackard.
A vampire who has defeated the vampire Caracal through a duel and gained the title of Earl. His magic has become more powerful after absorbing Caracal's blood. In addition, the fragments of Caracal's knowledge will manifest his vampire powers quicker. However, the blood of a vampire has increased his weakness to light. While in the sunlight, he will be unable to change into a vampire during the daytime and have all stats reduced by 50%. In addition, his resistance to the dark has increased by 50% while his resistance to the light decreases by 50%.
Race, demonic.
Alignment, dark.
Ranking, middle class. Health, 1520, plus 150. Loyalty, 78, plus 20. Strength 113, plus 20. Agility 95, plus 20. Stamina 279, plus 20. Wisdom 58, plus 50, Intelligence 166, plus 50. Luck 36, plus 10.
Asterisk attack power of Lancel's sword has increased by 9, durability increased by 80. Asterisk the skill slots of bloodsucking has increased to 2. Asterisk the effect of skill block has been added to bloodsucking. You have learnt the blood lane skill. Skill block bloodsucking secondary effect, beginner, racial special skill Caracal special skill. When using the bloodsucking skill, there is a 10% chance to block one of the enemy's skills. However, the blocked skill is randomly decided. An increase in skill proficiency will increase the probability and duration of the blocked skill. Blood lane, beginner, species characteristics. The blood of a vampire is a dark existence with a strong curse embedded in it. Blood lane is a technique which scatters the vampire's blood and applies a curse to a fixed area. When affected by the blood, there is a 50% chance of delusions, confusion, frenzy and despair, which decreases the combat power. However, the vampire will also have its abilities reduced by 50% until he recovers. The blood lost. Blood lane can only be used in the evening. There is a 50% probability that all enemies within 10 meters will be affected by the various situations mentioned for 10 minutes.
Qua 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 quan.
The place where there was a huge magic circle shook with a roaring sound. At the same time, half of the demons within collapsed. A knight wearing black armor and holding a blood-stained bayonet raised his head. Then he pulled out a jewel the size of a fist from his bag. A sinister aura that was difficult to describe surrounded it.
The knight looked around and soaked the jewel in a pool of blood. Then a black message window appeared.
You have succeeded in absorbing the essence of 666 lesser demons in the Devil's Jewel. The Devil's Jewel has also absorbed the special abilities of the demons.
It's over. The knight murmured quietly. It was at that time.
Suddenly the space behind him distorted and an old man appeared. Congratulations, you've finally become strong enough to completely conquer the lesser demons.
It took a lot more time than I thought.
Of course.
The lesser demon is a much stronger opponent than the demons you've fought so far.
Naturally, it would be difficult to defeat them the first few times. But now you've acquired the abilities of the lesser demons, so you are finally a proper Ruin Knight.
Ruin Knight? That's right. The knight in the black armor was Alan.
Alan had obtained the hatred stat after being defeated by Ark and changed professions to a Ruin Knight. Afterwards, Masutu had brought him to high-level hunting grounds to learn the Ruin Knight-related skills.
A Ruin Knight had to collect the essences of demons.
One of the abilities of a Ruin Knight was to absorb the ability of the corresponding monster using the Devil's Jewel. So far, Alan had absorbed 20 different skills. All the high-level demons he absorbed from had unique and powerful skills.
A Ruin Knight is a stronger profession than I thought.
According to the skills absorbed in my level, my damage completely exceeds that of a Holy Knight.
Of course, raising a Ruin Knight wasn't as easy as it sounded.
He had spent the last few months just hunting monsters that had passed through the wards.
How long am I going to be doing this? You don't want to become strong? I do, but... Hoo, don't worry. The training is over. Masutu laughed.
Then the space warped again and someone entered the wards. Surprisingly, the person who appeared was a user with red hair wearing a white mask. Masutu instantly spoke in an enthusiastic voice when the person appeared.
This person is the implementer of the true history, the master of true darkness. You are the Ruin Knight? Who are you? Like you heard, I am the one implementing the true history. My task is to rectify the wrong history. Your strength will support me. It is possible right now. Once I tell you about something interesting, then you'll be more involved.
No, there is no doubt about it.
Something I'll be interested in? Is he talking about the company's entrance examination? Of course, the reason Alan started the game was to join Global Exos. However, that was a few months ago.
Now his only purpose in playing the game was to get vengeance on Arkansas. He wouldn't have endured the last few months if it wasn't for the thoughts of vengeance.
But Your first task involves Sutandal, which has rejoined Middle-earth. Almost all the preparations are finished. How about it? Will the Ruin Knight appear in that world?
Alan flinched and looked at the red man. Alan had also seen the video of Ark posted on the official site.
If Ark can I do, then I can as well. Although I would like to find Ark straight away, that would be too boring. Okay, let's challenge Arkansas.
I'll use the system to send him an official challenge.
Just wait, Ark. Good, then follow me. An eerie gray light crept into his helmet. To be continued.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.